The Male Lead Substitute Wife Chapter 1 to Chapter 95. In the middle of the night, the room was filled with beauty. Xianxia's head was dizzy and she couldn't figure out where she was at all. Last night, the old classmates had a gathering and everyone was very happy after not seeing each other for a few years. After dinner, they went to the KTV to continue. The old class leader gathered everyone to play games. She was unlucky and lost a few games and was punished to drink 5 or 6 glasses of wine. After a few glasses of wine, she was drunk. Her head was dizzy and her vision was blurry. She couldn't even see people clearly. In the end, she fell asleep on the KTV sofa. While she was in a daze, she felt that she had been turned over and pressed down on by someone many times. Her whole body felt like it had been run over by a road roller, and her bones were about to fall apart. She opened her mouth like a fish dying of thirst, and from her dry and hot throat, she let out a weak cry for help. Suddenly, a white light flashed in her head, and then she lost consciousness. She didn't know how long she slept for, but she heard the sound of running water. Xianxia turned over in annoyance. Her heart was filled with anger. Who was so annoying early in the morning, running water so loudly? It was immoral to disturb someone's sleep. The sound insulation of this rental house was too bad. She could hear the running water next door. She could also hear the programs that were not suitable for children in the middle of the night. This was too bad. She had to quickly change places. But changing places meant she had to spend more money. She was very poor. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. She closed her eyes and hugged the blanket as she rolled around on the bed. At this time, the sound of running water that disturbed her sleep finally stopped. Phew. She closed her eyes and let out a breath. She turned over and planned to hug the blanket and continue sleeping. But at this time, her muddled brain slightly reacted. There seemed to be something wrong. She thought back. She seemed to have rolled around on the bed a few times, but she didn't roll off the bed. But in her memory, she clearly remembered that her bed wasn't this big. She suddenly opened her eyes and what entered her eyes was an unfamiliar luxurious room. The spacious room was beautifully decorated and the furnishings in the room were very fashionable. It was more than twice the size of her shabby rental house that was less than 20 square meters. The furniture was also much better. Just the Danish Carl Hansen's Sun curved leather sofa in the corner cost tens of thousands. She was stunned by everything in front of her. She must be dreaming, right? She was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at everything in front of her. She didn't even notice that the blanket wrapped around her had slipped off. Xianxia walked out of the bathroom with a white towel wrapped around his waist. He looked up and saw Xianxia sitting on the bed with a cute face. 2 tufts of a hoag stuck up on the top of her head. She had a pair of big innocent eyes like a deer's, and her rosy cherry blossom-like lips were slightly parted. She looked very attractive. Her innocent appearance was charming and sexy, like a beautiful flower in full bloom, but she also had a silly look of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? She gently bit her lower lip, looking silly and cute. Xianxia looked at her seductive, charming, and unconscious look. It was as if he had been struck by an electric current. He only felt his heart throb, his throat tightened slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Xianxia was never a person who would wrong himself. He slightly curved the corner of his lips and strode towards Xianxia, who was still in a daze. At this moment, Xianxia was indeed shocked and confused. She couldn't understand. She had just attended a class reunion, got drunk, and fell asleep in a daze. How did she wake up in such a strange room and sleep on such a big bed? At this moment, her brain couldn't process what was going on. It was completely in a state of crash. And just as her brain crashed, a dangerous human-shaped cheetah had already approached this silly rabbit. Oh! Xianxia, the human-shaped cheetah, walked over in a few steps. He reached out and hooked his arm around Xianxia's neck. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Xianxia's head suddenly became dizzy. In a split second, many memories that didn't belong to her flooded into her mind like a tide. A large number of memories flooded her like a storm. She couldn't withstand the invasion of so many memories at once. There was a buzzing sound in her head, and she directly fainted as soon as she closed her eyes. When she woke up again, there was only Xianxia in the room. The human-shaped cheetah, Xianxia, was no longer there. A breeze blew in from the wide transparent floor-to-ceiling window. The sea blue curtains fluttered in the breeze. She hugged the quilt and turned over on the bed. She looked at the swaying curtains and slowly sorted out the extra memories that didn't belong to her in her mind. Gradually, she understood what was going on. It turned out that after she got drunk last night, she fell asleep on the sofa in the KTV. In her sleep, she inexplicably crossed over into a melodramatic CEO novel called The CEO's Delicate Sweet Wife. And this melodramatic CEO novel was something she had read before she went to bed the night before. At that time, she was lying on the bed and browsing the Xinjiang Literature City app out of boredom. Her finger slipped and accidentally clicked on a book. She looked up and saw that the title of the book was The CEO's Delicate Sweet Wife. At that time, she even laughed. She thought to herself, why did the title of this novel sound so weird? She then glanced down at the text. There was actually a supporting character with the same name as her. They were both called Xianxia. She was also the vicious female supporting character in the novel, the cannon fodder villain. At that time, she didn't know what kind of thoughts she had. Driven by a strange curiosity, Xianxia clicked on The CEO's Delicate Sweet Wife and read it. In the book, Xianxia was the ex-wife of the tyrannical CEO male lead, Xianxia. She looked 70% similar to the female lead, and Yutong. And Yutong went abroad to pursue her music dream. The tyrannical CEO male lead, Xianxia, chased after the white moonlight female lead, and Yutong, but failed. When he was sad and lonely, he happened to meet Xianxia, a 180-star internet celebrity. In order to find a substitute to make up for the emptiness in his heart, he launched a crazy pursuit of Xianxia. How could a little white rabbit who had just graduated from university resist Xianxia's sugar-coated bullets? Xianxia quickly fell into the beautiful and poisonous web of love that Xianxia had woven for her. And just at this time, Xianxia's grandfather was seriously ill. He made a will that required the 30-year-old Xianxia to get married before he could inherit his tens of billions of inheritance. In order to inherit the inheritance, Xianxia naturally found Xianxia and proposed a contract marriage to Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was deeply immersed in his gentle love. How could she have the slightest thought of rejecting him? She only thought that it would be good if she could marry him. It didn't matter if it was a contract or not. She very happily nodded and agreed to all the conditions he proposed. She also signed the marriage agreement, the notarization of premarital property and other documents according to his requirements. Xianxia stared at the giggling Xianxia for a while and thought to himself, why is she laughing so foolishly? Xianxia hugged her blanket and laughed foolishly on the bed, imagining the 10 million yuan alimony in her hands. Many red Grandpa Mao yuan would fall from the sky and fill up her small bed at home. She could happily sleep on the money every day, rolling left and right. He. The silly little white rabbit didn't notice the cheetah in human form who was staring at her at the door for a long time. She was completely immersed in her wonderful fantasy. Xianxia didn't know if it was because he was affected by Xianxia's silly smile, but the corners of his mouth curled up, and his mood suddenly became better. He strode over with his long legs and reached out his big hand to ruffle Xianxia's messy hair. His voice was as deep and mellow as a cello. What are you thinking about that made you laugh so happily? Tell me, okay, 10 million yuan, oh. Xianxia looked up and saw Xianxia. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand and looked at him with her big eyes. She was secretly glad that she reacted in time and didn't blurt out her true thoughts. If Xianxia knew that she called him 10 million yuan, what would his expression be? She didn't dare to think about it, okay? Xianxia's deep gaze swept over her face a few times. He saw that her big black eyes were shining and full of admiration and love for him. Of course, Xianxia was full of admiration and love for him. 10 million yuan, 10 million yuan. She looked at his handsome face and thought of the red Grandpa Mao. He was the ATM machine that would allow her to become rich and well off in the future and reach the peak of her life. Being stared at by her sparkling big eyes greatly satisfied Xianxia's desire to be admired by others. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, and her skin was delicate and smooth, as if water could be squeezed out with a gentle pinch. With that thought in mind, Xianxia did just that. He stretched out his finger and gently pinched Xianxia's cheek. It was smooth and soft to the touch, and it was very comfortable to the touch. It made him want to pinch it again. It hurts. Xianxia was pinched twice by Xianxia. She murmured weakly and looked at him pitifully with her big eyes. Xianxia's heart inexplicably softened when she looked at him like a little white rabbit. He quickly let go of her face and took back his hand. He pretended to cough and said seriously, I have to go to the company later. Be good and stay at home. If you feel bored, you can go shopping. Xianxia said, oh, and nodded her head obediently. Her delicate and soft appearance was obedient and well-behaved. She was like a silk flower, gently and tightly wrapped around him. His heart moved slightly. He took out his wallet and opened it. He took out a card and handed it to her. Take it. Xianxia's eyes fell on the platinum card in front of her. She blinked her eyes in surprise, and her heart was beating fast. She looked up at Xianxia with excitement and nervousness. She pointed at her own nose and said, this card is for me? Why did her silly look so cute? His heart was about to melt. Xianxia's mouth curved slightly. He handed the card in his hand to Xianxia and said lightly, take it and spend it. Wow, I'm rich. I'm rich. Xianxia was so happy that she almost jumped up. Thinking about it, she was a poor person. After sleeping and transmigrating into a book, she immediately became a rich person. She also had a handsome, rich, and domineering CEO husband who gave her the card and said to her in a forthright manner, take it and spend it as you wish. Ha 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 ha. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I'm going crazy. Xianxia sincerely took the card with both hands. Her beautiful face had a bright smile. She said in a sweet and delicate voice, thank you, hubby. Moi, although the original owner of this body had already registered her marriage with Xianxia, strictly speaking, she and Xianxia were still strangers. She really admired her ability to adapt. She had clearly just transmigrated and had only interacted with Xianxia for a short 10 minutes. Of course, the deep body contact last night was not counted. At that time, she had fainted and did not carefully experience it. At this moment, she could calmly call Xianxia hubby and even say moi to him. It was quite awesome. But who asked Xianxia to be so rich, handsome, and generous? She really loved him to death. In the face of the huge temptation of money, any reservedness or backbone could be abandoned. These things did not exist for the poor. How could a poor person have any reservedness or pride? What they had was only the hardships and difficulties of struggling to survive. For a person like her who was afraid of being poor, such a platinum card was placed in front of her and she could use it as she wished. Let alone calling Xianxia hubby, she could even kneel down and call him sugar daddy. However, her performance in Xianxia's eyes had another thought. He felt that she was really different from the women outside who were greedy for his money. It was just a card. Look at how happy she was. She was really easy to support, it seemed. That it was completely correct for him to choose to have a contract marriage with her. Then, since she had helped him so much and helped him smoothly inherit his grandfather's legacy, he would try his best to treat her better in the future. As long as her request was not too excessive, he would try his best to satisfy her. Well, I'm going to the company. Xianxia smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her hair. Her hair was very soft and very nice to touch. It made him feel a trace of being entangled and unable to let go. It wasn't until Xianxia's car was far away that Xianxia put down the curtains, turned around, and walked back to the bed. Seeing the platinum card on the bed, Xianxia picked it up with a smile, pouted her red lips, and kissed it. She lay back on the bed comfortably and recalled the time when she was poor. At that time, she worked hard every day and was scolded by her leader when she did something wrong. Every month, she barely made enough money to live. At the end of every month, she had to count the money to live. She had to pay rent, water, and gas bills. She didn't dare to buy new clothes or use expensive cosmetics. She scrimped, and she couldn't save much money throughout the year. Her life was very miserable. Occasionally, when she was free, she would read novels and fantasize that one day, a handsome and rich man would come down from the sky, generously give her a gold card, and tell her, take it and use it as you wish. She would definitely jump up with joy. Now, she was in such a situation. The word elated was not enough to describe her mood at the moment. She lay on the bed for a long time and looked at the gold card in her hand left and right. Then she got up, humming a song and dancing a cha-cha, and went to the bathroom happily. She turned into the bathroom and locked the door. Xianxia walked to the sink, looked up at herself in the mirror, and almost couldn't help but scream. She was so beautiful, so beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful person in her life, and the beauty in the mirror at the moment was herself. Under the willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of watery big eyes, glittering with light. Her long and thick eyelashes were like a small curly fan. When she blinked, the small fan trembled like the wings of a butterfly. Xianxia turned her face left and right. From the mirror, she could see that from the forehead to the tip of the nose formed a perfect shape. Her small and straight nose was very beautiful. It was the nose that Xianxia dreamed of. Xianxia's nose was a bit flat before. Of course, it wasn't ugly, but it didn't reach the height and beauty level in her mind. However, she didn't have the courage to do rhinoplasty surgery, so she had always regretted it. Now that she had transmigrated, she suddenly had the tall nose that she dreamed of. It was a pure natural nose, without any trace of artificial cutting. It was simply too beautiful. She was in a particularly good mood. It was the kind of comfort and pride that her long-awaited wish finally came true. Her lips were as red as cherry blossoms, as if she had applied a layer of lip gloss. The corners of her lips curled up slightly with a smile. Xianxia couldn't help but stroke her lips from her lips to her chin, then all the way down, finally caressing her fair neck and slender collarbone. The person in the mirror had a pink face and peachy cheeks, and the corners of her eyes were charming. It was obvious that she had been fiercely loved. There was also a kiss mark on her left collarbone. Xianxia especially loved her collarbone. He liked to bite her there and leave a mark of love. The woman in the mirror was extremely beautiful. She was seductive from head to toe, and there was a hint of innocence hidden in her sexy charm. Not to mention men, even Xianxia herself couldn't help blushing when she saw her. Her heart was thumping nonstop in her chest. Xianxia filled the jacuzzi bathtub with hot water, took off her pajamas, and revealed her beautiful body. She lifted her straight and slender legs, stepped into the bathtub, and adjusted to a comfortable position to lie down. During the bath, Xianxia lay in the warm water, pressed the massage button of the bathtub, and enjoyed the comfortable massage. She sighed. It was so comfortable. No wonder everyone wanted to live the life of a rich person. The life of a rich person was really too good. Xianxia lay in the bathtub and comfortably soaked in the hot water. As she was about to fall asleep, she seemed to hear someone telling her to enjoy the comfortable life now. In the future, she would have to rely on herself. When she heard this, she suddenly woke up. She looked around, but there was no one else. Could it be that she was dreaming just now? Carefully thinking back to the sentence in the dream, she couldn't help but think more. Enjoy the comfortable life now. In the future, she would have to rely on herself. She really wanted to let herself enjoy it. Who didn't want to enjoy such a life of money, leisure, and love? She was about to sink into it and couldn't extricate herself. However, her rationality told her that this was too unreal. Now that she had transmigrated into the book and become Xianxia's wife, she was living a rich and leisure life. However, there would always be a day when she woke up from a dream. She might transmigrate back one day, so she couldn't let herself sink too deep. She had to keep a clear head at all times. She couldn't be blinded by the splendor and wealth in front of her eyes. It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. She was afraid that if she was used to such an extravagant life, she wouldn't be able to bear it and would collapse after being beaten back to her original state. Taking a step back, even if she didn't transmigrate back, she could continue to live such a luxurious life. However, in the near future, the female lead, and Yutong, would come back from abroad. And Yutong was Xianxia's true love. The male lead and the female lead were destined to be together. She, the cannon fodder supporting female lead, could only live such a good life for 2 more years at most. In the end, she would also be beaten back to her original state. In the original book, the supporting female lead, Xianxia, had dug her own grave and offended Xianxia thoroughly. In the end, she ended up as miserable as a street rat. Since she already knew the ending in the book, she couldn't offend Xianxia and An Yutong no matter what. She hoped that she could change her ending in the book. She hoped that she could escape unscathed and live a peaceful life. However, An Yutong hadn't come back yet. Xianxia treated her well, so all she could do was try her best to please him, serve him well, and leave a good impression on him. When An Yutong came back in the future, she would take the initiative to give up her position and stay far away from the male and female lead. She would never do anything to destroy the relationship between the male and female lead. Yes, that's it. Xianxia was more and more certain of her plan. After taking a bath, Xianxia came out of the bathtub. She took a towel and wiped the water off her body. Based on the memory left by the original owner, she opened the cabinet that stored the skincare products. What greeted her eyes was a cabinet full of all kinds of skincare products. Some were for her body, some were for her face, some were for her face, some were for her Chinese, some were for foreign languages, and some were for her brands that she knew but had never used before, such as Lamer, Pola, etc. There were also brands that she didn't know and so on. This body grew well, and the skin was also good. It was as smooth as a baby's, without any blemishes. The skin was as smooth as silk, and water could be squeezed out with a gentle pinch. This was not only because of the body's natural beauty, but also because of the use of these expensive skincare products. The original owner's family condition could only be regarded as ordinary. Her parents were just ordinary company employees. But the money they earned was tight for her, so she was willing to buy these products for her skincare. Before she met Xianxia, she could only eat one meal a day and save money to buy Lamer. After she met Xianxia was generous to her, so she bought these products without any scruples. The original owner of the body took care of this body so carefully. She spent so much energy and so much money. Xianxia felt that although she transmigrated and replaced the original owner, the body was still someone else's. Just like other people's things couldn't be destroyed at will, she couldn't treat this body at will. A beautiful woman should have the consciousness of a beautiful woman. She should take care of this body carefully like the original owner. Xianxia drove out of the villa. The villa was very close to the shopping mall, and it only took about 10 minutes to drive. She drove to the shopping mall and drove to the underground parking lot. She found a parking space and parked her car. She opened the door and took the elevator upstairs with her bag. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor. When the elevator door opened, Xianxia walked out in her high heels. Before she took 2 steps, she looked up and saw a bell-sleeved dress with a fresh and gentle floral print hanging in the display window on the left. The color and style of the dress were exactly the same as the dress she saw in the shopping mall before she started to wear books. At that time, she also took a fancy to the dress at first glance. She even asked the sales assistant to take it down and let her try it on. It looked very good on her and she liked it very much. But at that time, she was shy of money. The dress was more than half of her monthly salary. If she bought the dress, she wouldn't even be able to pay the rent for that month. After thinking about it, she could only regretfully give up on buying it. Now that she saw the same dress again, Xianxia was very tempted. She really wanted to buy the dress. One had to know that she didn't have the money to buy the dress at that time. She had always regretted it in her heart. For a long time, she was listless and didn't have the mood to work. She dreamed of having the money to buy the dress. She really liked the dress and wanted to fulfill her little wish. Xianxia walked into the store. The sales assistant glanced at her and saw that she was wearing a Xian family dress, carrying a Xian family bag, and wearing a Xian family necklace around her neck. At one glance, she could tell that she was rich. Her eyes immediately lit up. She put on the sweetest smile on her face and greeted her. She gently asked if there was anything she needed. "I want to try that dress." Xianxia raised her hand and pointed to the dress hanging in the display window. The shop assistant agreed and quickly went to take the dress down. She then led Xianxia to the fitting room to try it on. Xianxia took the dress into the fitting room. After a while, she changed into the dress and walked out. The sales assistant's eyes lit up the moment she saw her. She sincerely praised, "Miss, you look so good in this dress." She had worked as a sales assistant in this store for more than 2 years. She had seen many customers, beautiful and not so beautiful, with good figures and bad figures, but she had never seen anyone as beautiful as the woman in front of her with such a good figure. There were people who were prettier than her, but their figures were not as good as hers. There were also people who were more exquisite than her, but their faces were not as beautiful as hers. In short, the woman in front of her was the most perfect person she had ever seen. Her skin was so white that it seemed as if it was glowing. It was as white and moist as a freshly peeled egg white. When she put on the dress, it revealed her beautiful and slender swan neck. Her waistline was smooth and perfectly outlined her figure. She was so beautiful that words couldn't describe it. Xianxia looked at herself in the mirror and felt that she looked good. She wasn't so beautiful herself. In the past, she could only be considered delicate and pretty. When she stood beside a truly beautiful person, she was like a little servant girl. She was not eye-catching at all. In addition, her family background was ordinary. Her parents were ordinary factory workers. Her family's monthly income was only a little. She had to be frugal in everything she did. Even after she started working, she still had to calculate how to split one money into two. Naturally, she developed a somewhat stingy personality. Even if she had money in her hands, she didn't dare to spend it extravagantly. However, this body didn't have these problems. Although the body's original owner's family background was ordinary, she didn't feel bad at all. Perhaps it was because she was really too beautiful, so she covered up all the other bad things. Only her beauty could be seen. A beautiful person would look good in anything. Xianxia felt that the dress she was wearing was even better than the one she tried on before she didn't wear the book. It also made her heart beat faster. The shop assistant was also persuading her, "Miss, you really look good in this dress. It's the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. You should buy it." Of course, Xianxia wanted to buy it. She was not like before. She was rich now. Xianxia had just given her a card in the morning. It was still possible to buy a dress. "How much is this dress?" Xianxia asked. The shop assistant looked at the price tag and smiled. "It's not very expensive. It's only 5,880 yuan. Hearing this price, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. The dress she looked at before was only 3,880 yuan. It was half of her monthly salary. She couldn't bear to buy it at that time. Now that she wore the book, the dress with the same style and color was 2,000 yuan more expensive in the blink of an eye. Although she was rich now, she still felt the pinch. Perhaps it was because her family was not well off since she was a child. She knew that her parents worked hard to support the family. She was very frugal with her food and clothes. She had never spent so much money on a dress. She was also reluctant to spend so much money on a dress. After Xianxia knew the price of the dress was 5,880 yuan, her strong desire to buy it suddenly decreased by more than half. For someone like her who was used to living a poor life, it was really expensive. Even if she had the platinum card Xianxia gave her now, she still felt that it was very expensive. She felt reluctant to spend it. The shop assistant saw that she didn't speak. She thought that since the dress she was wearing was more than 10,000 yuan, and the bag she was carrying was also more than 10,000 yuan. It was impossible that she couldn't afford a dress that cost 5,880 yuan. Did she think that the price was too cheap and didn't match her status? Thinking of this, the shop assistant observed Xianxia's expression again. Seeing her slightly frown, it was entirely possible that she felt that the dress was too cheap. But this dress was already the most expensive in the shop. If she had known, she would have quoted a higher price. Sometimes, some rich people didn't buy cheap things. Often, they would only buy things that were more expensive. She felt that she had made a mistake. In order to make up for this mistake, the shop assistant tried harder to promote to Xianxia. "Miss, this dress really looks good on you. The style and workmanship are not worse than those famous dresses. Sometimes, famous dresses are only expensive because of the brand. In fact, the quality is just so. You won't lose anything by buying this dress. You will definitely be praised by others when you wear it." Xianxia originally liked this dress, but she hesitated because she felt that the price was too expensive. After listening to the shop assistant's persuasion, the desire that had just been reduced rose a little. She really wanted to buy it. It was just that she had never bought such an expensive dress, so she was a little uncertain. Although she used Xianxia's card, and Xianxia didn't lack money, she was still a little uneasy. Should she tell him? Xianxia needed someone to make a decision for her. Her white and slender fingers swiped a few times on the mobile phone screen. She clicked on WeChat, found Xianxia's WeChat account, and sent him a WeChat message. Yaya, hubby, I've taken a fancy to a dress. I really like it, but it's a little expensive. Picture. JPG. However, as soon as the message was sent, Xianxia regretted it. At this time, Xianxia was usually busy with work. He hated being disturbed when he was busy. Now that she sent a message to buy a dress, would it make him unhappy? It wasn't easy to please him in the morning and make him very satisfied. Would the points that she had spent so much effort to accumulate be deducted because of this? She was really worried. Xianxia quickly wanted to withdraw the message, but her hand slipped and she clicked on the delete button. The message was sent completely, and she couldn't withdraw it. Xianxia knew that Xianxia came from an ordinary family. Her parents were just ordinary company employees. However, her parents loved Xianxia very much. They probably thought that their daughter should be raised well, so they spent all their money on Xianxia. Since she was young, Xianxia had never suffered any hardships. Her food and clothes were all expensive. In addition, Xianxia was beautiful. When she grew up, she would be beautiful and charming. There were many people who pursued her. Many people gave her designer bags, dresses, and expensive jewelry. Everything she wore was not cheap. When Xianxia first met her, although he wanted to find a substitute, he also spent a lot of money to pursue her. The things he bought for her were at least 5 figures. He couldn't give away the cheap things, and Xianxia didn't like them. It was rare that Xianxia would buy a dress that was only 5,000 yuan this time. She even sent a message to him to explain. Xianxia felt very strange. Did Xianxia change her personality? However, what Xianxia didn't know was that Xianxia didn't change her personality. Xianxia had changed her personality. She was no longer the Xianxia of the past. Xianxia received a message from the bank. He thought that since Xianxia had bought the dress, she should send a message to him to tell him. However, he waited for a minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes, but he still didn't receive any message from Xianxia. Xianxia, who didn't receive any message, looked gloomy. It was like the sky before a rainstorm. What was this woman doing? Was it difficult to send a message? The marketing manager noticed Xianxia's gloomy face. He thought that there was something wrong with his marketing plan that made Xianxia unhappy. He carefully observed Xianxia's face, and even his words were trembling. Xianxia didn't realize that his gloomy face seriously affected the marketing manager. He was still waiting for Xianxia's message. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen. After another 10 minutes, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He tapped on the phone screen and sent a message to Xianxia. Xianxia walked to a cake shop with the dress she bought. She heard her phone ring when she just walked outside. She saw that it was a message from Xianxia. She quickly swiped the screen and clicked on it. Xianxia, where did you go? It was a simple question. Xianxia didn't realize how anxious Xianxia was from this message. She also didn't realize that he asked this question because he couldn't wait any longer. However, Xianxia still replied to him obediently. Yaya, I'm outside Xianxia cake shop. I'm hungry. I'm going to buy something to eat. After the message was sent, Xianxia put away her phone and walked into the cake shop in front. Xianxia cake shop wasn't a big brand, but the matcha cake in the shop was very delicious. Before Xianxia transmigrated, she liked Xianxia cake shop very much. It was just that Xianxia cake shop was a little expensive. A small piece cost 30 to 40 yuan. Every month, she would only buy a piece to eat on the day she got paid. Xianxia stood in front of the counter and looked at the different kinds of cakes placed inside. Every piece was so beautiful and delicious. She wanted to try every one of them. She had eaten matcha and chocolate cakes before. This time, she changed to 2 other kinds. In the end, she chose strawberry and coffee cakes. After choosing the cake, Xianxia sat down by the window. She held a fork and was about to eat when her phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that Xianxia had sent another message. Xianxia, buy me some food and send it to the company. Xianxia read Xianxia's message twice. She blinked and blinked again. Xianxia asked her to buy something and send it to the company? Wasn't he busy with work? In her memory, Xianxia's afternoon tea was always bought by his assistant. He had never asked her to buy it for him. Could it be because of the message she sent just now? She said that she was eating cake at the cake shop, so he wanted to eat it too. That was really possible. After all, Xianxia cake shop was very delicious. Otherwise, why would Xianxia ask her to buy something and send it to the company? Thinking about it this way, it was very reasonable. Xianxia decided that after she finished eating the cake, she would buy 2 pieces of cake for Xianxia and send it to him. The strawberry-flavored and coffee-flavored cakes were very delicious. Xianxia ate very happily. In the past, she was only willing to spend dozens of yuan to buy a piece of cake to eat on the day of her salary. Today, she ate 2 pieces in one go and still felt a little unsatisfied. After she finished eating the cake, she asked the waiter to pack a piece of vanilla and a piece of chocolate-flavored cake. She planned to send it to Xianxia. In addition, she saw that the beautifully packaged Carmelone in the box next to her was also very good. She was moved and bought another box of Carmelone. She happily carried it out of the cake shop. Taking the elevator down to the underground parking lot, Xianxia found her car. She opened the door and sat in it. She carefully placed the cake beside her and drove to Xianxia's company. The shopping mall was not far from Xianxia's company. In addition, there was a traffic jam on the road. Xianxia drove to Xianxia's company in just over 20 minutes. Xianxia's company was a group company. The entire 32-story building belonged to the Xian's group. To enter the elevator, one had to swipe a card. Every employee of the Xian's group had different permissions. Even if they swiped a card, they could only go to the floor that they were limited to. Xianxia was not an employee of the Xian's group. She had never been to the Xian's group before. Naturally, she did not have the permission to take the elevator. She could not go upstairs, so she had to call Xianxia first. The phone rang once. Xianxia listened to the ringtone and patiently waited for Xianxia to answer the phone. Until the second ring, the phone was connected. Xianxia's deep voice came from the phone. Have you arrived? Xianxia said, yes, I just arrived at the parking lot. Then come to the 26th floor. Xianxia said casually. Xianxia didn't know that Assistant Chen's coming to pick her up would make the 2 staff members at the front desk so shocked and embarrassed. Assistant Chen was polite to her, and Xianxia also had a good impression of him. She raised her head and smiled at him. Then she followed him to take the elevator. This way, please. Assistant Chen reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Xianxia stood up and reached for the cake on the table. Assistant Chen quickly said, let me help you. No, I'll take it myself. This showed more sincerity. After all, she bought the afternoon tea for Xianxia. Assistant Chen saw that she insisted on taking it herself, so he didn't say anything more. He led her to the president's exclusive elevator. Xianxia followed him. When she passed by the front desk, she saw He Rui and Li Lan and gave them a friendly smile. However, in the eyes of He Rui and Li Lan, Xianxia's friendly smile was not the same. They only felt that Xianxia was mocking them. Just now, they had said so many unpleasant things. Now, their faces were burning with pain, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Xianxia didn't know what He Rui and Li Lan were thinking. She followed Assistant Chen to the elevator door. Assistant Chen took out his card and the elevator door opened. Assistant Chen asked her to take the elevator first, and then he followed her in. He Rui and Li Lan were stunned when they saw the scene. Who said that Boss Shen didn't remember Xianxia, the 180-star internet celebrity? Who said that the scandal between Xianxia and Boss Shen was deliberately made up by Xianxia to be famous? Didn't you see that Assistant Chen, the most trusted person of Boss Shen, came down to pick up Yaya? Didn't you see that Assistant Chen let Yaya take the president's exclusive elevator? He asked her to take the elevator first, and then he took the elevator later? All of this clearly showed that Boss Shen remembered Xianxia and even cared about her. Oh my god, this is big news. After being slapped in the face by reality, He Rui and Li Lan, who were slow to react, quickly sent a message in the group chat. After a while, the news that Assistant Chen was ordered by Mr. Shen to come down and pick Xianxia up to the CEO's office spread throughout the company and became a hot gossip among women. Xianxia followed Assistant Chen to the 26th floor. Assistant Chen led her to the door of the president's office and knocked on the door. After a while, Assistant Chen opened the door and let Xianxia in after hearing Xianxioqi's voice. Mr. Shen, Miss Su is here. Xianxioqi didn't even raise his head when he heard the voice. He lowered his head and continued to read the document in his hand. It wasn't until he finished reading the last paragraph that he picked up his pen and signed the document that he put down his pen and looked over. Now, distribute the document that I've signed. Xianxioqi picked up the document on the table and handed it to Assistant Chen. Assistant Chen hurried forward, took the document from Xianxioqi, and turned to leave. There was a click behind him. When Assistant Chen went out, he closed the office door behind him. Only Xianxia and Xianxioqi were left in the spacious office. The golden sunlight shone in through the bright glass window on the left. The sun shone on Xianxioqi's side. He was sitting behind the large desk, leaning back on the office chair. His deep gaze was fixed on Xianxia. He looked tall and serious, and his voice was firm. Come here, why are you standing there? Xianxia was carrying a cake in her hand. She didn't react until she heard Xianxioqi's words. She hurried forward and put the cake in her hand on the desk. She smiled and said flatteringly, "This is the afternoon tea I bought for you. It tastes very good. Try it." Xianxioqi's eyes fell on the cake box. He couldn't help but frown. When did he tell her that he wanted to eat cake? This is the afternoon tea you bought for me? Xianxioqi's voice was cold. Xianxia didn't hear the disdain in his words. She reached out and took out the chocolate-flavored cake from the cake box. Then she put the spoon beside the cake and handed it to Xianxioqi with both hands. She smiled and said, "This cake is really delicious. I've always liked to eat cakes from this shop. I just ate 2 pieces in the shop. You just sent me a message and asked me to buy something. You must like the cakes from this shop as much as I do. So I bought you a vanilla and chocolate-flavored cake. Try it quickly." Xianxioqi's eyes darkened. He asked her to buy something and send it over. She bought him a cake? Did he say that he wanted to eat cake? Oh, she was eating cake at that time. So he also wanted to eat cake? What kind of logic was this? Xianxia finally noticed that something was wrong with Xianxioqi. His eyes were a little cold. It seemed that he wasn't very happy. She asked tentatively, "What's wrong with you?" Xianxioqi was so angry that he almost laughed. He snorted and said, "Did you say that?" Looking at his cold eyes, Xianxia suddenly understood something. She said weakly, "Don't you like to eat cake?" Xianxioqi looked at her and didn't say anything. However, Xianxia felt that Xianxioqi was a little strange. In the original book, it didn't say that Xianxioqi didn't like to eat cake or that he had any taboos about it. But now wasn't the time to think about this. She blinked and said, "Well, I bought these cakes for myself. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you." "No, you can eat it yourself." Xianxioqi was no longer in the mood. He turned to look at the computer and went to work. Xianxia pursed her lips. She thought that it was fine if he didn't want to eat it. This cake cost dozens of yuan. She simply picked up the cake and turned to sit on the sofa next to her to eat it. It was so delicious, Xianxia narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. She looked very sweet and cute. It was fragrant and soft. It was sweet but not greasy. After eating it, she still wanted to eat more. By the time Xianxia came back to her senses, Xianxioqi had already sat down next to her, and he was very close to her. Their legs were touching, and their hands were touching. They were almost glued together. Xianxia felt that he was too close to her, and the two of them were a little uncomfortable together. She wanted to move to the side, but the next second, Xianxioqi seemed to have noticed her intention. He reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, and a pair of deep eyes stared at her. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia asked. Meeting his scrutinizing eyes, Suyaya's fragile little heart quickly jumped up. Xianxia was the person she needed to curry favor with so that she could leave a good impression on him, so that she could have a good result when they divorced in the future. Therefore, if he didn't want her to do something that would make him unhappy, she should take the initiative not to do it. Thinking of this, Suyaya gave up and obediently let him hug her, leaning in his arms like a kitten. Xianxia reached out and took the vanilla cake beside him. He put it in front of Suyaya, raised his chin slightly, and motioned for Suyaya to feed him the cake. Suyaya was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. Just now, he was still complaining about the cake she bought and showing a sour face to her. Now, he was asking her to feed him the cake. His change was too fast. Who said that women were fickle? In fact, men were fickle too. Although Suyaya was madly complaining in her heart about Xianxia's changing attitude, she still didn't show it on her face. She obediently picked up the spoon and scooped a piece of cake to Xianxia's mouth. "Eat, eat. It's really delicious," Suyaya said with a smile. Although he took the initiative to ask for it, Suyaya still decided to cooperate with him and let him feel happy. Xianxia took a bite of the cake. It was sweet but not greasy. It was indeed not bad. In the past, An Yutong liked to eat cakes, especially chocolate cakes. She could eat 2 pieces at a time and was very happy. He couldn't understand what was so good about such a sweet thing. Every time she asked him to eat it, he wouldn't eat it. He also didn't feel the need to taste it. So when Suyaya bought the cake and brought it over, from the bottom of his heart, he disliked it. But later, when he saw her eating the cake so happily, with her sweet smile and cute little dimples on her cheeks, his heart swayed. Perhaps it was because she looked so delicious. After he tasted the taste of her lips, he had the idea of tasting it. Xianxia ate a few mouthfuls of the cake. It tasted really good. Unknowingly, he finished the whole cake. "It's delicious, right?" Suyaya looked at him with a smile, her sparkling eyes sparkling. Eating sweets could make people feel happy. Perhaps it was because of this effect, Xianxia was in a very good mood now. He reached out to pinch Suyaya's white and tender cheek and said, "Not bad. Not bad. I said it was delicious." He. Suyaya automatically interpreted the words, "not bad" as not bad, very delicious. In her opinion, for someone like Xianxia to say such words, it was already not bad. After eating the cake, Xianxia sat for a little while and went back to work. Suyaya had nothing to do. She didn't dare to disturb Xianxia's work. She quietly sat on the sofa and played with her Weibo, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible. Suyaya browsed Weibo for a while and accidentally clicked on the Weibo of a fashion blogger, who had just updated a group of photos. "Fashion Mimi V, beautiful young lady I met on the road today. Photo. JPG, photo. JPG, photo. JPG, photo. JPG. Suyaya didn't know this fashion blogger, but she knew the person in the photos she updated. That person was not someone else, but herself. It turned out that she was photographed when she was in the shopping mall just now, and the photos were posted on Weibo. Suyaya slightly pouted her red lips. She thought that no one would take photos of her, who had only starred in a lukewarm web drama and was only the second female lead, because she was an internet celebrity with 180 celebrities. So when she was shopping, she didn't think of wearing sunglasses and a hat. She didn't think of doing that at all. Fortunately, this body was naturally beautiful and attractive. Even if she had only put on some light makeup and went shopping casually, the blogger still took photos of her and made her look very beautiful. The 4 photos uploaded were all natural and beautiful. They were really 360-degree photos with no blind spots. They were even better than some celebrities' meticulously edited photos. Of course, the blogger couldn't have edited her photos. She didn't even edit the photos. She just took the photos and posted them directly on Weibo. The photos were very beautiful. Suyaya was very happy. She didn't expect that she would be photographed by others and look so good. The fashion blogger who posted Suyaya's photos wasn't particularly famous. She only had close to 1 million followers on Weibo. Previously, her Weibo posts didn't receive many retweets and comments. However, after she posted these few photos of Xianxia, the comments under the post skyrocketed. Moreover, most of the comments were about how beautiful this young lady was and how she was really good-looking. Until a netizen named I Love Little Piggy commented, "I love Little Piggy, this young lady looks a little familiar. Why do I feel like she's the second female lead in the web drama Marry After Spoiling? Slight love, I think so too. Happiness, One Proud Life, above. Marry After Spoiling, second female lead. JPG smiling so you can't see my eyes." After comparison, the photo above and the beautiful young lady posted by the blogger are the same person. A dreaming dog, wow, this young lady is so beautiful. Is Marry After Spoiling good? If it's good, I'll watch it. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Peiyun heard Xianxia's calm reply. It was only a simple I got it. Zhou Peiyun wondered why Xianxia's reaction was so calm today. She was not as noisy as she used to be. Shouldn't she be very happy about this? Could it be that she had become a kept woman by Xianxia? However, she did not think too much about it. She was also very busy and had other work to do. She did not have much time to waste on these things. She continued to arrange the following matters and said, "Come to the company tomorrow morning. I have an advertisement that is very suitable for you. You can take a look at it first." Advertisement? She wanted to shoot an advertisement? Zhou Peiyun was still nagging on the other end of the phone. Xianxia did not have time to think too much about it. She agreed. Okay then. I will wait for you at the company tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Zhou Peiyun hung up the phone after she finished talking. When the light on the phone screen went off, Xianxia held the phone and rested her forehead on it. She thought of what Zhou Peiyun had said to her and the corners of her mouth curled up. She revealed a happy smile. Hee. Good things never stopped, she was too happy. When Xianxia was young, she had also dreamed of being a star. When she was in her teens, she saw those stars on TV who were so glamorous and beautiful. She also hoped that one day she could become as beautiful as those stars. She wanted to be beautiful every day. She wanted to shoot advertisements, film on TV, and appear on variety shows. She wanted to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars a year. She wanted to enjoy an exquisite life that ordinary people could not enjoy. She wanted to eat delicious food that ordinary people could not eat. She wanted to buy branded clothes, bags, and cars. She wanted to live in a 3-story house with a garden. Her parents, who had worked hard all their lives, could also enjoy a good life. However, the reality was very harsh. She could even have a beautiful dream. However, she would wake up in the blink of an eye. She still had to work from 8 to 6 every day. She could only earn enough money to live on in a month. Not only did she have to work hard, but she also had to be scolded by her leader. She did not have much money to give her parents when she went home for the new year. At this moment, Xianxia was in a wonderful mood. She had never thought that she would transmigrate into a book after sleeping for a while. Then, she would transmigrate into a rich madam and become the rich person she had always dreamed of. Now, Xianxia pampered her and fulfilled all her beautiful fantasies of a rich family. Although the position of rich lady would be replaced in the future, she would be kicked out at any time. Fortunately, she had another identity. Well, she had only acted in one web drama so far, so it was a bit of a stretch to call her an actress. Fortunately, she was already a beginner, and this could be considered her childhood dream of becoming a celebrity. Thinking about it, as long as she worked hard, there would be a day when she would be able to turn from a 180th to a small celebrity. When that time came, she would be able to earn enough money for herself. She was now completely dependent on Xianxia to live a rich and idle life. But after all, she would be kicked out in the future. Should she leave a way out for herself? Not offending Xianxia and in Yutong was the first priority. In addition, she could also work hard to act and become a big star. She could earn more money and create a better life for herself in the future. Even if she went back to the countryside to farm, raise chickens, ducks, fish, and open a farmhouse in the future, she could choose a better place with mountains and rivers on one side, right? What's more, these two goals did not conflict with each other. They could be done together. Well, let's do it. Xianxia, who was born optimistic, quickly made up her mind. When Xianxia returned to Xianxia's office in a happy mood, Xianxia was almost done with the work at hand. He saw her walk in with a smile on her face. She looked very happy. He asked, "Why did Zhou Peiyun look for you?" "She asked me to go to the company at 10 o'clock tomorrow. She said that she accepted an advertisement for me. She asked me to go and take a look." Xianxia was happy. She did not intend to hide it from Xianxia. He would find out about the advertisement sooner or later. She might as well tell him the truth. When Xianxia heard this, he glared at her and said, "You want to shoot an advertisement?" Xianxia paused for a moment when she heard that. She rolled her eyes and something exploded in her mind. She quickly went up to him and hugged his arm. She looked at him with a smile and said, "You have an advertisement for me to shoot?" "No." Xianxia rejected her without hesitation. Xianxia pouted unhappily and continued, "The Xin Corporation is a big company. They have so many subsidiary companies and are involved in so many businesses, such as real estate, online gaming, entertainment, clothing, and so on. It seems that they are hiring celebrities to shoot advertisements every season. How can there be no advertisements?" "You're not one of those celebrities," Xianxia said expressionlessly. Xianxia frowned. Could this person not speak so harshly? She admitted that she was not a big celebrity now, but she was still an internet celebrity. Didn't he see that there were people taking street photos of her today? Didn't he see that she was going to be a hot topic soon? Didn't he see that she had a new advertisement to shoot soon? If this continued, she would become a big celebrity soon. In the future, even if the Xin Corporation begged her to shoot advertisements, she would refuse. Humph, Xianxia glanced at her and guessed what she was thinking from the dissatisfaction written on her face. He said lightly, "You're my wife, Mrs. Xin." Even if it was a contract marriage, she was still his wife and had the identity of Mrs. Xin. Even if it was not made public and not many people knew about it, there was no doubt about it. Even those so-called big celebrities could not compare. Xianxia blinked and blinked again. She suddenly understood what he meant. She smiled and pounced forward. She kissed Xianxia's right cheek and looked up at him. "Hubby, you're so naughty. You're teasing me on purpose." Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He scratched her cheek with his right hand and said ambiguously, "What do you think?" Xianxia giggled and hugged him without letting go. "You're teasing me. I know. I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as you." Xianxia pinched her cheek again and the smile on his face deepened. Xianxia got up, washed up, put on makeup, and drove out. She took the script and contract for the second female lead role that Xianxia had given her and went to the company to look for her agent, Zhou Peiyun. The entertainment company she was in was called Starlight Entertainment. It was a relatively small entertainment company, and this year was just the 5th year of its establishment. The competition in the entertainment industry was also quite fierce. Various entertainment companies, film and television studios emerged one after another. Low-tier internet celebrities and actors often gathered together. Often, there were hundreds of people competing for a supporting role in a web drama. Starlight Entertainment was a small entertainment company with limited resources. It was not easy for it to persist for 5 years under such fierce competition. It was also Starlight Entertainment's luck that was bursting. 2 years ago, Starlight Entertainment was already on the verge of collapsing. Who knew that their manager, Brother Wang, would pick up a beautiful young man from the streets? Brother Wang tidied up the beautiful young man and used his connections to send him to participate in a web drama. After that, the web drama actually exploded in popularity. Even the beautiful young man who played the second male lead in the web drama exploded in popularity. Suddenly, he jumped up and became popular. After becoming a popular and beautiful young man, he naturally became Starlight Entertainment's big brother. It was also at that time that Su Chaoran took on several TV series and commercials in a year. He even won the Newcomer Award and earned a lot of money for Starlight Entertainment. At the same time, he also brought a few of Starlight Entertainment's small-time actors into the 18th tier, helping Starlight Entertainment survive that difficult period. Half a year ago, Xianxia signed with Starlight Entertainment. She was considered a newcomer in the company. So far, she had only acted in one web drama that was not very popular. She was the second female lead who fought with the female lead for the male lead role. Her character was not very good. If it were not for the photos that were taken by chance and posted online yesterday, the netizens' comments were not bad, and Zhang Peiyun took advantage of the opportunity to manipulate her. She would not even have this small wave of popularity. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia arrived at the company on time. As soon as she walked through the entrance of the company, she saw a group of people striding out of the elevator. The person walking at the front was about 183 meters tall. He was dressed in gray casual clothes. He was tall and had long legs that seemed to glow. He was eye-catching at a glance. He wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered half of his face. His lips were tightly pursed and he looked very cool. Xianxia recognized him. He was the most popular male lead in Starlight Entertainment, Su Chaoran, who had recently acted in a big production movie. Su Chaoran walked past Xianxia without looking sideways. He seemed to have brought a gust of wind with him. When the fans waiting outside the company saw Su Chaoran walk out, they screamed excitedly. Their voices were so loud that it almost pierced Xianxia's eardrums. Xianxia looked towards the entrance. There were too many fans surrounding him. Su Chaoran was blocked and almost couldn't get out. It was the security guards who escorted him forward and sent him safely to the nanny van. Are you envious? If you are envious, then work hard. When you become famous, you will also have so many people supporting and protecting you and countless fans chasing after you. Zhou Peiyun came out of nowhere and stood beside Xianxia and said faintly. There was no one who did not want to be famous after entering the entertainment industry. Those who set up a calm and aloof persona were just people who did not have the ability to become famous. Those who had the ability to become famous and wanted to become famous could not be truly calm and aloof. Most of the time, they were just calm in front of others. Behind the scenes, for an advertisement or a role, they would break their heads in all kinds of ways. In Zhou Peiyun's opinion, Xianxia was actually a good seedling. She was beautiful and had a little talent in acting. She also had Xianxia behind her. If she worked a little harder, she might become famous one day. However, this girl had a bad habit, which was that she was a little lazy and liked to be picky. The jobs that were arranged for her before, she either disliked them or disliked them. She would rather run to Xianxia and have sex with him than accept jobs. It was as if she believed that with Xianxia as her backing, she could sit back and relax. She did not put Zhou Peiyun, her agent, in her eyes. Zhou Peiyun had arranged jobs for her several times, but she was always rejected, which was quite infuriating. At first, Zhou Peiyun was angry because Xianxia did not work. Who knew that the next day, Xianxia came over to remind her, saying that if Xianxia wanted to work, she could work. If she did not want to work, she could not work. It was fine as long as she was happy. Well, the big boss had said that it was fine as long as Xianxia was happy. What else could Zhou Peiyun say? She was just a small agent, and her words carried little weight. She could only listen to him. Of course, she could only turn a blind eye and pretend that she did not know anything. She did not care about Xianxia's matters and let her do whatever she wanted. Fortunately, it was not completely impossible for this girl to rise up. Her beauty was her killer weapon. She could let fashion bloggers take photos of her and post them on Weibo when she went out shopping. It attracted so many people's attention. Zhou Peiyun pushed the boat with the current and gave her a hot search. Although it was only at the tail end of the hot search, it still had an effect. At the very least, it brought about a wave of popularity. What were celebrities most afraid of? They were most afraid of not being popular. Whether they were really popular or not, they had to be popular first before resources came to them. Just as Zhou Peiyun was thinking about this, Xianxia turned her head and smiled at her. She said sweetly, "Sister Zhou, I was just about to look for you. I have something important to tell you." Zhou Peiyun raised her eyebrows slightly. What important thing could she have to tell her? Could it be that she wanted to say that she was tired and did not want to take the job? It was not easy for her to get the resources for that advertisement. If she did not want to shoot it, then she would give the resources to someone else. Anyway, she had other people working for her. Of course, in the future, she would not be so nosy as to arrange work for her. She would let her fend for herself. What do you want to tell me? Zhou Peiyun asked as she looked at her with her arms crossed. This was the company's lobby. From time to time, staff members would come in and out. Xianxia looked around. When no one was looking, she moved closer to Zhou Peiyun and said in a low voice, Sister Zhou, Mr. Shen arranged a second female role for me in a TV drama. Zhou Peiyun's eyes lit up when she heard this. This news was really unexpected. She thought that Xianxia wanted to be lazy and not work. She did not expect that she would bring her such a big surprise. She quickly grabbed her arm and said quickly, let's go upstairs to the office to talk. Xianxia hurriedly said, oh. That's right. Work matters should be discussed in the office. Besides, her role as the second female lead was too light. It wouldn't be good if others found out. She obediently followed Zhou Peiyun into the elevator. In the elevator, Zhou Peiyun pressed the button for the 5th floor with one hand. She did not let go of Xianxia's hand. It was rare for her to be so enthusiastic. Xianxia looked at her hand holding hers and stood quietly by the side with her bag. Her eyes were fixed on the floor number until it reached the 5th floor. After a ding, the elevator door opened. Zhou Peiyun still did not let go of Xianxia's hand. She pulled her directly to the office. Zhou Peiyun's office was at the end of the corridor. She pulled Xianxia through the corridor to the door. She took out her key and opened the door. She pulled Xianxia in and closed the door. She even locked it from the inside. Only then did she turn to look at Xianxia. She looked at Yaya with a gaze that Xianxia had never seen before. She was puzzled about Xianxia. Could it be that this girl had finally been enlightened? Did she not think that love was the most important thing? Did she want to work? Or did Mr. Shen not want her anymore? Was this a breakup gift from Mr. Shen? But that could not be right. Mr. Shen was such a generous person. He would not just give her a second female role in a TV drama. Could there be other reasons? Tell me, what is going on? Did Mr. Shen really give you a second female role in a TV drama? Zhou Peiyun asked. Xianxia did not know that Zhou Peiyun was imagining so much. She nodded and took out the contract from her bag. She handed it to Zhou Peiyun and said, Sister Zhou, this is the contract. I just got it this morning. You know that I don't know much about these things. Can you help me take a look? Zhou Peiyun glanced at her and took the contract. She looked down at the name of the TV drama written on the cover and was stunned. Its director Zhou Tongguang's prosperity falls beyond the walls of the palace. It's a drama about palace fighting? She quickly flipped open the contract and looked at it. It was really director Zhou Tongguang's drama. Director Zhou Tongguang was good at filming historical dramas. The dramas he filmed all had a basic rating. In short, as long as one acted in his drama, it would generally not be a flop. And this TV series, The Palace Has Fallen Willows, is also one of the TV series that Xianxia Entertainment has invested in this year. In order to win a role in this TV series, all the people from all walks of life have put their hands on it, each showing their magical abilities, and they only need to break their heads. According to Zhou Peiyun's knowledge, the female lead of this drama had been decided for Best Actress Chen Yan at the 100 Flowers Awards. The male lead had not been decided yet. She heard that there were 2 candidates for the male lead. One of them was Su Chaoran from Starlight Entertainment. The other was a popular young actor, Yan Junyi. Both of them had their own unique characteristics. Their acting was not bad and they both had a chance to get the male lead. With such a good combination, Zhou Peiyun seriously doubted how Yaya had gotten the role. She looked at Xianxia and asked, why did Mr. Shen give you the second female lead in this drama? When Zhou Peiyun saw the name flashing on Xianxia's phone screen, she realized that her guess was wrong. Xianxia and Xianxia's current relationship was really as good as she said. Xianxia smiled and said to Zhou Peiyun, Sister Zhou, I'm going to take a call first. After saying that, she took her phone to the side to make a call. Xianxia's pleasant voice came from the phone, where are you? I'm at the company. Xianxia replied, I'm discussing work with Sister Zhou. There's an advertisement for me to shoot. Xianxia remembered now. Yes, you told me about this yesterday. Yes. Xianxia wondered why he called her now and asked curiously, aren't you busy now? How do you have time to call me? Xianxia said, here's the thing. I have to go to S City on a business trip and will come back the night after tomorrow. Is there anything you want? I'll bring it back for you. There was no woman who didn't like to buy things. Xianxia used to bring gifts for Xianxia when he came back from business trips. After a few times, it became a habit. Every time he went on a business trip, he would ask Xianxia what she wanted, and he would buy it for her. Xianxia thought for a moment. She had everything she needed, and Xianxia had just given her a platinum card. If she needed anything, she could go to the mall to buy it. For the time being, there was nothing for him to bring back. She said very obediently, I don't want anything. I just want you to come back as soon as possible. Is there really nothing for me to buy for you? Xianxia was very generous to Xianxia. Since he met her and pursued her, he had never been stingy to buy her what she wanted. First, he was rich enough and didn't care about that small amount of money. Second, Xianxia really suited his taste. It didn't matter if he spoiled his own woman. And every time Xianxia didn't hesitate to ask Xianxia for anything she wanted. Whether it was limited edition bags, cosmetics, jewelry, she asked for a lot of expensive things from him. Therefore, Xianxia had a certain understanding of her. He wondered why she didn't want anything this time. It was really not her usual style. Xianxia also knew the relationship between the original owner and Xianxia. She smiled and said, you've given me so many things. I really don't want anything for the time being. After thinking for a while, she added, if there's really something I want, it's that I hope you can go there safely and come back smoothly. I'll wait for you at home. Xianxia on the other side of the phone was stunned. He and Yaya had known each other for a long time, but it was the first time he heard her say such words to him. A strange feeling climbed up his heart. It was warm and very considerate, which made him feel very comfortable. Okay. Xianxia's laughter came from the phone. He said, I'll finish my work as soon as possible and come back early. You have to be good at home, okay? Was he coaxing her like a child? I know. Xianxia responded obediently. Xianxia then said a few more words to her before hanging up the phone. After Xianxia finished the phone call, she turned around and saw Zhou Peiyun leaning on the table, looking at her with a smile. Her eyes were gentle and kind as if she was looking at a relative. Sister Zhou, don't look at me like that, okay? Xianxia was really frightened by her eyes. She was really afraid that she had done something wrong. Just now, it was Mr. Shen on the phone. Look at you and him sticking together like glue. The relationship between the two of you is very good. Zhou Peiyun was really satisfied with Xianxia's performance. She had never been as satisfied as she was today. No wonder it was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. She and Xianxia hadn't seen each other for more than half a month, and Xianxia's brain was enlightened. Zhou Peiyun was very worried about her before. Thinking about her lazy personality, if Mr. Shen didn't want her one day, she was afraid that it would be too late for her to cry. Xianxia didn't know what Zhou Peiyun was thinking. When she heard Zhou Peiyun say that she and Xianxia had a good relationship, she couldn't help but laugh. Her pair of beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she said sweetly, our relationship is very good. He also gave me a platinum card and told me to use it as I wish. Just now, he asked me if I wanted a gift. I thought that he had already given me so much. In the morning, he gave me a second female lead role, so I was really embarrassed to ask him for anything, he. Zhou Peiyun looked at her silly smile and wanted to take back her thoughts just now. She thought that Xianxia's brain was enlightened, but it turned out that her ambition was only so big. Zhou Peiyun really wondered if she had made a mistake when she was choosing people. After the silly smile, Xianxia finally remembered her business here. She looked at Zhou Peiyun eagerly and said, Sister Zhou, it's okay for me to sign the second female lead contract, right? You know that I don't know much about these things. Can you help me refer to it? Although Xianxia had a dream of being a star, she had never been in the entertainment circle, so she didn't know about these contracts and terms. Although the original Xianxia had entered the entertainment circle, she had only acted in one web drama. After that, she didn't work seriously. Every day, she was wholeheartedly dating with Xianxia. Her mind was not on business, so naturally, she didn't know about these terms and conditions. However, Xianxia felt that Zhou Peiyun was her agent and a professional in this field. She would definitely let her handle this problem. In fact, as Xianxia thought, after Zhou Peiyun read the contract and some parts of the script, she said to Xianxia with certainty, "This role was given to you by Mr. Shen. There is no problem with the contract, and the drama itself is very reliable. If you can act with director Zhou Tongguang and get his guidance, it will be a good opportunity for you. You don't have to think about it, just sign it directly." "Well, since Sister Zhou said so, I will sign the contract." Xianxia was very obedient. She did whatever Zhou Peiyun said. Zhou Peiyun looked at her and shook her head slightly. She said with concern, "You probably don't know how many people are fighting to be in this drama, even if it's just a supporting role. But you got the second female lead so easily. I don't know how many people will be jealous of you. So it's better for you to keep a low profile for the time being. Don't let outsiders know, or you will be hated." I know. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Sometimes, when a person got something good, it was easy to attract the envy and jealousy of others. It was just like working in the company. She had clearly relied on her own efforts to get the bonus, but the people around her would still be very jealous. They would congratulate her face to face and ask her to treat them to a meal, but behind her back, they would say bad things about her. She had experienced it firsthand and understood this principle very well, so she would never show off this matter. After telling Xianxia, Zhou Peiyun was still worried and reminded her of some other things. She especially emphasized, director Zhou Tongguang has high expectations for actors, especially their acting skills. If they don't act well, they will be scolded to tears. So, your acting skills are definitely not good enough in front of director Zhou Tongguang. You'd better study the script these days and come to the company to take acting classes when you are free. Otherwise, you will be scolded to tears by director Zhou Tongguang. Director Zhou Tongguang is actually so fierce? Xianxia stuck out her tongue, feeling a little scared. Yes, so you have to work hard. Zhou Peiyun said. Xianxia thought about it. Since she had decided to be a star, she had to work hard to make money. It was necessary to improve her acting skills. Since director Zhou Tongguang had high expectations, she would listen to Zhou Peiyun and learn well. Anyway, it was always good for her to learn more skills. She nodded and said, "Sister Zhou, don't worry. From tomorrow onwards, I will come to the company to take acting classes every day. I will not be absent." "I'm relieved that you think so." After hearing her words, Zhou Peiyun felt relieved. Regardless of how much of a headache Xianxia had caused her in the past, she was still an artiste under her management. Moreover, Xianxia now had Mr. Shen's support. If Xianxia did well, it would be good for her too. After all, artistes and managers were complementary. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She didn't know the man in front of her. The original owner should have known him, but she didn't have any deep memories of him. She looked at the man's eyes in a daze, and guessed that she didn't recognize him. The corner of her mouth bent, and she chuckled and said, "I'm Wang. Wenhao, do you remember?" Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. "You've changed so much. I almost don't recognize you." She was just saying it casually. She couldn't recognize him because he had changed so much. She was just trying to cover up her embarrassment. Wang Wenhao's mouth twitched. "I've always been like this. You just didn't take me seriously." That was awkward. Zhou Peiyun saw the situation and quickly tried to smooth things over. She smiled and said, "Hello, President Wang. I'm Yaya's manager. So you and Yaya know each other. If I had known, I would have brought her here earlier. Were you high school classmates?" Wang Wenhao replied faintly, "Elementary school classmates." "Ha ha ha." Xianxia glanced at him and complained in her heart. Elementary school classmates? He and the original owner hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. As a transmigrator, it would be strange if she could recognize him at first glance. Zhou Peiyun only felt a little awkward for a moment. Then, she immediately displayed her manager's eloquence. Since CEO Wang and Yaya are good classmates, then I must ask CEO Wang to take care of me. Good classmates. They weren't elementary school classmates. They had deepened their friendship. Very good, very good. Wang Wenhao glanced at her and then looked at Su Yaya. He knew that Yaya had entered the entertainment industry and his company had an advertisement to shoot. It was obvious why they were here today. However, he pretended not to know and asked, "Why are you here today?" Zhou Peiyun smiled and said, "We're here today to sign an advertisement contract with your company." Oh, Wang Wenhao replied indifferently. He turned his head and glanced at the assistant next to him. The assistant understood and quickly said, "Vice President Huang is in charge of this matter." Wang Wenhao nodded, indicating that he understood. The elevator arrived and the door opened. Su Yaya and Zhou Peiyun walked out. Wang Wenhao wanted to go up to the third floor, but he followed them out. Su Yaya tilted her head and looked at him. Wang Wenhao met her gaze and his phoenix eyes flashed a glimmer of light. He grinned and said, "You guys are signing the contract. I'll go take a look too. After all, this concerns my company's performance." It was his company. They had no right to say no. Su Yaya was just a little worried. He didn't recognize Wang Wenhao just now. This kid wouldn't take revenge on him, right? However, she only thought about it in her heart and did not show it on her face. Zhou Peiyun, who was next to her, reacted first. She pulled her and gave her a look. Su Yaya was not stupid. She understood what Zhou Peiyun meant. She quickly followed Zhou Peiyun's instructions and smiled at Wang Wenhao. "Old classmate, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me." After all, they were classmates. Although she didn't recognize him before, he didn't have to deliberately stop her when they were about to sign the contract. That was too unkind. After all, he was still a man. Sure. Wang Wenhao's reply was straightforward. They quickly walked to Vice President Huang's office. The secretary saw Wang Wenhao and quickly came forward to greet him. Wang Wenhao said, "I heard that you're signing the advertisement contract today, so I came to take a look." The secretary nodded. Yes, yes. He had already recognized Zhou Peiyun. A few days ago, this manager drank a lot with Vice President Huang and the others in order to get the advertisement contract. However, he did not expect her to come with Vice President Wang today. It seemed that they knew each other and were very familiar with each other. If he had known about their relationship, Vice President Huang would not have tortured her like that. Moreover, Vice President Huang had asked her to bring him over for a look today. In fact, he had other plans. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that Vice President Huang's plan was going to fall through. Is Vice President Huang in the office? Wang Wenhao asked the secretary. Although the secretary knew some things, she did not dare to pretend in front of Wang Wenhao. She quickly said, "He's inside." "Then I'll go in and look for him," Wang Wenhao said to the secretary. He turned to Su Yaya and Zhou Peiyun and said, "Come with me." Then, Wang Wenhao walked forward and knocked on Vice President Huang's office door. Vice President Huang was making a phone call in his office. When he heard the knock on the door, he did not immediately let anyone in. Instead, he gently coaxed his lover on the other end of the phone until he promised to buy her the gift she wanted. After coaxing his lover to be happy, he happily hung up the phone. He looked up at the office door and frowned as he called for someone to come in. Originally, Zhou Peiyun was also going to eat with them. Unexpectedly, Zhou Peiyun received a phone call on the way. It was her artist, little Xian, who had some problems. She had to rush back to the company to have a look. In the end, only Wang Wenhao and Su Yaya went to eat with them. Wang Wenhao took Su Yaya to a private restaurant. It was located in an inconspicuous alley in the bustling city. The decoration was antique. The tables, chairs, stools, and tea bowls were all imitations of ancient styles. The dishes in this private restaurant are very delicious. I've been here several times. Yaya, you'll know when you try it. You'll definitely like the taste here. The owner of the private restaurant obviously knew Wang Wenhao. As soon as Wang Wenhao led them into the private restaurant, the owner warmly welcomed them. He greeted Wang Wenhao with a smile and led them to the private room at the back. When they sat down in the private room, the owner asked the waiter to serve tea and asked Wang Wenhao what they wanted to eat. Wang Wenhao handed the menu to Su Yaya and asked for her opinion. Yaya, what do you want to eat? Order by yourself. Su Yaya took the menu and glanced at it. She was immediately shocked by the price on the menu. This was not eating at all. It was eating money. Look at the price. A piece of preserved bean curd water spinach costs 55 renminbi. You can buy a bunch of water spinach at the market with only 2 renminbi. And this steamed egg with minced meat cost 85 yuan. It was so expensive. Was this steamed egg a dragon egg? Or was this minced meat dragon meat? Su Yaya continued to flip through the menu. The prices of the dishes were even more expensive. She did not dare to order any of them. It was really beyond her usual understanding of the price of dishes. Just as she was silently criticizing the price of the private restaurant's dishes, she heard Wang Wenhao next to her say, "The dishes in this private restaurant taste good and the price is very reasonable. It's not expensive at all. You'll know it's worth it after you try it." Su Yaya glanced at him. How could he tell that she thought these dishes were very expensive? Did he have the ability to read minds? Of course, Wang Wenhao did not have the ability to read minds. He just saw that Su Yaya did not order the dishes. He thought that she thought these dishes were not good. The price was so cheap that she did not like them, so he said that. Su Yaya obviously misunderstood what he meant, but since she was already sitting there, it was not convenient to order. So, she ordered 2 of her favorite dishes that were slightly cheaper. Okay. Su Yaya put the menu back. That's it? Wang Wenhao looked at her. You can order whatever you like? It's okay to order a little more. Su Yaya smiled. I want to maintain my figure. You're not fat, you're not fat. You're so thin, you should eat more. I have to shoot a commercial tomorrow, and I have to eat so much milk candy. My weight will definitely go up. In order to look good on camera, I need to control myself. Su Yaya found a very suitable reason. That was the truth. As a celebrity, she had to work hard to maintain a good figure to look good on camera. Wang Wenhao expressed his understanding and did not force Su Yaya. He ordered a few more dishes and handed the list to the waiter. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Wang Wenhao and Su Yaya talked about their elementary school days. In elementary school, you were the literature committee member in our class. You were also the prettiest girl. You were good at singing and dancing. Everyone liked you. I sat behind you at that time. Every day, I would look at you with my high ponytail and pull your hair when I was naughty. Do you still remember? Su Yaya was speechless. To be honest, she did not remember. The original owner of her body did not seem to have left her with any memories of this. For someone as beautiful as the original owner of her body, there were many people who liked her in school. Some naughty boys wanted to attract her attention by pulling her hair, teasing her, deliberately playing pranks on her, or trying to please her by buying her things. These things definitely happened often. There were too many people who were good to her, so she did not remember everyone. Obviously, Wang Wenhao was one of the people she did not remember. Wang Wenhao saw that she did not respond and was a little disappointed. So you don't remember? My memory isn't very good. Su Yaya immediately found such an excuse. You also know that it's been almost 10 years. That's right. After all, I transferred to another school in the first semester of the 6th grade. After being separated for so many years, it's normal that you don't remember. Wang Wenhao tried to regain some face. The dishes were quickly served. Su Yaya looked at the dishes on the table. They were all her favorite dishes. She could not help but be stunned. These are all your favorite dishes. Eat more. Wang Wenhao said. Meeting Wang Wenhao's gaze, Su Yaya was a little flustered. She remembered that she only ordered 2 dishes. The other dishes were all ordered by Wang Wenhao. This meant that Wang Wenhao even knew what she liked to eat. This person was too good at flirting. If this man really only treated her as an elementary school classmate, why would he say such specious words? Why would he order all her favorite dishes? This was too flirtatious. She did not know what his motive was. Because she was suspicious of Wang Wenhao, Xianxia did not feel at ease eating. Facing so many of her favorite dishes, her mouth did not taste the same. She only ate a little bit of each dish. Then she used the excuse that she wanted to maintain her figure and did not use it. Wang Wenhao saw that she did not eat. He also did not have the appetite to continue eating. He also put down his bowl and chopsticks. Xianxia saw this and hurriedly said, "Eat it yourself. You ordered so many dishes. It would be a waste if you don't eat." "I'm not eating because I want to lose weight. Spending so much money just to eat so little. What a waste," Wang Wenhao laughed. "It doesn't matter. I've already eaten here a few times. If I can't eat, then I won't eat." Well, the thoughts of the rich. Since he had already said so, Xianxia could not say anything else. "I want to go back." Xianxia felt a little awkward with Wang Wenhao. The main reason was that this person seemed to have other intentions towards her. It was just that he did not say it out loud, so she did not want to think too much about it. It was even more inappropriate to say anything to him. It was safer to stay far away from him. She knew that some men naturally liked to flirt with women. Maybe he just wanted to tease her, but she didn't want to play with him. After all, she was someone with a husband now, even if it was a contract marriage. Xianxia rested at home for a day to prepare for the Tafiacito commercial that was going to be shot tomorrow. She didn't have much experience in shooting before. In order to learn more, she searched online for Tafiacito commercials, jelly commercials, chocolate commercials, cake commercials, in short, as long as it was a food commercial, and watched them all. She also carefully analyzed their movements, expressions, and eyes, and then learned to imitate them. She was really good at imitating them. Her eyes, movements, and expressions were almost the same as others after imitating them a few times. She even had more highlights than other people's commercials. She also magically found that she seemed to have a talent for acting. As long as she did it a few times, she could perfectly express it. She could also add her own understanding to it. She knew that this was not her own talent. This was probably an instinct left by the original owner. The original owner was able to enter the entertainment industry. In addition to being beautiful, she also had a certain talent for acting. Otherwise, she was an unknown newcomer at that time. Under such fierce competition, if she didn't have a certain acting ability, she probably wouldn't have been able to get the second female lead role in the web drama Pampered and Married. With the original owner's acting talent as a foundation, Xianxia herself also worked very hard. After a day of learning and thinking, she probably had a certain understanding and preparation for the shooting of the Tafiacito commercial tomorrow. As long as the shooting went smoothly, she should be able to complete the shooting task quickly. The shooting time of the commercial was set at 10:00 the next morning. Zhou Peiyun came to pick her up at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then drove her to the studio. When they arrived, it was not even 10 o'clock. The other staff were setting up the venue. Zhou Peiyun took Xianxia to see the photographer, and then saw that Vice President Huang was also there. When Vice President Huang saw them arrive, he raised his hand and looked at the time. He said with a fake smile, "You are quite punctual." "Of course, I should be on time for work," Xianxia replied, indicating that she was still very serious and responsible for her work. She had always been such a person. She worked hard to do her every job well, and would never cheat. When Vice President Huang heard her words, he smiled faintly. Did he cheat or not? Will she do her job well? He would know in a while. After greeting Vice President Huang and the photographer, Zhou Peiyun took Xianxia to the dressing room for makeup. Xianxia's skin was very good. It was white and tender, moist and smooth. It was as delicate as a baby's skin. There were no blemishes at all. When the makeup artist saw her skin, she couldn't stop praising it. "Miss Su's skin is so good. I can't even see your pores. It's so delicate and smooth. It's really enviable. How do you usually take care of your skin?" Xianxia giggled. Does natural beauty count? What she said was the truth. Her body was naturally beautiful. Although the original owner had spent a lot of money to maintain her body, her foundation was very good. That was why she could maintain her skin as white and smooth as a baby's. However, when the makeup artist heard this, she didn't think so. She felt that she was overflowing with confidence. However, her skin was indeed very good, which was the basis of her arrogance and confidence. No one could refute her words. The makeup artist felt that this girl was straightforward and cute. Was it good or bad to be in the entertainment industry with such a personality? The makeup was done very quickly, and the next step was to shoot. However, the staff ran over to inform Xianxia that there was a problem in the studio. Some of the equipment had suddenly broken, and they had to rush to buy a new one. They could only wait for a while. Xianxia thought that it was not easy for the staff. Everyone was doing it for work. She was only shooting this advertisement today. There was nothing else to do urgently. She could wait for a while. She said to the staff, "You can go do your work. Don't worry about me. It's okay for me to wait for a while." "Thank you, thank you." The staff repeatedly thanked her and left. The makeup artist still had other work to do. She also packed her makeup box and went out. Only Xianxia was left in the dressing room. The matter with the artist, little Xian, had not been settled yet. Zhou Peiyun had just received a call. It was a little urgent, so she told her and rushed to see little Xian. Xianxia sat alone in the dressing room. She took out her phone to play games. She had eaten a fruit candy yesterday and played dozens of levels in one night. Of course, the later levels became more difficult. It was not so easy to clear the levels. She was now stuck at level 72 and was trying to figure out how to clear it. Time flew by while playing games. Before she knew it, almost 2 hours had passed. She didn't feel that she had waited for long. The time on her phone showed that it was already 1 in the afternoon. Xianxia had the habit of taking afternoon naps. At 1 in the afternoon, she couldn't help but yawn. But when she saw that it was so late, why hadn't the staff come to call her to shoot? She put her phone away, stood up and walked out of the dressing room. She planned to ask the staff what was going on. There was no one in the corridor. It was very quiet. Xianxia passed by a lounge and heard someone talking inside. She couldn't help but stop and was about to knock on the door to ask about the situation. Just as she raised her head, she heard Vice President Huang's voice from inside. "That Xianxia doesn't know the rules at all. Today, I'll let her see who's the one in charge." Then, another male voice said, "It doesn't seem right to let her wait in the dressing room like this. It's almost 1 o'clock. If we don't arrange for the shoot, I'm afraid it will take until night time. It's good to shoot until night time." Vice President Huang said obscenely, "Let her accompany us for supper at night. After supper, we'll go to the hotel to get a room. She has such a curvy figure, such a thin waist, such a round butt, and such a seductive look in her eyes. At first glance, I can tell that she knows how to serve people. Yesterday, she accompanied Wang Wenhao. Today, she should accompany me." Xianxia stood outside the door and heard Vice President Huang's words clearly. Holding the phone in her hand, she looked down at the phone screen. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she raised her hand to knock on the door of the lounge. "Who is it?" Xianxia stood outside the door and didn't say anything. She knocked on the door again. The two people in the lounge waited for a while, but there was no response. They looked at each other, and Vice President Huang gave the man next to him a look. The man nodded and walked forward to open the door. Outside the door, Xianxia held the phone in her hand and leaned against the door. She smiled mockingly at the two men inside. Her finger tapped on the phone screen, and the words that Vice President Huang said just now were played from the phone's recording. "It's good to shoot until night time. When night time comes, let her accompany us for supper. After supper, we'll go to the hotel to get a room." Xianxia did not reply, and his phone was turned off when she called. Xianxia curled her lips and had to give up. After driving home, Xianxia put the magazines she bought and the milk candy Wang Wenhao gave her on the table. Then, he sorted out the food and necessities that he had bought and put them away. She put what should be in the fridge, and put what should be in the kitchen. After she finished all this, she heard the sound of the phone ringing from her bag. She opened her bag and took out her phone. When she saw Xianxia's name on the screen, she quickly swiped the answer button and picked up the phone. "Hubby." She called him sweetly and smoothly. Obviously, she had completely adapted to calling Xianxia this way. This probably had something to do with her good acting skills. Xianxia said on the phone, "I just got off the plane. I will be home in half an hour." Xianxia was surprised when she heard this. "How can you be so fast? Didn't you say that you would be back at night?" She thought that he would be back at least at 9 o'clock in the evening. "It's already night." Xianxia laughed. "It's already past 7 o'clock in the evening." Well, past 7 o'clock in the evening was still night. Xianxia was indeed right. "Did the shooting of the advertisement go smoothly today?" Xianxia asked. "It went quite well," Xianxia replied. She did not intend to tell him about Vice President Huang. Anyway, the shooting of the advertisement had been finished and the matter had been resolved. They would not meet again in the future. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The two of them spoke a few more words. When they were talking on the phone, Xianxia said, "I received your message." "Okay." Xianxia chuckled. "I'm hanging up." Xianxia blinked. Why did he hang up so quickly? Looking at the black screen of her phone, her lips curled into a smile. During the shooting of the advertisement in the afternoon, Xianxia ate too much milk candy. Her stomach was sick and she only wanted to drink some porridge. She put down her phone and walked into the kitchen. She took out the rice she bought and scooped half a bowl of rice. Then she took some broken corn kernels and mixed them together. She put them in a basin and washed them clean. She put them in a pot and added a lot of water. She turned the fire to a moderate temperature and cooked a pot of corn porridge. While cooking the porridge, she also marinated a cucumber. She sprinkled some salt on it. She didn't eat spicy. She made a plate. If she were to eat alone, this would be enough. Cucumber salad with corn porridge was delicious. It was just that Xianxia was coming back in a while. At this time, he definitely hadn't eaten anything. At most, he had eaten a little in-flight meal. However, Xianxia had a picky appetite. How could he like something as disgusting as in-flight meals? He probably hadn't eaten much. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided to stir-fry meat with green pepper. She took out the green pepper she bought today from the fridge. She removed the seeds, washed it, and cut it into shreds. Then she took a small piece of lean meat she bought today, washed it, and cut it into shreds. She turned on the fire and heated the spicy pot. She poured a little oil and waited for the oil to heat up. Then she put ginger and garlic into it and stir-fried it until it was fragrant. She then put in the lean meat and stir-fried it together until the meat changed color. Then she put in the shredded green pepper and stir-fried it together for a minute or two. She put in the soy sauce and chicken essence for seasoning. A plate of delicious shredded green pepper and meat was ready. Xianxia returned home and changed his shoes. The first thing he saw was the magazine on the table. The cover of the magazine was him, dressed in a decent gray suit, sitting on a black leather sofa and chatting with the host. He looked like a typical elite. This was an exclusive interview done by the financial magazine last week. He accepted 1 or 2 interviews like this every month. Every time, the questions were similar. He could recite them backwards. However, he was surprised that Xianxia would buy the magazine back. He was also a little happy. He thought of how well-behaved she was these days. She tried to please him every day. She probably really loved him. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Not everyone was as good as him. His line of sight shifted to the side. There were 2 boxes of milk candy. They weren't from a famous brand, but they looked very tempting. According to his usual habits, he didn't like to eat this kind of sweet food. But today, he didn't know what possessed him. He actually opened one of the boxes and took out a piece of milk candy and put it in his mouth. The milk flavor and sweetness were just right. It left a fragrance on his teeth and cheeks. Xianxia came out of the kitchen with corn porridge and cucumber salad. She saw Xianxia standing at the table eating the second milk candy. "You are back." Xianxia didn't expect that he would be caught stealing a candy. He muttered in his heart, but he pretended to be serious and said expressionlessly, "Well, I just got off the plane. I'm a little hungry." She knew that he must not have eaten anything. That was why he was so hungry and ate the milk candy. Xianxia expressed her understanding. Come and eat if you are hungry. I cooked corn porridge and made cucumber salad and green pepper stir-fried shredded pork. Xianxia said, I think the taste should be very good. The yellow and white corn porridge and the green cucumber salad greatly increased people's appetite at first sight. Xianxia felt that his mouth was secreting saliva. In Xianxia's impression, Xianxia had never cooked. When she said that she wanted to cook, he thought she was just saying it casually. He even doubted whether the food she made was edible. However, judging from the corn porridge and cucumber salad on the table, the appearance and color were good. He just did not know how it tasted. He decided to give it a try. Xianxia went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of corn porridge and green pepper shredded pork. Ah ha ha ha, what a big diamond necklace. In the middle was a teardrop-shaped main diamond. Along the main diamond there were layers of thin diamonds, which gradually extended out to form the two chains of the necklace. It was hanging on Xianxia's neck. It was big and shiny, so bright that it could blind people's eyes. Xianxia had lived for 2 lives, but she had never owned such a beautiful diamond necklace. Suddenly, there was such an expensive diamond necklace hanging on her neck, which really made her surprised and happy. She even felt a little nervous. It was too expensive. Do you like it? Xianxia's low and pleasant voice came from behind. It was like the sound of a cello, with a little hoarseness in the morning. It was like a hook, which made people's hearts tremble when they heard it. I like it. Xianxia quickly turned around, with pink hearts in her eyes. She was in a very good mood. Although she had been bullied a little by Xianxia last night, anyone who got up in the morning and got a valuable diamond necklace would be in a very good mood. She looked at Xianxia with a smile and said sweetly, Honey, you are so nice. I love you so much. Her worship and praise made Xianxia very happy. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he looked very comfortable. He touched her head with his big hand, as if he was petting a puppy. Xianxia touched the diamond necklace under her neck. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't put it down. It was shining brightly, reflecting her smiling face. She lay on Xianxia's chest and asked curiously, Honey, how much is this diamond necklace? Hearing her ask about the price, Xianxia was a little stunned. It was not that he hadn't sent valuable things to Xianxia before, but Xianxia had accepted them and had never asked about the price. This time, he didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually wanted to ask about the price? Had she become a money grubber? But it seemed that she hadn't. When he asked her if she wanted a gift before, she said no. She said that she had everything and didn't lack anything. He wanted to buy this necklace for her because he thought it was beautiful. She didn't know that he had bought this necklace in advance. So, she only asked because she wanted to know the price. He glanced at her, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Speaking of it, she had changed a little these days. She had never cooked before, but yesterday she had even cooked dinner. Unexpectedly, the food tasted very delicious. In the past, she had never looked at the price when she bought things. As long as she liked it, she would buy it. And she had bought a dress, 580 yuan. What was even stranger was that in the past, she only wanted to stay at home. She said that work was too tiring and she didn't want to work so hard. She only wanted to live a rich and leisurely life. Every day, she would sleep until she woke up naturally. Shopping was her greatest pleasure. Now, she actually wanted to go to work. Not only did she ask him for a second female lead role, but she also took on an advertisement. She only earned 350,000 yuan and happily called him to ask for praise. Compared to before, she seemed to be a different person. Did something happen to her? Xianxia felt uncomfortable under Xianxia's gaze. She pursed her lips. Why are you looking at me like that? How have you been these days? Did anything happen? Xianxia looked at her. If the face in front of him wasn't the same as the original face and the body that he was familiar with, he would really suspect that she was a different person. Xianxia paused. She thought that he might have found something. But what could he find? She was a soul transmigrator. Her body was still the original body. It would be strange if he could see the difference. At most, he would feel that her personality was different from the previous host. But according to the character of the previous host, she might not be able to hold on until the female lead came back. She would kill herself. So she wanted to change. But she couldn't tell Xianxia this. She could only find another way to persuade him. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I've been fine these days. Nothing happened." "Why do you ask?" Xianxia looked at her a few more times. Other than her behavior sometimes being a little different, everything else was the same as before. So he was probably overthinking it. He reached out his hand to touch her hair and said with a smile, "I just feel that you seem to have become a little different recently." Sure enough, it was the same as what she guessed. Xianxia had already thought of an excuse. Like a kitten, she rubbed against Xianxia's chest and said carefully to please Xianxia, "That's because I'm married to you. I can't be as capricious as before. You are so excellent. I have to work hard to be an excellent person to be worthy of you." Any man would feel very proud and comfortable when he heard such words. Xianxia was no exception. Even if the two of them were only married by agreement, people like Xianxia still hoped that his wife was good enough to be worthy of him. Then he would have more face when he brought her out. Like Xianxia before, she could only be a mistress at most. This was one of the reasons why he didn't announce his marriage with Xianxia. He was willing to spoil her and coax her now because she was indeed in line with his heart. But he couldn't ask for more. Xianxia said that she was willing to work hard to change and become better for him. This greatly satisfied his vanity as a man and made him accept her words very well. "If you think it's too hard, you don't have to work so hard. Just rest at home like before." Xianxia patted her back and coaxed her. Xianxia thought that she didn't think it was hard. She was taking advantage of the opportunity that he was still good to her to please him and build a good relationship with him. At the same time, she was working hard to get more resources and earn more money. When they divorced in the future, her life wouldn't be too bad. With enough money, she would go back to the countryside to farm and open a farmhouse. Her life would be very leisurely. The two of them had different thoughts and goals, but neither of them spoke out. There was a wonderful sense of harmony. "I'm hungry. Go and make me something to eat." Last night, Xianxia ate the food that Xianxia cooked and felt that it tasted very good. Now, he still had some aftertaste and wanted to eat the food that she cooked. Before this, he deeply doubted whether Xianxia's food could be eaten. Who knew that it would change so quickly? It was really a slap in the face. Her sugar daddy, Xianxia, had just given her such a big diamond necklace. Xianxia was very happy. Of course, she wouldn't offend her sugar daddy. Naturally, she would do whatever he said. When he said that he wanted to eat, she quickly got up and tidied up. She endured the pain in her back and went to cook for him. Xianxia went to the kitchen and looked at the vegetables that she bought yesterday. There were tomatoes, eggs, pork, eggplants, etc. She decided to make a tomato egg soup, a farmhouse stir-fried meat, and an eggplant salad. She took a bowl of rice and washed it with water. She poured it into the rice cooker and mixed it with water that was more than the depth of a palm. Then, she turned on the electricity and steamed the rice. She cut the meat into small pieces and prepared the green peppers. She was ready to cook the farmhouse stir-fried meat. An eggplant was cut into 2 pieces and steamed in the pot. Later, she would make a dipping sauce and it could be dipped in it. She peeled the tomatoes and cut them into pieces. Then, she took 2 eggs and beat them in a bowl. She used chopsticks to stir clockwise until the egg yolks were scattered. Xianxia's movements were swift. 2 dishes and a soup were quickly prepared. The rice was also steamed. She brought the dishes to the table and took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. She scooped out the rice and brought it out. Xianxia just finished tidying up and came downstairs. She smiled and greeted him, "It's time to eat." Xianxia walked over with his long legs. Seeing the food on the table, he praised, "It looks very good. It tastes even better." Xianxia was very confident in her culinary skills. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed it to him, "Try it." Xianxia took the chopsticks and sat down next to her. He first tasted a mouthful of the farmhouse stir-fried meat. It was really delicious. It was as if there was magic. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop. In the end, he couldn't control himself and finished 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup. 2/3 of the dishes were also in his stomach. After that, he rubbed his slightly bloated stomach and thought regretfully. If he continued eating like this, his six-pack would be gone in a few days. He would have to go to the gym more diligently. Sigh, how sad. Anyway, Xianxia had a lot of time. The performance training class was scheduled at 2:30 in the afternoon. She had nothing to do in the morning, so she read the script at home and made notes according to her own understanding. At 11 o'clock, she went to the kitchen to cook 3 dishes and a soup. Then she put the food in a lunchbox and drove to Xianxia's company. After Xianxia arrived, she called Xianxia first and told him that she had arrived. Xianxia told her on the phone that he had already called the front desk. She could go to the front desk in the lobby and take the elevator directly. Okay, I see. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia got out of the car with the lunchbox and walked all the way to Xianxia's company. In front of the front desk in the lobby, a slim, fashionable woman with heavy makeup was talking to the front desk staff. I'm looking for Brother Xiaoqi. Can you open the elevator door for me? Hirue looked at Anyuding and said formally, I'm sorry, missin. You don't have an appointment, so I can't let you go up. Then you can call Brother Xiaoqi. If he knows that I'm here, he will let me go up. Anyuding said arrogantly. Hirue looked at her and saw her fierce eyes. Thinking of the gossip she had heard in the company, she had to call the president's office. Xianxia just walked to the front desk with the lunchbox. When she was about to tell the staff that she was here to send the lunch to Xianxia, she was recognized by Anyuding. She immediately stared at her fiercely and asked rudely, Xianxia, what are you doing here? Anyuding's information automatically appeared in Xianxia's mind. She was the sister of the heroine, Anyutong. She was 2 years younger than Anyutong, but she didn't look like Anyutong at all. She didn't even look like Anyutong. Anyuding liked Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't like her. He liked her sister, Anyutong. She thought that she would have a chance when Anyutong went abroad, but she still didn't have a chance. When she knew that Xianxia, a famous internet celebrity, was Xianxia's lover, she disliked Xianxia. Every time she saw her, she would mock her. Even after the original owner was unlucky, she didn't forget to add insult to injury. Anyuding didn't like Xianxia, and Xianxia also disliked Anyuding. When she was reading the novel, she disliked Anyuding very much. She didn't have a good family background, appearance, or character. Everything depended on her sister, Anyutong, but she was always arrogant and looked down on others. She had a bad temper. And there was another thing that Xianxia disliked. Anyuding seduced Xianxia behind her sister, Anyutong. Even in the second half of the novel, when Xianxia and Anyutong were married, she still went to Anyutong's house when Anyutong wasn't at home. After taking a shower, she put on a transparent silk pajamas and tried to seduce Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't care about her seduction at all. In the end, he dealt with her coldly and mercilessly. Xianxia hated this kind of person who was eager to be a mistress, especially when the person who wanted to be a mistress was her own sister. Xianxia despised her even more. Anyuding's attitude towards her was extremely bad, but she was too lazy to talk to her. She didn't even want to talk to her, so she ignored her and pretended not to hear her. At this time, Li Lan, the staff at the front desk, recognized Xianxia. She had the experience of being slapped in the face before, so she didn't dare to neglect this time. She said with a smile, Miss Su, Mr. Shen has already told you. Come with me, I'll open the elevator for you. Thank you. Xianxia thanked her with a smile. She took the lunchbox and was about to follow her. Don't go. Seeing that she was about to leave, Anyuding angrily grabbed her and fiercely refused to let her go. She asked Li Lan, you don't allow me to go up. Why can she go up? Mr. Shen has already told her before, bullshit. Anyuding looked down on Xianxia from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Xianxia was just an internet celebrity who was supported by Xianxia. Maybe one day she would be dumped by Xianxia. How could Xianxia compare with her? She couldn't believe that Xianxia could go up before her. Li Lan had to explain, it's true. If Mr. Shen didn't agree, how could I dare to let her go up? Of course, and Yuding knew that it was true. Otherwise, the staff at the front desk wouldn't be so polite to Xianxia. She just couldn't accept it. When she came to find Xianxia, she needed the staff at the front desk to call the president's office and get permission to go up. But Xianxia had been told in advance by Xianxia that the treatment between them was very different. She couldn't accept it in her heart, so she held Xianxia and didn't let her go. Fortunately, Hirue had finished the call and got permission from Assistant Chen. She said to Yuding, "Assistant Chen said you can go up." Hearing this, Yuding raised her chin proudly. She knew that Xianxia wouldn't refuse to see her because she was Yutong's sister. So, Yuding and Xianxia took the elevator together. Yuding glanced at the lunch box in her hand and sneered, "Can the food you send be eaten? Do you know how picky Brother Shochi is? Do you know what Brother Shochi likes to eat? I'm afraid that the food you send will not be eaten even if you feed it to a dog." "I'm sorry, he likes to eat the food I cook." Xianxia replied expressionlessly. She felt very funny. Maybe she didn't know that the dog she was talking about was Xianxia, a human-shaped wolf dog. When he bullied people, he was fierce and ruthless. After being refuted, Yuding was very angry. She immediately became a chicken with hair standing on end. "Why are you pretending in front of me? Don't think that you can become a phoenix by following Brother Shochi. You're just a plaything raised by Brother Shochi. You may be dumped one day. You'll suffer in the future." Xianxia looked indifferent. She wasn't angry at her words at all. She softly said, as an answer. Of course, she knew that she was just a plaything. That was how it was written in the original novel. She was also very self-aware. She didn't have any big thoughts and wouldn't have those unrealistic dreams. She just wanted to take advantage of the current situation and strive to build a good relationship with Xianxia. If she could get more resources, she would get more resources. When the time came for the divorce, she would get more money. Then, she would quickly get out of here. Her goal was clear and very straightforward. And Yuding saw that she didn't care at all and became even angrier. She thought bitterly in her heart, she must be pretending, absolutely. When Xianxia heard Yuding mention the past, a trace of inexplicable irritation rose in his heart, and a touch of darkness flashed across his handsome face. Yuding looked at his face and didn't see his displeasure. She decided to strike while the iron was hot and said coquettishly, "Brother Shochi, what do you say? Just give me the second female lead role. I'll call my sister tonight, and I'll tell her about it then." What she said didn't sound like much, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. It was fine if he agreed, but what if he didn't agree? She said that she would tell her sister about this. Wasn't she threatening him to tell her sister about it? How could Xianxia be someone who would be threatened? Even if he really liked Yutong, Yuding didn't have the right to threaten him. He looked at her coldly and said, "That role has already been chosen and the contract has been signed. If you want other roles, I'll arrange them for you. This role won't do." Brother Shochi, Yuding wanted to fight for it, but Xianxia had already stood up and asked her to leave. "I have something to do later. I'll ask Assistant Chen to send you out." After saying that, he walked out without even looking at Yuding. Yuding sat on the chair in a daze. It took her a long time to react. Brother Shochi didn't even want to give face to her sister. She liked the second female lead role so much, but he still refused to give it to her. She felt sad and sad. She suddenly thought of Xianxia, who delivered food to Xianxia. That B***TCH looked very much like her sister. It must be her. She must have bewitched Brother Shochi. That B***TCH. She must tell her sister about it. She wouldn't let Xianxia off. Xianxia walked to the door of the office and recalled what Yuding had said to him in the reception room. He frowned in annoyance, pulled his tie, put his hand on the door handle, and pushed the door open. Xianxia was sitting on the sofa and browsing Weibo when she heard the noise coming from the door. She put down her phone and looked up. A sweet smile appeared on her face and her voice was crisp and pleasant. "Honey, you're back." Xianxia looked at her smiling face, curved eyebrows, and two cute little dimples on her cheeks. Strangely, he felt the irritation in his heart calm down a little. "Darling, you must be hungry. Come and eat." I haven't eaten anything. Xianxia greeted him with a smile. She opened the lunchbox and laid out the dishes and chopsticks. Xianxia looked at her movements and remembered that he had teased her not to steal food before they went out. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are really obedient. Xianxia raised her head and looked at him innocently. Of course. You are my husband. Her words successfully pleased Xianxia, and he couldn't help but move his long legs. He walked a few steps forward and sat beside Xianxia in a comfortable mood. He reached out and patted her head. You're really a treasure. Xianxia smiled. She took it as a compliment. Time to eat. Xianxia handed the bowl and chopsticks to Xianxia. Xianxia took the bowl and chopsticks and said, let's eat together. Okay. Xianxia smiled sweetly and picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. The food was very delicious. The pickled cabbage and meat soup was very appetizing. The cucumber scrambled eggs were fresh and refreshing. The two of them ate happily together. Xianxia felt that with her by his side, eating the food she cooked, his heart was particularly comfortable. Sigh, it's just that I ate too much this time. I can't keep my six-pack. Xianxia felt inexplicably sad. After the meal, Xianxia tidied up the bowls and chopsticks and went to take out the dessert. She saw Xianxia looking at her with a complicated expression. She blinked and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at her accusingly. You are an artist. Why do you eat so much dessert? Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Xianxia giggled. As if to prove something, she took a spoon and scooped a mouthful of mango pudding into her mouth. She said contentedly, "It seems like my body was born to not get fat." What she said was true. She ate, drank, and slept well every day and occasionally exercised. However, when she weighed herself on the scale, she actually lost 2 pounds. At that time, when she saw the number on the scale, she was stunned. She thought that the scale was broken, so she went to other scales to weigh herself. It turned out that she had indeed lost weight. It was also because of this that she realized that her body was born to not get fat. Who wouldn't want such a body? She could eat all the food she wanted and didn't have to worry about getting fat. After she found out, she was so happy that she ate everything she wanted to eat. Xianxia listened to her and sighed deeply. He also didn't seem to get fat. Forget it, I'll arrange time to go to the gym. While Xianxia was thinking of going to the gym to exercise, Xianxia came over. She smiled and held an unopened mango pudding. She asked him, "Do you want some?" Xianxia glanced at her and then looked at the mango pudding in her hand. He originally wanted to refuse, but his hand couldn't help but take it. Anyway, he had already eaten so much. This pudding didn't make a difference. At worst, he could run on the treadmill for 2 more hours. After eating the pudding and resting for a while, Xianxia continued to work. Xianxia sat next to him and scrolled through Weibo. She received a call from Zhou Peiyun. Come to the company. What's the matter? She sounded a little anxious. Xianxia was overjoyed and obediently agreed, but she didn't forget to remind him with concern, you have to take care of yourself too. When Xianxia heard what she said, he smiled in satisfaction. He replied with an okay and hung up the phone. Xianxia put the phone away and felt a gaze on her. She followed the gaze and saw Zhou Peiyun looking at her with concern. Xianxia felt uncomfortable under her gaze. She gulped nervously and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Peiyun frowned and asked with concern, "Was it Mr. Shen who called you just now?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes." "What did he say?" Zhou Peiyun asked. Xianxia blinked. She felt that her question was a little strange, but she still answered truthfully, "He said he has something to do today and won't be home." "He didn't say where he's going?" Xianxia found it funny. She glanced at Zhou Peiyun and asked, "Why should I care what he's going to do?" She was just a supporting actress. Sooner or later, she would be kicked out of the house. If she cared about his business, would she be tired of living? She didn't want to ask him what he was going to do. She still wanted to keep her life. After the divorce, she would take the money back to the countryside and buy a small house to farm. She would raise chickens and ducks, plant flowers, and open a farmhouse. Are you stupid? Zhou Peiyun reached out and poked her forehead. Her gaze was like a knife. She said with disappointment, Mr. Shen is not an ordinary person. If you don't keep a close eye on him, what will you do if he has a new girl outside? You won't even have a place to cry. Xianxia pursed her lips. She thought to herself, he will have a new girl sooner or later. Oh, no, it's not a new girl. It's his female lead. She's just a supporting actress. How can I keep a close eye on him? How can I compare to his female lead? She didn't want to do something she shouldn't do. It would be best if it backfired. Forget it, Zhou Peiyun saw that she didn't speak and asked, what are you thinking about? Xianxia shook her head. Nothing. Zhou Peiyun was a little angry. Xianxia was a little lovey-dovey. When it came to relationships, she would be silly. Did she think that she could be together with Xianxia forever? She was so good at acting, so why was she so slow on this matter? Forget it. Seeing that she was an artist that she thought highly of, she should give her a few more pointers. She said to Xianxia, do you understand what I'm telling you? While he still likes you and is willing to pamper you, you should ask him for more resources. Don't waste this opportunity. When you're famous and successful, even if you don't follow him in the future, you won't have a bad life. Xianxia blinked her eyes and slowly said, oh. Seeing her like this, Zhou Peiyun sighed in her heart. She had said so much just now, but she didn't know if she actually listened to her. She might even think that she was a bad person. Xianxia was thinking about what Zhou Peiyun said. She knew that Zhou Peiyun was actually doing it for her own good. Although she was a little snobbish, she was sincerely thinking for her. She hoped that she could get more resources now and accumulate more connections. Even if she left Xianxia in the future, she would still have a good life. But there were some things that Zhou Peiyun didn't know, and it wasn't as simple as she thought. According to the content of the original novel, when the female lead and Yutong came back in the future, she would also enter the entertainment industry. At that time, Xianxia would do his best to support her. She would become a big star in film, television, and singing. And she, as a cannon fodder, would be suppressed until she had no place to survive. She wouldn't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. The connections she accumulated now would be useless. At that time, she could only go back to the countryside and farm. But she couldn't tell Zhou Peiyun about these things. She could only laugh at Zhou Peiyun. Zhou Peiyun sighed and said to her, forget it. Let's not talk about this. You go back and rest first. I will take you to the advertisement audition tomorrow morning. Another advertisement? She just shot an advertisement. Why did she have to shoot another advertisement? What advertisement? Zhou Peiyun raised her eyebrows. Do you know which company is advertising? K Company's new couples watch advertisement. Do you think anyone can shoot it? If you want to audition, you might not be selected. I fought hard to get an opportunity to audition. Do you want it? If not, I will give this opportunity to someone else. Yes. Xianxia quickly said, Sister Zhou, I will go to the audition with you tomorrow. What a joke. K Company's watches were so famous. If she could shoot their advertisement, she would make a lot of money. She had to work hard to save money now so that she could go back to the countryside and buy a small house in the future. That's more like it. Zhou Peiyun was finally satisfied. She told her, come to the company tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Don't be late. I know, Xianxia promised. Then Zhou Peiyun said to her, I heard that the male lead for this couple's watch advertisement has been confirmed to be the popular young actor, Yan Junyi. Now the main thing is to find a female lead. Yan Junyi's request is that they can't find someone more famous than him. Otherwise, they will steal his limelight. It's best to find a newcomer. K Company also hopes to find a beautiful newcomer. That's why they have this audition. Xianxia understood. She was a newcomer. She was also beautiful. She met the requirements for the audition. Therefore, she had to seize this opportunity. After you go back, you should learn more about K Company, Zhou Peiyun reminded her again. Okay. After talking to Zhou Peiyun, Suyaya left the company and went back first. Seeing that she didn't speak and was looking at him with a confused expression, Xianxia snorted coldly at her. He raised his hand to pull off the tie around his neck and strode towards her. Didn't you say that you weren't coming back today? Suyaya finally regained her senses and looked at Xianxia as she asked. Xianxia stood in front of the bed and stretched out his slender fingers to lift her chin and raise her head. His slightly narrowed eyes were filled with a dangerous glint. His thin lips parted slightly as he said, "If I didn't come back, what would you have done?" Meeting his dangerous gaze, Suyaya's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. Nervously, she clenched her hands into fists and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She said timidly, I don't want to do anything. Haha. It would be strange if he believed her. The corners of his lips curved upwards and he said with a faint smile, "Do you want to tear down the house?" This question was so scary. She felt that if she dared to answer yes, he would tear her apart. Suyaya was timid and couldn't help but tremble. Out of survival instinct, she hurriedly said, "Why would I? This is our house. I can't even cherish it enough, he. Xianxia said, "Oh." He deliberately dragged out the last word and even seemed to swirl it around the tip of his tongue. Suyaya's heart trembled when she heard this. She had a bad feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, she heard Xianxia ask, "Then who was the one who said that when the tiger wasn't at home, the monkey would be the king?" She knew that she couldn't avoid it. Aha! Suyaya whimpered in her heart. If she admitted this, she would be dead. She simply threw caution to the wind and rushed forward to hug Xianxia's waist with a strong desire to live. She looked at him with her big watery eyes and said pitifully, "I'm not. I didn't." "You heard wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances." Suyaya was very good at reading people's expressions. In the face of danger, she was instantly terrified and completely terrified. Anyway, she didn't care so much. As long as she could coax Xianxia, it would be fine. Who asked Xianxia to be the male lead in this novel? He was a domineering CEO and a sugar daddy. She really couldn't afford to offend him. Otherwise, her life, haha. Xianxia didn't expect that she would suddenly jump into his arms. She opened her arms and giving him a pitiful look like a little kitty's. With her zzzz. He did not expect Suyaya to back down so quickly. He thought that she would at least hold on a little longer. To be honest, this girl usually pretended to be so well behaved in front of him. When she sweetly called him husband, it was so smooth. She was so well behaved, delicate, soft, and adorable. His heart was about to melt. Who knew that after he wasn't at home for one night, she would start to stir up trouble? It was true that when he, the tiger, wasn't at home, this little monkey could turn the sky upside down. This was a scene he had never seen before. He couldn't help but think, which side of her was the real her? Was the one who was well-behaved and gentle in front of him the real her? Or was this wild girl who let herself loose and did whatever she wanted whenever he wasn't at home the real her? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that no matter which side of her was the real her, he would find it very cute and want to pamper and coax her. When this thought came out, he was shocked. He felt like he was a little bewitched. He didn't know if it was because he felt guilty or something else, but he glanced at Suyaya. When he saw her pink face, big watery eyes, and pitiful appearance, he couldn't even vent his anger. Forget it. Who asked her to be his woman? No matter which side of her was the real her, seeing that she had helped him so much before and had helped him smoothly inherit the 10 billion inheritance, he would be magnanimous and not bicker with her. When Suyaya heard him laugh, she knew that this matter was almost over. She admitted that she was very timid. Carefully looking at Xianxia's face, she still hugged him and didn't let go. Like a little kitten, she rubbed against his chest and said coquettishly, "Husband, didn't you say that you wouldn't come back tonight? Why did he come back again?" She was almost scared to death. Moreover, he had a straight face and looked very angry. As the male lead, the domineering CEO Xianxia was a little scary when he was angry. She had to coax him properly. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as she rubbed her head against his chest. He reached out to pinch her cheeks and said, "Are you hoping that I won't come back so that you can make a ruckus at home?" "When did I?" Suyaya didn't admit it. Seeing him stare at her, she blinked her big eyes and whispered, "At most, you just rolled around on the bed a few times." Xianxia, haha. He sneered. His sharp eyes swept across her face and said, "I'm tired." Suyaya immediately raised her right hand and said, "I'll go prepare a hot bath for you to relieve your tiredness." Proactive and obedient. Suyaya saw Yan Junyi's face clearly. He was indeed a very handsome man. It was no wonder that he could become a popular young man and be popular all over the country. But his appearance was not her cup of tea. She didn't like his type. She could only give him 80 points in her heart. Thinking of this, she shook her head and continued to scroll through her Weibo. Yan Junyi seemed to have been provoked by something. He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked in the direction of Suyaya in the next second. He's coming, he's coming. He's so handsome. He seems to be smiling. Is he smiling at me? The two girls behind Suyaya were so excited that they almost fainted. But their joy was theirs. It had nothing to do with Suyaya. She continued to scroll through her Weibo. She just saw a food blogger update some pictures of food. Those things looked delicious. She planned to go home and learn how to make them. Suyaya, who was immersed in studying food on Weibo, suddenly heard a low and pleasant male voice call her. She subconsciously raised her head and saw Yan Junyi's tall figure standing in front of her. He blocked most of the light in front of her. The sudden situation surprised Suyaya. She stared at the man in front of her. She didn't know how to react. She heard Yan Junyi chuckle and say, "You don't recognize me?" In fact, Suyaya really didn't know him. She was an imposter who had transmigrated before the main text of the novel. It would be strange if she knew him. Yan Junyi looked at her big watery eyes and didn't react for a long time. He knew that this girl didn't remember who he was. But he was used to this. She had always been like this. Since she was young, there were many people around her. There were many people who pursued her. There weren't many people who could make her remember. Yan Jun, do you remember? Yan Junyi and Suyaya looked at each other and pointed at himself. Suyaya looked at his appearance, trying hard to search for this person in the original owner's memory. In the end, she really did find a person called Yan Junichu. Suyaya was surprised. Why do you look different from when you were young? In the memory of the original owner, there was indeed a neighbor called Yan Jun when she was young. But in the memory of the original owner, Yan Jun was short and fat. But the Yan Junyi in front of her was tall and handsome. He was very different from the original owner's memory. Not to mention her, this fake, even if the real owner was here, if Yan Junyi didn't take the initiative to mention it, she probably wouldn't dare to recognize him. Yan Junyi also knew that he had changed a little compared to when he was a child. He smiled and said, "It's a little different. I haven't seen you since I moved when I was 10. I didn't expect that after so many years, you've become more beautiful than before." Suyaya was happy to be praised as beautiful. She smiled and said to Yan Junyi, "I remember when you were young, Shu." Yan Junyi quickly made a shushing gesture to her and slightly shook his head. Suyaya was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. This meant that he didn't want her to say it. After all, when he was young, his short and fat appearance ruined his image. Fortunately, after he was 7 or 8 years old, he began to lean and gradually lost weight. But now he was a popular young star, so these things needed to be paid attention to. With so many people watching, Suyaya naturally had to pay attention to this point. She couldn't reveal Yan Junyi's secret. She quickly raised her finger to make a shushing gesture. The two people looked at each other and smiled. They tacitly understood each other and talked about other topics. "Are you here for the audition?" "N. What's the date?" "My agent went to get me a number plate." Suyaya raised her hand and pointed to the front. Yan Junyi came over and whispered, "Do you need my help?" Suyaya was a little surprised and shook her head. Yan Junyi looked at her. He wasn't angry at being rejected. Instead, there was a smile on his face. "Brother Yan, it's getting late. The audition is about to start. Director Song asked you to go in quickly." A staff member came to remind Yan Junyi. Yanjuni had to say to Xianxia, "See you later." Xianxia tilted her head and thought for a moment. She had a rough idea, so she told Yanjuni about the plot she had come up with. Yanjuni nodded as he listened. He gave some suggestions accordingly, and the two of them quickly came up with a plan. "Director, we're ready," Xianxia said confidently. A confident girl. Was likable. Director Chu Jing waved his hand. "Then let's start the performance." One morning, Xianxia got out of bed and opened the curtains. She stood by the window and looked into the distance. A tall figure walked over from afar. He came to Xianxia's building and looked up at her with a bright smile on his face. Xianxia recognized him and ran downstairs as fast as she could. The door opened and she finally appeared. Yanjuni, who was standing at the door, brought out an exquisite box and handed it to her. She hesitated for a moment before taking the box. Under Yanjuni's gaze, she opened the box. Inside was a couple's watch. She liked it very much. A beautiful smile bloomed on her beautiful face and she happily jumped into Yanjuni's arms. After the performance, there was a round of applause in the meeting room. Director Chu Jing was very satisfied. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "You're very good at making use of resources. You're also very creative." "Not bad, not bad. Thank you." Xianxia smiled and bowed. The representative of House K was also very satisfied with her performance. He nodded slightly and already had a candidate in mind. "Go home first and wait for the notice. We'll let you know when there's a result," Director Chu Jing said to her. "Okay." Xianxia smiled and bowed to them before leaving. As soon as she walked out, she could clearly feel that the people around her were looking at her with scrutiny and unfriendliness. Xianxia also guessed what was going on. She had been in the audition for the longest time. Director Chu Jing and the rest were laughing happily. They even applauded her and Yanjuni's performance and praised her for her good performance. This was something that the people before her had never done. They must have thought that she had a high chance of success, so they were full of hostility towards her. In the face of competitors, regardless of whether she succeeded or not, she couldn't be weak. Xianxia straightened her back, held her head high, and walked forward step by step in her high heels. Zhou Peiyun came up to her and pulled her to sit down. She asked, "What do you think?" Xianxia made an okay gesture to her and said with a smile, "If nothing goes wrong, this advertisement should be mine." "Really?" "Really." Xianxia nodded. She was very confident about the result. The truth was just as Xianxia had said. With her in front, Director Chu Jing and the others felt that the auditions after her were boring. No one could compare to her. Number 18, Xianxia. Director Chu Jing made the final decision. The others had no objections. They all felt that Xianxia was the best. When the staff went out to announce the results, Zhou Peiyun was even more excited than Xianxia. She tugged at Xianxia and said, "You got the advertisement for House K? Let's go. We'll find someone to sign the contract first." Xianxia was still engrossed in her game. Her mind was completely focused on the game. "Don't pull me. Wait until I finish this round. If I die, I'll make you pay for it." Zhou Peiyun was speechless. Zhou Peiyun was speechless. She was Xianxia's manager. Every day, she worked herself to death trying to pull connections and find resources for her. When Xianxia passed the audition, she was happy for her and urged her to sign the contract for her own good. However, Xianxia didn't care and only focused on playing her game. She even said that if she died, she would make her pay for it. Pay for it? She was really promising. Did she really think that she couldn't deal with her? "Sue, I'm done. Let's go." Just as Zhou Peiyun was about to teach Xianxia a lesson, Xianxia suddenly stood up and waved the screen of her phone in front of Zhou Peiyun. She indicated that the game was over and they could go sign the contract. Zhou Peiyun was halfway through her sentence when Xianxia interrupted her. She couldn't help burping. Xianxia was already walking forward. When she realized that Zhou Peiyun wasn't following her, she turned back to look at her with a surprised expression. "Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to sign the contract?" This person. She was clearly the one who didn't want to go. "I'm going." Of course I'm going. Zhou Peiyun gritted her teeth and said, I spent so much effort to get the advertisement for House K's couple watch. How can I not go? That's right. Let's go. Suyaya said before she turned around and strode forward. His warm breath blew on the side of Suyaya's face, making her shiver. She said coquettishly, stop fooling around. Xianxia chuckled and kissed her cheek again. Then he pulled her to sit on the sofa next to him and asked her, did the audition go well today? Suyaya nodded quickly. It went very well. I got the advertisement for the watch from the K family. There was a bright smile on her beautiful face. She looked up at Xianxia and asked for praise. Well, not bad. Xianxia praised her and reached out to rub her hair. He, Suyaya was very happy. She rubbed herself against Xianxia's body and struck while the iron was hot. Although I got the K family's watch advertisement, you have to keep your word this morning that you will give me an advertisement resource. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. Xianxia's heart softened, and he said dotingly, okay, I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you. I'll get someone to make the arrangements. Yes. Suyaya smiled and nodded. Thank you, husband. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Suyaya happily handed the bowl and chopsticks to Xianxia and said, let's eat. Xianxia glanced at the dishes on the table. They were all his favorite dishes. He took the chopsticks from Suyaya and started eating. Suyaya was also hungry. She used the chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork rib. It tasted very good. She couldn't help but think of the recipe of spicy and salt pork rib uploaded by the food blogger on Weibo this morning. She smiled and said to Xianxia, I saw a food blogger make spicy and salt pork rib today. It looks delicious. I will try it when I go back. Xianxia glanced at her and remembered that she was really good at cooking. He said, let me try it when you are done. Of course. Suyaya said, if I don't let you try it, who will? Xianxia liked hearing this. Even the food in front of him, which was not made by Suyaya, seemed to be more delicious. After dinner, Suyaya took out the durian box and gave one to Xianxia. Maybe it was because of Suyaya, Xianxia didn't like to eat these things before, but now he would eat some. It's delicious, isn't it? Suyaya smiled and said, eating sweets makes people feel better. Xianxia felt that he was indeed in a good mood. He nodded and said, it's all right. Suyaya smiled. She took a spoon and dug a big piece of durian into her mouth. It was so delicious. Xianxia reached out and pinched her cheek. He said, I think your face seems to have put on some weight. You seem to have put on some weight. What? Suyaya hurriedly slapped his hand away. She was about to look for a mirror in her bag. Xianxia smiled proudly. If you continue to eat like this, you will definitely put on weight. I will feed you until you become fat and you will become a big fatty. Women were most afraid of hearing you have put on weight or you have put on weight. Suyaya was no exception. She stared at Xianxia and replied angrily, you are the one who is fat. You are the one who is putting on weight. Your whole family is putting on weight. Although she strongly condemned Xianxia, it was true that she had been eating a little too much recently. She really couldn't eat like this anymore. Otherwise, if she really put on weight, it would be a waste of her current good figure. When she went back home today, she would run on the treadmill for 2 hours. No, 3 hours, Xianxia pulled her. She didn't want to talk to him. He smiled and coaxed her. Are you angry? Of course I am angry. Suyaya rebuked him. Do you know that women are most afraid of hearing people say that they have put on weight? I don't want to put on weight. Although it was possible for her body to not put on weight, she was still afraid. Every woman was afraid of putting on weight. Yes. Xianxia held her in his arms. He pinched her arms and her waist. He said seriously, actually, I think you are too thin. It hurts to hold you. No, I am just right. Suyaya said firmly. Don't try to coax me. Xianxia hugged her and laughed softly. If I fatten you up, you can only belong to me. Tisk, Suyaya really wanted to roll her eyes. These words sounded so good. She didn't know where this overbearing CEO learned them from. If she really became a big fatty, she might be kicked out of the house even faster. Although she wanted to divorce him and leave with alimony, she didn't want to become a big fatty. It wasn't easy to have a good figure. It took a lot of effort to maintain it. She wouldn't fall for his trick. And Yuding's car stopped outside the Shin's group. And Yuding tried to call Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't answer. She had to change her strategy. She picked up the mirror from her bag and checked her makeup. After making sure there was nothing wrong with her makeup, she opened the door and got out of the car. And Yuding walked into the Shin's group with her bag and went to the front desk to find Lilan. Her attitude was still as arrogant as before. I want to see Brother Shochi. Call the president's office. His commanding tone made people feel uncomfortable hearing it. Her attitude was so bad. Compared with Suyaya's good attitude before, Lilan suddenly felt that Suyaya was actually quite good, at least better than this in Yuding in front of her. Lilan showed a professional smile on her face and said in a businesslike manner, "Missin, do you have an appointment?" Hearing this, and Yuding's face darkened. She was already in a bad mood, and now she was even more annoyed. She pointed at Lilan and said, "I told you to call the president's office. Are you deaf? Don't you understand human language?" She didn't look good, nor was she beautiful. She was always arrogant and bossy. Did she really think she was a rich young lady? Lilan didn't want to call her. And Yuding impatiently urged her. She looked at the president's exclusive elevator and couldn't wait to go up. Coincidentally, the elevator door opened at this time. And Yuding was overjoyed. She quickly walked up and saw Assistant Chen coming out of the elevator. Assistant Chen. And Yuding called him with a smile. Her attitude towards him was completely different from her attitude towards Lilan. She changed her attitude quickly, as if she was acting. Miss and Assistant Chen stopped. He didn't expect her to appear here. And Yuding didn't care so much at the moment. She was anxious to see Xianxia. She said quickly, "Assistant Chen, I have something urgent to see Brother Shochi. Can you let me go up?" Assistant Chen hesitated. And Yuding's mind raced. She lowered her voice and said, "It's about my sister. Brother Shochi will definitely want to know." As Xianxia's assistant, Assistant Chen had worked for Xianxia for several years. He had witnessed the love entanglement between Xianxia and An Yutong with his own eyes. He knew how much Xianxia liked An Yutong. Therefore, he was very concerned about anything related to An Yutong, fearing that he would not do a good job. Thinking of this, Assistant Chen made a decision on her own. She told An Yuding to follow her and led her to the elevator. She swiped her card and opened the elevator door for An Yuding to go straight to the 26th floor. When An Yuding reached the 26th floor, she walked out of the elevator and went straight to Xianxia's office. She didn't even knock on the door before she barged in. "Brother Shochi, I have something important to tell you." At this time, Xianxia was having a video conference with the people of the overseas branch. When he saw An Yuding barging in without warning, his handsome face suddenly darkened. He quickly said a few words to the people on the other side of the video conference. They agreed that the discussion would end here and the other matters would be discussed at night. Then, he hurriedly ended the video conference. Xianxia turned off the computer with a snap. And Yuding looked at his action and her heart skipped a beat. "Who let you in?" His voice was cold and his whole body was exuding a cold aura. His gaze was like a knife shooting at An Yuding. It was the first time An Yuding had seen him so angry. His face was dark and gloomy. It was very scary. She swallowed nervously and said, I came up by myself?" Xianxia snorted coldly and his face became even scarier. "You came up by yourself?" "Yes, I met Assistant Chen downstairs. Assistant Chen asked me to come up." At this time, An Yuding didn't dare to talk about anything else and said honestly. Xianxia snorted. An Yuding carefully looked at his face and showed a pitiful expression. She softly begged, "Brother Shochi, I really have something urgent to talk to you about. Don't be angry. What do you want? Say it quickly." At this moment, Xianxia just wanted to send her away quickly. The video that she interrupted just now was very important. He didn't have time to talk to her. Seeing that, he softened his tone, and Yuding immediately stepped forward and asked, "Brother Shochi, why did you give the role of the second female lead to Xianxia in The Palace Has Fallen Willows? I hate her very much. My sister also hates her very much." In the lounge, Xianxia was sleeping soundly. In her dream, countless Grandpa Mao dollars fell from the sky and piled up on her small bed. She was so happy that she rolled on the bed, from left to right, and from right to left. She was so happy that she was about to go crazy. Suddenly, a sharp female voice went through her eardrums and shouted, "I hate Xianxia." In her sleep, Xianxia heard the voice full of disgust and hostility toward her. She woke up with a start. Outside the lounge, Yuding was crying and making noise. Her voice was so loud that Xianxia, who was in the lounge, heard it. "Brother Shochi, what's so good about Xianxia? Is her acting better than me? Is she more famous than me? She's just an internet celebrity who can't be seen in public. Why can she play the second female lead but I can't? You know that I like that role so much. Why did you treat me like that?" In the lounge, Xianxia heard Yuding crying and complaining. After thinking for a while, she figured out what was going on. Yuding was dissatisfied that she got the second female lead in The Palace Has Fallen Willows, so she came to Xianxia to cry and make noise. Thinking of this, Xianxia only felt that she was going to be a tragedy. She might not be able to keep her second female lead role. According to the plot of the original novel, when Yuding hadn't seduced Xianxia in the early stage, Xianxia had been taking care of Yuding because of Yutong. Whatever role she wanted to play, Xianxia would try his best to arrange it for her. Therefore, she had a smooth career in the entertainment circle and participated in a lot of big and small productions. However, because she had a bad temper and was arrogant, she thought that she had Xianxia behind her and didn't put others in her eyes. In addition, her acting skills were terrible. Therefore, she didn't become popular and had been a mediocre 18th-tier actress. Yuding started sobbing. Her tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom, and she looked very pitiful. "Brother Shochi, you weren't like this in the past. You used to treat me very well, but you changed after you met Xianxia. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll ask the security guards to kick you out," Xianxia ordered with a cold face. He was about to be annoyed to death by Yuding. Xianxia's patience was obviously exhausted. Being kicked out by the security guards was much more embarrassing than walking out by himself. Although Yuding was willful, she wasn't completely stupid. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her heart. If she was kicked out by the security guards, it would be even more difficult for her to come to the Xin Corporation to see Xianxia in the future. She bit her lips, and her eyes were red. She held back her tears and put on a stubborn and aggrieved look. "I'll leave." She looked at Xianxia with her tear-filled eyes and aggrieved eyes. Then she turned around and walked towards the door. When she reached the door, she didn't even look back to look at Xianxia. Xianxia's handsome face was covered with dark clouds. It was as if a storm was coming, and it could explode at any time. Yuding lowered her head and cried. She opened the door and left. Xianxia, who was hiding in the lounge, heard the sound of footsteps leaving, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing. After making sure that the door was closed, Xianxia, who had been eavesdropping, let out a deep breath. She had been holding her breath while listening to the two of them quarreling. Only now did she dare to breathe a little. There was a loud bang, and the sound of something hitting the ground came from outside. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped, and it almost jumped to her throat. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "It's so scary. I'm a little scared." She patted her chest and thought that the reason why Xianxia was so angry must be because of what Yuding said just now. She said that Xianxia found her sister's body double. Although this was true, Yuding should not have said it in front of Xianxia. When Xianxia heard her words and his secret was exposed, it would be strange if he was happy. Obviously, Xianxia was so angry that he smashed things in anger. Xianxia was so unhappy. Although he only smashed something and then calmed down, Xianxia felt that it was better for her to pretend that she didn't know anything. She must not bump into Xianxia's muzzle at this time. She looked around the lounge and finally decided to lie back on the bed and continue sleeping, pretending that nothing had happened. If Xianxia didn't come in to wake her up, she wouldn't wake up and muddle her way through. Well, it's a happy decision. Xianxia thought that her idea was great. I'm giving her 32 likes for her quick-wittedness. After making up her mind, Xianxia decisively lay back on the bed and pulled the quilt up to her chin. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep. Outside, Xianxia angrily smashed a document on the table, but fortunately, he calmed down after smashing it. He sat back on the chair with a cold face, and his face was as calm as water. And Yuding was too impudent. She didn't know how many people she had offended. She would be punished sooner or later. It was not worthwhile for him to be angry because of a few words she said. This was not like him. Then what was it that made him so angry? He was a little confused. He only felt that when he heard Yuding say in a very contemptuous tone that Xianxia was her sister's substitute and that Xianxia was just a plaything, it made him very angry. Xianxia looked a little like her sister, but their personalities were completely different. He had been with Xianxia for so long, so he knew this very well. Moreover, Xianxia was his wife now. Even if it was just a contract marriage, she was still his woman. She helped him get the inheritance rights of 10 billion yuan. During the contract period, as her husband, he should protect her well. No matter what, it was not Yuding's turn to scold her or even insult her. Yes, that was what he meant, so he was very angry. He could support and pamper his own woman if he wanted to. It was not up to others to tell him what to do, no matter who that person was. Xianxia turned to look in the direction of the lounge. The door of the lounge had been closed the whole time. He wondered if Yuding had disturbed Xianxia's sleep when she was making a scene here. He stood up and walked a few steps to the door of the lounge. He held the door handle and gently twisted the door open. He looked up and saw Xianxia nestled in the thin quilt. Her beautiful black hair was spread out on the white pillow. The contrast between the black and white was very strong, making her look even more delicate and beautiful. His heart skipped a beat. Xianxia strode over and reached out to pull Yaya out of the bed. He held her in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Yaya, it's time to get up. It's already very late. If you continue to sleep, you won't be able to sleep tonight." Xianxia, who had pretended to be asleep, slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes with her hands clenched into small fists and murmured softly, "I won't be unable to sleep. I can still sleep." "Is that so?" Xianxia chuckled softly in her ear. Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. She was so frightened that she almost fell out of his arms. This person was too evil. He was determined not to let her sleep at night. She didn't want to be a pancake. After the internal staff exposed the news, it was like a drop of water falling into hot oil, causing the pot to explode even more fiercely. Later, another person exposed that she was Xianxia's person. Xianxia had hooked up with too many people, and her private life was very messy. She couldn't stand it anymore. Xianxia was with this man today, with another man tomorrow. 2 days ago, she even hooked up with the popular young actor Yan Jinyi. Picture. JPG, picture. JPG. One was a photo of Xianxia participating in the K-brand's couple watch advertisement audition. Yan Jinyi recognized Xianxia, and the two of them stood together and talked. The other was a photo of Xianxia after the successful audition. After signing the contract, she came out and waited by the roadside. Yan Jinyi's nanny van drove over and asked her if she wanted to get in. She bent over and talked to Yan Jinyi, who was sitting in the car, with a smile. The first photo could be said that Xianxia and Yan Jinyi knew each other, and the two of them stood together and talked for a while. After all, there were staff present. The second photo made people think more. It felt like Xianxia deliberately stopped Yan Jinyi's car, trying to please Yan Jinyi so that she could get in his car. Yan Jinyi was currently a popular young actor, and he had always maintained a positive image in the circle. He had never been involved in any scandals, and he had a lot of fans, including countless girlfriend fans. As a result, Yan Jinyi's fans exploded. Thousands of fans ran to the official Weibo of the TV series Prosperity Falls Down the Palace to scold Xianxia, and urged the crew to replace her, or else they would stop watching. There was another large group of fans who ran to Xianxia's Weibo to scold her. They attacked her in all kinds of ways, and it was unsightly. In the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of comments. Su Yaya's Weibo, which had always been quiet, was lively for the first time. The first person to react was the administrator of the official Weibo account of the TV series The Palace Has Fallen. She noticed that the comments were going in the wrong direction, so she quickly reported it to the higher-ups of the production team. When director Zhou Tongguang heard the news, he was furious. He didn't like Su Yaya from the start and felt that she was someone that the investors had stuffed into the role. He hadn't even seen her before and she was already acting as his second female lead. It was an insult to her work. If it wasn't for his lack of production funds, he would never have hired someone like her. What's the use of such a person? Spoiling my work? He really wanted to kick her out. Where did she come from? Director Zhou Tongguang scolded with a dark face. He was full of resentment towards Su Yaya. Producer Yu Hui was also angry, but he didn't scold her. He was more restrained than Zhou Tongguang. He held back his anger and comforted Zhou Tongguang. I'll call Mr. Xiao of Xianxia Entertainment and tell him about this. Yu Hui went out to give CEO Xiao a call and explained the situation to him. He requested that Su Yaya's role as the second female lead be removed and replaced with someone else. When CEO Xiao heard this over the phone, he laughed and said, Yu Hui, whether you remove Su Yaya or not, I can't make the decision either. But if we don't replace her, I'm afraid the TV series will be ruined. Yu Hui said angrily and anxiously. Mr. Xiao was silent for a moment and said, wait for my notice. Then he hung up. At the headquarters of the Shin Group, Assistant Chen was called into the office by Xianxia and scolded. Who told you to put a Yuting on the screen? Xianxia was very angry. Assistant Chen knew that he was wrong. He bowed his head and didn't dare to say a word. If you dare to make decisions without authorization in the future, you can go to Africa to work. Anyway, the branch there is short of people. Xianxia said with a sullen face. Assistant Chen was about to cry in his heart. In the end, Assistant Chen sacrificed 1 month's salary to make up for his mistake and appeased Xianxia's anger. Get out. Xianxia waved his hand and drove Assistant Chen out. Assistant Chen walked out of the president's office with his head down. He was very annoyed. He had let a Yuting on the screen because his brain was stuck. He would never do such a stupid thing in the future. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was President Xiao from the branch company, Glory World Entertainment. He guessed that it was about work, so he picked up the phone and said, President Xiao? Assistant Chen, something big happened. Mr. Xiao said. He didn't dare to call Xianxia directly. Instead, he used a roundabout tactic and called Assistant Chen. He thought that Assistant Chen was Xianxia's most capable assistant. He would definitely find a way to report the matter to Xianxia and deal with the whole thing well. Mr. Xiao didn't even take a breath. He quickly told Assistant Chen the whole thing. After Assistant Chen heard the whole thing, his face suddenly changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly opened Weibo and looked at the comments on the internet. When he saw the large number of comments that slandered Yaya on the internet, he was in a bad mood. He had just been scolded by Xianxia. Xianxia also said that he would send him to Africa to work. If he reported this matter now, he was afraid that he would be scolded again. Maybe he would really have to pack up and go to Africa to work tomorrow. Realizing that the situation was serious and could not be delayed any longer, Assistant Chen once again knocked on Xianxia's office under great pressure. Under Xianxia's sharp gaze, he said in a trembling voice, Mr. Shen, there's a large number of paid posters on the internet that are defaming Miss Su. Xianxia opened Weibo and saw the unsightly comments and abuse on the internet. Every time he refreshed a post, Assistant Chen, who was standing next to him, obviously felt the surrounding temperature drop. Xianxia's expression also became uglier. Xianxia threw the phone and ordered in a cold voice, investigate, go and find the person behind this. His handsome face revealed a ruthless expression. Su Yaya just went to the pantry to make a cup of milk tea when she received a call from Zhou Peiyun. Did you offend someone? What's wrong? Su Yaya was confused and answered subconsciously, I didn't offend anyone. She was so honest and well-behaved. How could she offend anyone? Moreover, there were only a few people she interacted with every day. The most important person was the overbearing CEO Xianxia, the male protagonist of the original novel. She served him well every day. She didn't offend him. Besides, why would she offend anyone? Even though Xianxia hadn't done anything wrong to Xianxia, she couldn't help but feel weak in front of the powerful Xianxia because of the online haters who had framed her. After all, Xianxia was the domineering CEO male lead in this book, and she was just a cannon fodder villain. When the cannon fodder villain faced the male lead, there was no momentum to speak of. Just as Xianxia was thinking about it, Xianxia walked straight to her and stopped in front of her. He looked at her with his deep eyes and said, "Why are you standing here in a daze?" Xianxia's heart was beating fast. She asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xianxia looked at her and said, "You haven't come back after being out for so long. I thought you got lost, so I came out to take a look." Xianxia subconsciously pouted at him. "How could that be? I wouldn't get lost." "Haha." Xianxia raised his hand and patted her head. "You're so stupid. It's totally possible." "Xianxia, you're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid." Xianxia reached out to her and said expressionlessly, "Give me your phone." Xianxia blinked and met his firm gaze. Xianxia didn't dare to say no and obediently handed the phone to him. "From now on, you're not allowed to go online, play with your phone, or browse Weibo." Xianxia put the phone away and stuffed it into his suit pants. Xianxia opened her mouth, but before she could make a sound, Xianxia took her right hand. His big hand wrapped around her small hand. Even though he didn't use much strength, he was very firm and didn't allow her to resist. "Let's talk when we get back," Xianxia glanced at her and said to her. Then he led her to the office. On the way, Xianxia wanted to ask Xianxia what was on her mind, but his face was tense. She looked at him from the side and saw that his handsome jawline was tight and his thin lips were pursed into a straight line. He didn't look like he was willing to talk to her. Xianxia could only suppress the words in her heart and follow him all the way back to the office. Xianxia led her to the desk. Xianxia finally couldn't take it anymore. She looked up at him and asked, "Do you already know about the comments online?" Xianxia glanced at her and his lips curled into a faint smile. "You're not too stupid." Xianxia pursed her lips and remembered that he had confiscated her phone. She quickly held his arm and said, "You took my phone away because you don't want me to be sad when I see the comments online?" Xianxia reached out and stroked her hair. He didn't say yes or no. Xianxia took his silence as a yes. "Thank you." Xianxia rubbed her head against Xianxia's body. "You're so good to me." He was afraid that she would be sad when she saw the comments online. He didn't want her to see the insults, so he took her phone away. He even went out to look for her and found a very silly reason. In fact, he was worried that she would be sad when she saw the comments online and would secretly hide to cry. That was why he went out to look for her. Xianxia is really a very good person. Xianxia thought to herself. "Don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to deal with the matter online. It will be solved soon," Xianxia said. With Xianxia's help, of course, there would be no problem. Xianxia nodded and hugged Xianxia even tighter. She looked at him with admiration and said, "Honey, you're the best and most amazing person. I believe in you." Xianxia smiled when he heard that. His gloomy expression just now disappeared. He reached out and stroked Xianxia's hair as if he was teasing a cat. "Good girl." According to Xianxia's instructions, Assistant Chen immediately arranged for someone to investigate. They were very fast. In less than half an hour, they found out that it was in Yuding. A large number of Internet Water Army accounts were also blocked on the internet. All the negative comments and insults about Xianxia were all deleted. The hot search of #Xianxia get out of the entertainment circle hashtag was also removed. They also arranged for people to check other comments. With a strong attitude, they guided the public's opinions. At the same time, Wang Wenhao's Yongrong Food Company's official Weibo account released a statement. Yongrong Food Company, our company's general manager, Mr. Wang Wenhao, and Miss Xianxia are old classmates. Miss Xianxia accepted our company's milk candy commercial because of her excellent business skills. As for the false comments online that are seriously inconsistent with the facts, our company will pursue legal responsibility for all the inappropriate comments online that slander our company's general manager, Mr. Wang Wenhao, and our company's brand ambassador, Ms. Xianxia. As soon as the statement was released, many netizens immediately appeared on Weibo and expressed their support. The most beautiful in a snowy day, yes, I raise both hands and feet in support. We should sue those haters who spout nonsense and slander others. Mommy Cokes, support one Dreaming Piggy, support 10086 Shaken loves you. Am I the only one who noticed the most important part? Wang Wenhao and Xianxia are classmates? Then what if they were elementary school classmates? Or middle school classmates? Or university classmates? Tang Tang loves candy, I'm standing in elementary school. Yan Junyi's gaze was still fixed on the phone screen. He recalled how his manager, Wu Jia, had rushed into the lounge in a hurry. Her face was full of anxiety and worry. She grabbed him and asked him to quickly clarify on Weibo. She looked like someone was holding a knife to her neck, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were late for even a second. He immediately understood that someone had asked Wu Jia to let him clarify on Weibo. Wu Jia saw that Yan Junyi was in a daze. She walked over and asked, "Have you posted the clarification on Weibo?" Yan Junyi nodded and said, "Yes." "That's good." Wu Jia was obviously relieved. The expression on her face was no longer as nervous and worried. Yan Junyi frowned slightly. "Wu Jia, what's going on?" Wu Jia forced a smile and said to him, "The person behind Xianxia came to me and asked you to clarify. The person behind her is not someone we can afford to offend. It's better to do so as soon as possible." Yan Junyi was stunned. He remembered the white Cayenne that Xianxia had been in that day. It was expensive. She was a newcomer who had just entered the entertainment industry and was not famous. Her family's financial condition was only so-so. It was impossible for her to afford such a car. Her manager's company could not have given her such a good car. So there was only one possibility. Just as he thought at that time, the car was given to her by the person behind Xianxia. Who could that person be? Yan Junyi frowned. Yongrong Food Company's official Weibo account had come out to clarify the relationship between Mr. Wang and Xianxia. Obviously, they were like him and had come out to clarify according to the other party's request. Other than him, there were only two men who had a relationship with Xianxia on the internet. There was also Mr. Wang and Mr. Shen from the Shen family. The first two were false rumors and had been clarified. The last news about Xianxia and Mr. Shen was just a rumor. Even if there were photos of the two of them in the same frame, the photos were too blurry and could have been taken from different angles. Whether it was the internet, the media, or the people in the industry, they all agreed that the rumor was fake news that Xianxia had released when she debuted to gain popularity. No one took it seriously. At the thought of this, Yan Junyi was suddenly shocked. He thought about it carefully and instantly thought of a possibility. According to Mr. Shen's ability, he could have given Xianxia a Cayenne. He could also have asked him and Yongrong Food Company to come forward and clarify. So the person behind Xianxia was really Mr. Shen. Yan Junyi and Ms. Wu. Is that person? Mr. Shen. When Sis Wu heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. How did you know? The corner of Yan Junyi's mouth twitched. It's so obvious. Only he didn't come out to clarify. That was true. What was there to clarify? He had nothing to clarify. Even if he didn't clarify, no one would dare to do anything to him. Ms. Wu patted Yan Junyi's shoulder and said earnestly, "It's good that you understand. She has someone protecting her. You'll be shooting an advertisement with her in a few days. Try to keep your distance." Yan Junyi was especially excited when he met Xianxia at the audition. He usually paid attention to his distance from the people around him and was always vigilant. First, he was afraid that the other party would use him to create hype. Second, he was worried that the entertainment paparazzi would make a big deal out of it. He basically didn't get close to any female celebrities. But that day, he acted out of character. First, he went to talk to Xianxia. During the audition, he even partnered with Xianxia. She successfully got the advertisement for the K Company's couple watch. In the end, he even wanted to send her home. After he was rejected, he became very depressed. After coming back for 2 days, she always saw him sitting there in a daze. At first glance, she knew that he was looking at an old photo on his phone. The photo was old and a little blurry, but she could still see the two people in the photo. One was Yan Junyi, and the other, needless to say, was Xianxia. Yan Junyi was acting so strangely. As his manager, Ms. Wu had been by his side for many years. How could she not know the reason? He obviously liked Xianxia, Ms. Wu sighed in her heart. Yan Junyi was good in every way. He was handsome, good at acting, and had strong professional skills. But he didn't have much experience in relationships. He finally met someone he liked, but that person wasn't someone he could like. This had nothing to do with their status and fame in the entertainment industry. It was the person behind Xianxia. Because of this, Ms. Wu had to warn Yan Junyi. No matter how much he liked Xianxia, he had to keep his distance from her. Xianxia really wasn't someone he could like. Unless, Ms. Wu quickly shook her head and threw the thought out of her mind. Now that Xianxia was with CEO Shen, they couldn't afford to offend her. In the future, Xianxia wouldn't be with CEO Shen. Such a woman wasn't worthy of her Yan Junyi. Yan Junyi deserved better. Yan Junyi of course understood that Ms. Wu wanted him to keep his distance from Xianxia for his own good. He paused for a moment and nodded. I understand. The risk on the internet had changed. The posts that should be deleted had been deleted, and the accounts of the Water Army that should be blocked had been blocked. The hot search had been removed, and the key figures had also clarified. Even if there were still some negative comments, such as why did you delete the post for no reason? The more you delete the post, the more guilty you are. Those were true comments. But every time these comments were posted, they would be suppressed by Xianxia's words. She would scold the people who left the comments until they shut up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Starlight Entertainment also stood up and issued a statement. They reserved all legal means for the people who framed Xianxia. Xianxia had been staying by Xianxioqi's side. She couldn't go anywhere. Her mobile phone was also confiscated by Xianxioqi. She didn't know that the public opinion on the internet had changed. Everything was developing in a good direction. Assistant Chen knocked on the door and came in. He saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa next to him with a pen and paper. He didn't know what she was writing. There were some words that he couldn't say. Xianxioqi moved his gaze from the computer to him. His eyes were deep and his face was expressionless. He wasn't very satisfied with his performance today. He asked with a sullen face, "What's the matter?" "These are the information we found. Take a look." Assistant Chen handed the information in his hand to Xianxioqi. Xianxioqi flipped through the information. It was clear that An Yuding had contacted the Water Army to slander Xianxia from the beginning to the end. In fact, when Xianxioqi learned that there were people slandering Xianxia on the internet, he guessed that it might be An Yuding who did it. But there was no evidence at that time. Now when the facts and evidence were in front of him, Xianxioqi was really disappointed. On Saturday morning, Xianxia was going to shoot an advertisement. Xianxioqi knew about this. The night before, he even dragged her to bed. She was tossed and turned by Xianxioqi for most of the night. In the end, she cried and begged for mercy. Xianxioqi said that he wanted to eat the porridge and soup dumplings she made. He would only let her go if she agreed. Xianxia really wanted to cry to death. Her desire to live was strong. While crying, she agreed to Xianxioqi's unfair conditions. In the morning, Xianxia was still sleeping. She was shaken awake by Xianxioqi. He ordered her like a tyrant, "Hurry up and cook porridge and soup dumplings for me." "Stop it. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes." Xianxia was still sleeping. She mumbled, turned over and wanted to go back to sleep. Xianxioqi didn't give her the chance. He reached out and pulled her up from the bed. He said in an unfriendly tone, "Go cook. You promised." This time, Xianxia couldn't sleep anymore. She opened her eyes and saw Xianxioqi's handsome face that angered both men and gods. However, with such a handsome face and sharp gaze, it actually made one see a trace of grievance. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. She raised her hand and pulled a handful of beautiful black hair. So irritating. She wanted to get angry. Xianxia was purely exploiting her, and he still had to pretend to be pitiful. She was the one who was pitiful, okay? She hadn't even woken up, but she still had to get up to cook porridge and soup dumplings for him. This was really the nature of a businessman. He was exploiting a pitiful little girl like her. You promised. Xianxia stared at her and repeated, like a child acting coquettishly to an adult for candy. This person was too much. Xianxia couldn't stand him anymore. In addition to pretending to be pitiful, he was also acting coquettishly. Xianxia knew that she was a coward. Who told Xianxia to be the male lead? She was just a cannon fodder, so she couldn't offend him. She could only please him. Xianxia accepted her fate and got up. She groggily went to the bathroom to wash up. When she squeezed out the toothpaste, she almost squeezed it onto the toothbrush. Luckily, a hand reached out to hold her hand and helped her squeeze the toothpaste. She brushed her teeth with the toothbrush. Halfway through, her mind finally cleared up. She turned to look at Xianxia, who was standing beside her, and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his eyebrows as he looked at her. I saw that someone wasn't awake yet, so I kindly watched over her to prevent her from falling into the toilet bowl. Yayasu, this is too much. This is too much. Wasn't it all his fault that she wasn't awake? Why did he sound so righteous when he said that? Stop grinding your teeth. You're gritting your teeth. Your expression is so ugly. Xianxia walked over and held her face with both hands, making her look at her reflection in the mirror. The woman in the mirror had red lips, white teeth, smooth skin, and charming eyes. She looked as if she had been fiercely loved by someone. Yayasu couldn't help but be narcissistic when she looked at her reflection. How was she ugly? She was obviously very good-looking. Very, very good-looking. She was prettier than many people. She was going to die from her own beauty. Xianxia urged her, "I'm hungry." Hurry up. Yayasu pursed her lips and continued to wash her face slowly. She applied skincare products and did a good job of protecting every detail. Xianxia saw that she was dilly-dallying again. He moved closer to her ear and said temptingly, "Do you still want the resources?" When Xianxia heard this, she immediately perked up and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. She would be a fool if she didn't want it. The resources that Xianxia could give her were very, very good. If she could get it, she would benefit a lot. Xianxia chuckled and pinched her face. If you want it, hurry up and cook. You promised me. This time, Xianxia didn't dare to slack off. She hurriedly wiped her face and ran to the kitchen to cook porridge. Cooking porridge was very simple. She washed the rice and boiled water in a pot. After the water boiled, she put the rice in and simmered it over low heat. Steaming the soup dumplings wasn't troublesome. The day before yesterday, Xianxia had already made some soup dumplings at home. There were about 10 left in the refrigerator. She took them out and put them on the steamer to steam before eating. After a while, the porridge was ready. The soup dumplings were also steamed. Xianxia scooped the porridge into a bowl and picked up the soup dumplings on a plate. She carried them out to the dining table. Xianxia was already sitting there, waiting to eat. Xianxia missed the soup dumplings so much because he had eaten the soup dumplings made by Xianxia the day before yesterday. He couldn't stop thinking about them. Xianxia only ate 4 of the soup dumplings on the plate. Xianxia finished the remaining 8 and drank a bowl of porridge. Xianxia looked up at him. Was this person going to the gym to run for 2 hours again today? After breakfast and tidying up, Xianxia said goodbye to Xianxia and went out. She still had to rush to shoot the K Company's couple watch advertisement. Zhou Peiyun and Xianxia arrived at the shooting location on time. The staff was busy preparing. Zhou Peiyun first took Xianxia to greet director Chu Jing and the K Company's representative. Only then did she know that Yan Jini's flight was late and he was still on the way. Then let's wait for a while. Zhou Peiyun smiled. Yaya can go and do her makeup. Xianxia went to the dressing room to do her makeup. When she came out, she saw that Yan Jini and his group had also arrived. Yan Jini's agent, Ms. Wu, was greeting everyone. She smiled and said, "Sorry, the flight is late. Xiao Yan will treat everyone to coffee later." Xianxia stared at the two people kissing for a few seconds, then he turned around and left with a dark face. Assistant Chen had to follow him quickly. Then he heard Xianxia say with dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just a watch advertisement? Why are there so many messy things? What kind of stupid advertisement is this? She is not allowed to do it in the future." Hearing Xianxia's words, Assistant Chen silently followed behind Xianxia. He shrank his neck and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible, so as not to get into trouble. At this moment, Xianxia was obviously unhappy. After muttering, he still felt a fire burning in his heart. He turned to look at Assistant Chen, frowned and asked, "Why did she accept this stupid advertisement?" Assistant Chen was also very helpless. He asked him, but who could he ask? Xianxia didn't expect him to answer. He turned around and continued to walk back with a dark face until he walked out and got into the car parked outside the studio. Assistant Chen looked at his cold back and only felt that the temperature was so low. Summer had turned into winter. He really wanted to put on more clothes. "Mr. Shen, where are we going now?" The driver, Uncle Zhong, also felt that Xianxia was unhappy, but he still braced himself to ask. After all, this was his duty. Xianxia's angular handsome face was expressionless. He said coldly, "Go to the company." Uncle Zhong hurriedly agreed, started the car, and turned around to drive to the Shen's group. In the studio, no one knew that Xianxia had been here. Everyone was working seriously until the whole couple's watch advertisement was finished. Xianxia and Yan Jinyi's shooting was very successful. In the beginning, they didn't cooperate well and were scolded by director Chu Jing. After that, they adjusted quickly. Both of them were good actors. They were soon involved in the shooting. According to director Chu Jing's requirements, the whole couple's watch advertisement was finished. After the successful shooting of the advertisement, Xianxia and Yan Jinyi both breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the staff together for their hard work. Everyone cooperated happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. Xianxia and Yan Jinyi went back to the dressing room to remove their makeup. There was no one in the corridor to the dressing room. Xianxia took the opportunity to say to Yan Jinyi, "Thank you for speaking up for me on Weibo that day." On the day of the accident, Xianxia's mobile phone had been taken away by Xianxia, so she was not clear about what had happened on the internet. She only knew later that Yan Jinyi had posted a clarification on Weibo, but that was the next day. Fortunately, before this, Zhou Peiyun had helped her to forward Yan Jinyi's Weibo and made a decent response. She called Yan Jinyi the best old neighbor with a cute picture, which was very likable. When the fans under Weibo saw this, they also followed and posted hashtags like #BestOldNeighbor, or Old Neighbor is Brother Yan #. Some people also commented, "The most handsome Brother Yan and the most beautiful Yaya are neighbors. Why didn't I have such neighbors when I was young?" It made a group of people very happy and the atmosphere was quite good. Of course, there were some negative comments occasionally, but they were soon suppressed by the fans of Xianxia and Yan Jinyi, maintaining the harmony and joy under Weibo. Seeing such a Weibo, Xianxia was very grateful to Yan Jinyi for speaking up for her. She knew very well how terrible the internet violence was, and how easy it was to trample a small internet celebrity like her into the mud. Yan Jinyi's clarification on Weibo really helped her a lot. At that time, she wanted to thank Yan Jinyi very much. She immediately took out her mobile phone and called him, but the phone was not in the service area. Xianxia thought that he was probably busy, and the two of them could meet when they were shooting the advertisement. She would say thank you to him in person, which was more sincere. Originally, Xianxia had thought that she would thank Yan Jinyi when she saw him. Who knew that when she came out after putting on makeup and saw him, his agent, Wu Jia, took him away before she had time to talk to him. Moreover, Wu Jia was also on guard against her, which made her in a bad mood. She was depressed for a while, and couldn't recover during the shooting of the advertisement. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know how to cooperate with Yan Jinyi. Fortunately, she and he adjusted later, and the shooting of the advertisement went smoothly. Now that the two of them were walking in the empty corridor, Xianxia found a chance to thank Yan Jinyi. Yan Jinyi looked at her with a complicated gaze. He remembered how he felt when he posted on Weibo that day. Originally, when he found out that there was a water army on the internet, he wanted to speak up for her. It just so happened that Wu Jia came to tell him at that time, and asked him to quickly clarify the relationship between the two of them. Taking the initiative to clarify and being forced to do so were two different feelings. Especially later, Wu Jia said those words to him, telling him to avoid her because the power and status behind her was not something that a small star like him could afford to offend. He and she were not people from the same world at all. He suddenly remembered that when he was young, there was a well-behaved, fair, clean, and cute little girl. Every day, she would follow behind him and call him Brother Yen again and again, and his heart would melt. Brother Yen, it's time to go to school. Brother Yen, you are so good at running. Brother Yen, you got first place in the exam. Now, that well-behaved and cute little girl had already grown up. She had grown into a slender, elegant, and charming beauty. She would no longer follow him around and call him Brother Yen again and again. She had already changed. That's what I should do. Yan Junyi said indifferently. Xianxia smiled and said, I still have to thank you. If he didn't clarify, if he didn't speak up for her, just as nearly 30 million fans would be able to tear her to pieces, and not even dregs would be left. Yan Junyi smiled faintly, but the smile was very forced. He didn't seem to be very happy, but instead looked at her with a kind of heartache. Yaya, do you still remember when you were 9 years old and injured your knee? You bled a lot and you were so scared. You cried and asked me to take you to the doctor. I carried you to the school's infirmary and the school doctor treated your wound. Afterwards, it stopped bleeding, but the wound still hurt. You still cried very pitifully. Xianxia blinked, thinking that she was an imposter. How would she know if he had said something like that before? While maintaining a smile at Yan Junyi, she did her best to search through the memories left behind by the original owner. She really did find a memory related to this. Xianxia never thought that she would see Xianxia the moment she entered the door. She was so scared that her heart jumped. She saw him sitting on the chair in the dressing room expressionlessly, staring at her coldly. Mr. Shen, why are you here? The expression on Xianxia's face was a little stiff. Thinking of what Yan Junyi said to her outside just now, she didn't know whether Xianxia heard it or not. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Although she didn't agree to Yan Junyi's request, what Yan Junyi said was still very offensive to Xianxia. According to Xianxia's temper, if he knew that Yan Junyi was talking bad about him behind his back, Yan Junyi would be miserable. And she, who was deeply cared about by Yan Junyi, would definitely be involved. It was very scary to think about it. Xianxia's heart trembled. She hoped that Xianxia didn't know what Yan Junyi had said to her just now. Xianxia raised his eyelids and looked at Yaya. He saw her standing at the door in a daze, staring at him with her black eyes wide open. It was obvious that she was very surprised by his appearance. It turned out that after Xianxia turned around and left, he got in the car and went to the company. On the way, he suddenly thought it through and asked Uncle Zhong to turn back. Wasn't it just shooting an advertisement? Wasn't it just kissing during an advertisement? There were so many actors and actresses who filmed bed scenes and nude scenes during TV series and movies. Now it was just a kissing scene. It was no big deal. If he got angry and left like this, it would seem that he was too stingy. It was not a big deal. It was all for work. What was there to be angry about? Go back, he immediately asked Uncle Zhong to turn back, thinking that Xianxia might be overjoyed to see him at work. She might even throw herself into his arms like a kitten and act coquettishly. Just thinking about it made him happy. But now, he saw that there was only shock on Xianxia's beautiful face, not the slightest bit of joy. This was not what he had expected. He had originally thought that she would be very happy to see him since he had come to visit her while holding back his dissatisfaction. It would be just like how she usually treated him, obedient and cute, knowing how to act coquettishly to please him. However, the development of the situation was different from what he expected. Xianxia was already very dissatisfied, and he was even more unhappy. He waved at Xianxia with a cold face. Come here, why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you. But she was afraid that he would eat her up. Xianxia complained like this in her heart, but she did not dare to not go over. She tried to adjust the expression on her face to make her expression look more natural. No matter what, she was now trying to please Xianxia and make Xianxia happy. There was nothing wrong with that. After making up her mind, Xianxia, who was originally not going to move, suddenly jumped up. She turned into a happy bird and flew over quickly. With a bright smile on her face, she did not care whether Xianxia was willing or not. She directly held his arm with both hands and pressed her body tightly against his arm. She said in a surprised and happy voice, "Mr. Shen, why are you here? Are you here to visit me at work? When did you come? Why didn't I know? Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so excited that I don't know what to say." She was so flustered that she did not know what to say. Xianxia was so nervous that she had to say a series of words all at once. She talked nonstop to hide her emotions. After Xianxia was hugged by Xianxia, a unique sweet smell of Xianxia's body instantly went into his nose. His heart swayed, and he looked down at her beautiful face with a bright smile. Her red little mouth was talking nonstop, and her eyes were shining like gems when she looked at him. Who said she was not surprised? Wasn't this clearly a very pleasant surprise? I've been here for a while. Xianxia was in a good mood and reached out to stroke the top of her head. His action was like stroking a cat, and his cold eyes became gentle at this moment. Xianxia obviously felt the change in Xianxia's attitude. That's right. She said that coaxing Xianxia was right. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, he also believed what she said. It seemed that he was actually very easy to coax. No matter what, she played 120% of her acting skills. Her heart, which had been nervous for a long time, relaxed. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Xianxia continued to act cute. Xianxia reached out to stroke her long hair again. It's the same if I wait for you here. Xianxia blinked her eyes, and an idea came to her. She kissed Xianxia and said with a smile, "President Shen, you are so good." Xianxia's mouth curved. Although his handsome face did not show it, he was very happy in his heart. He said lightly, "Is it fun to shoot an advertisement?" Xianxia thought for a moment and found that Xianxia was still a little dangerous now. No matter whether her answer was fun or not, it was actually not good. She simply did not answer Xianxia's question, but said according to her own thoughts, "What's fun about it? I'm doing it for work." Shooting an advertisement was for work, and working was to make money. If you made money, you could do what you wanted to do. There was nothing wrong with that. Although Xianxia's answer was not very in line with Xianxia's idea, he did not feel uncomfortable when he heard it. It was work, after all. It was just like when he went out to talk about business. Many people would act according to the situation. He was not so dissatisfied when he saw Xianxia and Yanjini kissing just now. Hurry up and go home. Xianxia patted Xianxia, telling her not to hug him and to quickly remove her makeup. Xianxia said playfully, "Wait for me for a while." Xianxia raised his right hand to look at the time on his watch and said expressionlessly, "I will only give you 10 minutes. She made it sound as if he would leave her alone after 10 minutes. He wouldn't be so cruel, right? Xianxia felt that Xianxia would not be so cruel, but her intuition told her that Xianxia was the overbearing CEO male lead. What could he not do? When he was cruel, he was more cruel than anything. She was just a small supporting role and did not dare to challenge his bottom line. "I will be done in a minute." Throwing this sentence, Xianxia hurriedly went to the dressing table to remove her makeup. Xianxia stood behind her. Xianxia saw from the dressing table that he raised his hand to look at the time for a while, and then raised his hand to look at the time again. It was as if he was counting down the time for her. He wouldn't really leave after 10 minutes, right? This thought really scared Xianxia. She hurriedly wiped the makeup remover on her face and almost accidentally got the water in her eyes. She felt more anxious than if she were fighting a war. After finishing the last step, she looked at the time. Fortunately, it was just 9 minutes and 15 seconds. It was less than 10 minutes. "I'm done. Let's go." Xianxia held Xianxia's arm and smiled. Her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons, sweet and lovely. The two of them cuddled on the sofa for a while before Xianxia softened into a puddle of water and leaned into Xianxia's embrace. "I'm hungry," she said coquettishly. Xianxia kissed her lips and smiled. I'm hungry too. Xianxia punched him lightly and swung her slender legs. She said coquettishly, I'm serious. Xianxia laughed proudly and picked up the phone beside him. I'll call someone to deliver the food. Okay. Xianxia smiled sweetly and kissed Xianxia on the cheek again. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly stopped dialing the phone and turned to look at Xianxia. He said meaningfully, actually, I want to eat the food you cook more. Xianxia replied with an O and looked at him with a smile. You want to be jealous of those things? Huh. How dare she? How dare she make fun of him? Xianxia pinched her cheeks and said, I want to eat those candies. Haha. It would be strange if she believed him. Didn't she see that his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot? She used to think that he liked to show off, but now she had a new understanding of him. He was still very childish, just like a child. Then I want to eat candies too. Xianxia said. She looked up at him and blinked her bright black eyes playfully. She meant that she would do whatever he wanted. He really didn't know what to do with her. Xianxia looked at her lovingly and rubbed the top of her head. Okay. He. Xianxia was happy again. She felt that she had basically figured out Xianxia's temper. As long as she tried to coax him and acted well, he would be easy to appease. It wasn't too difficult. Xianxia looked at the giggling Xianxia. Why did she like to laugh so much? Sighing helplessly, he picked up his phone and made a call to order. It was almost an hour later when dinner was served. After Xianxia and Xianxia finished their meal, they sat on the sofa and watched entertainment programs together for a while. Then they went back to their room to wash up and sleep. The next morning, Xianxia was still sleeping. Xianxia woke her up and pinched her sleepy face. He coaxed her, get up quickly. I'll take you to a fun place. Xianxia asked in confusion, where are we going? Xianxia patted her face and said with a smile, hurry up and wash up. You'll know when you get there. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She nodded and got up to wash up. After sitting in the car for a while, Xianxia realized that the car was heading to the suburbs. She asked Xianxia, are we going to the suburbs? Xianxia touched her head and said, let's go to Yunhu Villa. Yunhu Villa was the largest resort in Jingdu. It had picturesque scenery and was a good place for traveling and vacationing. Xianxia reached out and held Xianxia's arm. She rested her chin on his shoulder and looked up at him. I haven't been there before. I only heard that it was fun. Xianxia said calmly, you'll know when you get there. He had been there many times before, but he didn't think it was fun. But seeing that Xianxia liked it so much, he didn't say anything and waited for her to see it herself. The car soon arrived at Yunhu Villa. Because they had contacted this place early in the morning, when they arrived, the manager came out to meet them and said that everything they needed had been arranged. Xianxia wanted to walk around the villa. Xianxia said that he would accompany her. The two of them walked along the antique corridor all the way to the back of the villa. At a glance, there was a big lake. The lake was very deep, and there were fish in it. There were some fishing tools on the shore. Wow, we can even fish here. Xianxia was excited when she saw that they could fish. She ran over and picked up a fishing rod. She turned to Xianxia and said, let's fish. Xianxia didn't refuse. He walked over to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly helped him choose a fishing rod. You take this one, and I'll take that one. After choosing the fishing rod, Xianxia chose a bucket for fish. She put the fish food in the bucket, lifted the small stool, looked around, and felt that the location diagonally opposite was good. She told Xianxia that she was going to fish there. She took the fishing rod, the bucket, and the small stool and ran over there. Xianxia watched her run over to find a good location. She put down the fishing rod first, put the bucket next to it, opened the small stool, set up the fishing rod, took the fish food, hung it on the hook, and pretended to fish. It would be strange if she could catch fish like this. Xianxia was very good at golf. Every time he hit a hole-in-one, Xianxia watched him play from the side. Every time she saw a hole-in-one, she would clap and cheer. She was an excellent support. Mr. Shen, your golf skills are so good. Mr. Shen, you're awesome. Mr. Shen, you're so good. Su Yaya's sweet and soft voice sounded in his ears. Xianxia raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He finally got back some face. After Xianxia hit a hole in one again, Su Yaya ran over with a smile. Her slender, long, straight and white legs were shining under the sun. Her sports skirt swayed as she ran. She ran over like a happy bird and threw herself into Xianxia's arms. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xianxia's face. She praised him without hiding anything. Mr. Shen, you're really great. Xianxia glanced at her and raised the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hide his pride. This is nothing. I can be even better. Really? Su Yaya looked at him with eyes full of worship, shining like gems. Xianxia hugged her and lowered his head to her ear. He nibbled her earlobe and said in a bewitching voice, "We can go back to the room and try it on. Well, we can also change a few more sets of clothes." No matter how thick-skinned Su Yaya was, she was willing to go all out with her superb acting skills. However, when Xianxia whispered those words into her ear, his hot breath brushed past her ear like a feather. She couldn't help but shudder, and a blush crept up her cheeks, as if she had smeared pink rouge on them. "You're so annoying." Su Yaya pounded Xianxia lightly. How could he have the nerve to say it here? Xianxia reached out and grabbed her hand. He smiled proudly, and his chest shook slightly. All the unhappiness just now disappeared. With a beauty in his arms, she was delicate and cute. She was really lovable. The two of them were intimately hugging each other and whispering to each other when a male voice suddenly came from the side. "Boss Shen is really in a good mood." Su Yaya was hugged by Xianxia. With her back facing the person who spoke, she didn't know who it was. She only felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. At this moment, Xianxia said calmly, "CEO Wang, you also brought your friends here to play." "Yaya Su? CEO Wang?" Was he the CEO Wang she knew? Recalling the voice she had heard, it was indeed Wang Wenhao's voice. Why was he here? Su Yaya turned around and saw Wang Wenhao in dark blue sportswear with a golf club in his hand. His phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. "Old classmate, long time no see." Wang Wenhao had already recognized Su Yaya. When he saw her turn around, he smiled and greeted her. Su Yaya was slightly surprised, but she quickly recovered and displayed her best acting skills. She smiled and greeted Wang Wenhao. "Old classmate, how are you? You must be Su Yaya Su? You're so pretty, even prettier than on TV." There was an internet celebrity standing beside Wang Wenhao. She recognized Su Yaya at a glance and immediately put on a smile on her face. She said enthusiastically, "I've seen you act in Doting on the Queen, Marrying Me. You acted very well. I like you very much." Su Yaya glanced at the internet celebrity. She was a woman about her age. She wore heavy makeup and her face was whiter than the wallpaper. Her lips were as red as if she had just sucked blood. She wore a white dress that almost reached her thighs, revealing her slender legs. However, they were not as slender and well-proportioned as Su Yaya's legs. They were not as beautiful as Su Yaya's legs. If there was no comparison, the internet celebrity also had a pair of beautiful legs. However, with Su Yaya around, it was easy to see the difference. Moreover, the difference between the two of them was not small. It was like one was heaven and the other was earth. There was no harm in comparison. The internet celebrity was too enthusiastic, so Su Yaya did not want to ignore her. She did not want others to think that she was arrogant and difficult to get along with, so she smiled and said a few words to her. However, the internet celebrity was even more enthusiastic and immediately started chatting with Su Yaya. Su Yaya could only chat with her casually. Beside them, Wang Wenhao had already invited Xianxia. "Let's play a game. What do you think, Mr. Shen?" Everyone was in the business world and knew how to act on the surface. Moreover, Yongrong Food Company stood up to clarify last time because they had given Xianxia face. This time, Xianxia had no reason to refuse. Xianxia glanced at Wang Wenhao lightly and said, "Okay, let's play a game." The two men played while Su Yaya and the internet celebrity watched the game from the side. Taking advantage of the time, the internet celebrity smiled and said to Xianxia, "Can we follow each other's Weibo?" As she spoke, she had already opened the Weibo interface and wanted to follow Xianxia. Xianxia pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and nodded. She took out her phone and exchanged Weibo contacts with the internet celebrity. After they had followed each other, Xianxia clicked on her Weibo and took a look. There were many photos of her, but they were all photos that had been sanded, filtered, and fixed. There was still some difference between her and herself. It turned out that she was a photo cheat who liked to post on Weibo. "Sister Xianxia, we are friends from now on. You can call me Xiaoyu from now on," the internet celebrity said. Xianxia nodded slightly. Xiaoyu, so be it." Xiaoyu's phone rang with message notifications one after another. She smiled at Xianxia, picked up her phone and went to the side to reply to the messages. Xianxia glanced at her and did not have the intention to care about what she was doing. She only paid attention to the game between Xianxia and Wang Wenhao. Xianxia sat beside Xianxia, his handsome face expressionless. He glanced at Xianxia, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of tea. Xianxia's hair stood on end. She cursed Wang Wenhao in her heart. This person was really annoying. He knew about her relationship with Xianxia, but he deliberately said such ambiguous words in front of Xianxia. Was he trying to harm her? When did I not like to eat fish? I have always liked to eat fish. Xianxia retorted mercilessly. She picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her bowl. She lowered her head and ate it, using her actions to show that she liked to eat fish. Wang Wenhao saw that she finished a piece of fish in a few bites and picked up another piece of fish with her chopsticks. He smiled and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly." Xianxia paused in her action of picking up the fish and pursed her lips. Forget it, she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up another piece of spicy fish, slowly tasting it. Xianxia saw the whole process, but his handsome face was expressionless. He put down the teacup in his hand, picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. He carefully removed every bone from the fish and put the fish into Xianxia's bowl. His voice was gentle and considerate. "Eat more fish if you like." Xianxia quickly raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Her eyes were shining like bright gems, and her voice was as sweet as honey. "Thank you." Xianxia's expressionless face finally eased a little. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. "What else do you want to eat?" "I will help you." Xianxia glanced at him. Although he did not show it, she knew that he was doing this deliberately in front of Wang Wenhao. She did not think much and chose to go along with him. She smiled sweetly and said, "I want to eat that fish ball." "All right." Xianxia looked at her with pampering eyes. He picked up the spoon and scooped 2 fish balls for her. He asked her softly, "Do you want more?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, 2 more." Xianxia chuckled, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider. He looked as if he spoiled her so much that he couldn't do anything to her. He picked up the spoon and scooped 2 more fish balls for her. Xianxia had already eaten a fish ball. The texture was chewy, the meat was smooth, and the aftertaste was rich and juicy. It was very delicious. "It's delicious." Xianxia ate with a smile, revealing 2 cute and sweet dimples on her cheeks. She asked Xianxia, "Do you want to try it too?" "It's really delicious." Xianxia calmly glanced at Wang Wenhao, who was looking at them. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said, "Okay." Xianxia picked up the spoon and scooped a fish ball from her bowl and fed it to Xianxia's mouth. She looked at him with a smile. Both of them were good actors. Xianxia opened his mouth and ate the fish ball. They cooperated seamlessly. It was so sweet. Xiaoyu, who was sitting opposite her, had an envious look on her face. She was slightly jealous in her heart. Xianxia was really lucky to have met someone who doted on her like CEO Shen. In the past, when the sisters in their group gossiped, they all thought that it was fake that Xianxia could get close to Xianxia. With Xianxia's status, how could he be interested in Xianxia? Xianxia was just an internet celebrity with a similar background as them. Before today, she also thought so. Until she saw Xianxia and Xianxia standing together, they were a perfect match. Only then did she believe that the two of them were real. Later, she thought with jealousy that the two of them being together didn't mean anything. Just like her and Wang Wenhao, they were just acting. Maybe Suyaya and Xianxia were the same. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Suyaya who was trying to please Xianxia. It was very possible that the two of them were really like her and Wang Wenhao. She also believed that it was so. Until just now, when Xianxia scooped fish balls for Suyaya, and Suyaya fed Xianxia a fish ball, the two of them were very intimate. They only had each other in their eyes and were full of love. It wasn't just acting. It was really sweet. Wang Wenhao's phoenix eyes slightly darkened. He picked up the red wine glass on the table and took a big gulp. After the meal, Wang Wenhao took Xiaoyu to say goodbye to Xianxia and Suyaya and left quickly. Suyaya followed Xianxia back to the room they had booked. It was a luxuriously decorated presidential suite. I'm going to take a shower. Suyaya had gone fishing in the morning and played golf with Xianxia for a long time. She was sweating all over and felt uncomfortable. She opened the luggage she had brought, found a change of clothes, and prepared to take a shower. Xianxia looked at her. His eyes darkened and his Adam's apple bobbed. Let's go together. Xianxia did not give Suyaya the right to say no at all. His big hand hooked around her slender waist and took her into the bathroom without any explanation. Hot water flowed out from the shower head and drenched Suyaya's hair, face, and body. The soaked dress stuck to her body. Xianxia pulled, and it was clean in a few moments. Xianxia pushed her against the wall. The strong impact made her feel like her whole body was about to fall apart. She could only hold on to his shoulder and beg for mercy in a low voice. Hubby, she leaned on his shoulder and wanted him to stop being angry and let her go. Who knew that her voice would be so charming? The veins on Xianxia's forehead throbbed when he heard it. He could not control his strength anymore. He was like a wild horse galloping wildly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What is your relationship with that Wang Wenhao?" Just elementary school classmates. Suyaya felt uncomfortable from the impact and replied with grievance. Xianxia snorted and hit her again. I think he doesn't treat you as simple as elementary school classmates. Otherwise, how could he know that you don't eat fish? Suyaya only felt wronged. Her eyes were red. She wrapped her arms tightly around Xianxia's neck and looked at him so that he could see her eyes clearly. Why don't I eat fish? Wasn't I eating well just now? I even ate so much. Didn't you see it? He said something casually and you listened to it. What do you want me to do? Xianxia quickly finished the phone call. He didn't look well. He lifted the quilt and got up. As he put on his clothes, he said to Suyaya, I have something urgent to attend to. Do you want to come with me or continue to play here? If he left, what else could she do? She quickly said, I'll go back with you. Xianxia nodded. Okay. While Xianxia went to the bathroom to wash up, Suyaya got up and put on her clothes to pack her things. When Xianxia finished washing up and came out, Suyaya had already packed her things. She looked up and saw Xianxia. His handsome face was still tense, and his eyebrows were knitted. He looked very worried. I'm going to wash up. She went to the bathroom. In order to save time, she only did a simple facial. It took half the time than usual to tidy up and go out. Xianxia was on the phone. Assistant Chen, help me book a ticket to H City. I have something urgent to attend to. Assistant Chen promised to do it immediately. Xianxia hung up the phone and saw Suyaya standing next to him. Xianxia bent down to pick up the luggage. Let's go. Uncle Zhong is already waiting for us downstairs. The two of them walked out of the room and took the elevator downstairs. When they reached the second floor, the elevator door opened. Wang Wenhao and Xiaoyu walked in. As soon as Xiaoyu saw Suyaya, she greeted her warmly. She called her sister Yaya. Then she turned to Xianxia and said, Hello, Mr. Yaya. Suyaya smiled back. Xianxia was expressionless the whole time. Wang Wenhao saw them carrying their luggage. Are you ready to go back? Suyaya glanced at Xianxia beside her. He didn't want to say anything. Suyaya had to find an excuse. Yes, my agent asked me to go back. Wang Wenhao smiled and glanced at Xianxia beside him. President Xin is really considerate. Suyaya smiled. While they were talking, the elevator reached the first floor. As soon as the door opened, Xianxia took the lead and walked out. Suyaya turned around and nodded at Wang Wenhao and Xiaoyu to say goodbye. Then she quickened her pace and followed Xianxia out. The car was parked at the gate. Xianxia and Suyaya got in the car one after another. The black Bentley drove out quickly. Xianxia turned to Suyaya and said, I have to rush to the airport in a while. When we arrive in the city, you can get out of the car. Assistant Chen will be responsible for sending you back. Suyaya could tell that Xianxia was in a bad mood, so she obediently replied, okay. Xianxia reached out and rubbed the top of Suyaya's head. It's okay. Don't worry. I will be back soon. In fact, Xianxia wasn't saying this for Suyaya to hear. It was more like he was comforting himself. Suyaya said, I know. The car soon arrived in the city. Assistant Chen's car was parked by the roadside. Suyaya got out of the car with her luggage. Assistant Chen handed the prepared things to Xianxia. The black Bentley drove away quickly. Miss Su, I will send you back. Assistant Chen walked over and said. Suyaya withdrew her gaze and followed Assistant Chen into the car. The car drove all the way back to the villa. Assistant Chen helped Suyaya carry her luggage into the house and said to Suyaya, Miss Su, President Shen will not be here these days. If you need anything, you can call me. I will try my best. Suyaya smiled and said, okay, I know. Thank you. That's good. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Assistant Chen said goodbye. Suyaya walked him to the door and watched his car drive away. Suyaya turned back and sat on the sofa for a while. She slept late last night and woke up early in the morning. She was still sleepy. She simply fell on the sofa and closed her eyes and fell asleep. She slept for more than 2 hours. When she woke up, she was hungry. Her stomach was growling. Suyaya sat up from the sofa and ran her hands through her hair. She put on her shoes and turned to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. She found eggs, tomatoes and a handful of noodles in the refrigerator. She decided to make a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. First, she fried the eggs. Then, she put the cut tomatoes in and fried them together. She took the spatula and put them in a bowl. She boiled the water in the pot. After the water boiled, she put the noodles in. If the noodles were chewy, she picked them up earlier. If the noodles were soft, she boiled them for a while. After the noodles were cooked, she scooped them up and put them in a bowl. Then, she ladled the tomato and egg over the noodles. It's a success. Suyaya smiled and walked out of the kitchen with the tomato and egg noodles. She had just put the bowl on the table and was about to sit down and eat when the doorbell rang. Who is it? Suyaya wondered who would come at this time. She stood up and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she saw Zhou Peiyun standing outside. She didn't know why Zhou Peiyun was looking for her. She didn't call before coming. Suyaya quickly opened the door. What the hell is wrong with you? Why is your phone turned off? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Zhou Peiyun asked as soon as she entered the door. She was obviously angry that Suyaya turned off her phone and couldn't find her. The photo of Suyaya eating became a trending topic. Zhou Peiyun did not expect this at all. What was even more unexpected was that the producer of Fruit Channel's Gourmet would actually call her. When the phone rang, it was from an unknown number. These days, random calls from unknown numbers were common. Zhou Peiyun picked up the phone after it rang 3 times. The other party took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Sun Lei, the producer of Fruit Channel's Gourmet. Zhou Peiyun hurriedly said, hello, hello. She covered the phone with her hand and whispered to Suyaya, I'm the producer of Fruit Channel's Gourmet. Suyaya had just finished the last mouthful of noodles. She put down her chopsticks in satisfaction and reached out to wipe her mouth with a tissue. She recalled the program in her mind. It seemed that the ratings were quite good and it was also very popular on the internet. Sun Lei's voice came from the phone. I saw the photo of Xianxia that you uploaded on Weibo. You're Xianxia's manager, right? I think she fits the setting of our program very well. I want to invite her to the program as a guest. Zhou Peiyun's mind worked quickly. Gourmet was an entertainment program that Fruit Channel focused on creating. It was a combination of food, leisure, and interviews. It was broadcast on Fruit Channel every Friday night at 9:30 p.m. 3 artists who were good at cooking were invited to participate in each episode. It was worth mentioning that the artists who were invited to participate in the program were all recognized by the public as handsome and beautiful. They definitely fit the definition of gourmet. In the show, the host would ask each participating artist to cook about 3 signature dishes. When the artist was cooking, the host would interview the artist for some entertainment questions and answers. The artist also had to answer the questions with his or her own wit, and he or she could earn a certain amount of points. Finally, after the artist finished cooking, the host and the judges would give each dish a score after tasting it. The artist with the highest score would win and participate in the next episode of Gourmet Beauty. This program had delicious food to eat, and it even taught everyone how to cook delicious food. It also had beautiful and handsome men to watch. Furthermore, they could rate their dishes and let the audience participate. From the beginning of the broadcast, the program had attracted a large number of viewers, and the ratings had been rising steadily. It was currently the highest-rated entertainment program on Fruit Channel. Being able to participate in such a program was also a form of recognition for Xianxia. It would increase her popularity and expand her fan base. Not only would it be limited to her looks, but it would also be very helpful. In short, for Xianxia, this was a rare and precious opportunity that could not be missed. Thinking of this, Zhou Peiyun quickly agreed to producer Sun Lei's invitation. Thank you, producer Sun, for giving Yaya this opportunity. Yaya is looking forward to participating in this show. Sun Lei said straightforwardly, that's good. If you're free the day after tomorrow, come to the station to meet us and discuss the details of our cooperation. I'm free. Zhou Peiyun hurriedly said, I'll bring Yaya to you at 10:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Okay, then it's settled. See you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Done. Zhou Peiyun was so happy that she snapped her fingers. She turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, look, all I did was post a picture of you eating noodles on Weibo. I didn't expect it to become a hot search. Even the producer of Gourmet Beauty came to invite you to participate in the show. When luck comes, it really can't be stopped. Xianxia was also very happy. Her beautiful face revealed a sweet smile, but she still pretended not to care and said, it's just a coincidence. Zhou Peiyun snorted and leaned in front of her. She sized her up and said, why are you different from how you usually talk? Weren't you always so happy and cheerful in the past? Why are you so calm now? I almost don't recognize you. Xianxia was teased by Zhou Peiyun. Her face turned slightly red. She said embarrassedly, when did I? Wasn't I like this in the past? It would have been better if she didn't say it. Once she said it, Zhou Peiyun became angry. She remembered that she was disobedient and lazy in the past. She would rather date and sleep with Xianxia than work. She was angry. You still have the nerve to talk about the past? Zhou Peiyun raised her eyebrows and said, this time, Gourmet Beauty came to the door. You have to perform well no matter what. You can't screw up again. Do you hear me? She looked so scary when she was angry. She was so scary, Xianxia quickly nodded obediently. I heard you. Don't worry, I will perform well this time and won't let you worry. That's more like it. Zhou Peiyun was slightly satisfied. She looked at her beautiful face and said, actually, I think you have been quite lucky recently. You were photographed by a fashion blogger when you went shopping and attracted a lot of fans. Now, you took a picture of yourself eating noodles and posted it on Weibo. You even caught the attention of the producer of Gourmet Beauty on Fruit TV. Luck really follows you wherever you go. Xianxia didn't dare to think like that. She quickly stopped Zhou Peiyun. Come on, Sister Zhou. Why don't you talk about how I was criticized on the internet a few days ago? I was scolded to death that day. I was so scared that I didn't dare to go on Weibo. But it was solved smoothly in the end. Zhou Peiyun said indifferently, artists don't care if there are people who hate them. The key is whether they are popular or not. The most frightening thing is that they don't even have a splash of popularity. Last time, although you were miserably scolded by the haters, you finally turned the tables. Yan Jingyi's clarification on Weibo also brought you to the hot search. Now you too have a lot of CP fans. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. When the K Family's couple watch advertisement is released, it will probably bring a lot of attention. This is something that many people want but can't get. You should be content. Xianxia stuck out her tongue when she heard this. Fine, she would take it that she had benefited. Okay, it's getting late. I should go. I will bring my assistant over tomorrow. Zhou Peiyun raised her hand and looked at her watch. Seeing that it was getting late, she said something and left in a hurry. After Zhou Peiyun left, Xianxia took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash. Fortunately, there was a dishwasher, so she didn't have to wash it herself. It wouldn't hurt her hands. She had a pair of very beautiful hands. Her fingers were slender, white, and tender. Her nails were neatly trimmed and round, glowing with a faint pink color. There wasn't a single barb. Such a beautiful pair of hands needed to be carefully cared for. No matter what, they couldn't bear to hurt them. Xianxia got up in a hurry in the morning and didn't do the facial treatment seriously. So she did another facial treatment. It was already an hour later when she finished. Xianxia picked up her phone, opened WeChat, found Xianxia's WeChat account, clicked on it, and sent a message. Meow meow meow, was this person doing this on purpose? He was definitely doing this on purpose. The moment they met, he wanted her to act out the scene where the emperor banished her to the cold palace and made her beg on her knees. Was he trying to intimidate her and embarrass her on purpose and banish her to the cold palace? Xianxia was a little unhappy. She glanced at Director Zhou and did not move. Even if he wanted to bully someone, this was not how he should bully them. In fact, Zhou Tongguang really did mean this. He was very dissatisfied with Xianxia. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like Xianxia. From the strands of her hair to the soles of her feet, there was not a single part of her that he was satisfied with. It had nothing to do with whether Xianxia was beautiful or not. He just felt uncomfortable in his heart. Originally, he had been meticulously preparing for 3 years to film The Palace Has Fallen Willows. The second female lead, Xu Fei, was a role that he was very satisfied with early on. He was just short of discussing the schedule with the other party. Who knew that at the last moment, the investor's big boss gave the second female lead role to Xianxia without even discussing it with him? When he found out about this, he only felt that his hard work was ruined. He was so angry that he ran to Xianxia Entertainment to look for Director Xiao. He wanted Director Xiao to take back the role of the second female lead. At that time, Director Xiao's face turned cold and he refused to agree. The two of them quarreled over the matter of the second female lead. Director Xiao pointed at his nose and scolded, "You can't make the decision on this matter." "I can't make the decision either. The role was given by the big boss. If you have the ability, go find the big boss to exchange for it. Don't look for me." Zhou Tongguang was scolded until his face turned green and white. If only he dared to find the big boss to exchange for the role. He could only stiffen his neck and say sadly, "That was my hard work." Director Xiao snorted and his face was full of mockery. He could not sympathize with his so-called hard work. Director Xiao, I'm sorry to disturb you. We'll go back now." When Yu Hui heard about the situation, he rushed over. When he saw the tense atmosphere in the office, he quickly apologized and pulled Zhou Tongguang out of the office. Let's talk outside." Zhou Tongguang and Yu Hui had worked together for more than 10 years. They were sworn brothers, and their relationship was extraordinary. Yu Hui pulled him outside and tried to persuade him. "Brother Zhou, I know you value this movie very much, and you value every character in it. But it's useless for you to talk to President Xiao about this. The big boss has invested 170 to 180 million yuan in this movie, and he wants to put his own people in it. What can you say about that? You can't have any opinions, you have to accept it. Otherwise, the big boss will get angry and withdraw the investment. Are you going to hold on to your script for another 3 years? 3 years and 3 years? How many 3 years do you have? Zhou Tongguang, okay, don't think too much. Yu Hui patted him on the shoulder and continued, actually, I've seen the information of the lady that big boss gave me. Although she has very little experience in acting and has only starred in one web series, her performance in the series is still remarkable. She's not one of those wooden beauties. She's much better than those popular flowers who only know how to stare and pout. If you use your directing skills to guide, who knows, she might be able to do it. So, don't think too much about it. Go back. Yu Hui pulled Zhou Tongguang back. Zhou Tongguang thought about it for a few days. Since he could not change the situation, he could only accept it. Then, he arranged for the official Weibo to release the news of the main cast. Who knew that as soon as the news was released, it would attract a large number of haters. They crazily scolded Xianxia under the official Weibo. Even he, the director, was scolded. After acting for so many years, Zhou Tongguang had never been scolded like this before. If it weren't for this Xianxia, why would his drama be scolded as soon as the main cast was announced? There were even so many people who said that they would not watch it. Although most of those people were haters, he had never been wronged like this before. He was extremely dissatisfied with Xianxia. This was also the reason why he wanted to make things difficult for Xianxia at this moment. He wanted to vent his anger. When Xianxia heard that he wanted her to act out the scene of her being banished to the cold palace, she realized that Zhou Tongguang had a lot of opinions about her. He wanted to put her in her place as soon as they met. However, she couldn't accept this show of strength. Acting was acting, but it also depended on what the show was about. Different content had different meanings. If she were to admit defeat today, she would be banished to the cold palace. All the crew members would be looking at her. She was afraid that she would really be banished to the cold palace in the future in this production team. Xianxia rolled her eyes and looked at Zhou Tongguang with a smile that was not a smile. She said, Director Zhou thinks highly of me and wants me to act. I definitely have no reason not to act. It's just that I accidentally fell at home yesterday and injured my knee. Director Shen even personally applied medicine for me. When I left this morning, he repeatedly reminded Big Sister Zhou to take good care of me and not let me injure my knee again. Otherwise, his heart will ache and Big Sister Zhou will also be implicated by me. So, I'm afraid that I won't be able to act out the scene of me kneeling and crying. Why don't you change the scene? When Xianxia went out this morning, she wore an ankle-length skirt and a pair of low-heeled shoes. It really did look like her knee was injured and it was not good to show it to others. She was not afraid of lying about her knee injury. Even if others guessed that she might be lying, no one dared to come forward to check. After all, she had Director Shen behind her. Director Shen had already instructed them to take good care of her. If what she said was true, wouldn't she offend the big boss behind her? Did she still want to work then? Zhou Peiyun reacted quickly and immediately came forward with a smile to smooth things over. That's right, that's right. Director Zhou, producer Yu, why don't you let Yaya act out another scene? This scene of her kneeling and crying and begging is really not suitable today. Yu Hui was called out. He was a shrewd person and was not as pedantic as Zhou Tongguang. After thinking about it for a while, he understood and knew how to judge the situation. He smiled and said, since little Sue's knee is injured, I think we should change the scene. Why don't we act out the scene where Consort Shu discovers that her palace maid has poisoned her? Zhou Tongguang immediately turned to look at Yu Hui. Yu Hui smiled and said, Old Zhou, is this scene not easy to act out? Zhou Tongguang stared at his smile and sighed in his heart. He said, all right, we'll act out this scene. Yu Hui then said to Yaya, Little Su, will this scene be okay? Yaya smiled sweetly and said, no problem, I can start right away. Then let's start, Yu Hui said. Yaya handed her bag to her assistant, Xiaoyu, and looked around. She saw that there was a lounge chair at the side and walked forward to pull the chair over to the center of the stage. Then, she sat down on the chair leisurely. The beauty was languid and charming. She leaned against the back of the chair with her right hand supporting her chin. Her eyes were slightly closed as if she was taking a nap. A little palace maid came over with a white medicine bowl with red flowers on it. She gently said, Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine. Chen Yan came with 5 assistants and a lot of luggage. She greeted Director Zhou Tongguang with a smile. Director Zhou, long time no see. Long time no see. Director Zhou Tongguang was much more friendly to Chen Yan. He smiled and praised her. You look prettier than before. Women love to be beautiful, especially those in the entertainment industry. Chen Yan smiled and said, I love hearing this sentence the most. 4 years ago, Chen Yan's first TV series was directed by director Zhou Tongguang. Director Zhou Tongguang recognized her talent, so they had a special relationship. After Chen Yan finished talking to director Zhou Tongguang, she greeted Yu Hui. Hello, producer Yu. Hello, I haven't congratulated you on winning the Best Actress award, Yu Hui said. Chen Yan tilted her head and looked at him. She blinked and smiled. Do you want me to treat you? Yu Hui chuckled. What do you think? Chen Yan was also very straightforward and said immediately, then let's go to the Grand Hyatt Hotel for dinner after the photo shoot. It's on me. Yu Hui turned to Zhou Tongguang and said, did you hear that? Movie Queen Chen wants to treat everyone to dinner. She's paying for it, no one can miss out. Zhou Tongguang laughed and said, good, good, good. Our Chen Yan is the most straightforward. Zhou Peiyun, who had witnessed the entire process, nudged Su Yaya with her elbow and whispered, did you see that? Learn from her. She clearly came late, but with just a few words, she made director Zhou and producer Yu happy. Both of them remember her good points, so how could they be angry with her? That's true. Su Yaya nodded in agreement. That was how the entertainment industry worked. Chen Yan had just won the Best Actress award and was in the limelight. Of course, Zhou Tongguang and Yu Hui thought highly of her. She was also the female lead of the movie. Her biggest selling point was that she knew how to be a good person. She was also good at talking. It was inevitable that the two would support her and get close to her. After Chen Yan, Zhou Tongguang, and Yu Hui were done exchanging compliments, she went to the dressing room to change and get ready for the photo shoot. Passing by Su Yaya, Chen Yan glanced at her with a smile on her face and nodded at her. Su Yaya was slightly taken aback and hurriedly returned a smile. Soon, Chen Yan left with her men. She seems to have a good attitude. She should be easy to get along with, Su Yaya said, looking at her back. Zhou Peiyun sneered and said, please, Miss Su, don't be so naive. There's no such thing as easy to get along with or difficult to get along with. After you start filming, you should be more alert. Don't get bullied without even knowing it. Su Yaya blinked and said, okay. She quietly took out her phone and began to search for all kinds of entertainment gossip about Chen Yan on the internet. Soon, she found an anonymous forum where netizens were discussing Chen Yan's fake sisterhood. If she didn't check it out, she wouldn't have known. Once she checked it out, she was shocked. After a while, a staff member came to ask Su Yaya to take photos. Su Yaya quickly put away her phone and handed it to her assistant, Xiaoyu, and followed the staff member to take the photo shoot. Su Yaya was very beautiful. After changing into the clothes for the film, and with her hair in a flying fairy bun, she looked even more beautiful. She was like a fairy who would fly to the sky at any time. In addition, she was very intelligent. Whatever the photographer asked her to do, she would do it. Her expression was perfect, and the photographer was very satisfied. He couldn't wait to take more photos of her. Not bad, right? Yu Hui looked at Su Yaya's style and performance and said to Zhou Tongguang, who was beside him. Not bad. Zhou Tongguang was too embarrassed to directly admit that Su Yaya had completely stunned him, so he had to use this kind of perfunctory answer. He really didn't expect Su Yaya to be so intelligent. This was really beyond his expectations. He was angry that Su Yaya was casually put in by the investor and was not as good as the actor in his heart. He was afraid that she would ruin his role. However, in fact, he was overthinking. Su Yaya was more talented than the actor in his heart. Yu Hui and Zhou Tongguang had been close friends for many years. How could he not know what was on Zhou Tongguang's mind? He just smiled and didn't expose his true thoughts. Su Yaya quickly finished the photo shoot. Chen Yan also changed into the costume and came over. When she saw Su Yaya, she smiled and said, "You are very beautiful." Su Yaya quickly replied, "Sister Yan, you flatter me." Sister Yan is also very beautiful. Qin Yan was amused by her straightforwardness and said, "You are so cute. I like you. Let's have dinner together later." Xianxia blinked and showed a surprised and happy expression. She didn't dare to refuse Qin Yan's invitation. She quickly replied, "Okay. So cute." Qin Yan praised her with a smile and then went to take the photo. Xianxia went to the dressing room to remove her makeup and came out to find a seat in the corner. With an attitude of learning, she carefully looked at the other people taking the photo. Her attitude was very good. Zhou Tongguang sat diagonally across from her and glanced at her several times. Seeing that she was focused on the other people filming and looking like she was serious about learning, his dissatisfaction with her gradually decreased. Everyone liked hard-working people, and this hard-working person was also very talented, which was even more likable. Zhou Tongguang had been a director for so many years and cherished talents. Xianxia had moved his heart to love talents. Xianxia was focused on the other people taking photos and learning. She didn't know that director Zhou Tongguang had changed his mind. She waited until everyone finished their work and then went to eat together. This question seemed to be out of line. It could be said that from the beginning until now, Xianxia had never thought of asking him about his matters. He was the male lead in the novel, and she was just a cannon fodder female supporting character. His matters were not for her to ask. She was still very self-aware, and she was also very clear about the relationship between the two of them. She would never do anything that was out of line. However, now that Xianxia had asked her the question, if she said that she did not want to ask, it would not be good. She did not know how unhappy Xianxia would be. She still had to follow his wishes to make him satisfied. So Xianxia smoothly asked, "Hubby, what have you been busy with these days? You don't even have time to reply to me on WeChat." She did not know whether her acting was too good or Xianxia's attention was not on this matter, but Xianxia did not know that she asked completely to complete the task. He hugged her tightly and said in a muffled voice, "I went to see my mother these days." His mother? Mrs. Shen? Xianxia was shocked. When she read the novel, she did not see anything about Mrs. Shen. It seemed that Xianxia's parents divorced when he was a teenager. Xianxia and Mrs. Shen did not have a good relationship. They had not seen each other for many years. Therefore, there was no description of Mrs. Shen in the novel. However, she had transmigrated to before the main text of the novel began. It was possible that the situation was different from the original novel. Xianxia now went to see his sick mother, which meant that the relationship between Xianxia and Mrs. Xianxia was not as cold and terrible as it was written in the novel. At least, Xianxia still cared about his mother. At least, when Xianxia received the phone call that morning, the worry on his face was so obvious that it could not be deceived. "Is your mother all right?" That day, after Xianxia had answered the phone, his expression had changed, and he had left in a hurry. Xianxia had guessed that something must have happened to Mrs. Shen, so she asked. Xianxia glanced at her with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Xianxia met his gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. She immediately reacted and corrected herself, "How is our mother?" This person was really calculative. It was just a sentence, but he was glaring at her, making it seem like she had made a big mistake. Could it be that just because of a sentence from her, his mother was no longer his mother? Besides, everyone knew that they were in a contract marriage. How could she change the truth just by changing her statement? Tisk, childish, Xianxia wanted to roll her eyes, but because of Xianxia's mood, she still obediently held it back. Fortunately, Xianxia held it back and did not let Xianxia see it. Otherwise, he would be very angry. At this moment, Xianxia was still very worried about his mother. Even though he had been separated from his mother for many years, the relationship between mother and son was stronger than water. It was impossible for him not to worry about her. She was sick. When she got up in the morning, she suddenly fainted. At first, everyone thought it was an old illness, and it scared everyone. Fortunately, she was sent to the hospital in time. After asking the experts to examine her, it was confirmed that it was not an old illness, but a very serious cold. Now, when Xianxia thought about it, he felt scared. If his mother did not have a serious cold, but an old illness or an even more serious illness, if he was late that day and could not see his mother, he would really not be able to forgive himself, not for the rest of his life. In fact, when she and my father divorced, I hated her very much. At that time, I had just taken the college entrance examination and was the top scorer in science in our city. I thought that she should be very happy with my good grades. Unfortunately, she was not. She just said to me, "You are very outstanding," and then resolutely moved out of the Shin family. I know that the relationship between my mother and my father was not good before that, but I did not want to face it. I deceived myself and hoped that they could be as good as before and that the family could continue to be together. Later, when I thought about it, I realized that it was just my wishful thinking. They went through the divorce procedures very quickly. My mother did not ask for anything and just left. For many years, she did not look back at me. At that time, I actually hated her. I always felt that she was so cruel that she abandoned me. Am I not her biological child? It was not until a few days ago that we met again. She was old, but she was still as beautiful as before. She cared about me as much as before. I suddenly figured it out. The hatred and resentment in the past are not important anymore. As long as she is living well, it is fine. Xianxia listened to him silently. She patted his hand and comforted him. Don't worry. Fortunately, it is not a big deal. She will be fine after taking medicine for a serious cold. She will be fine after a few days of infusion and injection. If you worry about her, she will feel bad. She should be fine now, right? Xianxia calmed down and nodded. The doctor said that she is fine, so I came back. It was also because there was an urgent matter in the company that he had to deal with. Otherwise, he would have to stay for 2 more days before coming back. Xianxia said, "When will you take me to see her?" I haven't seen her yet. Xianxia's parents divorced more than 10 years ago. They had not contacted each other for many years. In order to inherit his grandfather's tens of billions of inheritance, Xianxia found the original body of Xianxia and got married by contract. Xianxia only took her back to see his grandfather, second uncle, and second aunt. His father was still abroad at that time, enjoying his love life. Therefore, the original body of Xianxia did not see Xianxia's parents. Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "Well, I will take you to see her when I have the chance." Xianxia nodded and kissed him on the face. She said with a smile, "My husband is so nice." Seeing her like this, she was like a clown. She laughed every day as if she did not have any worries. It made people feel better. Xianxia lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. His Adam's apple moved up and down. He said in a hoarse voice, "I am hungry." Xianxia's black eyes rolled. "If you are hungry, I will cook for you. What do you want to eat?" Xianxia kissed her on the lips again. There was a dangerous light in his deep eyes, like a hungry wolf. "I only want to eat you." Ouch. Xianxia carried Xianxia up. Xianxia was completely unprepared. She was scared and screamed. She was afraid that she would fall. She quickly wrapped her hands around Xianxia's neck, which made Xianxia laugh. He carried her straight into the house. Go upstairs." Xianxia was pressed down on the sofa by Xianxia. She was still making her last struggle. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already pressed down. His hot breath blew on her neck. "I can't wait." Fortunately, Xianxia wasn't a person who was too conflicted. She quickly put this matter aside and held Xianxia's arm. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said, "I'll miss you after I leave." Xianxia lowered his head and glanced at her. He considered her words carefully. Did she want him to go and see her? He smiled and said, "You want me to visit you on set?" Xianxia blinked and thought that this suggestion was not bad. She said that she would miss Xianxia just to please Xianxia and give him the feeling that she was dependent on him. But if Xianxia could visit her on set, it would be different. Thinking about it carefully, it was really good. "Will you come?" Xianxia looked up at Xianxia. Her big eyes were like bright gems, shining with the light of expectation. Xianxia didn't immediately agree. He just said, "I'll ask Assistant Chen to take a look first. If the work can be arranged, I'll come to see you when I'm free." Okay. Xianxia smiled and said, if you're coming, give me a call first to let me know. It's okay if you can't come. Anyway, if I'm on break, I'll come to see you. Although Xianxia was the one who brought this up, Xianxia didn't have much hope in the first place. It would be best if he could come, but if he couldn't, then so be it. She wouldn't be disappointed if she didn't have much hope. Anyway, she just had to face this matter calmly. Xianxia liked that she was so sensible. He smiled and said, then it's settled. Xianxia, okay. In the evening, Xianxia took out her suitcase to pack the luggage to bring to the set. Clothes, cosmetics, skincare products, bags. The more she packed, the messier it became. A lot of things were piled up on the bed. It took a long time to pack them up. Xianxia looked and shook his head. He walked forward and said, is it so troublesome for a woman to go out? Just bring a card. If you need anything, you can buy it when you get there. Xianxia glanced at him and pouted. Skincare products, makeup products, clothes, and necessities have to be brought. Otherwise, what if we don't have them when we get there? The original owner of her body used all the good stuff. This body was so good, so she had to take good care of it. She had to bring everything she needed. Otherwise, she would be letting down such a beautiful face and such a good figure. Xianxia couldn't understand the woman's stubbornness. He sighed and said, do you want me to help you clean up? Xianxia blinked. Can I? Xianxia wanted to say no, but when he met her big innocent eyes, he couldn't say the words to refuse. Forget it, who asked her to be his woman? Spoiling her a little is fine. Okay, I'll help you clean up. Xianxia said. Xianxia happily leaned over and kissed Xianxia's face. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons, and two cute little dimples appeared on her cheeks. Thank you, husband. You're so nice. I love you so much. She was getting better and better at bewitching Xianxia. She said nice things without feeling embarrassed or embarrassed. Fortunately, Xianxia was willing to accept her. He looked at her with eyes full of love and helped her pack her luggage one by one. When they finished packing, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Xianxia had to wake up early the next day. Both of them were tired. They went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, they didn't do anything and quietly lay on the bed to sleep. When Xianxia was here, the two of them slept on the bed. Xianxia didn't have to be pressed flat, so she slept very well that night. In the morning, Xiaoyu came to the villa to pick up Yaya to meet the crew at the airport. She was afraid of being late, so she arrived 20 minutes early. When the doorbell rang, Xianxia woke up first. He looked sideways at Xianxia, who was still buried in the quilt. Her face was pink and she was sleeping soundly. He couldn't bear to wake her up. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed to open the door. When the door opened, Xianxia looked at Xiaoyu outside the door and said expressionlessly, "Are you Yaya's assistant?" Xiaoyu didn't expect Xianxia to open the door. Faced with Xianxia's powerful domineering aura, she nervously swallowed and stammered, "Yes, I am Sister Yaya's assistant. My name is Xiaoyu." Xianxia nodded and stepped aside. He said to Xiaoyu, "Come in. I will wake Yaya up." Xiaoyu said, "Oh." She still didn't react until she walked into the room. She had heard gossip about Su Yaya and Xianxia in private. Everyone said that Xianxia was Su Yaya's sugar baby. But she didn't see the real person at that time, so she was skeptical. It wasn't until she was arranged to be Su Yaya's assistant that Zhou Peiyun had repeatedly exhorted her that no matter what she heard or saw, she had to reply that she didn't know anything if anyone asked her about it. Only then did she realize that Su Yaya might be different from what she had imagined. At this moment, everything in front of her confirmed her thoughts. Xianxia was really Su Yaya's sugar daddy, and they lived together. She seemed to have found out a big piece of gossip. Fortunately, Su Yaya didn't know what Xiaoyu was thinking. But even if she knew, she would probably nod affirmatively. In her opinion, Xianxia was her sugar daddy, and they did live together. There was nothing wrong with this, haha. Xianxia went back to the room and woke Su Yaya up. "Your assistant is here. She is waiting for you outside. Hurry up and wash up, or you will be late for the airport." Under Sucharon's gaze, Xianxia had no choice but to repost his Weibo post. Xianxia, Senior, hello. Sucharan, smiley face. JPG Sucharan was very happy to see her post. He pointed at the Weibo post on his phone and said, "Look at how well we work together." Xianxia was speechless. So this was how Starlight Entertainment's big brother was, and how Sucharan was Sucharan. After the two of them posted on Weibo, the female lead, Chen, the supporting actor, Zhang Yu, the director, Zhou Guantong, the producer, Yu Hui, and the rest of the cameramen arrived. At this time, it was time to board the plane. The group boarded the plane. Xianxia turned off her phone after boarding the plane. The entire flight was more than 2 hours. She slept for 2 hours, so she didn't know what was happening on the internet. At first, Sucharan's fans were very excited when they saw that Sucharan had finally updated his Weibo after more than half a month. They clicked on Weibo to check the content of Sucharan's update. Then, they saw Sucharan's post where Xianxia called him Junior. Xianxia also reposted the post and responded by calling Sucharan Senior. When did Xianxia become Sucharan's Junior? When did the two of them become so close? Sucharan's 30 million fans were all dumbfounded. However, the power of fans was limitless. The power of fans was strong, and the ability of fans to expose the truth was also very strong. Soon, Sucharan's fans sorted out a series of clues. First of all, Sucharan and Xianxia were both artists of Starlight Entertainment. Sucharan was Starlight Entertainment's big brother. Xianxia joined the company later than Sucharan, so it was reasonable for her to call Sucharan Senior. Secondly, currently, Sucharan and Xianxia were working together to film the TV series The Willows Fall Behind the Walls of the Palace. They were the male lead and the second female lead respectively. Sucharan was the emperor, and Xianxia was imperial concubine Shu. In the early stages, the emperor doted on imperial concubine Shu very much, and the two of them had a lot of scenes together. Furthermore, an insider revealed that on the day of the shoot, the crew had a meal together and Sucharan took special care of Xianxia. He even asked Xianxia to drink less alcohol. At that time, Chen laughed at Sucharan for only caring about Xianxia and not her. Sucharan frankly said that Xianxia was his junior sister and it was his duty to take care of Xianxia. In summary, the relationship between Sucharan and Xianxia came about from this. As for Sucharan's fans, if Sucharan was happy, they would be happy too. After Sucharan acknowledged Xianxia as his junior sister, they quickly ended the matter of Xianxia being Sucharan's junior sister. They even played all kinds of jokes on the internet, and it was very lively. Xiangyi's wind, senior brother and junior sister are so loving. Heart. JPG love is better than love, senior brother, hello. Love is better than love, love is better than love, junior sister, hello. Love is better than love, ah bye 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 bye, hello, senior brother, I love you. Ah hey 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 ah hey 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 hey, hello, junior sister, I love you too. Ah bye 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 kitty soft soft, the one above is showing off your love, brother kisses, transparent autumn, 10086 ageless moon god, ID number, Sucharan's true fans were having a lot of fun. A bunch of lovers took the opportunity to confess to each other. Many people spammed the hashtag senior brother Sucharan senior sister Xianxia hashtag. In addition to the fans, there were also many passers-by who found it fun and joined in. For a time, Sucharan's Weibo comments increased by hundreds and thousands, and there were tens of thousands of retweets and likes in the blink of an eye. Xianxia also followed the popularity. The number of fans was increasing, and there were many comments, retweets, and likes. Her Weibo was very popular. However, as a star, if there were true fans, there would be anti-fans. True fans took joy in the star's happiness and sincerely loved the star. As for anti-fans, it was the opposite. They liked to maliciously sow discord, pick bones and eggs, and fabricate all kinds of facts and black materials, hoping that the star would be unlucky. When Sucharan's true fans played all kinds of jokes, anti-fans immediately took action. They ran to the hashtag senior brother Sucharan senior sister Xianxia hashtag to sow discord and liked the comments that were gossiping. For example, Daybreak loves to eat fish, you idiots, I don't know what you are so happy about. In this day and age, where did so many senior brothers and junior sisters come from? They are clearly confessing to each other. The senior brother is the husband, and the junior sister is the wife. Being single is not sick, I agree with the person above. Su Chaoran actually found an 18th-tier internet celebrity to be his girlfriend. He is really degrading himself. Little thing, Yaya Su is an internet celebrity who relied on money to get to the top. What qualifications does she have to be Chaoran's girlfriend? We don't recognize her, love Chaoran to death, woo-woo, brother Chaoran ran away with the little b****, tch. I'm no longer a fan. That day was Su Yaya's first day of filming. That day, she only had one scene with the male lead, Su Chaoran. Her role as the second female lead was still a noble lady. In order to gain the favor of the emperor played by Su Chaoran, she bribed the eunuch by the emperor's side. After learning of the emperor's whereabouts, she secretly ran to the side of the lotus pond, took off her shoes and socks, and sat on a rock by the pond to play with water. She had a pair of beautiful jade-like feet, which looked even whiter in the sparkling water. When the emperor passed by and saw them, he was immediately attracted by her jade-like feet. He only felt that they were extremely beautiful and walked over, wanting to touch her feet. According to the plot setting in the script, the emperor would successfully touch the noble lady's jade feet and immediately be unable to let go. He would carry the noble lady back to Qianyuan Hall, and after a night of passion, he would promote the noble lady to Shu Jiayu. However, there was an accident during the filming. Su Yaya wore a heavy palace costume and took off her shoes and socks. She sat on a stone by the lotus pond and played with the water. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and fell on Su Yaya's body. The sparkling water surface looked like it was sprinkled with a layer of gold. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people. Su Chaoran, who was wearing the emperor's costume, appeared at the right time and saw Su Yaya's jade feet. They were white and beautiful and immediately attracted his attention. He couldn't help but walk over to her and reach out to touch Su Yaya's feet. He muttered the lines, "Beloved concubine, so beautiful." The accident occurred at this time. According to the original plot, Su Yaya was to shy and dodge. Who knew that when she did so, she didn't know how she slipped and her entire body fell into the lotus pond. With a splash, Su Yaya fell into the water. Originally, Su Yaya knew how to swim. Although she wasn't very good, she wouldn't drown. However, she was wearing a palace costume today with 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. Every dress was very wide, and after getting wet, it wrapped around her hands and feet, making it so that she couldn't move her hands and feet. It was extremely cumbersome, as if there was something pulling her from below. Seeing that she was sinking into the water, in a panic, she choked on several mouthfuls of water. Su Chaoran was the one closest to Su Yaya. The moment he saw Su Yaya fall into the lotus pond, he was stunned for a moment. His entire person was a little dazed, but then he immediately reacted. This wasn't the plot in the script. Su Yaya really fell into the water. Without thinking, he quickly took off his large costume and jumped into the water to save Su Yaya. After Su Chaoran jumped into the water, the other crew members finally realized that something had happened. They quickly ran over to help save Su Yaya. Su Chaoran jumped into the water first and quickly swam to Su Yaya's side. He hugged Su Yaya from behind and swam to the shore with her. He carried the wet Su Yaya ashore. Brother Chow, are you okay?" A crew member ran over and asked anxiously. Su Chaoran said, "I'm fine." He lowered his head to look at Su Yaya in his arms. Seeing that her face was pale, he asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" I am fine." Su Yaya resisted the discomfort in her body and said, "I see that you don't look well. Let's go to the hospital." Su Chaoran said, "There's no need, listen to me. If you fall sick, it will delay the filming." Su Chaoran's face darkened and said firmly. Su Yaya, Yuhui also rushed over and said, "I think Chaoran is right. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup." He knew very well that Su Yaya was Xianxioqi's woman. If something happened to her on set, it would be fine if Xianxioqi didn't care. But if he got angry because of it, the entire crew would be in trouble. Moreover, according to the rumors, Xianxioqi cared a lot about Su Yaya. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't take his anger out on her. He didn't dare to take the risk, and he couldn't afford to take it. Sending her to the hospital for a checkup was the safest thing to do. Hurry up and help Chaoran and little Su change out of their wet clothes. Hurry up and go to the hospital for a checkup. After Yu Hui finished speaking, everyone realized that Su Chaoran was still holding on to Su Yaya. But in this situation, everyone was thinking about going to the hospital for a checkup. No one thought about anything else. Duan Xiaoyu went to buy coffee for Su Yaya. When she came back, she saw that Su Yaya was drenched and didn't look well. She was so scared that she didn't even care about the coffee. She hurriedly took Su Yaya to the changing room to get changed. Su Chaoran was also taken by his assistant to the changing room to get changed. When they were changing, Su Yaya saw that Duan Xiaoyu's hands were shaking. Su Yaya smiled with a pale face and said, "I'm really fine. I'm just on my period. I'll be fine after drinking some brown sugar water. Don't worry." "How can I not worry? What if something happened to you? Women should be more careful when they're on their period. You can't touch cold water or catch a cold. You even fell into the water. That's even worse. You should go to the hospital for a checkup." Duan Xiaoyu didn't allow any explanation as she pulled Su Yaya into the car to go to the hospital for a checkup. When they arrived at the hospital, they found a doctor to check. In the end, the doctor diagnosed that Su Yaya had caught a cold. Also, her period had come. She already had a cold womb, and she even fell into the water. If she didn't take care of herself now, she would suffer in the future. The doctor rattled off a bunch of things to Su Yaya. In the end, he waved a large pen and wrote a bunch of medicine for Su Yaya to take back home. Su Yaya didn't like to take medicine and didn't want to take it. She complained to Duan Xiaoyu, "I told you that you didn't need to come for a checkup, but you insisted. You prescribed so many medicine. Do you think I'm a fool? Who likes to take medicine these days? I'm not a masochist." However, Duan Xiaoyu remembered that before they went out, Xianxia had asked her to take good care of Su Yaya. No matter what Su Yaya said, she still went to take the medicine and said to Su Yaya, "I'll supervise you to take the medicine. Otherwise, I'll tell Sister Zhou and President Shen about this." Su Yaya glared at her angrily and accused her, "You're my assistant. You should be on my side. It's not right for you to report to them like this. Do you know that?" Duan Xiaoyu held the medicine in her hand and insisted, "But you can't not take care of your body. If you're not well, Sister Zhou and President Shen will blame me for not taking good care of you." Su Yaya sighed. She felt that she didn't have an assistant, but a mother. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back." Su Yaya couldn't get through to Duan Xiaoyu, so she didn't say anything. After driving back to the hotel, Su Yaya went to take a hot bath first. Previously, she fell into the water and was soaked. Later, she went to the hospital for a checkup. She only changed into a clean set of clothes and didn't have time to take a bath. Her body was very uncomfortable. Now that she took a hot bath, she felt relaxed. When she came out of the bath, Duan Xiaoyu took the medicine for her and said with concern, "Sister Yaya, take the medicine and sleep for a while. Rest for a while." Su Yaya nodded and climbed into bed. She covered herself with the quilt and closed her eyes to sleep. "Where does it hurt?" Su Chaoran frowned and asked worriedly. "My stomach hurts." Su Yaya fell into Su Chaoran's arms and said weakly. "Stomach hurts? And it hurts so badly. It could be a big or small thing." Su Chaoran saw that she was in so much pain and carried her out. "I'll take you to the hospital." Originally, Su Chaoran had left his assistant and secretly came to see if Su Yaya was okay. When he saw that Su Yaya wasn't feeling well, he immediately thought of taking her to the hospital. Su Yaya slept in her pajamas. When Su Chaoran arrived, she had just woken up from the pain. Naturally, she did not change her clothes. Su Chaoran realized that she was feeling well and was in a hurry to take her to the hospital. He did not think about this matter and just carried her to the elevator downstairs to the parking lot. He found where his car was parked and carried her into the car. He placed her in the front passenger seat and turned to the driver's seat. He quickly started the car and drove to the hospital. In the car, Su Yaya was curled up into a ball with her eyes closed. Her brows were deeply furrowed, as if she was enduring the pain. From time to time, she would let out a low moan like a kitten. It was obvious that she was in so much pain that she couldn't help but moan. She looked very pitiful and helpless, making people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Su Chaoran glanced to the side and saw a tear roll down the corner of Su Yaya's eyes. She was crying because she couldn't stand the pain. Thinking of this, Su Chaoran's heart inexplicably tightened and he felt a kind of heartache. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped to the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't far and the car arrived quickly. Su Chaoran parked the car in the parking lot, got out of the car and went to the other side. He opened the door and carried Su Yaya out of the car. He carried her all the way to the doctor. Fortunately, the doctors and nurses in the emergency room were there. Su Chaoran carried Su Yaya in and anxiously called for the doctor to check. Quickly take a look at her. She's in so much pain. I know. Don't worry, I'll take a look at her. The doctor comforted him out of professional habit. However, the nurse next to him had sharp eyes and recognized Su Chaoran at a glance. She was surprised and happy. Are you Su Chaoran? Su Chaoran was stunned for a moment before he remembered that he only cared about bringing Su Yaya to the hospital to see a doctor and forgot that he was a celebrity. Now that he was recognized, he could only nod and tell the nurse, please don't tell anyone. Okay. The nurse nodded. Although she was happy, she didn't know that she was Su, she didn't know that it was Chaoran, she didn't know that it's the hospital. She know, the hospital. The doctor quickly gave Su Yaya a checkup and prescribed some medicine. He then asked the nurse to give the patient an infusion according to the prescription. Su Yaya's hand was dripped with medicine and she felt slightly better. Su Chaoran went to the side and called his assistant, Xiaowei, to tell him that he was at the hospital. Xiaowei thought that something bad had happened to him and was shocked. He quickly asked what was wrong, but he heard Su Chaoran say, Su Yaya is in trouble. I brought her to the hospital. Xiaowei panicked when he heard that. He said anxiously, Brother Chao, how could you go to the hospital alone with Miss Su? What if the paparazzi took a picture of you? I only cared about bringing her to the hospital. I didn't think too much, said Su Chaoran. Since it had already happened, Xiaowei couldn't say anything else. He could only say, I'll come over right away. I'll call Miss Su's assistant too. Okay, hurry over, said Su Chaoran. Xiaowei agreed and hung up. He went to find Su Yaya's assistant, Duan Xiaoyu, and the two went to the hospital together. Wherever there were celebrities, there would definitely be paparazzi. They had a keen sense of smell and were observant. Whenever there was any news about a celebrity, they would hunt it down like a wolf smelling meat. They would grab hold of the celebrity's gossip and expose it. Su Chaoran bringing Su Yaya to the hospital for treatment didn't escape the paparazzi's eyes. The paparazzi took a picture of it and posted it online. That night, a Weibo post titled Breaking News, Su Chaoran and Su Yaya's real relationship exposed. They are not really fellow apprentices, but a real couple. Once it was posted, it blew up the entertainment industry at an astonishing speed. The paparazzi wrote on Weibo, 2 days ago, Su Chaoran suddenly posted on Weibo with Su Yaya. The two of them addressed each other as fellow apprentices. Everyone was very surprised. Why would these two people who usually didn't interact with each other suddenly become so close? They even became fellow apprentices? At that time, many fans and netizens also played along and confessed to each other, creating countless new couples. I originally thought that Su Chaoran and Su Yaya were really fellow apprentices, but in fact, they weren't. Above. The paparazzi uploaded many photos. First, Su Yaya accidentally fell into the water on set, and Su Chaoran was the first to jump in to save her. Then, after Su Chaoran rescued Su Yaya, Su Chaoran hugged her and didn't let go. Then, at night, Su Chaoran went to Su Yaya's room at night and ran into the elevator with Su Yaya in his arms. He drove all the way to the hospital with Su Yaya in his arms and looked for a doctor. Finally, the paparazzi wrote at the end of Weibo, according to my calculations, Su Chaoran drove Su Yaya to the hospital and ran a total of 3 red lights. Why was he in such a hurry? Everyone, look at the pictures and judge for yourselves. As soon as the paparazzi's Weibo was posted, Su Chaoran's fans exploded. How much they protected Su Chaoran before was how angry and annoyed they were now. Many fans felt that they had been deceived. The two of them were clearly in a relationship and had confessed to each other, but they still had to play the fellow apprentices on the internet. Were they deliberately playing with them? Of course, this was also a part of it. Most of the fans felt that Xianxia wasn't worthy of Su Chaoran. In their hearts, Su Chaoran was a popular young star, and Xianxia was just an internet celebrity. What right did she have to be Su Chaoran's girlfriend? Previously, they felt that the two of them were fellow apprentices in the same company. That was fine as their relationship was legitimate. But what if the two of them had been secretly together for a long time? This was something that they could not tolerate. The celebrity that they liked had to find someone who was worthy of him. As a result, countless fans ran to Su Chaoran and Xianxia's Weibo to scold them. The anti-fans were even more so. Since Anyuting made a scene in Xianxioqi's office last time and was driven away by Xianxioqi, all the jobs she took were suddenly cancelled. She had nothing to do, so she realized the seriousness of the matter. She hurriedly went to her manager, but her manager said that the company asked her to take care of another artist and she couldn't take care of her for the time being. Why? Anyuting asked angrily. Her manager said to her, "You know what you have done. You just rest at home and don't make trouble. If you do, you might end up worse." Xianxioqi looked down at the phone Anyuting brought to him with a sullen face. His eyes fell on the photos posted by X Entertainment. After seeing the two people in the photos clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. He reached out and took Anyuting's phone. His fingers quickly slid on the screen, clicked on the photos, and looked at them carefully from beginning to end. Anyuting saw that Xianxioqi's expression was very bad. She thought that Xianxioqi must be very angry when he saw these photos of Xianxia and Su Chaoran hugging each other. What's more, Su Chaoran and Xianxioqi had some conflicts that outsiders couldn't tell. Xianxia was so close to Su Chaoran. She took the opportunity to fan the flames. "Brother Shochi, you're so good to Xianxia. You protect her and pamper her wholeheartedly. You give her all the good things, but look at what she's doing outside." Not to mention hooking up with other men, the two of them even confessed to each other on the internet. They're not brothers and sisters at all. They're adulterers. Enough. Xianxioqi angrily interrupted her. His handsome face was full of displeasure. It was so gloomy that it was scary, like the sea before a storm. Anyuting looked at Xianxioqi's face. Although Xianxioqi's gloomy face was very scary and made her tremble in fear, she inexplicably felt very excited. Because she knew that the more Xianxioqi was angry about the things Xianxia did outside, the more severe the punishment Xianxia would receive in the future. This was the result she wanted. She continued, "Brother Shochi, I'm really worried about you. A woman like Xianxia really doesn't deserve you. Don't be deceived by her again. You don't have to worry about my business." Xianxioqi returned the phone to her and turned to leave with a sullen face. A few of the accompanying staff members saw this and hurriedly followed. "Brother Shochi." Anyuting called out. Xianxioqi wanted to catch up with her, but he stopped when he saw other staff members. Looking at Xianxioqi's receding figure, Anyuting smiled complacently. If Xianxioqi was unhappy, Xianxia would be in trouble. Then she should be happy. Xianxioqi sat in the car with a sullen face. He pulled his tie angrily and was about to instruct Assistant Chen to deal with the matter on the internet when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He stopped and took it out. It was a few WeChat messages from Xianxia. His finger paused on the phone screen for a moment. Then, he unlocked the phone and clicked into WeChat. At the top was a message from Xianxia. "Yaya, honey, I accidentally fell into the water during the filming during the day. Boo-hoo. Yaya, honey, I'm sick. My stomach hurts so much." "Oh? Oh Yaya, honey, the doctor gave me an 4 drip. I miss you so much." Seeing Xianxia's WeChat message, Xianxioqi's mind involuntarily flashed with the image of Xianxia acting coquettishly towards him. She was originally delicate and soft, and her voice was also sweet. She would stare at him with her big round eyes and rub her little head against his body like a coquettish kitten. Unknowingly, his heart would soften towards her and he would want to pamper her and coax her. That was how Xianxioqi felt now. He had been in a meeting in the office for the whole afternoon. He didn't know that Yaya had fallen into the water during the filming. He also didn't know that Su Chaoran had saved her. He also didn't know that Su Chaoran had gone to visit Xianxia. When he found out that she was seriously ill, he carried her to the hospital regardless of anything. Even the photos were taken by entertainment reporters and posted on the internet, causing such a big uproar. If Yuding hadn't come to him and told him about it, he wouldn't have known. He admitted that he was very angry when he first heard that Xianxia and Su Chaoran were together. He had reminded Xianxia to stay away from Su Chaoran. He didn't expect that she would ignore his words. This woman was so disobedient. He should catch her and teach her a lesson. However, these thoughts and annoyance disappeared after he saw Xianxia's coquettish WeChat message asking for comfort. Instead, he felt sorry for Xianxia. He wasn't affected by the content written by X Entertainment, nor was he affected by the comments of the netizens and fans on the internet. He was also not affected by what Yuding said. He had his own judgment. Even if he had a feud with Su Chaoran, even if Xianxia and Su Chaoran were really close, when he saw those photos, his first thought was that Xianxia fell into the water. Xianxia was sick. It wasn't him who saved her, but Su Chaoran. He didn't blame her. He just felt more sorry for her. He didn't know how she was now. She didn't say that she would call him. Even if she called him and cried, it would be good enough. He was about to ask Assistant Chen to suppress the negative comments about Xianxia on the internet when he received a WeChat message from Xianxia. At that moment, he felt really strange in his heart. Every WeChat message from Xianxia was just as he thought. She was acting coquettishly to him and was full of attachment to him. His heart immediately softened and was about to melt. Assistant Chen, help me book a ticket. Xianxia ordered. He wanted to see Xianxia. Okay. Assistant Chen agreed. He opened the ticket booking app on his mobile phone and started to book a ticket for Xianxia. While Assistant Chen was booking the ticket, Xianxia called someone he was familiar with. It was not for anything else, but for the comments about Xianxia on the internet. He said to the person on the other side, ask someone to deal with those comments. You know better than me what to do. Also, tell that ex-entertainment reporter to stop working. All he does is make up false comments all day long. The person on the other side heard it and laughed. Mr. Shen, you are angry for a beauty. Xianxia said with a sullen face, do you want to do it or not? If not, I will find someone else. Anyway, there are many people who are willing to take this job. The person on the other side didn't dare to say no. Not only would he get money if he did it well, but he could also make friends with Xianxia. He quickly said, I will do it now. I will definitely do it well for you. Okay, I am hanging up. Xianxia finished and hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, ex-entertainment reporter deleted the Weibo post. Soon, he posted another clarification Weibo. Ex-entertainment reporter V, Xianxia and Su Chaoran are really brothers and sisters. Xianxia accidentally fell into the water when she was filming. At that time, Su Chaoran was the closest to her, so he jumped into the water first to save her. Xianxia was sick and Su Chaoran sent her to the hospital to see a doctor. It was also because of the senior brother's care for his junior sister. There was no other reason. I did not investigate clearly before I posted on Weibo, which caused everyone to misunderstand and caused them a lot of trouble. I sincerely apologize to Xianxia and Su Chaoran and ask for their forgiveness. I am sorry. Once the clarification and apology was posted, there was an uproar on Weibo. Some people asked why he apologized. Did he accept money to change his words? Some people came to scold him. Why did you post on Weibo without investigating clearly? You are really harmful. Do you have a good relationship with Xianxia? Su Chaoran raised his eyebrows and asked. Xianxia glanced at him. She wasn't very happy with his question and replied, this is my private matter. What she meant was that he had no right to ask. Su Chaoran found it funny and continued, has anyone ever told you that you actually look like someone? Xianxia blinked. His words sounded like he knew a lot of things. So what? Xianxia smiled indifferently. Su Chaoran scrutinized her and smiled. You don't mind? You are clearly. The only thing left was for him to say that she was in Yutong's substitute. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to find it funny. The smile on her face was very bright and there was not the slightest bit of unhappiness. She said, "What do I have to care about? How do you think I should care? I'm the one by his side now. As for the future, she would run away in the future, so she didn't need to care." Su Chaoran's handsome face showed a surprised expression. He looked at her in surprise. "You know? You actually know?" Su Yaya shrugged indifferently and said indifferently, "I know. I've known for a long time. You're not the first person to say this in front of me. And Yuding came to me a long time ago. I'm not stupid. How could I not know?" Moreover, she had read the original novel. Moreover, when she was sleeping in the lounge that day, she heard Yuding say that she was a substitute. She knew very well in her heart. Su Chaoran paused and nodded. He whispered, "So that's how it is. Since you know, shouldn't you leave first?" Su Yaya asked Su Chaoran to leave expressionlessly. She had been wondering why Su Chaoran was so close to her. They weren't familiar with each other and didn't have any contact before. They only met each other because they took part in the Palace Falls Willows together. However, he was more enthusiastic about her than anyone else. He cared for her and didn't mind her using his popularity. He even took the initiative to call her senior and junior brother and posted on Weibo to tell the world. If two people were from the same company and had to call each other senior and junior brother, then Su Chaoran had countless junior brothers and sisters. Therefore, this reason didn't make sense at all. Su Yaya had always been suspicious of Su Chaoran's purpose, and Xianxia had also called her specifically to warn her to stay away from Su Chaoran. She didn't understand these things before, but now that she thought about it and thought about what Su Chaoran had asked her, there was nothing she didn't understand. Su Chaoran probably knew Xianxia and Yutong and Yuding before. Otherwise, how could he know their affairs so clearly? Then Su Yaya thought that Xianxia called her to stay away from Su Chaoran. It was obvious that he was on guard against him. Why did Xianxia ask her to be on guard against him? Was he worried that Su Chaoran would say those words to her? Obviously not. In order to inherit the inheritance, Xianxia had agreed to marry the original owner of her body. The original owner of her body more or less understood that the relationship between the two of them was not purely that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, she had long heard that she was a substitute. Since it wasn't for this, then what was it for? Su Yaya thought about it and a bold guess appeared in her mind. Could it be that Xianxia asked her to stay away from Su Chaoran because he was worried that Su Chaoran would hurt her? No way. As soon as this idea came out, Su Yaya was shocked. She tried hard to convince herself that it shouldn't be like what she thought. Su Chaoran wouldn't hurt her. After all, the two of them had never met before and had no grudges in the past. Why would he hurt her? He was the big brother of Starlight Entertainment, a popular young actor, and his career in the entertainment industry was at its peak. She was just an inconspicuous little invisible person who had climbed from a 180-star internet celebrity to her current position. She had just made her presence known, so he shouldn't take her seriously. But he had his eyes on her. Su Yaya felt that something was wrong with Su Chaoran. Today's matter had caused a huge uproar on the internet. She still didn't know what the situation was on the internet now. She also didn't know what Xianxia would think if he saw the scandal between her and Su Chaoran. She didn't dare to call Xianxia directly. She only tried to send 3 messages with an explanation. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't reply to her. She didn't know if he was too busy to see it or there were other reasons. In short, Su Yaya was very nervous and uneasy. She didn't want to be entangled with Su Chaoran anymore. She just wanted him to leave quickly. She was a little confused now and didn't want to see him again. "You go first," Su Yaya said to Su Chaoran expressionlessly. She looked at him with a cold gaze. It was obvious that she wanted him to leave. Su Chaoran also felt that her attitude towards him had obviously become a lot colder. He also knew what was going on. He stared at her for a moment and nodded slightly. "I'll go." Su Yaya leaned on the hospital bed and didn't speak. She didn't look at him. Her gaze fell on the back of her hand where the infusion needle was inserted. She didn't move. Su Chaoran glanced at her and turned to walk out. When he walked to the door of the ward, he stopped and turned to Su Yaya who was leaning on the hospital bed. "Whether you believe it or not, I really treat you as a junior sister. I treat you as a friend. The corner of Su Yaya's mouth moved. Her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a sound. Su Chaoran saw that she didn't speak and ignored him. His gaze on her became dim. He turned to open the door of the ward and left. The ward was quiet. After a while, there was a sigh in the room. Xianxia's voice was so gentle that it could drip water. For a moment, Su Yaya was almost moved to tears by his gentleness. But she quickly reacted. Xianxia's gentleness was poisonous. It was the most powerful sugar-coated bullet, sweet poison. Poison. The original owner fell into his gentleness little by little. In the end, she couldn't extricate herself and ended up playing with herself. She couldn't fall into his trap like the original owner. Su Yaya had a clear goal and was very self-aware. She knew that she wasn't Xianxia's opponent, but she knew how to act. Su Yaya blinked at Xianxia and displayed her highest level of acting. She reached out and grabbed Xianxia's big hand. She rubbed her face against his palm and raised her eyes to look at Xianxia. Her eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her lips and said pitifully, "It's still painful and uncomfortable. Why did you come only now?" "At that time I was in so much pain that I thought I was going to die. I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared." Woo woo woo. Needless to say, Su Yaya had displayed her true feelings in this scene. When she woke up in pain on the bed, there was no one else in the room. She couldn't even find anyone to help her. Waves of cramping pain came from her stomach, and waves of heat flowed out from under her. She really had the illusion that all the blood in her body would flow out and she would die alone like this. Fortunately, Su Chaoran came to see her and found that something was wrong with her. He sent her to the hospital. Thinking of Su Chaoran, Su Yaya was a little sad and depressed. If Su Chaoran didn't approach her with ulterior motives and sincerely wanted to be friends with her, she would be happy to be friends with him. Unfortunately, he had bad intentions from the beginning. Even if he said that he really wanted to be friends with her, she didn't dare to believe him. With all kinds of emotions intertwined, Su Yaya acted very realistically. Her delicate and soft appearance made people feel sorry for her. Xianxia hurriedly pulled her into his embrace, kissed her little face, and gently coaxed her, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. Aren't I here now?" "N." Su Yaya tenderly replied with an N. She wrapped her arms around his waist and rubbed her face against his chest again. She said with satisfaction, "Xiaoqi, I'm not afraid with you here." Hearing this, Xianxia smiled. It was not in vain that he had rushed over by plane overnight to see her. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead again. His hands hugged her tighter. The content that X Entertainment wrote on Weibo is a distortion of the truth. Su Yaya said with righteous indignation, "There's nothing between Su Chaoran and me. We were filming and I fell into the river. Su Chaoran saved me because he was the closest to me at the time. He took me to the hospital when I was sick. It was a complete coincidence. You have to believe me. Our relationship is not like what the internet says." Xianxia replied, "N. I know. You know?" Su Yaya looked at him with wide eyes. Xianxia smiled and touched her head. "The matter between you and Su Chaoran is so big on the internet. How could I not know? Moreover, Su Chaoran and I have known each other for a long time." Su Yaya's heart skipped a beat. It was just as she guessed. Su Chaoran and Xianxia obviously had a grudge. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. You just have to take care of your body," Xianxia said. This was the best. With the male lead, Xianxia, there was nothing for her to do. She was happy and relaxed. "Xiaoqi, you're so nice." Su Yaya rubbed against Xianxia affectionately and relied on him. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. He lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. Outside the ward, Duan Xiaoyu and Assistant Chen looked at each other and then smiled. As long as Su Yaya and Xianxia were fine, they were relieved. Duan Xiaoyu's stomach suddenly growled. She looked at Assistant Chen embarrassedly. Assistant Chen was very good at taking care of people and said, "At this time, it's very suitable to have supper to celebrate. Do you want to join us?" Duan Xiaoyu nodded. Okay. Assistant Chen glanced at the two people in the ward. Xianxia and Xianxia were whispering, so he shouldn't be needed for the time being. He said to Duan Xiaoyu, let's go. The two of them left together and went out to look for food. In the ward, after Xianxia and Xianxia were acting coquettishly, Xianxia touched her stomach and said pitifully, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Xianxia asked. Xianxia raised her chin and looked at the instant noodles on the table next to her with a smile. Xianxia followed her gaze and finally understood why he always smelled a strange smell. In addition to the smell of disinfectant, there was also the smell of instant noodles in the ward. Instant noodles are not nutritious, Xianxia said with a serious face. How about I ask Assistant Chen to buy other supper? Xianxia raised a finger and said, I just want to eat it once, just once. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Seeing her look of wanting to eat it and looking at him pitifully with big eyes full of begging, Xianxia's heart was about to melt. He sighed silently. He really didn't know what to do with her. Forget it, let her be. It's just eating instant noodles once. It's not a big deal. At worst, he would take her to eat delicious and nutritious food later. You're only allowed to eat it once. Xianxia emphasized. Xianxia nodded obediently. Yes, just this once. Xianxia walked into the room expressionlessly and said to the others, everyone else, leave. I have something to say to him alone. Su Chaoran's two assistants were also in the room. They all looked at him. Su Chaoran nodded at them and said, you can all leave. So the assistants quickly put down the things in their hands and walked out quickly. Only Xianxia and Su Chaoran were left in the room. Su Chaoran tilted his head and smiled at him. Dear brother, why did you come to me so early? Oh, let me guess. It's definitely not for me, but for Xianxia, right? Speaking of which, Xianxia is very cute. She's delicate, soft, and sweet. I really want to tease her. Don't you think so, my brother? Xianxia said expressionlessly, stay away from her. Su Chaoran raised his eyebrows. Why should I listen to you? I can be good with whoever I want. I can tease her if I want. You can't control me. Xianxia looked at him with disdain. You're really the same as your mistress mother. Su Chaoran laughed. That's because my father was willing. Who asked your mother to give him a chance? Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have had anything to do with him, and I wouldn't have been born. Xianxia glanced at him indifferently and said mockingly, my father left a lot of mistresses in his life, but he didn't have many children. Do you know why your surname is Su and not Shen? Do you know why your mother couldn't marry into the Shen family after giving birth to a son? Even if my mother doesn't want to be Mrs. Shen anymore, your mother can only be a mistress who can't be seen in public. Even if she's dead now, her ashes can't be put in the Shen family's garden. Never ever. Su Chaoran's face turned white. Xianxia's words hit the deepest secret in his heart, and it stung his heart fiercely. He was like a wounded and trapped beast. He said hatefully, it seems that you really care about Xianxia. You're afraid that I'll get close to her and take her away. You're even more afraid that I'll tell her your secrets, right? Xianxia's eyes were very cold, like ice in the winter. He said, I thought that you'd at least understand things when you grow up. It turns out that you're the same as your mistress mother. You think that you're very powerful just because you've been in the entertainment circle for the past 2 years? I don't care if you think you're dirty, don't challenge my bottom line. He didn't pay attention to Su Chaoran for the past 2 years because he didn't think it was necessary to make him unhappy for an unrelated person. If he really wanted to deal with Su Chaoran, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Su Chaoran wouldn't have had the chance to debut, and he wouldn't have been able to become a popular celebrity. He could only continue to sing on the streets. After Xianxia finished speaking, he didn't want to say anything more to Su Chaoran. He gave him a meaningful warning look, then turned and walked out. Su Chaoran stared at his back and slightly narrowed his eyes. He was suppressing a ball of anger in his heart. They were both descendants of the Shen family, but Xianxia could be so high and mighty, while he had to be inferior. Why? The anger in his heart distorted his thoughts. He said angrily, speaking of which, Xianxia looks so much like an Yutong. Both of them are so sweet, and the taste is very memorable. Xianxia, who had already walked to the door, suddenly stopped. His face instantly became gloomy. He raised his hand and slowly unbuttoned his cufflinks. He pulled his sleeves up to his elbows, then turned around and walked straight to Su Chaoran. Without hesitation, he gave Su Chaoran a solid punch. Su Chaoran was hit so hard that he staggered a step. His body moved backward, and he knocked over the small round table behind him. The things on the table also fell to the ground with a crash. The corner of Su Chaoran's mouth hurt. He used the tip of his tongue to touch the corner of his mouth, and there was the taste of blood. Xianxia's punch was ruthless enough that the corner of his mouth was broken. "You can punch me a few more times," Su Chaoran said proudly. He pointed at his face, which was somewhat similar to Xianxia's. "You can punch me a few more times. After all, I will be filming with Su Yaya in 2 days. Other than kissing scenes, there will also be sex scenes." "Ha ha ha ha. Bastard." Xianxia's face was gloomy, like the sky before a storm. He said coldly, "You won't have a chance." After saying this, Xianxia looked at him contemptuously, as if he was looking at a bedbug. He turned around and walked away without hesitation. Su Chaoran stared at his back and smiled proudly. "You don't want me to be the male lead. I'll make you lose tens of millions, but I'll still make a profit." Xianxia's footsteps didn't stop, and he walked away without looking back. Su Chaoran looked at the closed door and reached out to wipe his face. His handsome face did not have the slightest bit of pride. He did not feel happy that he had angered Xianxia. Instead, he felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask himself, was this really what he wanted? After Xianxia left the hotel, he directly got into the car and ordered the driver to go to the hospital. Su Yaya was waiting for him in the hospital. Su Yaya sat on the bed. The doctor came to check on her and made sure that she was not in so much pain. He told her that she was fine today and could be discharged. "Thank you, doctor." Su Yaya didn't like to stay in the hospital. It would be good to be discharged. When Xianxia arrived, Su Yaya had already packed up and was ready to be discharged. "Why are you discharged? Why don't you stay for 1 more day for observation?" Xianxia was worried. Su Yaya said, "The doctor said that I'm fine. I can be discharged. I don't like hospitals. Why do I have to stay here?" Xianxia looked at her and said, "Don't worry. I'll ask the doctor." "Oh, don't ask. The doctor said that I'm fine." Su Yaya wanted to stop him, but Xianxia turned around and went to find the doctor. Su Yaya pursed her lips. He wouldn't let her continue to stay here, would he? She really didn't like hospitals at all. Xianxia sensed her strange gaze and suddenly looked up. Seeing her stupefied face, he frowned and said, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Yaya was shocked and quickly reacted. She forced a smile and said, "I wanted to ask you what we're having for lunch today." Xianxia put down the documents in his hands and walked over. He hugged her and lowered his head to bite her lips. He seductively said, "What do you think?" Su Yaya pouted her red lips and took the opportunity to put her arms on his shoulders. She looked up at him and asked, "How about tomato ball soup, stir-fried vegetables, and beef shredded with pickled pepper?" Xianxia had no problem with the first 2 dishes, but the last dish was a little difficult for him. "Isn't the beef shredded with pickled pepper too spicy?" Su Yaya giggled. "I stir-fried that for myself." Xianxia pinched her cheek and said with a sullen face, "Then what about me?" Su Yaya said seriously, "You eat something else." Xianxia snorted. "You know what I'm talking about." After eating the beef shredded with pickled pepper, she would kiss him later. Did she think that he didn't know what she was thinking? Su Yaya pouted and said coquettishly, "But I want to eat." "No." Xianxia disagreed with a straight face. Su Yaya's little face fell and said, Okay, I'll listen to you." Xianxia looked at her pitiful face and felt a little better. He coaxed her and said, "When I go on a business trip the day after tomorrow, you can eat whatever you want at home. I won't care about you then." Su Yaya said, "You're going on a business trip again?" "I'm going to S City." Xianxia said. "How many days?" She hoped that he would be away for a long time so that she wouldn't have to wait on him and would be happy to relax. Xianxia didn't know what she was thinking. He thought she was reluctant to part with him, so he said, maybe 3 to 5 days, but I will finish my work as soon as possible and come back. Xianxia hurriedly said, no need, no need, Looking at Xianxia's scrutinizing eyes, Xianxia quickly corrected herself. I mean, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Work is the most important thing. It won't be too late for you to come back after you finish your work. After saying that, she glanced at Xianxia's expression. Seeing that his expression was calm, Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She almost let him discover her inner thoughts again. She hurriedly said, I'll go cook first. Go. Xianxia let go of her, and she hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Behind her, Xianxia warned her, don't make beef shredded with pickled pepper. I know. Xianxia repeatedly agreed. In the end, Xianxia made tomato ball soup, stir-fried pork with mushrooms, and stir-fried vegetables. These were ordinary home-cooked dishes, but the taste was very delicious. Xianxia ate with satisfaction. After the meal, Xianxia took the initiative to help clean up the dishes and put them in the kitchen dishwasher to wash. Taking advantage of this free time, Xianxia sat on the sofa and took out her phone to play games. Xianxia came out after washing the dishes and walked over to sit beside her. After she finished playing a game, he reached out to pull her up and said, let's go to Second Aunt's place. Hearing this, Xianxia blinked. She had transmigrated for a long time, but she had never seen Xianxia's family members. She didn't know what kind of person his second aunt was. Of course, the original owner of her body had seen her before, but it was only once when she and Xianxia had agreed to get married, and when Xianxia brought her back to the old mansion to visit his grandfather. Xianxia said, why are we going to Second Aunt's place? Xianxia said, you were sick and hospitalized a few days ago. I asked the doctor. Your illness needs a long period of recuperation. Otherwise, you will suffer in the future. Second Aunt is the best gynecologist in the capital. I made an appointment with her to let her take a look at you. Xianxia pursed her lips and pulled on his sleeve coquettishly. I don't like to see a doctor, and I don't like to take medicine. Xianxia coaxed her and said, be good. When you're sick, you have to see a doctor. Let Second Aunt take good care of you. In the future, you won't be in so much pain. Or do you want to be in so much pain that you want to die and be on the news every time something happens? It was really embarrassing to be on the news because of this kind of thing. But at that time, she was really in so much pain that she felt like she was going to die. Xianxia also wanted to be cured. The pain was really terrible, but she was really conflicted. She was really afraid of seeing a doctor and taking medicine. Zhang Guifeng wrote down the prescription and handed it to Xianxia to get the medicine from the pharmacy. Xianxia took the prescription to the pharmacy. The doctor was in charge of decocting the medicine. After decocting the medicine, they divided it into several bags. Every time they needed to eat it, they would take out a bag and put it in hot water to boil it before eating. Xianxia came back with the medicine. Seeing that Zhang Guifeng was alone in the office, he asked, Second Aunt, where is Yaya? Zhang Guifeng looked up from the medical record. She went to the bathroom. Xianxia put down the medicine and sat on a stool to wait. Zhang Guifeng said to him, I feel that the relationship between the two of you has become better. The first time I saw you bring her back to the old mansion, you two had just gotten married. Your relationship was not as good as it is now. Seeing the two of you like this now, I am relieved. I always felt that you were still the same as when you were young. I didn't expect you to be married now. Xianxia smiled. You speak as if I am still a child. Zhang Guifeng said, you will always be a child in my eyes. Xianxia said, Second Aunt, I have been married for several months. Zhang Guifeng nodded. Yes, you are married. You brought Yaya here this time because you want to have a child, right? But Yaya is not in good health now. It will not be too late to have a child after she recuperates. Xianxia frowned. Is Yaya okay? Zhang Guifeng looked at him. He was really caring about his wife. She smiled and said, look at how nervous you are. It is not a big problem. You don't have to worry. As long as she goes back and takes medicine on time, she will be fine after a period of recuperation. Xianxia was obviously relieved. He said, "That's good." He was still worried about her. Yaya came back from the bathroom. As soon as she walked to the door, she heard Xianxia and Zhang Guifeng's conversation. Zhang Guifeng continued, "After Yaya recuperates, you two can have a chubby child. If you are too busy with work and can't take care of the child, you can let me take care of the child." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Cousin doesn't have children, so you put your ideas on me. I won't fall for your trick. If you want to take the child home, you can ask your cousin to give birth." Zhang Guifeng also laughed. She pointed at him and said, "You two brothers." She changed her words. "Yaya is back." "Is back?" She changed her words. When Sunya heard her voice, it wasn't appropriate for her to continue standing at the door. She could only smile and walk in. "Second aunt, what are you talking about?" Zhang Guifeng smiled and said, "It's just a casual chat. Xiaoqi said that you don't like to take medicine, but for your health, you still have to take it. Come back to me after you're done with this treatment. It's all for us. We women have to cherish ourselves. Men don't understand these things." Xiaoqi was unhappy. "Second aunt, I'm still sitting here. How can you talk to my wife like that? What if you teach my wife bad things and Yaya ignores me? Can you compensate me with a wife?" Zhang Guifeng laughed and pointed at him. Look. Can't I say a few words to you?" She put on an angry face and waved at him. "Hurry up and take your wife home. I don't want to teach Yaya bad things." Xianxia took advantage of the situation and said, "Of course." He held Suyaya's hand and said goodbye to Zhang Guifeng. "Then we'll be leaving, second aunt." Go. Zhang Guifeng put on a look of disdain and waved her hand to chase him away. She didn't want to look at him. "Second aunt, we'll be leaving." Suyaya obediently said goodbye to Zhang Guifeng. "Remember to go home and take your medicine." Zhang Guifeng had a good impression of her. She didn't forget to remind her to take her medicine. No matter how pretentious Suyaya was, she couldn't act coquettishly in front of Zhang Guifeng. After all, Zhang Guifeng said it for her own good. She nodded obediently. "I know, second aunt. Good girl. Come to the house to play when you have time." Zhang Guifeng said. Suyaya said, "Okay." Zhang Guifeng looked at Suyaya with more affection. She smiled and watched them get into the car. She watched the car drive away before she went back. Sitting in the car, Xianxia said while driving, "Second aunt likes you very much." Suyaya smiled and said, "Of course. I'm so cute. How can you be so narcissistic?" Xianxia looked sideways at her. Suyaya smiled sweetly, revealing two cute little dimples on her cheeks. She was so beautiful. She really had the capital to be narcissistic. Driving back home, Xianxia brought the medicine from the hospital to the kitchen. Suyaya followed behind him and begged, "Can I not drink it?" Xianxia looked at her coldly. "You promised, second aunt." Hubby Suyaya acted coquettishly and pulled his sleeve. So much money was transferred to her all of a sudden. One bowl of medicine cost 1,000 yuan. She had to take 100 bowls of medicine for 100,000 yuan. Should she keep the money properly? While Suyaya was hesitating, Xianxia walked out of the kitchen and went straight to Suyaya. Seeing that she was staring at the transfer on WeChat, he said, "Take the money quickly. This is the money for 1 month's medicine. Take the money and take the medicine obediently." Since her sugar daddy had spoken, Suyaya had no reason to not take the money. She simply took the money. At worst, she would be obedient and take the medicine obediently in the future. "Thank you, honey." Suyaya smiled at Xianxia, revealing two sweet little dimples on her cheeks. Why was she so cute? Xianxia reached out and touched her head. That night, the two of them had a wonderful night. In the morning, Suyaya went to the kitchen to cook millet porridge, boiled eggs, and prepared soup dumplings. Xianxia sat at the table, eating the soup dumplings she made and drinking a mouthful of millet porridge. He felt that eating such a warm breakfast in such a morning was more satisfying than anything else. After breakfast, Xianxia wanted to go to the company. Xianxia walked him to the door. Seeing that his tie was a little crooked, she quickly said, "Wait a minute, the tie is a little crooked." Xianxia stood on tiptoe to help him straighten his tie. Xianxia was 1.85 meters tall, much taller than Xianxia. In order to make it easier for Xianxia to straighten his tie, he bent down slightly. The two of them were so close that their hot breaths touched. "Okay." Xianxia's fingers were dexterous. She quickly straightened his tie for him. "That's great." Xianxia smiled and praised her. He kissed her cheek and said, "I'll go to the company first. Remember to send me lunch at noon." "Okay." Xianxia replied. She waved at him and watched him leave. After Xianxia left, Xianxia began to prepare for the upcoming Gourmet Beauty on the Fruit Channel. Zhou Peiyun sent her a document about Gourmet Beauty, which included the introduction of the host and the guests participating in the show, as well as some questions that the host might ask during the show. Xianxia needed to familiarize herself with these questions and figure out how to answer them. If there were any questions that she couldn't ask or felt embarrassed about, she had to report them to the program team in time so that the program team could make adjustments. Xianxia looked through the information carefully. The two hosts and guests did not have any questions. The questions that might be asked were also within her acceptable range. She went through the answers in her heart to make sure that she would not make any mistakes when the time came. Then, she called Zhou Peiyun and told her that she had read the materials and was ready. She would perform well and not let her down. Of course, Zhou Peiyun was eager to do so. She smiled and said, "That's the best. I believe you. Duan Xiaoyu will come to pick you up at that time." "Okay." They chatted for a while, and then Xianxia hung up the phone. At noon, Xianxia made 3 dishes that Xianxia liked to eat. She put them in a lunchbox and drove them to Shen's company. The staff at the front desk, Li Lan and He Rui, were very familiar with Xianxia. Assistant Chen also greeted them early in the morning. When Xianxia arrived, Li Lan greeted her with a smile and led her to the elevator door. She swiped the card for her and sent her to the elevator. She was very attentive. Xianxia took the elevator upstairs. Assistant Chen was waiting for her at the elevator door. When he saw her, he smiled and said, "Miss Su, Mr. Shen is waiting for you in the office. Please come with me. Sorry to trouble you." Xianxia nodded at him and followed him to Xianxia's office. This was not the first time that Xianxia came to Xianxia's office, but it was the first time that she saw Xianxia scolding someone. Oh, no, it was the second time. The first time, she hid in the lounge and heard Xianxia scolding and Yuding. This time, it was the marketing director who did not do a good job in the marketing plan. He was scolded by Xianxia until he did not dare to say anything. Xianxia heard Xianxia scolding from the door. She quickly pulled Assistant Chen and whispered, "Let's go in later. I'll sit in the reception room first." Assistant Chen thought for a moment and agreed. She then led Xianxia to the guest room at the side to take a seat. Xianxia put the lunchbox in her hand on the table and took out her mobile phone to browse Weibo to kill time. After about 10 minutes, Assistant Chen came over and called her, "Miss Su, Mr. Shen wants to see you." "Okay." Xianxia stood up and followed Assistant Chen to Xianxia's office with the lunchbox. In the office, Xianxia took off his suit jacket and tie. The first button of his white shirt was also unbuttoned. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his waist and looked at everything outside. "Xiaoqi." Xianxia called him. When she saw him turn around, she quickly said, "It's time to eat." Xianxia saw her and the expression on his face eased a little. He stepped toward her. "What delicious food did you make?" Xianxia sat on the sofa and watched her open the lunchbox and put the dishes on the table one by one. Taro roast chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, and 3 delicacy soup. Xianxia put the dishes on the table and handed the bowl and chopsticks to Xianxia. "It looks good." "It smells good and looks good," Xianxia said. "Then eat more." Xianxia smiled at him and said, "You'll have the strength to work when you're full." Looking at her smiling face, it was so sweet that it seemed to have magic. No matter how bad his mood was, it instantly improved a lot. Xianxia felt that she was really his treasure. Waha, this is too flirtatious. It's simply against the rules. If she didn't know what kind of person Xianxia was and what kind of ending she would have. Xianxia was almost overjoyed by his gentleness and sweet words. She couldn't extricate herself from the beauty he gave her. But unfortunately, she knew the ending of the novel and how the story would go. No matter how sweet it was all sugar-coated bullets, Xianxia was well aware, but she still had to act on the surface. She blinked, leaned over and kissed him on the lips. She smiled and said, "Hurry up and sleep. Don't you have to wake up early tomorrow?" He flirted, she flirted too. Flirting was healthy. Okay. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. He pulled her into his arms again and closed his eyes in relief. Xianxia glanced at him and closed her eyes. The next morning, Xianxia woke up earlier than usual. She went to the kitchen to make breakfast and accompanied Xianxia to eat breakfast. Then, she sent him to the airport. Xianxia was going to S-City on a business trip for a few days. Xianxia was secretly happy in her heart. Without him around, she would be able to relax. Therefore, whether it was making breakfast for him or sending him to the airport, she was very happy doing it. There was always a smile on her face. When they arrived at the airport, Assistant Chen went to check in. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's smile and pinched her cheek. "Why do I feel that you are very happy that I am going on a business trip?" Of course she was happy. But she couldn't tell him this. How could I? Xianxia held his arm and said intimately, "I actually miss you very much. But you are doing this for work and for our family. Of course, I have to support you. I can't delay you. I will wait for you at home obediently." Her mouth was as sweet as honey. Even though he knew that she was trying to make him happy, he couldn't get angry at her. Who asked her to be so cute? It was just that she was in line with his feelings. He felt good seeing her acting coquettishly. If she was happy, he would be happy. "I will finish my work and come back early," Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. After a while, it was time to board the plane. Xianxia sent Xianxia through the security check and waved at him with a smile. After watching him enter with Assistant Chen, she turned around and let out a long breath. She smiled and made a V sign with her hand. Xianxia put on her sunglasses and walked out of the airport in her high heels. She went to the parking lot to get her car and drove back. When she arrived at the shopping mall near her home, Xianxia didn't plan to go home directly. She turned the car around and drove directly to the parking lot of the shopping mall. After parking the car, she put on a hat and big sunglasses to cover half of her face. Then she took her bag and got out of the car. She took the elevator and went straight to the shopping mall. The whole shopping mall had 6 floors. The first floor was for snacks and coffee. The second floor was for children's toys and clothes. The third and fourth floor were for women's things, such as clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and so on. The fifth floor was for men's things. The sixth floor was for home textiles. Xianxia went straight to the third floor. She walked out of the elevator and strolled all the way. Now that she had been with Xianxia for a long time and had money, she was not as stingy as before. When she saw beautiful clothes, bags, and jewelry, she would try them. If she thought they looked good, she would buy them. Women were born to like buying things, especially when they were rich. They liked to buy things even more. Xianxia strolled around the third, fourth, and fifth floors. She bought 2 dresses for herself, a pair of earrings, and a tie and a collar clip for Xianxia. When she was about to leave, she saw the cufflinks on the counter. She asked the salesgirl to take out the cufflinks and looked at them. She chose a pair of golden cufflinks. Everything was paid with her credit card. Xianxia didn't specifically remember how much she spent. In short, she just bought something happy. During the few days when Xianxia was on a business trip, Xianxia had a very good time. On the first day, she bought things. On the second day, she called Duan Xiaoyu and Zhou Peiyun to eat hot pot together. On the third day, she played games at home. On the fourth day, she went to the beauty salon near her home to do a full body treatment. She was as happy as she could be. Of course, during this period, she didn't forget to send messages and call Xianxia. Sometimes when they were free at night, they would video chat for a while. Honey, I went to do a full body treatment today. My skin is as smooth as satin. It's very comfortable. Xianxia wore a set of light-colored silk pajamas and sat on the bed to video chat with Xianxia. She smiled and told Xianxia about what she had done today. She remembered that the full body treatment she had done today was specially made for her by the store manager. The skill was so good that it was really comfortable. In the video, Xianxia's eyes became deep and serene. He moved down slightly and just fell on her chest. He couldn't see any further. He could only see that the collar of her pajamas was open and the skin exposed was so white that it was shining. It was as white and tender as milk, and it was tempting. He couldn't wait to pounce on it and take a bite. Xianxia only felt that his throat was tight and his Adam's apple moved up and down. His serene eyes still fell on her white and tender skin. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'll be back tomorrow night." So fast? Through the video, Xianxia didn't notice the hidden desire in his voice. She was still immersed in his absence and her happy and free life. Xianxia stared at her and said discontentedly, "You think it's fast?" Xianxia heard his displeasure and her heart thumped. She quickly explained, "No, you misheard. I mean, you can do a good job. You finished the work so quickly." "That's more like it." Xianxia was satisfied. He smiled and emphasized again, "I'll be back tomorrow night. Wait for me at home." "Oh, okay." Xianxia agreed. Then she remembered her work tomorrow and said hurriedly, "I'll go to Fruit TV to record Gourmet Beauty tomorrow." "That makes sense, but if it's too much, it won't be beautiful." Brother O stopped there. Sun Lei waved at the two of them and motioned for them to go over. Sun Lei called us. "Let's go over," Brother O said. The two of them walked over together. Sister Hui smiled and said, "What did Brother Sun call us for?" Sun Lei pointed at Xianxia beside him and said, "Let me introduce you. This is today's female guest, Xianxia." Then, he pointed at Brother O and Sister Hui and introduced them. "These are the two outstanding hosts of our group." Xianxia had already read the information of the two hosts before, so she smiled and greeted them, "Hello, Brother O, Sister Hui. Miss Su is very beautiful." "She's very compatible with our show," Sister Hui said with a smile. Sun Lei said, "Not only is she beautiful, but she can also cook exquisite food. You'll be able to taste it in a while." Brother O said very respectfully, "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to the show later." Sister Hui also said, "I'm looking forward to it too." Although Xianxia was still very confident in her culinary skills, she still decided to be modest. She smiled and said, "I hope Brother O and Sister Hui will like it. Please be merciful when you give your comments. I'll work hard to do better." The few of them flattered each other for a while. Then, Xianxia went to the dressing room to put on her makeup. She was the only female guest in this episode. The other two were male guests. In order to take care of her, she was the only one in the dressing room. The two male guests were in another dressing room. When Xianxia finished putting on her makeup and went out, the other two male guests were also there. One was the popular little fresh meat, Chen Nua, and the other was the famous model, Su Xing. Su Xing was the champion of the previous episode. His spicy fish was very delicious, and it received unanimous praise from the guests and the audience. The guests were in place, the hosts were in place, the judges were in place, the audience was in place, and all the staff were in place. The show began recording. Brother O first read the show's advertising slogan in front of the camera, then announced the start of the new episode of Gourmet. Sister Hui continued, "There are 3 guests here today. They are our beautiful guest Xianxia, the little fresh meat Chen Nua, and the long-legged handsome model Su Xing. Everyone, please welcome them." Every time Sister Hui called out a guest's name, the camera would move to the guest's face. The guest would make the most beautiful or most handsome pose and wave to the camera. The audience would then burst into enthusiastic applause. Brother O then announced, "According to the usual practice, we will draw lots to decide who will start cooking first. Su Yaya, Chen Nua, and Su Xing stood up and walked forward to draw the hooks. In the end, Chen Nua was the first, Su Xing was the second, and Yaya Su was the third. Sister Hui laughed and teased, "You two men really don't know how to give in to beautiful women." Su Yaya faced the camera with her best and most beautiful expression. She smiled sweetly and said, "I don't need them to go easy on me. I'm still very confident in my culinary skills. The best main course should always be the finale." Sister Hui continued, "Did you hear that? Two handsome men and beautiful women are challenging you." Chen Nua said, "I'm already prepared. I'm not afraid of challenges." In the audience, Chen Nua's fans heard his words and immediately cheered. He had the most fans at the scene. Many girls shouted their idol's name loudly. Brother O glanced at the audience, and the camera followed his gaze. Many people in the audience were holding up support signs with Chen Nua's name. They rose and fell one after another, and it was very lively. Brother O said, I've been hosting Gourmet for so long, but this is the first time I've seen so many fans come for one person. Chen Nua is really popular with girls." Sister Hui glanced at him, stood up, and walked to Su Xing's side. She put one hand on her waist and put the other on Su Xing's shoulder, forming an S shape. She said to the cameraman in front of her, "Cameraman, look over here. Our Su Xing is a model. He has a good figure, he looks thin in clothes, and he's muscular when he takes them off. He also has superb culinary skills that captivate thousands of people. This is the best boyfriend candidate for a family life." There were also cheers from the audience below. Su Xing had participated in 2 episodes of Gourmet. His culinary skills were superb, and he also looked like a man. Although he was not the flowery type that was popular now, he had attracted a large number of fans with his own ability. "Su Xing, you can do it. Su Xing, you can do it." It was unknown which fan in the audience first shouted, but then many fans followed suit and shouted in unison. The scene instantly became lively. The 2 male guests had a large number of fans. In comparison, Su Yaya's popularity was much worse. Most of her fans were fans of her looks. They only liked to lick the screen. The number of fans who came to the scene was not as many as Chen Nua and Su Xing. In comparison, she did not have any advantage. However, Su Yaya was very calm about this. Even though Chen Nua and Su Xing had a large number of fans and they were all very enthusiastic, she was not depressed at all. Instead, she maintained a perfect smile throughout. First, Chen Nua went up to cook the 3 dishes that he had prepared. He made dry roasted carp, stewed pork ribs with potatoes, and braised beef. The ingredients were all prepared early in the morning. As he cooked, he answered Brother O's questions. It was not difficult for him. Su Yaya said, "It's not that I don't want to answer, but he hasn't proposed to me yet." This was a huge explosive point. Sister Hui quickly turned around and smiled at the camera. She looked like she really cared about them and said, "Handsome, did you hear that? Your girlfriend is asking you to propose to her. Hurry up, and make it big." Brother O also said, "Such a beautiful girlfriend. If it were me, I would quickly propose to her and marry her." Sister Hui nudged Brother O with her elbow and joked, "You're dreaming." Brother O laughed out loud. Who asked our beautiful guest to be so beautiful? The 2 of them talked back and forth, making the atmosphere very lively. Soon, Su Yaya's dishes were ready. Sister Hui tasted them first and said that they tasted good. She asked the staff to send them up for the judges to taste and score. In the end, the judges gave Chen Nua's 3 dishes 3.5 points. Su Xing and Su Yaya's 3 dishes all got 4 points. Then it was the audience's score. Although Su Xing had won 2 episodes in a row and there were more fans who liked his food than Su Yaya, in the end, Su Yaya still won the whole competition with the audience's score of 98, which was 1 point more than Su Xing. She got the chance to continue to participate in the next episode of Gourmet Beauty. "Congratulations," Chen Nua said with a smile. Congratulations. Su Xing also said. "Thank you." After the show, Chen Nua and Su Xing congratulated Su Yaya. Su Yaya thanked them with a smile. The whole show was recorded very happily from beginning to end. Although in the middle of the Q&A session, Sister Hui asked Xianxia some questions that made her feel embarrassed and embarrassed, she cleverly resolved them. Overall, it was smooth. After recording the show, Xianxia said goodbye to the others and took Duan Xiaoyu home. Xianxia would be back tonight. Xianxia was going to cook a sumptuous dinner to reward him. However, while she was cooking dinner, someone posted the video of her answering Sister Hui's question online. The person who posted the video obviously had ulterior motives. Not only did he post the video, but he also made a long analysis. He wrote in detail in the post. In the video, Sister Hui first asked Xianxia if she had a boyfriend. Xianxia paused for a moment and said yes. Then Sister Hui asked her if her boyfriend was in or outside the circle. Xianxia answered that he was outside the circle. Then Sister Hui asked her what her boyfriend did. In the end, Xianxia didn't answer directly like before. Instead, she asked if she could not answer. After Sister Hui said no, she answered that he ran a company. After Sister Hui said no, she answered to open a company's company. First, when she was asked what her boyfriend, she didn't want to. She didn't hers to answer. First, YTT when she was asked if she had a boyfriend. She didn't, when she was asked what her TTTTT no to answer. TT. TTTSTs. First, Xianxia didn't have a boyfriend at all. She lied and casually made up a boyfriend who ran a company to fool everyone. Second, Xianxia had a boyfriend, but her so-called boyfriend wasn't a real boyfriend. She was being kept by someone, so she couldn't say it. Everyone thought that Xianxia's situation should belong to the second possibility. She was being kept by someone, so she spoke in a secretive manner. Regarding this point, everyone looked at her since her debut. From being an internet celebrity, to acting in web dramas, and then to acting in a big production TV series. She didn't seem like an ordinary female celebrity at all. It was obvious that someone was supporting her from behind. If this didn't prove anything, then everyone could look at the casual clothes she usually wore and the jewelry she wore. She posted a lot of those things on Weibo. Every piece of clothing, every piece of jewelry, and even every bag she carried was expensive. It wasn't something a small celebrity like her could afford. So, in summary, she didn't have a boyfriend at all. She was being kept by someone. If this didn't prove anything, then everyone could look at the last part of the video. Sister Hui asked her if her relationship with her boyfriend was good. She said yes, but when she was asked when she would get married, she couldn't answer. In the end, she used a ridiculous "he hasn't proposed to me yet" to smooth things over. Let me ask everyone, if you and your boyfriend, girlfriend, had a stable relationship, would you not talk about marriage when you were together? Obviously, this was impossible. The only possibility was that Xianxia was being kept by her so-called boyfriend. Her boyfriend couldn't possibly marry her, so there was no such thing as a proposal to her. The person who posted the video and made a long analysis was very scheming and familiar with the various tricks in the entertainment industry. That person first posted the video and long analysis on an anonymous forum, and this anonymous forum was a place where many fans and teams of the entertainment industry would wait. After the person posted the video and analysis, he deliberately posted it to the front of the homepage, thus attracting the attention of many people who hung around the forum. In fact, if this post was carefully analyzed, one would find that the person who posted it had many loopholes. His logic was forcefully pulled together, but the entertainment industry was a mix of good and bad. There were people with their own thoughts, and no one really cared about whether this post was right or not. They only cared about their own interests. The milder netizens were fine. They just posted on the forum to vent their dissatisfaction. Some radical netizens quickly reposted the post. Some reposted it to Weibo, some reposted it to X, and some reposted it to X group, etc. There were even more angry netizens who went to Xianxia's Weibo to scold her. Most of these netizens were Sucharan's fans. They asked Xianxia to give Sucharan justice. The rest were Chen Nua and Susheng's fans. They felt that it was unfair for them to lose the competition. Finally, there were some netizens who didn't mind watching the fun. There were also some people who were really disgusted with Xianxia, a woman who ruined the atmosphere of the entertainment circle. Soon, Xianxia's Weibo was scolded tens of thousands of times. It was very chaotic. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Xianxia opened the door and came back when she just finished cooking dinner and put it on the table. "Honey, you're back." Xianxia ran up with a smile. Like a cheerful bird, she threw herself into Xianxia's arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. Xianxia was very satisfied with Xianxia's enthusiasm. He smiled and caught the woman who threw herself into his arms. "Honey, I missed you so much these days when you were on a business trip." Xianxia hugged Xianxia and rubbed against his chest like a kitten. She was delicate and cute. Xianxia touched her head and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "How much did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." Xianxia gestured, which meant that she missed him very much. Xianxia looked at her obedient and flattering appearance and couldn't help laughing. "Why are you so cute?" Xianxia stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. "Because honey, you're the best." Looking into her smiling eyes, Xianxia felt that the fatigue from the business trip for the past few days had disappeared in an instant. Seeing her put him in a good mood. "Honey, you came back just in time. I've already cooked dinner and your favorite dishes. You can go and wash your hands." Xianxia raised her head and said to Xianxia with a sweet smile. "All right." Xianxia hugged her, lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Then he walked to the dining room with her in his arms. "Let me see what delicious food you've made." Xianxia held Xianxia in his arms and walked all the way to the dining table. There were pickled radish and duck soup, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried pork, fish-flavored eggplant cake, and stir-fried cabbage. 4 dishes and 1 soup were placed on the table. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. "It looks delicious." Xianxia was not stingy with his praise for Xianxia's cooking skills. "Of course," Xianxia said with a smile. "My cooking skills are so good. I'll wash my hands first." Xianxia let go of Xianxia and strode to the bathroom. Xianxia pursed her lips and turned to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. She scooped 2 bowls of rice and brought them out. Xianxia just finished washing his hands. The two of them sat down to eat together. Xianxia took a bite of the shredded pork with green peppers made by Xianxia. The green peppers were not spicy, and they went well with the shredded pork. They were more delicious than the dishes he ate in those high-end restaurants. "I've been out on a business trip for a few days. It's better to go home. Your cooking is the best." Xianxia scooped a bowl of duck soup with pickled radish and placed it beside Xianxia's hand. She smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. She said in a sweet voice, "Drink some of this duck soup with pickled radish. It's very delicious." "Okay." Xianxia agreed and picked up the spoon to drink the soup. Xianxia had been with Xianxia for a long time, so she knew a lot about his habits. She was not very clear about them, but she was at least 80% familiar with them. Her cooking skills were very good. In addition, she put in a lot of effort to cook dishes that were specially tailored to Xianxia's taste. Naturally, Xianxia liked them even more. It was easy to please Xianxia. Xianxia was very satisfied with the meal. He put down the bowl and chopsticks, smiled at Yaya, and said, "When I was out on a business trip for a few days, I didn't have a good meal. First of all, he had to socialize, so he couldn't avoid drinking. Even if he didn't drink, people would come up to him to drink. They came and went, flattering each other. He couldn't eat quietly. Second of all, the food in those high-end hotels and restaurants didn't suit his taste. Although they were all cooked by famous chefs and were really delicious, he always felt that something was missing when he ate them. It wasn't until now when he returned home and ate the food cooked by Xianxia that he vaguely realized what the reason was: the taste of home. Xianxia was cleaning up the table. Xianxia looked at her slender and white hand, and strangely reached out to hold her hand. Xianxia looked at him in confusion. He smiled and said, "Yaya, it's so good to have you." Such a sudden sentence was a little scary. Xianxia's heart pounded. She carefully looked at him and saw that he was looking at her so attentively with a smile on his face. It seemed like he was sincerely praising her and didn't mean anything else. She felt a little relieved and smiled. "Xiaoqi, you're very good too." Xiaoqi grunted. He stood up and took the bowl and chopsticks from Xianxia's hands. Let me do it. He took the initiative to help, so Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony and let him clean up. She had been busy the whole day and wanted to have a good rest. She went to the room to get her clothes and prepared to take a hot bath to relax. Xianxia opened the wardrobe. There were a lot of clothes, full of the new season's clothes. Only a few were bought by herself when she went shopping. Most of them were ordered by Xianxia before, and there were special brands that sent the new clothes every season. Xianxia found a set of pajamas and untied her hair that was tied into a bun. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. This time I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, several Big V marketing accounts also forwarded it. They all looked like they knew who he was, but they couldn't say it, they were afraid to say it. However, netizens were not afraid of trouble, and there were also those who were not afraid of death. The more the Big V marketing accounts pretended to be deep, as if they were afraid and unwilling to say more, the more people wanted to dig deeper and find out the true identity of the man in the photo. A bold netizen asked under the Big V marketing account's Weibo, "I have already guessed who that person is it the president of the Xin Group, Xianxia?" Then a Big V marketing account replied, "Shoo, don't talk about the picture." Although this reply did not directly admit it, it also explained everything from the side. Immediately, another netizen with sharp eyes took a screenshot and forwarded it everywhere. God knows what I have experienced, I knew the truth of the matter was not that simple. It really is him, the president of the Xin Group, Xianxia. Only he has such great ability to support whoever he wants and make whoever he wants to leave. Beauty of the West Wind, there is nothing wrong with what the poster above said, but thinking about it carefully, I feel that he is very domineering. To be protected by such a person, even if he is a mistress, it is very happy. Jiwei sees, no matter how I look at those photos, I don't see any signs of being a mistress. Instead, they look more like a loving couple. Don't tell me I am the only one who thinks so. Summer's white clouds, upstairs, you're not alone. I also think that the two of them are very loving. What's more, they're both unmarried. It's too unpleasant to say that they're kept. Maybe they're boyfriend and girlfriend, Min's love, hee, have some shame. Being a mistress is being a mistress. Don't use the word boyfriend to flatter yourself. I have never seen such a lowly woman like Xianxia. She just wants to hug his thigh. Seeing that President Xin is rich and powerful, she wants to get close to him. It would be strange if President Xin really likes her. Snow, upstairs, you have some shame. You think Xianxia is lowly, but you are not lowly? At the very least, CEO Xin was willing to have Yaya sue. I'm afraid that even if you strip naked in front of CEO Xin might not even give you a second look. Muzi Yaya, that's right. Don't be so short-sighted. If I were Mr. Xin, I would also choose Xianxia. Beauties are always pleasing to the eye. Who would want a pork chop? Min's love, you're all money diggers. You think everything is right when you see a man with money and good looks. If they weren't keeping each other, I would eat sh*t on a live broadcast. Why don't you guys take a closer look at the videos of Xianxia when she was on the show? When Xianxia was asked by Sister Hui, she stuttered and looked embarrassed. It would be strange if they were really a couple. I'm Mrs. Xin. In the video, Xianxia's answer is obviously problematic. She must be feeling guilty and that's why she didn't dare to answer. Will Mr. Xin be angry if he knows what she said on the show? If Xianxia was dumped by CEO Xin tomorrow, that would be fun. Just wait and see. 108th comment, waiting for her to be dumped. 318th comment, waiting for her ID number. 233333. Xianxia was woken up by a call from Assistant Xin. He glanced at the name on the screen and picked up the call with his eyes closed. His voice was filled with displeasure. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. It better be important. Otherwise, you'll have to report to the African branch tomorrow. Anyone who was woken up in the middle of the night when they were sleeping soundly would be in a bad mood. Fortunately, Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who had a bad temper when he woke up. He only warned Assistant Chen unhappily. If it were someone else, Assistant Chen would really be sent to Africa to work in the mines. Mr. Shen, your relationship with Miss Su has been exposed on the internet, Assistant Chen said quickly. To be honest, Assistant Shin didn't want to call Xianxia so late at night. However, he had no choice. The situation on the internet was getting worse. The relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia had been exposed. If they continued to dig deeper, he was afraid that more secrets would be dug out. The situation was so serious and urgent. Assistant Shin felt that under such circumstances, as Xianxia's assistant, he had to tell him about this matter. When Xianxia heard this, half of his drowsiness disappeared. He was suddenly much more awake. He sat up and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me clearly. What's going on the internet?" Assistant Shin hurriedly explained in detail, "Mr. Shin, it's like this. First, there were people who slandered Miss Su online, saying that she was being kept by someone. Her fans were so angry that they quarreled with those people. Later, someone posted a set of photos of Miss Su and you, and also censored you to prove that you have a good relationship with Miss Su, and that you are really boyfriend and girlfriend, and not being kept by someone. But you also know that those people on the internet are very good at tormenting. Soon, someone recognized you, and now the internet is full of rumors about you and Miss Su. What are they saying?" Xianxia didn't have time to look at the comments on the internet. He asked directly. Assistant Shin said, "Some people think that you and Miss Su are a couple and that you are a good match, but most people still think that you are keeping Miss Su as your mistress. They also think that Miss Su said bad things to you. You will definitely be very angry." He would be very angry? When Xianxia suddenly heard this sentence, he only felt a little funny. He was fine now. He didn't feel that there was anything to be angry about. At this time, the person beside him moved a little. Xianxia hugged the quilt and turned over. Her slender white long legs came out of the quilt and fell in front of his eyes. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Xianxia. He saw that she was nestled in the quilt. Her face was red and her eyes were closed. She was sleeping soundly. Obviously, she was still in a dream. She was really sleeping soundly, but she was very cute. Xianxia had no idea about what was happening on the internet. She woke up after a good night's sleep, washed up, changed into her training clothes, and did some exercises to stretch her muscles and bones, as well as practice her basic skills. In her words, a beautiful body was also trained. Her body was originally very good, so she needed to maintain it. Xianxia came out after washing up and saw Xianxia practicing a split. Her posture was soft, and her legs were long and straight. The sun shone on her body, which was dazzling. His heart skipped a beat. He took out his phone and snapped 2 photos of her. The photos were very beautiful. In the photos, Xianxia was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Xianxia suddenly remembered what Assistant Chen had reported to him last night. Some comments on the internet made him very unhappy. He opened Weibo and logged into his account that he hadn't used for a long time. He posted the photos of Xianxia that he had just taken. Xianxia, good morning, my girl. Xianxia. Photo. JPG, photo. JPG. Xianxia's Weibo account was applied for by Assistant Chen 3 or 4 years ago. He rarely used it. He couldn't post a Weibo in a year and a half. Occasionally, he would post something, but it was always the work content of the official Weibo of the Shin's group. There had never been a Weibo post about his personal affairs. But even so, because of his identity, there were still a large number of fans who followed his Weibo. Among them, 99.9% of the fans called themselves Mrs. Shin, and the remaining 0.1% of the fans admired people like him. When Xianxia logged into Weibo again after more than 8 months, and posted a Weibo that was not related to his work in the Shin's group, but his relationship with Xianxia, and Xianxia's Weibo, his fans immediately went crazy. It was like a drop of cold water falling into a hot pan of oil, and they all exploded. Originally, after this matter went through the experience last night, after confirming his identity and deleting the comments and posts, his fans had already been uneasy. Many people asked whether the matter was true or not under his Weibo, and some people sent their blessings. But more people who called themselves Mrs. Shin were unwilling to accept the fact and wanted to get a more positive answer from him. Although it had been confirmed indirectly, some people were still unwilling to accept it. There was a kind of stubbornness that would not shed tears until the coffin was seen. They had to wait until the person involved said it in person, then they would admit that it was true. Of course, there were even more crazy people. Even if the person involved had admitted it, they still had the attitude of "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." No matter what, they just didn't believe it, and lived in their own world wholeheartedly. After Xianxia's Weibo post about Xianxia and calling her his girl, his Weibo was in an uproar. It was even more exaggerated than the explosion of a pot. Within a few minutes, the number of comments kept rising. It was comparable to the top traffic in the entertainment circle, or even more exaggerated than the top traffic. During this period of time, no one's Weibo post had such a terrifying popularity. It was comparable to the Azure field. "I am Mrs. Shen, Mr. Shen fell in love with someone else, and he has his girl. What should I do? Woo woo woo, missing is better than being in love, I changed my name. Goodbye, Mr. Shen. Bless you, you are a good match. Be happy, I love you so much, although my heart is bleeding." The words "my girl" really look very blissful. Moreover, the Xianxia in the photo is so beautiful and so lively. She is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. I believe in love again. There's a road in the south, I also believe in love again. Originally, I had just broken up with my boyfriend, and I was feeling very down and sad. But when I saw this Weibo post, I should have been unhappy, but I felt that there was still hope. He didn't want me because I haven't met someone better. I am so good, and I deserve the love of a better man. Looking forward, there will be a better man waiting for me. Bless Mr. Shen and Miss Su, a butterfly dreaming. Didn't you guys notice that Yaya is wearing a training suit in the photo? This is in the room, right? This is a photo from this morning, right? Does this mean that Mr. Shen and Su Yaya are living together? A boat and a leaf, they are living together. Shyness, upstairs, are you stupid? Have you never been in a relationship before? They are so in love. What's wrong with living together? Don't know if it's your love, that's right, that's right. It would be strange if they didn't live together. Goodbye, he, you all said that they are in love. Why didn't you see that Mr. Shen has been posting on Weibo for a long time, and Yaya didn't respond at all? Sit and watch them break up. Humph. If you ask me, you will die quickly if you show off your love. Hugs are the most beautiful. Upstairs, you are the one who is dead. If you want to die, go away. Don't be an eyesore. XXXXX, get lost. If you are making sarcastic remarks, read it after me. I kiss you and get lost, as far as you can. Xianxia's Weibo post was very popular. Many big V marketing accounts also followed and reposted it with their blessings. They were afraid that they would fall behind and lose this great opportunity to ride on the popularity. Under the pursuit of many netizens, fans, and marketing accounts, #Xianxia's confession, #, #Xianxia's my girl, #, #Xianxia's Suyaya, and other topics were trending together. They occupied 3 positions in the top 10 trending topics. The incident continued to ferment on the internet. Even netizens, fans, and media called the Shin Group to ask about it. The phone of the Shin Group's external publicity department was about to explode. There were also countless comments under the Shin Group's official Weibo. It was more lively than ever. Assistant Chen had been busy the whole night. According to Xianxia's instructions, he had dealt with the matter on the internet. He had just lain in bed for less than an hour when his cell phone was exploding with calls. First, a familiar media person called to ask him about Xianxia and Suyaya. He asked him if he knew about Xianxia's announcement of their relationship on the internet. Was there any more information that he could disclose? Assistant Chen was confused at first. He didn't know anything. After listening to the other party's inquiry, he slowly sorted out a clue and realized what his big boss had done on the internet. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, boss, if you want to expose your relationship, why don't you discuss it with me first? You posted it on Weibo without saying a word. What do you want us to do? What do you want? Xianxia's abuse of power was too strong. Suyaya did not dare to challenge his authority, so she unwillingly reposted the Weibo under his watch. According to his request, the Weibo she posted had to correspond to him and call him her boy to show his ownership. Although Suyaya was full of disgust for his childish request, she still did not dare to show it on the surface. She could only listen to his arrangement and do whatever he said. After all, he was a rich father, the overbearing CEO male protagonist, and she was just a cannon fodder female supporting role. She still had this self-awareness. That's good. Xianxia watched her post and was very satisfied. The corner of his mouth rose up proudly. His girl, her boy, very good, very good. Xianxia's mood at this moment was better than making 100 million in business. That kind of refreshment and joy could not be brought by a large amount of money. However, Xiaoya's mood was heavier. The development of the plot was different from the original novel she had read, although she had transmigrated to before the main text of the novel began. She speculated from the content of the novel that she had read. The intimate relationship between the original host of her body and Xianxia had never been exposed on the internet on such a large scale. Other than a few key people who knew that Xianxia and the original owner of her body had registered their marriage, most of the outside world's guesses about the relationship between the two of them were that they were a kept man or woman. Even the most basic relationship between the two of them had not been acknowledged by anyone, mainly because no one believed it. One was the CEO of the Xin Group, who had a very high status, like the moon in the sky that could not be touched. The other was a beautiful internet celebrity who could not even be compared to an 18th-tier star. The difference in status between the two people was too big. Normal people would think that Xianxia would not really like a small star. At most, he would just play with her. In the eyes of the entertainment circle and even the public, it was not a problem for a rich and powerful man to keep a star as a mistress. When everyone knew about it, they would gossip about it in private and forget about it. No one would take it to heart. This was also what Xiaoya had always thought. She also thought about her relationship with Xianxia in this way. Since the first day she had transmigrated, she had always maintained this thought. But now, Xiaoya could not understand the development of the plot. It had completely deviated from the original novel's direction. Her relationship with Xianxia was exposed on the internet. Many people knew about her relationship with Xianxia. This was different from what she thought. What exactly went wrong? Why did Xianxia do this? Why didn't he follow the plot? His sudden appearance gave her a huge shock. In fact, it was not that Xianxia suddenly did not follow the plot. It was Xiaoya who went into a blind spot. In fact, from the moment she transmigrated into this novel, the CEO's delicate little sweet wife, the plot had already begun to change. Xiaoya did not think about it. In the original novel, Xiaoya was a very lazy and greedy person. After she married Xianxia, she had Xianxia as her backing. She had countless resources at her disposal, but she only wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. She had never seriously considered what she wanted to strive for, what she wanted to develop, and what she wanted to accumulate. Anyway, in her heart, all she thought was that as long as she had Xianxia, it would be fine. He was so powerful that he could settle everything for her. She did not need to work so hard. She just wanted to be a comfortable Mrs. Xin. In addition, Xianxia really doted on her at the beginning. As long as she was happy, it was fine. He did not ask her to do anything too much. She was also happy and at ease. She enjoyed everything to her heart's content and gradually indulged herself in it. Like a frog being boiled in warm water, she slowly lost the ability to live on her own. She completely became a caged canary that could only rely on Xianxia's living silk flower. Therefore, when In Yutong came back, she found that Xianxia was so good to In Yutong. He paved the way for In Yutong everywhere and gave her a lot of convenience and care. She was flustered. She knew how she got close to Xianxia, and she also knew the fact that she was a substitute. Even if no one told her, just by looking at her face that was similar to In Yutong's, there was nothing she couldn't understand. Therefore, she was even more afraid. She was worried that she could not keep her position as Mrs. Xin, so she made a wrong decision. She kept creating trouble and conflicts between Xianxia and In Yutong, hoping to separate them. However, things did not go as she wished. The more bad things she did, the closer they were pushed. When she found that they really loved each other and could not be separated anymore, she did something more extreme, which was to kidnap In Yutong. This completely offended Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia would not let her go. This was the original plot of the novel. At the beginning, the author also wrote it like this. It was also the content that Xianxia saw. Xianxia also believed in this content. However, she had completely neglected one point. That was, ever since she had transmigrated, she had taken a completely different route from Xianxia in the book. On the one hand, she tried hard to please Xianxia. In front of Xianxia, she pretended to be obedient and cute. She made full use of her body's acting skills. Flirting with Xianxia became a common thing for her. She made Xianxia feel sorry for her. She succeeded in making a wave of favorable impression in front of Xianxia. This was also a big advantage that she had over the original owner. Secondly, she actively sought a way out for herself. She was not like the original owner who wholeheartedly wanted to be Xianxia's wife. She was not like the original owner who wholeheartedly wanted to be Mrs. Shen and be a silk flower who completely depended on Xianxia's life. Instead, she was clear about what she wanted from the beginning. That was to make money. Xianxia's goal was too clear. She was so clear and calm. So in the process of getting along with Xianxia, she had always treated Xianxia as a target to win over. It was just like completing a task in a game. To put it more bluntly, in her eyes, he had always been 10 million in cash. This idea had never changed. So, she did not put more real feelings than she could bear into Xianxia. What she thought was, she obediently followed the plot. As long as she did not court death, did not annoy Xianxia and An Yutong, and did not let the male and female protagonists bear a grudge against her, then she could retreat safely and have a good ending. But now, the plot had undergone a huge change. Xianxia actually openly announced her existence on the internet. Xianxia was suddenly dumbfounded. Oh my god, this was completely different from what she had imagined. Even though she had followed Xianxia's request and had to repost the Weibo and make a corresponding response, her mind was still thinking about the original plot. For a while, she could not change her mind. It felt like a dream. She seemed to have not woken up yet. She wanted to go back to bed and sleep again. Maybe after a sleep, she would return to her original state. She held the phone in a daze, thinking about what to do. Unfortunately, her mind was a mess and she could not think of any way. Xianxia stood beside her. Looking at her dazed look, he reached out and rubbed her hair. He smiled and said, "Are you so happy that you became silly?" Xianxia lay on the bed, looking very well behaved. Under Xianxia's gaze, she closed her eyes. Xianxia stood by the bed for a while. He seemed to be looking at her, or waiting for her to fall asleep. Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was full of the things between her and Xianxia. Her head was full of messy thoughts, which gave her a headache. Fortunately, Xianxia only stood by the bed for a while and then went out. As soon as the burning gaze on his face disappeared, Xianxia, who was lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, finally felt relieved. She just wanted to be alone and think about something. Xianxia was a little worried. Now that the whole world knew about her relationship with Xianxia, would it be difficult for her to run away in the future? Also, if An Yutong knew about this, she would hate her more than what was written in the novel when she came back. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that when Xianxia and An Yutong were together in the future, when he recalled what he did today, would he resent her? If that was the case, she would be too miserable. This was completely an unexpected disaster. Xianxia couldn't help but cry when she thought about it. Xianxia lay on the bed and imagined a lot of how An Yutong would press her on the ground and rub her on the ground when she came back. It was better when she didn't think about it. After thinking about it, she felt more and more pitiful. She felt so wrong that she was about to cry. Sigh. Xianxia raised her hand and wiped her eyes with a sigh. She pulled herself together and thought about what to do next. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't change it. The only thing she could do now was to work harder to please Xianxia. She wanted him to have a happy and satisfied time with her so that he wouldn't be angry or disgusted when he thought about it in the future. At least he would have some good memories. Another important thing was that she had to speed up her escape plan. The longer she stayed with Xianxia, the deeper she would be involved, and it would be harder for her to leave in the future. Well, she had a lot of money now. Most of it was given by Xianxia. Her monthly pocket money was not small. Secondly, it was the money she earned from the medicine. She also filmed 2 commercials. The money she earned from the Tafiacito commercial was not much, but the endorsement fee for the K Family's Couple Watch commercial was not small. If she finished filming the TV series The Palace is Ruined later, she would get about 3 million yuan, which was a lot of money. In addition, she could also take advantage of this period of time to take on more commercials. After all, it was faster to earn money through commercial endorsements. She could discuss this matter with Zhou Peiyun and ask her to help her contact them. Also, Xianxia had promised to advertise for her last time. This was also an opportunity. It would be a waste not to take it. She should seize the time to make more money. When An Yutong came back, she and Xianxia would part on good terms. Then she would get 10 million yuan in alimony and go back to the countryside to buy a small house and open a farmhouse. The money would be enough. In fact, her wish was not very big. She was not greedy. Xianxia was born in a small county. Her parents were ordinary workers in state-owned enterprises. When the state-owned enterprises were reforming and laying off workers, her parents also experienced it. At one time, her family was very poor. They even lived in the countryside for a period of time. They raised chickens, ducks, and geese, but that was for the sake of living. Later, some industrial parks were opened. Her parents went to work in the factories and continued to be workers. Gradually, the economy developed. Many farmhouses opened in the surrounding suburbs. On weekends, many people went to the farmhouses for vacation and leisure. The business of the farmhouses was good. She thought that it would be great if she could open one in her own home. However, after she graduated from university, she still stayed in the city. After all, there were more opportunities in the city than in the small county. However, the competition in the city was also greater than in the small county. The expenses were also higher. She had to count her monthly salary after paying the rent. Later, her mother fell ill. In order to treat the illness, she spent so much money. In the end, she had nothing. During the most painful and unbearable period of her life, all she wanted was not to have to work so hard. She wanted her days to be more peaceful and leisurely, just like the farmhouse she had painted, with blue skies, white jade, green mountains, and clear waters. For this goal, she would work hard. Xianxia thought. In a high-end apartment. And Yuding was so angry that she smashed her phone after seeing Xianxia and Xiaoya's Weibo post to disclose their relationship. She was so angry. She put her hands on her hips. Her eyes were bigger than copper bells. She shouted and scolded in the room in exasperation. She was like a lunatic. Why did Xianxia do that? Why? Why? What's so good about her? What's so good about her? Why is he so protective of her? Who does she think she is? No, I have to call my sister and ask her to come back immediately. And Yuding was so angry that she was incoherent. She looked for her phone in the room like crazy. When she found the broken phone, she was in a bad mood again. Her hands couldn't stop shaking. She pressed the screen repeatedly. She had to call in Yutong. Unfortunately, it was useless. The broken phone couldn't make a call. In the end, she sat on the ground and burst into tears. She cried for a long time. The delicate makeup on her face was ruined. She looked very pitiful. Su Chaoran came at this time. He opened the door and walked into the room. He saw the room as if a typhoon had passed through. His handsome face, which was the same as Xianxia's, was expressionless. He glanced at everything in the room coldly. He walked in without blinking. He swept the things on the sofa and sat down expressionlessly. And Yuding was done crying. When she heard the noise, she looked up and saw his cold face. She said angrily, "What are you doing here?" Su Chaoran glanced at her indifferently. He smiled sarcastically and said, "Missin, I need to remind you that this apartment is mine. You are just staying here. As a guest, you should have the self-awareness of a guest. You broke the things in my room, so you have to pay the bill." Xianxia's heart felt warm and soft. His entire heart was about to melt. He nodded his head and said, much better. Rinse it for a while more. Then it won't hurt. Xianxia still held his hand and rinsed it under the tap. She didn't have any intention of letting go of his hand and letting him do it himself. It felt like she was a responsible parent taking care of a child who had accidentally injured himself. She was afraid that if he didn't do it well, his fingers would hurt later. She carefully and seriously took care of him with a concerned and solemn expression. Xianxia lowered her head. Her gentle gaze fell on Xianxia's fingers as she carefully did everything. Her side profile was extremely beautiful. Her long and thick eyelashes were naturally curled upwards. Her small and straight nose was very cute. Her red lips were slightly pursed, like an attractive cherry blossom petal. It made people want to go up and kiss her. Xianxia looked at her. His eyes stared at her side profile without blinking. This slender woman had a dazzling beauty that moved people's hearts. This was the first time he looked at her so carefully. It was also the first time he found that her beauty was in line with his imagination of beauty. His Adam's apple moved. His breathing deepened. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her on the side of her face. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and met his curved lips. She glanced at him and said angrily, "Stop messing around." She hadn't stopped the whole morning. First, she made their relationship known to everyone. Then, she burned the porridge when she cooked it. Then, she burned her own fingers. Not even half of the day had passed, and things kept happening. She didn't know what would happen next. She felt uneasy. Xianxia curled his lips and said obediently, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xianxia looked at him. Why was he so obedient? It didn't feel like him. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's good to listen to your wife." Okay, he won. Xianxia rinsed his fingers with cold water under the tap for more than 10 minutes. When he felt that the pain was gone, he turned off the tap. Xianxia walked to the stove and checked the porridge in the pot. Although it was a little burned, it was not very serious. She could also scoop up the unburned portions of the porridge, so it should be edible. She opened the cupboard, took out a small bowl, and scooped the porridge into the bowl with a spatula. Xianxia came over and looked at the burnt porridge in the pot. He frowned slightly and said with disgust, "Don't eat it. It's all burnt. It can't be eaten." Xianxia turned around and smiled at him. "There's no paste on the surface. It's edible. Although it's not burnt, the taste should not be good. How can we eat it?" "Don't eat it," Xianxia said and reached out to take the pot away. Xianxia quickly stopped him with a sweet smile on her face. The 2 sweet dimples on her cheeks were especially cute. She said softly, "Hubby, this is the first time you've cooked porridge for me. How can you throw it away? Although the porridge is a little burned, the porridge on the surface is still edible. I think it's all right." The soft voice went into Xianxia's ears, and the sweet smile was in front of him. She was so obedient and sensible. He couldn't help but feel sorry for her. How could his Yaya be so good? His heart was about to melt. Xianxia's Adam's apple moved up and down. He said in a hoarse voice, "I'll cook better porridge for you next time." Xianxia shook her head and said with a smile, "The porridge you cooked for me for the first time has a different meaning. I don't care about the taste. I just want to eat this porridge." Xianxia looked at her and touched her head helplessly. She was so good and obedient. How could he not listen to her? He said dotingly, "Let's eat it together." The porridge was cooked by him, and the mistake was made by him. He couldn't let her eat the porridge alone. He had to take half of the responsibility. "Okay." Xianxia's voice was sweet and straightforward. She also hoped that Xianxia would share half of the responsibility for her. It was better than eating it alone. Xianxia held her with one hand and took the porridge with the other. He turned and walked out of the kitchen. "Let's eat the porridge." The 2 of them sat on both sides of the table. There was a small bowl in the middle of the table. It was half filled with porridge. Although the porridge looked white, it still tasted a little burnt. It wasn't that delicious. Xianxia scooped a spoonful of porridge and put it into her mouth. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She said to Xianxia, "It's delicious." Xianxia looked at her. He reached out his hand expressionlessly and took the spoon from Su Yaya's hand. He scooped a big spoonful of porridge into his mouth. He suddenly wanted to spit it out, but because Su Yaya was there and he cooked the porridge himself, he could only force himself to swallow it. It's a little bitter and a little burned. How is it delicious? Xianxia frowned. He really didn't cook the porridge well. Even he disliked it. Su Yaya looked at him angrily. My husband cooked the porridge for me. He has his heart in it. If I say it's delicious, then it's delicious. She was really good at coaxing him. Every word she said made him feel very comfortable. Xianxia's furrowed brows relaxed. As if he was making a promise to Su Yaya, he said, I will definitely cook delicious porridge for you next time. Okay. Su Yaya nodded without hesitation. Then I'll wait. Okay. Xianxia reached out and patted her head, readily agreeing. But what he didn't expect was that when he wanted to cook porridge for Su Yaya for the second time, Su Yaya was no longer by his side. Fortunately, he didn't cook much porridge. It was only a small bowl. Su Yaya and Xianxia took a bite and finished the porridge in a few bites. Mr. and Mrs. Su hadn't contacted Su Yaya for a long time. They didn't know how Su Yaya was doing outside, but recently, they suddenly saw their daughter's Tafiacito commercial on TV. The Tafiacito looked delicious. Mrs. Su saw it in the supermarket and secretly bought a box to eat at home. The taste was really good. The milky fragrance and sweetness were just right. She liked it very much when she ate it. She was secretly happy for her daughter. Her daughter had become a commercial star, which meant that she was doing well, so she was relieved. Who knew that 2 days later, her uncle's daughter, Su Xiaoxian, came to the house and told her that Su Yaya had been defamed on the internet. Many people were scolding her on the internet. Some people even said that she was a prostitute who sold herself everywhere. Her private life was very messy. She changed men every day as if she was changing clothes. Otherwise, how could she have filmed a Tafiacito commercial? When Su Xiaoxian said this, Mama Su was furious. She immediately retorted that her Yaya was not such a person. However, Su Xiaoxian looked proud at that time. She took out her phone and waved it in front of Mama Su's eyes. She smiled maliciously and said, "See for yourself. It's all written on the internet. You can read. Do you want me to read it to you?" Mama Su was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She said angrily, "I know my Yaya better than anyone. I don't need you to tell me this. Get out of here." Su Xiaoxian curled her lips in disdain and said, "Do you think your Yaya is still the same as before? She has been corrupted long ago. The entertainment industry is a big divat. No one who enters the entertainment industry is good. Now, she is dating men everywhere. Any man can have an affair with her. She is terrible." Su Yaya and Su Xiaoxian were cousins. They were only half a year apart. However, Su Yaya had been beautiful since she was a child. She was good at singing and dancing. She was liked by the teachers and classmates in school. Whenever the school held an activity, Su Yaya would definitely participate in it. Then, she would bring back many awards, and people would praise her when they saw her. She was also well liked by the elders at home. Uncles, aunts, and grandparents loved Su Yaya the most. Every time Su Yaya came home with an award, everyone in the family would praise her, saying that she was smart and capable. However, Su Xiaoxian had never received such treatment. She looked like her mother. She was short and chubby since she was a child. She was not outstanding in school and rarely participated in school activities and competitions. Her grades were mediocre. She was just an ordinary person. She could not be compared to Su Yaya. When people in the family mentioned her, they would say that she was so stupid that she did not learn from Su Yaya. She had been living in Su Yaya's shadow since she was a child. After a long time, she was full of resentment towards Su Yaya. She wished that Su Yaya would be unlucky one day. She had been waiting for this for many years. She waited until her father was promoted and became the vice president of the company. Their family moved to a bigger house and a branded car. Her family's life was better than Su Yaya's. Su Xiaoxuan's parents were still small employees in the company. Every month, they received a small salary. Most of it was spent on Xianxia. They still wore ordinary clothes, ate ordinary food, lived in an ordinary old house, and did not even have a car. She felt that she could finally hold her head high in front of Xianxia. She could finally show off in front of Xianxia. However, before she could do anything, her parents divorced. She was awarded to her mother. She was beaten back to her original state. Her father's mistress entered the house and gave birth to a son for her father not long after. She had a younger brother. Her father disliked her even more. On the other hand, although Xianxia's parents did not have money, they were willing to give Xianxia the money they earned. They gave Xianxia the best they could. There was no mistress, no quarrel, and no younger brother to fight for the family property. Their life was much better than hers. Su Xiaoxian could not stand it anymore. Later on, Su Xiaoxian found out that Xianxia had entered the entertainment industry and even shot an advertisement to become a celebrity. Initially, she continued to be envious and jealous, but the opportunity to vent her anger finally came. Xianxia was being defamed on the internet. Countless netizens called her AB*TCH and she was being defamed. Su Xiaoxian was so happy when she saw those defaming Xianxia. She was so happy that she almost went crazy. She immediately ran to Xianxia's house and told Mama Su about it. Although Mama Su was very protective of Xianxia and drove her out of the Su family, it was a fact that Xianxia was scolded and defamed. She was so happy and relieved. Then, she did one thing on the internet every day, which was to look for gossip about Xianxia and scandals about Xianxia everywhere. Whenever there was a comment about Xianxia, she would go to the top of the post and write a lot of insults about Xianxia to vent her dissatisfaction. When Mama Su found out that Xianxia was defamed, she was furious. She wanted to call Xianxia to ask about it, but she was stopped by Su Xiaoxuan's father with a gloomy face. "Why don't you let me call Yaya and ask her? I believe that Yaya is not that kind of person," Mama Su said. Su Xiaoxuan's father looked at her and said, "If you said that it was the old Yaya, I believe that she would not do such a thing. But now? Is she still the old Yaya?" His words made Mama Su very sad. Xianxia had changed a long time ago. She was no longer the Xianxia of the past. She finally put down the hand holding the phone weakly. "Let's go to the countryside and live for a while," Su Xiaoxuan's father said. Xianxia's incident was known by everyone on the internet. Every day when Su Xiaoxuan's father and Mama Su went out, they would encounter neighbors pointing at them and laughing in their faces. They would greet them seriously and talk about them behind their backs. Su Xiaoxuan's father endured it for a few days. He was very depressed and did not want to stay in the city anymore. He wanted to go to the countryside to relax. Mama Su was also tired and sad. Su Xiaoxuan's father was not in good health. Mama Su was also worried that he would fall ill from anger, so she nodded and agreed. "Okay, let's go to the countryside and live for a while." The two of them moved to the countryside in the name of visiting relatives. The two of them lived in the countryside for a long time. First, they ran to the countryside to escape the neighbors pointing and gossiping. Later, they found that the air in the countryside was good, the water was good, and the food was all natural. The two of them gradually fell in love with the leisurely life in the countryside. They enjoyed themselves so much that they did not think about going back. Then, this morning, Mama Su received a call from Su Xiaoxuan's eldest uncle. "Ayaya, sister-in-law, your family's Yaya is so capable and promising. She has such a powerful boyfriend, but she didn't even bring him back to let the family meet him. She even hid him from us. You're treating us like outsiders." Su Xiaoxuan's eldest uncle said excitedly and enthusiastically on the other end of the phone. His cold and arrogant attitude toward the Su family after his promotion was swept away. Mama Su was confused. Su Xiaoxuan's eldest uncle's attitude changed too strangely. She asked in confusion, "Eldest uncle, what do you mean by that?" "Ayaya, what do you mean?" "I mean literally. Your family's Yaya has a very powerful boyfriend. Why didn't you tell the family? You're hiding him like this. You don't treat us as a family," Su Xiaoxuan's eldest uncle said. Mama Su still didn't understand the meaning of this, but she understood one thing. Yaya had a boyfriend, and a very powerful boyfriend. Uncle Su was still on the phone. Yaya, that child, I knew she would have great prospects. She was so beautiful and capable when she was young. Now that she's grown up, she's much more capable and sensible than my Xiaoxian. I've liked Yaya since she was young. One look at her and I can tell that she's a person with great fortune. Yaya hasn't been back for a long time. When will she be back? If she's back, let her come over and visit. Mama Su was a little unaccustomed to Su Xiaoshuan's eldest uncle's enthusiasm. After all, after Su Xiaoshuan's promotion, he looked at people with his nose up. She couldn't accept that he suddenly became so friendly to her. She could only respond with yes and yes on the phone. Su Xiaoshuan's eldest uncle continued, "Sister-in-law, when will Yaya come back? Call her and ask her. When she comes back, come to my house. I still have something to do here. I want to ask her to help me. It would be even better if she could call her boyfriend to our house. Anyway, we're family. It's better to help an outsider than a family member, right?" These words were getting more and more outrageous. Mama Su's brain couldn't process it. Su Xiaoshuan's eldest uncle actually said that he had something to ask Su Yaya for help. Su Yaya was just a little girl. How could she help him? Mama Su was protective of her daughter, so she had to say to Su Xiaoshuan's eldest uncle, "I don't know when Yaya will come back. I'll call and ask." I'll hang up first. After that, she didn't give Su Xiaoxian a chance to speak again and quickly hung up the phone. However, as soon as Mama Su hung up the phone, before she had time to catch her breath and digest the huge impact that Su Xiaoxian had brought to her cell phone immediately rang again. This time, it was Yaya's aunt. She picked up the phone and her aunt excitedly said that Su Yaya had a powerful boyfriend. The content was similar to what Su Xiaoshuan's eldest uncle said. They all hoped that Su Yaya would bring her boyfriend home and have a family gathering. Thus, Mama Su dialed the number she had memorized by heart. On the other side, Yaya stared blankly at the name flashing on the phone screen. Finally, she picked up the phone. Mama Su's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yaya, how have you been recently? Have you found a boyfriend?" Hearing Mama Su's words, Yaya didn't know what was going on, but her eyes became wet in an instant. Su Yaya couldn't help but think of her dead mother. Her throat was dry, and she called out with difficulty, "Mom." Mama Su froze for a moment when she heard Yaya call her mom. She hadn't called her that for a long time. It had been so long that she almost forgot her voice. Hearing her call her mom, she was overjoyed. She quickly responded on the phone and said with concern, "Yaya, how have you been recently? I heard that you have a boyfriend. Is that true?" Su Yaya answered with a hoarse voice. She looked up at Xianxia, who was standing opposite her. There was a little reproach in her eyes. "Look at what you posted on Weibo this morning. Even my mom is here." Xianxia met her gaze. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked her, "What's wrong?" Su Yaya pouted at him and ignored him. Mama Su asked on the phone, "I heard that your boyfriend is very powerful. What does he do? Have you confirmed it? You must be careful. Don't be fooled by others." Su Yaya looked at Xianxia again. She was very clear about his identity. She couldn't be clearer about it. She said to Mama Su on the phone, "He does business. His family members are in politics. He does seem to be very powerful. There's no problem with that. Mom, you don't have to worry." Mama Su heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, that's good." Then, she remembered that she and Yaya didn't have a good relationship before. She quickly added, "Mom didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried about you. Girls should be careful when they choose a boyfriend. Whether he's good or not isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has a good character and treats you well." When Yaya heard this, she thought that Mama Su was a sensible person. "Mom, I understand. You don't have to worry." Mama Su nodded. "It's good that you understand. I'm relieved." Yaya smiled and continued to talk to Mama Su on the phone. "Mom, did you call me because of this?" Mama Su also wanted to talk to Yaya more, so she said all the things that she had been hiding in her heart during this period of time. "You don't know, but a few days ago, you had an incident on the internet. Someone posted those scandals to slander you. Your cousin, Xianxia, came to our house specifically to tell us about it. Your dad and I didn't believe it, so we drove her away. But that incident caused a lot of noise. The neighbors also knew about it. They pointed at your dad and me every day. We felt that it was inconvenient to stay in the city, so we went to live in the countryside. We didn't want to face those people and listen to their gossip all day long. Your dad and I have been living in the countryside for a long time. Those relatives at home didn't call us before, nor did they ask us if we were doing well here. Who knew that your uncle would suddenly call us this morning? He said that you had a very powerful boyfriend outside. He also said that if you came home, you should go to your uncle's place. He said that he had something to ask you for help with. He said a lot of things, but I felt that he was too fake and hypocritical. So I dealt with him tactfully and didn't agree to any of his conditions. Later, after I hung up the phone, the relatives at home called me one after another. They all said that you had a powerful boyfriend and wanted to get to know him. I felt that this matter was a little strange. It came too suddenly, so I called to ask you what was going on. Now that I know what's going on, I'm relieved. You must take good care of yourself when you're alone outside. Your dad and I are fine at home, so you don't have to worry about us. We just hope that you'll be safe and sound outside. Xianxia only found out now that Mama Su and Papa Su had suffered so much because of the incident where she was slandered on the internet. They couldn't live at home anymore and were pointed at behind their backs every day. They could only run to the countryside to stay away from those people's sarcastic remarks. Both of them weren't in good health, so she wondered if they were living well in the countryside. After all, the conditions in the countryside were still not as good as in the city. It wasn't so convenient for them to eat, wear, live, travel, and even see a doctor. She didn't even know about these things. It was really wrong of her. She should have called them earlier to ask them. However, because she was a transmigrator, she wasn't mentally prepared to face them, so she didn't call them. This was her dereliction of duty. Mom, are you and Papa living well in the countryside now? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Mama Su smiled and replied, it's good, it's good. The air in the countryside is good, and the quality of the water is good. The vegetables we eat are all grown by the people in the countryside, and the taste is much better than those bought in the city. Isn't your dad in poor health? During the time we lived in the countryside, his cough didn't act up much. Anyway, your dad and I have already retired, and the retirement salary is enough for us. There's nothing to do in the city, so we plan to stay here and not go back to the city. Xianxia thought for a moment. As long as the two of them were in good health, it didn't matter if they lived in the countryside or in the city. She said to Mama Su, it's up to you. As long as you're happy, you can live anywhere. Mama Su repeatedly agreed, and the joy in her voice could be heard. She hadn't talked to Xianxia calmly like this for a long time. Today's conversation really made her very happy, especially because Xianxia cared so much about her. Her daughter was still her daughter. No matter what mistakes she had made in the past, she would always be her child in the heart of a mother. She couldn't help but care about her. She hoped that her daughter wouldn't suffer outside, that she wouldn't be wronged, and that she could live a good life. Mama Su said, everyone in the family knows that you have a boyfriend. They know that your boyfriend is powerful, so one by one, they called to ask for your help, to ask you to find a job for your cousin, and some people said that they wanted you to invest. Anyway, it's all a mess. I blocked all of them in one breath. I said that I didn't contact you, and I don't know when you'll be back. I can't make decisions about your matters, so we'll talk about it when you come back. Speaking of this, Mama Su took a breath and continued, this matter of opportunity is just talk. If there is, there will be. If there isn't, then there isn't. I'm too lazy to care about those people. When our family wasn't doing well in the past, I didn't see them extend a helping hand to our family. When you were being slandered on the internet, many people laughed at you behind our backs. Did they think that I didn't know? They knew that those things were fake, but Xianxia still came to our house to talk about it. She almost made your dad burst with anger. Now that they see that you're better, they pretend that nothing has happened and come to curry favor with us. I'm too lazy to care about those things that they did in the past. Xianxia could hear that Mama Su was venting her anger today. She smiled and said in a sweet voice, "Mom, you did the right thing. You don't have to care about those people." Mama Sue laughed and then said, "In fact, these are all trivial matters. The key is that we hope that you can live well. If those people in the family really come to you or want you to help them, you won't agree. You don't have to agree with them." "Mom, I know what to do," Xianxia replied. She thought that those people in the family were so snobbish. Now that they knew the relationship between her and Xianxia, they wanted to come to her for free. Wishful thinking, but absolutely impossible. "Is your relationship with your boyfriend good?" Mama Sue asked with concern. Xianxia glanced in the direction of Xianxia and said, "It's okay. Bring Father Sue and Mama Sue over to the capital." If Father Sue and Mama Sue came over, wouldn't that mean that they would meet Xianxia? But with their current relationship, if Father Sue and Mama Sue met with Xianxia, they would be more involved. She was obviously planning to run away. Based on this situation, it was better for them not to have too much in-depth communication. Otherwise, it would be a burden to Mama Sue and Father Sue when she ran away in the future. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "It's good to bring my parents over to Jingdu to play, but both of us are busy now. I can't accompany them even if they come over. Why don't I wait for a while when I'm free and go back to visit them? Anyway, a few days won't make a difference, right?" Xianxia said, "If that's the case, then go pick them up after a while." "Okay." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Xianxia suddenly remembered, "Are you very busy with work recently? You only have one variety show, Gourmet. The TV series hasn't even started filming yet." He said it as if she was very free. Xianxia pouted at him, "I only have one variety show, Gourmet. But I also need to practice during normal times. If I don't practice, can the dishes I cook be eaten on the show? Variety shows also need to be treated seriously. There are so many judges to give marks. In addition, I can also ask Sister Zhou to arrange some other things for me to do. For example, I can shoot magazines, shoot commercials, and go to the company to take acting classes." That day, an advertiser came to me to promote on Weibo. If I want to do it, there are so many things I can do. Looking at her serious look, Xianxia chuckled and reached out to pinch her cheek. "It sounds like you're very busy." "Of course," Xianxia replied bluntly. There was a little pride on her beautiful face. The smile on Xianxia's face deepened. "Then, I wonder if my dear superstar is free tonight? Can you spare some time to accompany me to a charity dinner?" Charity banquet. Xianxia was a little surprised. Xianxia actually asked her to accompany him to the charity banquet. As far as she knew, in the original novel, Xianxia had never taken the original owner of the body to any banquet. If he had to attend a banquet, he would usually go alone, or with his assistant or the secretary in the president's office. Anyway, he had never taken the original owner of the body. But after In Yutong came back and they got together, Xianxia would take In Yutong with him every time he went to a banquet. When she was reading the novel, her first impression was that In Yutong's methods were not bad. She had coaxed Xianxia into obedience. Her second impression was that Xianxia doted on In Yutong very much. As long as In Yutong asked for something, he would try his best to do it. In Yutong wanted to develop in the entertainment industry and accumulate a wide network of contacts. Xianxia helped her everywhere and created many opportunities for her. Of course, this was similar to how Xianxia treated her. Anyway, as long as she coaxed Xianxia was not a stingy person. As long as her request was not too excessive, he would try his best to satisfy her. It seemed that Xianxia had always been such a person. Xianxia now asked Xianxia to accompany him to the charity banquet. Xianxia thought for a while and found an explanation for herself. That was, the biggest reason why Xianxia asked her to go now was that he had just announced her existence on Weibo this morning. There must be many people who were very concerned about this matter. If he went to the charity banquet alone or with his assistant without her, there might be people talking behind his back. Of course, with his identity and status, he could ignore these discussions. However, he felt that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, he had already acknowledged her, so it was not a big deal to take her out to meet people. It was just a charity banquet. Many people would bring their female companions. It was just right for him to take Xianxia out. It would save him a lot of trouble and effort, and it would also look good on his face. Xianxia was very open-minded. After she thought of an explanation for herself, she said to Xianxia very straightforwardly, "Okay, I'll prepare and go with you." Now she wanted to please Xianxia. She would do whatever Xianxia asked her to do. It would be good for everyone if she did not annoy him. Xianxia suddenly laughed and hugged her in his arms. "Why are you so cute? You don't need to prepare anything for the banquet." Xianxia blinked her big eyes and said, "I also need to put on makeup, comb my hair, and wear a dress or something, right?" Xianxia laughed even harder. He touched her head and said, "I'll take you to a place and you'll know." Xianxia said, "Oh," and then immediately reacted. She quickly asked, "Are you taking me out to do my hair?" Xianxia nodded, "Of course, my Yaya is so beautiful. Tonight, you'll be the center of attention." Xianxia was also happy. She put her hands around his neck and said with a smile, "How do you know that I'll be the center of attention tonight? What if I'm outshined by others?" Xianxia lowered his head and kissed her lips lightly, saying, "You have to have confidence in yourself. You're so beautiful. There are few people in the entertainment circle who are prettier than you. The first female companion that I, Xianxia, bring to a banquet will definitely be the most beautiful. There's no doubt about that." What a boastful tone. Xianxia thought to herself. However, Xianxia did have the right to be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that he was the domineering CEO male lead in this novel, with his status and family background, he was the object of admiration wherever he went. No one dared to embarrass him. Xianxia then took Xianxia to a design studio that specialized in styling. This design studio had styled many big stars in the entertainment circle. It was very famous in the industry and was loved by many big stars. Xianxia knew that a few big stars were regulars here. On the day that Chen Yan won the 100 Flowers Award for Best Female Lead, her styling on stage to accept the award was done by the head designer of this design studio. "Ah Ding, give her a look suitable for the banquet." Xianxia knew the head designer of the design studio. As soon as they arrived at the design studio, he asked the jewelry designer, Ah Ding, to style Xianxia's hair. When Xianxia brought Xianxia into the design studio, Ah Ding was attracted by the handsome couple. He was very familiar with Xianxia and had a deep understanding of Xianxia's handsome appearance. However, today was the first time he saw the beauty beside Xianxia, and he was stunned by her beauty. Her palm-sized face had a pair of big watery eyes, a high nose bridge, and cherry-like lips. She was as delicate as a doll's. However, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was her exquisite figure. She was big in the right places, thin in the right places, and perky in the right places. Ah Ding was also a fan of legs. He liked legs that were long, straight, and slender, just like those in comic books. Xianxia had a pair of legs like that. She was like a goddess who walked out of a comic book. Ah Ding's imagination of beauty was perfect. "Miss Su, you are so beautiful." Ah Ding had already seen Xianxia's Weibo post this morning. He knew that Xianxia's female companion was Xianxia. He sincerely thought that Xianxia was very beautiful, and his eyes shone with admiration and love. In the end, under Xianxia's firm refusal and Ding's persuasion, Xianxia finally changed his mind. They chose a long black neck-length evening gown from nearly 100 gowns. Except for Xianxia's beautiful shoulders, the rest of her body was tightly covered. Her back and thighs were not exposed. This was the only style that Xianxia could accept. Fortunately, the design of the evening gown was fashionable and generous. Xianxia was a natural beauty. Even if she wore a very ordinary dress, she would still be beautiful. Moreover, this evening gown was high-end custom-made from a famous brand. Even if it looked ordinary, the effect on her body was obvious. Ding then applied a series of makeup to her according to the style of the gown. Once the effect was out, she was really beautiful. Xianxia was wearing a long neck-length evening gown. After dressing up, she walked out and stopped in front of Xianxia. She looked up at him and asked, "Do I look good?" "Yes." Xianxia was telling the truth. In fact, when Xianxia walked out of the inner room, his eyes fell on her. He was immediately stunned by her. She was in line with all his fantasies about her. Xianxia smiled and squinted her eyes. I also think it looks good. Xianxia reached out to her and let her hold his arm. He said softly, let's go. Okay. Xianxia held Xianxia's arm and left the design room with him. They got in the car and went to the hotel where the charity banquet was held. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the entrance of the Fuhing Peninsula Hotel was already full of luxury cars. Most of the people who came to the charity banquet today were business elites. There were also some big directors, big producers, and big stars in the entertainment industry. There was a 50-meter-long red carpet in front of the hotel's entrance. The guests who came to the charity banquet had to walk on this red carpet. Some invited media people were carrying long guns, short guns, and small cannons. They surrounded the red carpet on both sides and took photos of the people walking on the red carpet from time to time. A black limousine slid in front of them, attracting the attention of many people. They looked at the limousine and wanted to know who was sitting in it. The driver opened the door and got out of the limousine. He walked to the back seat and opened the door. A pair of shiny leather shoes stretched out first. Looking up, it was a pair of long legs that didn't lose to any big stars. It attracted the attention of the people around, and they were all guessing who this big star was. When Xianxia heard the discussion around him, he bent down and got out of the limousine expressionlessly. When his handsome face appeared in front of the people, he was recognized by the media people. They were surprised and happy. In their hearts, they were all thinking, wow, this is the president of the Xin Group, Xianxia. Hurry up and take a few more photos. They were afraid that if they were a step late, they wouldn't be able to get the best angle. When they sent out the photos, they wouldn't be able to attract enough attention and lose to their competitors in the same industry. There was the sound of photos being taken all around, and the flashes kept flashing. Xianxia straightened his suit and glanced at the people around him who were taking photos with an expressionless face. He turned around and strode to the other side of the limousine. What was going on? The people around him were all surprised. They all knew that Xianxia had always been alone when he attended banquets or events in the past. At most, he would bring his assistant. The few times he brought a female companion, it was the secretary of the president's office. But this morning, Xianxia had just announced his relationship with the celebrity Xianxia through Weibo. At this moment, there must be someone else in the limousine. Could it be Xianxia? When they thought of this possibility, everyone's curiosity was raised to the highest point. They were full of expectations for the person sitting in the limousine. Wow. If the person sitting in the limousine was Xianxia, it would really be big news. The media people present felt that it was worth it to attend the charity banquet today, even though they had waited for a few hours. After all, they had witnessed a big event today. They saw Xianxia walk to the car door and reach out to open it. The corners of his mouth curled up. He bent down and said something to the person sitting in the car. He blocked the roof with one hand to prevent the person in the car from hitting her head, and reached out to hold the person in the car with the other hand. A pair of high-heeled shoes stretched out from the car first, and a black dress covered her legs. Then, under the guidance of Xianxia, Xianxia came out of the car. She stood together with Xianxia. They were a match made in heaven. The media people around them were stunned. They frantically pressed the shutter to capture every moment and every scene of Xianxia and Xianxia. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The two of them were a perfect match. Xianxia had just announced Xianxia's identity on Weibo in the morning, and he had brought her to attend the charity banquet that night. This was a complete recognition of her. She still remembered the incident on the internet the day before. At that time, many people said that Xianxia was Xianxia's mistress, and that she could be dumped by Xianxia at any time. It was impossible for Xianxia to acknowledge her identity as his girlfriend, and he would not propose to her. But based on the current situation, those news were completely unreliable. Looking at the two people in front of them, it was clear that Xianxia was so good to Xianxia. He was so gentle and considerate. Except for a couple who loved each other, no one could be like this. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand and walked all the way to the red carpet. Xianxia was wearing a pair of 10 centimeters high heels and a long dress. Xianxia deliberately walked slowly to accommodate her pace. The media people around them frantically raised their cameras to take photos. They took photos of Xianxia and Suyaya walking together on the red carpet, the way the two of them talked, and even the way Xianxia smiled at Suyaya. When someone later checked the photos, he couldn't help but sigh. Is CEO Shen still the domineering CEO I used to know? He treats Suyaya too well. He pampers her too much, don't you think? The colleague next to him nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, 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 yes. I thought I was the only one who saw it. It turns out that you also saw it. Look at the way he looks at Suyaya. How much does he love her to look at her like that? This definitely can't be faked. If it's faked, then Xianxia's acting skills can be rated as Oscar level. That's true. The two of them must be in true love. The love story between Cinderella and Prince Charming. I'm going to believe in love again. The two people at the scene didn't know what the people around them were talking about them in private. Xianxia held Suyaya's hand and walked all the way down the red carpet to the banquet hall. At this time, many people had already gathered inside. Many of them were celebrities in the business world, famous directors, producers, and even award-winning actors and actresses in the entertainment industry. There were a lot of people, and it was very lively. As soon as Xianxia walked in with Suyaya, some people immediately recognized them. Some familiar people quickly came up to greet Xianxia and talked with him enthusiastically. When Xianxia and the others were skillfully flattering each other, Suyaya held his arm and stood quietly beside him. With a faint smile on her face, she listened to their conversation. Even if she didn't understand, she didn't show any impatience. Instead, she accompanied Xianxia in a very appropriate manner. Wave after wave of people came up to Xianxia to greet him. After a while, Xianxia finally dealt with everyone. Suyaya had been standing beside him in 10-centimeter high heels. She tried hard to keep a smile on her face. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Xianxia leaned over to her ear and asked her in a low voice, "Are you tired from standing? Let's sit in the front." Xianxia heard Suyaya talking to the person in the back row, so he turned his head to see who it was. Sister Hui happened to see him turn around, so. She quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Shen, long time no see." Xianxia looked at her face and frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't remember who she was for a while. Sister Hui met his gaze, and her hand on her lap tightened its grip on her handbag. Her heart was pounding, and she thought to herself, does he still remember me? She had done an exclusive interview with him 2 months ago. Obviously, Xianxia didn't remember her. He tried to recall in his mind, but he only felt that the woman in front of him was a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Fortunately, he was very familiar with dealing with these people, and his handsome face didn't show it at all. He politely nodded to her, and then turned back. He actually turned back just like that? Sister Hui looked at his back and opened her mouth. She only said one sentence, but unfortunately, she had prepared a lot of words, and she didn't even have the chance to say another word. She looked at Suyaya again, and Suyaya smiled at her. Obviously, Suyaya's smile didn't mean anything else, but in Sister Hui's eyes, it seemed to be mocking her, which made her a little unhappy. However, Suyaya still didn't know that Sister Hui thought of her like this. Fortunately, the host on the stage had already announced the start of today's charity dinner. Today, many people had offered to participate in the auction, and the money from the auction would all be used for the treatment of disabled children. Suyaya didn't know about the collection, and at most, she was just watching the fun. However, it was a great thing that the money raised could be used for the treatment of disabled children, so she watched the auction very carefully throughout the whole process. The first collection was a landscape painting, which was said to be the work of a person called Master Wu. Suyaya didn't know much about these things, so she didn't know what the name meant. She just watched the people bidding with interest. Some people who liked to collect landscape paintings bid. For a while, the people on the left were bidding, and for a while, the people on the right were bidding. Each time, they increased the price by an integer of 100,000. At first, 4 or 5 people bid, but after a few times, no one bid. In the end, a round-faced man bought the landscape painting at the price of 1.2 million. After that, a few more items were auctioned off one after another. There was a Shoshan stone ornament provided by the film Emperor Lu Xian, a global limited edition bag provided by the film Queen Su Ling, and various other items provided by other elites. All of them were bought by people with bids. During this period, Xianxia didn't want to participate in the auction, as he didn't like those collections. He didn't want to participate in the auction. In the end, the host took out a 6.25-carat cashmere sapphire provided by a mysterious person, which was also the last collection of tonight's auction. The big screen on the stage projected the sapphire's appearance. Its color was beautiful and dazzling. The whole sapphire was flawless, and it could be called the best sapphire. When Xianxia saw the sapphire, her eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly remembered a description in the original novel. The content was that Xianxia went to a charity auction and took a fancy to an expensive sapphire. He bought the sapphire at the price of several million. Later, after An Yutong came back, they reconciled. When Xianxia proposed to An Yutong, he used the sapphire ring as a proposal gift. An Yutong was very excited and accepted his proposal happily. Thinking of this, Xianxia was shocked. Although An Yutong hadn't come back yet, the plot was still going on. The charity dinner Xianxia attended today should be the same one as the one in the novel, and the sapphire on the stage was the sapphire that Xianxia bought to propose to An Yutong in the future. Xianxia met his sapphire. Xianxia was deep in thought. Should she teach Xianxia a lesson and actively persuade him to buy the sapphire? Just as Xianxia was thinking about this problem, Xianxia, who was sitting next to her, saw the slightest expression on her face. Throughout the entire charity auction tonight, Xianxia appeared to be very excited. She was very curious and interested in every item that was taken out for auction. When she heard other people bidding, she also seemed very excited. However, only Xianxia knew that this woman didn't care at all. None of the items in the auction caught her eye. Because when she looked at those items, her eyes didn't shine. However, when the sapphire on the stage came out, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. According to Xianxia's judgment, Xianxia liked the sapphire at first glance. She had good taste. Xianxia evaluated her in his heart. For an entire night, she only liked the most expensive and most valuable item. Xianxia leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Do you like the sapphire on the stage very much?" At this time, Xianxia had already made up her mind. She decided to teach Xianxia a lesson and buy the sapphire. Although according to the novel's description, he would have bought the sapphire anyway, she still wanted to play her role and let Xianxia understand that she actually really wanted him to buy the sapphire. She also sincerely hoped that he and An Yutong could be together happily. Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course I like it. Of course I like it. It's such a beautiful sapphire. Any woman would like it. An Yutong will like it very much, so hurry up and buy it. Then you can use it to propose to An Yutong in the future." Xianxia didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "Then how about I buy it? Of course it's good to buy it." Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said in a sweet voice, "If you buy it, you'll have a proposal token to An Yutong. This is such an important prop. You must buy it. You can't lose to anyone else. You're so rich, so don't be stingy. Hurry up and bid." "Okay." Xianxia looked at her longing eyes and the smile on his face deepened. He said firmly, "Then I'll buy it." He looked determined to win it. Xianxia was overjoyed. She clenched her fists and encouraged Xianxia. "Yes, yes. Good luck." Xianxia was amused. He thought that she was nervous and afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the sapphire. He reached over and held her small hand. He said in a very confident tone, "Don't worry. The sapphire will definitely be mine." Xianxia glanced at him. Of course she wasn't worried. She was excited. He was going to buy the sapphire that was destined to be his. It was also written like that in the novel. She couldn't ask for more. Hurry up. Once he bought the sapphire, the plot would be halfway through. Xianxia spent 5.2 million to buy the cashmere sapphire, which was the highlight of the night. The men were amazed by Xianxia's generosity, and the women were envious of Xianxia. They all thought that the sapphire must be the engagement gift that Xianxia would give to Xianxia. But in Xianxia's view, this was simply nonsense. Although Xianxia treated her so well on the surface, she knew very well what kind of position she had in his heart. No matter how good they were now, it didn't mean anything. Once the white moonlight and a Yutong came back, she would return to her original state. She had a very clear understanding of herself. She didn't expect Xianxia to propose to her, nor did she expect to get the cashmere sapphire. Her heart was very calm, like an ancient well without waves. After Xianxia bought the finale sapphire, the charity dinner came to an end. Xianxia didn't want to stay until the end, so he pulled Xianxia away from the people in the hall and left through the side door. When they walked out of the hotel, the limousine had been waiting for them. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand and got into the car together. "Are you happy tonight?" Xianxia asked Xianxia in the car. Xianxia's face showed a beautiful smile and said, "Yes, I am." How could she not be happy? She came out to see a big scene and witnessed him buy the cashmere sapphire with 5.2 million. She was one of the witnesses of his and in Yutong's love. She hoped that they would remember her kindness in the future when they were together. Xianxia saw the smile on her face and thought that she was really happy. He smiled and asked her, "How about making the sapphire into a ring?" See, here it comes." Xianxia thought that after it was made into a ring, she could give it to an Yutong as a proposal gift. Sure enough, everything was going according to the plot. Then she would go with the plot again. Xianxia smiled and said, "Sure, it's perfect to make it into a ring." Hearing this, Xianxia was very satisfied. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had thought. That would be great. He was now looking forward to the arrival of that day. Xianxia stole a glance at Xianxia. He had a smile on his face. She thought to herself that he must be really happy. Well, now that she had bought the sapphire, she was basically halfway to success. As far as she was concerned, she was also quite happy. She should be able to retire very soon. The two of them sat in the car with different thoughts, each thinking about their own things. Their thoughts were completely on different frequencies, one to the north and one to the south. At this time, Xianxia's cell phone rang. He took it out of his suit pocket. It was a call from Assistant Chen. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello?" Assistant Chen on the other side said, "Mr. Shen, I've investigated the matter that you asked me to do. The video that was first exposed on the forum was sent by a foreign IP address. However, I hired an expert to investigate and found that the IP address was in the United States. Then, I found out that it was from the University of California. The younger brother of the host of Gourmet, Sister Hui, is studying at the University of California. I followed the clues and found out that the video was sent by Sister Hui to her brother." Sister Hui? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He remembered that the woman seemed to have said hello to Xianxia and said hello to him. So it was that kind of woman? And then? Xianxia asked. Assistant Chen said, after her brother posted the video and the post, a group of internet trolls flooded in and the whole post and video were reposted. As for the photo that exposed your relationship with Miss Su, it was posted by an internet celebrity. That internet celebrity is related to Mr. Wang of Yongrong Food Company, Limited. Xianxia remembered that the last time he and Xianxia went to Yunhu Villa to play, they did meet Wang Wenhao. At that time, Wang Wenhao was with an internet celebrity. It was probably at that time that the internet celebrity took photos of him and Xianxia. However, she didn't post those photos before. Last night, she posted the photos to protect the relationship between him and Yaya. Thinking about it, she didn't have any bad intentions. "Mr. Shen, how should we deal with them?" Assistant Chen asked. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "You can deal with Sister Hui. She has bad intentions. Let her not do that show for now. It's better for her to rest. As for that internet celebrity, she didn't do anything bad before. She posted the photos to protect me and Yaya. See if she needs any help. Just give her some resources." "I got it," Assistant Chen said. "Okay, you go and do it," Xianxia said and hung up the phone. Xianxia, who was sitting next to Xianxia, glanced at him and asked, What did Sister Hui and internet celebrity Xiaoyu do? Xianxia said that Sister Hui has bad intentions. Don't you think that when you participated in the show that day? Did she deliberately target you? Xianxia thought for a moment. It seemed to be a little. At that time, she felt that the question was a little difficult to answer. She thought that Sister Hui did it for the effect of the show. Now it seemed that it wasn't. Moreover, at the beginning, the program information she received was not like this at all. The questions were not those questions. Sure enough, Sister Hui deliberately changed the program when she was doing it. What about the internet celebrity Xiaoyu? Xianxia asked worriedly. She and her 2 Weibo accounts were connected. Would this girl also harm her behind her back? Xianxia said, she's okay. She knows the bottom line. But because of my relationship with you, the first photos that were exposed were posted by her. Last time at Yunhu Villa, she secretly took a few photos of us. Xianxia frowned. She didn't even know about this. This girl was too inconsiderate. When she posted the photos of her and Xianxia, she didn't think about it. What if it caused trouble for them? What do you want to do with her? Xianxia asked. Xianxia smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, I think that internet celebrity Xiaoyu is quite protective of you. She even helped you fight on the internet. Although it's a little wrong to post the photos, there's a reason for it. She's not a bad person, so I decided to give her some resources to thank her for speaking up for us. He actually gave her resources. This was too good. Xianxia hurriedly rushed over and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Her voice was sweet and coquettish. Hubby, what about the resources you promised me last time? You promised me for so long and kept saying that you would make arrangements for me. Until now, you still haven't made the arrangements. Don't tell me you forgot? Really, he remembered the resources he gave to others, but he didn't remember the resources he gave to her. She had to actively save money now. He had already bought the sapphires, and the female lead would be back soon. She had to quickly save the money so that it would be convenient for her to escape later. Therefore, the resources Xianxia promised to her, she had to quickly get them. Of course, Xianxia remembered what he promised her. But thinking that she had to shoot a TV series and participate in variety shows, he didn't want her to be too tired. He wanted to wait for her to finish her work before giving her the advertisement. He didn't expect her to ask about it. He couldn't refuse her, so he smiled and said, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow, okay? On this day, the episode of Gourmet Yaya was broadcast on Fruit TV. That night, Xianxia made time to watch it with Xianxia. When Sister Hui asked Yaya if she had a boyfriend, Xianxia was obviously stunned, as if she didn't know how to answer. Xianxia, who was sitting next to her, turned to look at her. His eyes were deep, and he smiled. Why didn't you answer her question immediately? He had been thinking about this for several days. When someone asked this question on the internet, he had thought about it, but he didn't think about it seriously. Now that he had calmed down, he thought about it more. Could it be that Xianxia didn't want to admit his identity? Xianxia looked at his face. After getting along with him for a long time, she could see some of his emotions from his face. She smiled and said, Silly, you are my husband, not my boyfriend. That's why I didn't know how to answer at the moment. Thinking about it, it made sense. Their marriage hadn't been announced to the public yet, and it wasn't time to announce it yet. They would talk about it after he had made the plan. Xianxia didn't think about it anymore. The program on TV was still going on. Soon, it was Sister Hui's turn to ask Xianxia when she would get married. Xianxia thought for a while, and then answered wittily that he hadn't proposed to her yet. Xianxia, who was sitting next to her, heard this sentence and looked at her again. The smile on his face was very strong. The light shone on his face, but it was unclear what he meant. Xianxia felt a little guilty when he looked at her. She said weakly, You haven't proposed to me. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything wrong. Besides, I said this to deal with Sister Hui. If I didn't say this, what should I say? I know. Xianxia was amused. He reached out and touched her head. I will remember this. Huh? Xianxia looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what he meant. It wasn't until later, when she saw him do such a thing, that she understood how he felt when he said those words. Unfortunately, at that time, her thoughts were completely different from his. Everything could only turn into regret. That night, the two of them sat together and finished watching the show. The show was filled with laughter and the effect was quite good. The two of them watched and chatted at the same time. It was a very good night. This episode of Gourmet Beauty attracted a lot of attention because of the incident between Xianxia and Xianxia. Many people watched this episode and left comments on the internet. Xianxia and Xianxia's names were on the hot search list again. Gourmet Beauty was also on the hot search list. Even the topic of Xianxia winning the competition was also on the hot search list. When Zhou Peiyun called Xianxia the next day, she was in a very good mood. You could hear the joy in her voice. You are really lucky. You didn't do anything, but you easily made it to the hot search list. Even Gourmet Beauty's ratings were first in the same time slot. Xianxia heard that and smiled proudly. Right. I also think that my luck has been very good recently. Zhou Peiyun said, you are indeed very lucky. I got you another advertisement. This time, it's a skincare product. Advertisement. The other party asked for 5 million. Do you want to take it or not? It can't be a third-rate product, right? Xianxia asked cautiously. What are you thinking about? Zhou Peiyun said, it's a legitimate manufacturer. It's a big brand. All the major fashion stores and famous shopping malls have special counters selling it. That's good. Xianxia was afraid that if she accepted a bad advertisement, she would let down the consumers. Her current popularity didn't come easily. She still had to be responsible for her fans. She couldn't just accept an endorsement for money. Then do you want to take it or not? Zhou Peiyun asked. Yes, of course. Thinking about the 5 million endorsement fee, Xianxia immediately agreed. But I want to try it out first. Okay, I'll give the other party a reply, Zhou Peiyun said. Therefore, Zhou Peiyun went to communicate with the other party. Soon, she received a reply. Yaya wanted to try it out first. The other party gave Xianxia a set of products to try out. Xianxia had never used that brand of skincare products before. She took it home to try it out for a few days. She felt that it was okay. The moisturizing effect was good. She then reported the results to Zhou Peiyun. The next day, Xianxia and Zhou Peiyun went to sign the endorsement contract. Next, they had to arrange for the shooting. Soon, it was time for the shooting of the new episode of Gourmet. When Xianxia arrived with her assistant, Duan Xiaoyu, she found that the host had changed. Sister Hui wasn't there. Instead, it was a female host who was slightly younger than her, Peng Mingzhen. Peng Mingzhen's hosting skills were also very good. She had been competing with Sister Hui on the fruit platform. This time, she could replace Sister Hui to host Gourmet. She was so happy that she could replace Sister Hui to host Gourmet. She had secretly asked around in private and found out why she was able to host Gourmet. It was because Sister Hui was so blind that she offended someone she shouldn't have offended. Therefore, when Peng Mingzhen saw Xianxia, she made up her mind that she definitely wouldn't embarrass Xianxia. Anyway, she had already prepared the questions that she wanted to ask. Before the shooting started, she took the initiative to communicate with Xianxia so that they could cooperate well during the shooting. She wouldn't be as silly as Sister Hui, who deliberately asked Xianxia bad things for the show's effect. The entire recording of the show went very smoothly. There were no twists and turns at all. Xianxia was also very happy. She didn't make things difficult for herself like last time. She answered the questions well and the 3 dishes were ready. The staff brought them up for the judges to taste. Everyone unanimously decided that the 3 dishes she made were very delicious. In the end, just like the previous episode, they gave her 4 points. The audience who participated in the scoring also gave her high marks. In the end, she won the competition again. In fact, during this process, Xianxia thought about it. She felt that the reason why she was able to win the competition so smoothly was probably because the audience took care of her. Seeing that she was more popular recently, they gave her such high points. However, it was good that she won the show. She could continue to participate in the next episode. thinking about it, she was quite happy. She liked to cook delicious food and she also liked to participate in gourmet. The advertisement for the skincare products was shot very quickly. 5 million yuan was transferred to her, and Xianxia received another large sum of money. During this time, Xianxia had shot several advertisements in a row, and the money in her bank card was increasing rapidly. Every time she secretly counted the number on her card, she could feel happy for a long time. She was born in a small county where the prices were cheap. She could buy a big villa with 3 or 4 million yuan. The houses in the countryside were even cheaper. She thought that when she went back, she would buy a farmhouse in the suburbs not far from the city. It would be best if there was a pond in front of the yard, so she could feed the fish, ducks, and geese. She could also grow some vegetables at the back of the yard, which could be eaten by herself or used to entertain guests, just like when she lived in the countryside when she was a child. Then every weekend, she would receive several groups of city people who came to the suburbs for leisure. Xianxia calculated that if she wanted to buy an ordinary farmhouse and save some money for her retirement, the money in her card was barely enough. Of course, if Xianxia could give her more alimony when she divorced Xianxia, it would be better. Then she could build a better farmhouse and attract more high-end guests. Her income would definitely be different, and she could also save more money for her retirement. In fact, she worked so hard to earn money and to please Xianxia. She didn't want to make trouble or make Xianxia angry. She was actually very afraid that Xianxia wouldn't give her alimony when she divorced Xianxia. Although this possibility was very small, and Xianxia had always been very generous to her, and 10 million yuan in cash was nothing to him, she was very worried. Because anything that didn't happen could be changed. The money that she didn't get was not real money. This might have something to do with her life experience since she was young. Xianxia had always believed in one sentence: if you rely on someone, they will run away, but if you rely on someone, they will collapse. Therefore, after considering all aspects of the situation, she would rather believe in herself and be more willing to rely on herself. Putting aside the possibility that Xianxia might give her, it would be safer for her to earn more on her own. Xianxia's participation in 2 episodes of Gourmet Beauty had already been broadcast, and the viewership ratings had reached new highs. Everyone in the production team was very happy and decided to celebrate. The producer, Sun Lei, specially called Xianxia. "Miss Su, I'm Sun Lei. Our program's viewership ratings have reached new highs for the past 2 episodes. The entire program team is very happy, and the station has also rewarded us with a sum of money. We've decided to have a gathering at the Nanban Hotel tonight at 8 p.m. You must come." Xianxia happened to be free that night, so she readily agreed to Sun Lei's invitation. "Okay, I'll be there on time." That's good, that's good." Sun Lei was very happy to be able to invite Xianxia, and his voice was full of joy. "Call me when you arrive at the hotel. I'll come and pick you up." "Okay." Xianxia agreed. The 2 of them agreed, and Sun Lei hung up the phone. Xianxia took out her cell phone and called Xianxia, telling him that she would be attending the program team's gathering tonight. The cell phone rang twice before Xianxia picked it up. A deep and pleasant voice, like a cello, came through the phone. "Yaya?" "Xianxia." Xianxia said, "The program team of Gourmet Beauty called me and invited me to attend the gathering tonight." Xianxia paused for a moment before he continued, "Do you want to go?" Xianxia said, "Yes. Producer Sun called me specifically. I think it's better for me to attend." Xianxia asked, "Which hotel is it at?" Xianxia said, "Nanban Hotel." "Okay, I got it." Xianxia was very open-minded and agreed. "Go ahead. Let Uncle Zhong send you there." Yes, I got it," Xianxia said cheerfully. Xianxia's laughter came from the phone. "Listening to your voice, it sounds like you're going out for a gathering. You're very happy." Xianxia rolled her eyes and quickly thought of something important. She asked Xianxia with concern, "Honey, what are you going to eat tonight when I'm not at home?" Xianxia said, "Well, I might be hungry." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Why don't I prepare the food first? You can heat it up after work." Xianxia immediately laughed. "Why are you so cute?" "Yes? You don't have to cook for me today. I have an important dinner party tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. You can save this promise for next time. Xianxia's voice, full of laughter, came from the phone. So that's it, Suyaya pursed her lips and said to Xianxia, well, I'll cook for you next time. Xianxia said, good girl. Suyaya said, yes. She said goodbye to Xianxia and hung up the phone. Since they were going out for dinner, Suyaya went upstairs to tidy up her room, changed her clothes, put on her makeup, and called Uncle Zhong. Knowing that he was already on his way to the villa and would arrive in 2 minutes, Suyaya took her bag and left the house. Suyaya walked out of the villa. Uncle Zhong's car had just arrived. Uncle Zhong parked the car and got out to drive for Suyaya. Suyaya said with a smile, Uncle Zhong, you came so quickly. Xianxia looked at her frowning face. Looking at her expression now, did she drink too much and forget everything? Do you feel uncomfortable? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked. Suyaya heard his voice and turned to look at him. She met his ambiguous eyes and his expression was very meaningful, as if he was hinting at something. Do you want me to rub it for you? Xianxia smiled ambiguously. His hand had already touched her waist, obviously harboring evil intentions. Do you want me to rub it for you? With a duong sound, some chaotic sounds and images floated in Suyaya's mind from afar. They were like the waves of the sea, one wave after another, attacking her brain and senses. Suyaya, what did she do? Last night, she was drunk. Although she was drunk at that time and her mind was not clear, she did a lot of bold things that she would never dare to do when she was sober. However, it was not that she had no recollection of it at all. Now that she was teased by Xianxia, she remembered everything. Suddenly, her face turned completely red, like a red cherry. She felt ashamed in her heart. She did not have the face to face Xianxia. Like a frightened rabbit, she pulled the quilt over her head and hid in the quilt, not coming out. Shameful, really shameful, so shameful. When she thought of the scene of her forcing Xianxia last night, she was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in like an ostrich and never come out again. She did not know that she had the potential to become a pervert after getting drunk. In the past, she was very obedient. Although her alcohol tolerance was not very good, she would definitely sleep quietly after getting drunk and would not be as noisy as last night. This was really too shameful. She actually forced Xianxia, forced. When she thought of this, she was so ashamed that she could not show her face. How did she become a pervert? How did she learn bad things? She was not like this in the past. Xianxia leaned against the headboard and saw Suyaya suddenly get into the quilt like a rabbit. Her whole body curled up into a ball and shrank in the quilt, not coming out. From time to time, he could hear her annoyed voice, which made him feel very funny. Yaya. Xianxia reached out and patted the quilt, calling her softly. Suyaya shrank in the quilt and trembled obviously. She could feel the hot temperature of his palm through the quilt. Xianxia looked at the quilt curled up into a ball. He reached out and pulled the quilt. Yaya, don't you feel stuffy hiding in the quilt? Come out quickly. She was too embarrassed to see people. Suyaya pulled the blanket and shook her head. Hurry up and come out. You've been cooped up in there all this time. Aren't you afraid of being bored? The smile on Xianxia's face grew wider and wider. Why was she so cute? I'm not going out. Suyaya's voice came from the quilt. Her tone was very determined. Xianxia's gaze fell on the quilt. He sighed softly and said dotingly, it's okay if you don't want to come out. I won't force you. But you must not suffocate yourself. Otherwise, my heart will ache. Aya, this person was really too much. Could he not say such things and tease her again? She would not be able to take it, just like last night, she would not be able to resist pouncing on him like a pervert. Seeing that she did not respond, Xianxia continued, Yaya, it's not early anymore. It's almost noon. I've decided to go for a French meal. Do you want to come? Suyaya, seducing her, bad guy, she had to stay calm, she was not hungry. Not eating, after waiting for a while, Xianxia saw that she did not respond. He smiled and sighed, since you don't want to answer me, it means that you don't want to eat. Alright, I won't force you. I'll go alone. After speaking, Xianxia looked at the quilt again. Seeing that Xianxia did not move, he got up from the bed. A few days later, the male lead of All Flowers Fall Over the Palace was finally decided. This time, it was a second-tier actor named Su Qingkuan, who graduated from the Capital Film Academy. He was a professional star with good looks, acting skills, and popularity. He was no worse than Su Chaoran. After the male lead was decided, the official Weibo account of the TV series All Flowers Fall Over the Palace posted a photo of the new male lead. It was inevitable that the two male leads would be compared. Su Chaoran was popular and good at acting. Fortunately, Su Qingkuan was also popular and good at acting. In addition, Su Qingkuan had a bigger advantage over Su Chaoran. Su Qingkuan was a professional star who graduated from a film academy, while Su Chaoran was just picked up from the street by his agent, Brother Wang. Because of his good looks and good luck, he starred in a web drama and became popular. Compared with professional students, he was still far behind. In this way, the fans compared the works of the two since their debut. Su Qingkuan first played a supporting role in a star drama. Although he wasn't the second male lead, it was still a star drama. Compared to Su Chaoran's web drama, he was still much better. In the end, in addition to the works, roles, and the products that the two men had endorsed, they also compared them. Through these comparisons, Su Qingkuan beat Su Chaoran by a large margin. Therefore, the fans and netizens were also full of expectations for Su Qingkuan's role as the male lead in Flowers Fall to the Willows in the Palace. They all felt that he would be the male lead in the entire TV series that was most in line with the character of the original novel. Everyone's attention to this show was also higher. On this day, Xianxia received a call from the crew, telling her that she could join the crew in 3 days and that the shooting of All Flowers Fall Over the Palace would start again. Xianxia received the call in the afternoon. She cooked a sumptuous dinner in the evening and waited for Xianxia to come back. At 7:30 p.m., Xianxia came home from work. Xianxia went up to help him carry his bag and said that she had finished cooking dinner. Xianxia changed his shoes and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came out, the two of them sat down to eat. The two of them had been together for a long time, and there was no rule of not talking while eating. Xianxia told Xianxia that the crew had asked her to go back to film. "I'm going back to film again in 3 days," Xianxia said. Xianxia raised his head and glanced at her. In fact, he had already known that the crew was going to reshoot, so he said to Xianxia, "Then you have to work hard." Xianxia looked at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Will you come to visit me?" Xianxia looked up at her, picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in her bowl, and said, "I'll visit you when I have time." "Really? When?" Xianxia asked again. Xianxia said, "Let's eat first. I'll ask Assistant Chen to make the arrangements." N. Xianxia picked up the pork rib that he gave her in her bowl and ate it. After dinner, Xianxia took the initiative to clean up and wash the dishes. Xianxia took out the script that she hadn't read for several days and asked Xianxia to accompany her to memorize the script. "Are you going to act this part?" Xianxia pointed at the content of the script and asked. Xianxia took a look and quickly nodded, "Yes, yes." "Help me take a look." Xianxia quickly glanced at the content of the script, nodded to Xianxia, and said, "Let's start." Xianxia began to act according to the script. "Emperor, I came to Qianyuan Hall to deliver the ginseng soup because I miss you. If you don't think it's good, I won't deliver it in the future." After saying that, she pretended to be angry and was about to leave. Xianxia looked at the script and said, "Beloved concubine, don't go." Xianxia angrily looked at him and pouted her red lips. She revealed an aggrieved expression and said, "Isn't it the emperor who chased me away? I'll just leave." After saying that, she wanted to leave again. Xianxia quickly went forward to stop her. He pinched her cheeks and said with a smile, "I'm just teasing you. Don't be angry." Xianxia gently leaned into Xianxia's embrace and sweetly said, "Emperor, you're really bad." Xianxia gave a low laugh. He moved closer to Xianxia's ear and said, "Don't you like it very much?" Xianxia was immediately stunned. Her mind quickly thought that this wasn't the line in the script. She quickly said, "Husband, you're wrong." "What's wrong?" Xianxia looked at her with a smile. I'm clearly right, aren't I? The line you just said isn't in the script at all. Su Yaya's little face revealed a serious expression. She was about to take the script to show him and point out that he really said the wrong line. Xianxia hugged her slender waist and lowered his head to kiss her neck. His ambiguous breath blew on her neck as he said in a seductive voice, "Do you remember now? Am I right?" Su Yaya's face turned red. How could she not understand that he deliberately said this? She reached out to pat his shoulder and angrily said, "Husband, you're really bad." Xianxia proudly laughed. "See, I'm right, right?" Xianxia glanced at the reporter from the corner of his eyes, as if it was none of his business, and said, "Is there a problem with me sending her to the set? No matter how busy I am, I can send her there." What a domineering answer, boyfriend power max. The reporter heard the displeasure in his words and quickly said, yes, Mr. Shen is right. Mr. Shen is so considerate." Xianxia was too lazy to talk to these reporters. He didn't know what they would write if he said too much. He took Su Yaya's hand and said to the reporters, "We are in a hurry, please make way." A reporter was unwilling to give up and asked, "Can I ask a few more questions? Last time, when Miss Su participated in Gourmet, you said you haven't proposed to Miss Su. When are you going to propose to her?" Mr. Shen spent 5.2 million yuan to buy the cashmere sapphire at the charity banquet. Is it to propose to Miss Su? Xianxia looked at him coldly and said expressionlessly, "This is our private matter, no comment." Su Yaya thought to herself, this reporter really doesn't know how to be a good person. Xianxia didn't say that he was going to propose to her with the sapphire. And according to the original novel, he wouldn't propose to her. He was going to keep the sapphire for an yutong. This reporter really doesn't know how to read the situation. He just came to ask for a scolding. Xianxia obviously lost his patience. He said with a sullen face, "Please make way, we are in a hurry." Sure enough, after being rebuked by Xianxia, the reporters calmed down a little. They didn't dare to go overboard in front of Xianxia and asked a few more questions. Seeing that Xianxia's face was sullen and he didn't answer, he only held Su Yaya's hand and walked forward. His handsome face was expressionless and he didn't say anything more. He walked straight into the hall with a posture that forbade strangers from entering. When the reporters saw this, they knew that they wouldn't be able to get any more questions today. Hence, they took out their cameras and took a few more photos of them, which was considered as completing their task. Of course, if Su Yaya was alone, they would probably keep asking her questions and wouldn't let her pass so easily. Fortunately, Duan Xiaoyu had already finished the boarding procedures. When she saw Xianxia holding Su Yaya's hand, she quickly ran over and said, "Mr. Shen, Sister Yaya, I've already finished the procedures. You can go in now." Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay, you two go in first. Remember to call me when you arrive at the set." He then reminded Duan Xiaoyu, "Take good care of her." Duan Xiaoyu quickly promised, "Mr. Shen, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Yaya." Xianxia reached out and stroked Su Yaya's face. He leaned over and kissed her forehead, saying, "Let's go in." Su Yaya pulled on his sleeve and acted coquettishly. She looked at him with her watery eyes and said reluctantly, "You must come and see me in a few days." Xianxia chuckled, "Got it. I'll come and see you." After getting a reply, Su Yaya let go of Xianxia's sleeve and waved at him reluctantly. "Then I'll be leaving. Bye." Xianxia watched Su Yaya and Duan Xiaoyu go through the security check. When he couldn't see them anymore, he turned and left. After Su Yaya entered the VIP lounge, she took out her phone to check Weibo. There were already reporters who posted the news that Xianxia had sent her to the airport. Weibo wrote that she and Xianxia had a good relationship. Xianxia doted on her very much. Xianxia was so busy with work, but he still took time to send her to the airport. There were also photos of the two of them holding hands at the airport. Xianxia's domineering and protective words won the netizens' unanimous praise. A large number of netizens commented that the two of them were really loving. Their relationship was really good. They believed in love again. They really wanted to be loved by a man like Mr. Shen. Who would give her a boyfriend like Mr. Shen? Such comments were too numerous to mention. Of course, there were also some discordant comments, but they were automatically ignored by Xianxia. It was not because of her relationship with Xianxia, but because she didn't like to read these negative comments. Of course, people still wanted to live happily. After reading those negative comments, she would be in a bad mood. Xianxia was very open-minded. She didn't want to embarrass herself. Of course, she automatically ignored those comments and didn't read them. After checking Weibo, 70 to 80% of the comments were positive. Xianxia didn't care about it. Anyway, when a piece of news came out, no one could get 100% positive comments. She was not a RMB. She couldn't make everyone like her. As long as most of them didn't scold her, it was fine. She didn't ask for much. Soon, it was time to board the plane. Xianxia got on the plane. She was in the first-class cabin. After boarding the plane, she asked the stewardess for a blanket and prepared to have a good sleep. Last night, she was so miserably suppressed by Xianxia. She was seriously sleep-deprived. She was really pitiful. This flight took more than 2 hours. Xianxia slept very well. When she woke up, it was time to get off the plane. Xianxia and Duan Xiaoyu came out of the airport and got in the car arranged by the crew. They drove all the way to the hotel where the crew was staying. In the car, Xianxia called Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't answer. It seemed that he was busy. Xianxia turned around and sent him a WeChat message, saying that she had already got off the plane and was on the way to the hotel. She would contact him when she arrived at the hotel. When she arrived at the hotel, a crew member came out to pick her up and took her to the front desk to check in. Xianxia stayed in room 9016. The crew members lived on the 9th and 10th floors. Xianxia arrived a little later and didn't know how the rooms were arranged. When she arrived at room 9016, she found out that the room opposite hers was the room of the male lead, Su Qingkuan. Xianxia's room was the female lead, Qinyan's room, and Qinyan's room was opposite the male lead, Zhongyu's room. According to the crew member, it was more convenient for the men to stay in one row and the women to stay in another. However, in Xianxia's opinion, the room arrangement wasn't that important. It was fine as long as it was comfortable to live in. Xianxia then moved into room 9016. Duan Xiaoyu brought all her luggage to the room and helped her tidy it up before they were done. After resting for a while, Xianxia took out her phone and called Xianxia again. This time, the call finally went through. "Xiaoqi, I'm at the hotel," Xianxia said to Xianxia on the other end of the phone. Xianxia asked, "That's good. Is the hotel good?" Xianxia glanced at the room. It was barely okay, so she said, "It's okay." "Do you want to see it?" Xianxia looked at her 3 white and tender fingers and knew what was going on. He said, "I'll ask Assistant Chen to call you later." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. She was as happy as a little hamster. Xianxia said seriously, "It doesn't matter how much money you have. What matters is that you are happy. You can buy whatever you want with the money." "Hubby, you're right." Xianxia agreed immediately. "Then I'll hang up now. I have a meeting later." Xianxia said. "Okay, bye-bye then." Xianxia smiled sweetly and waved her hand at the screen. After the video chat, Xianxia went to do other things. Then, less than 20 minutes later, her phone rang with a message notification. She walked to the bedside and picked up the phone. She saw a bank receipt message. "Dear Xianxia, your debit card ending with XXXX received a transfer of 300,000 yuan. Xianxia." She stared at the message and seriously counted the zeros several times. Finally, she confirmed that it was really 300,000 yuan and not 30,000 yuan. She was dumbfounded. What happened to the pocket money? He said that it didn't matter how much it was, as long as she was happy. With such a large amount of money, he said that she could buy whatever she wanted. She could go to her hometown and pay the down payment for a house. Xianxia quickly sent a message to Assistant Chen. "Mr. Shen asked you to give me some pocket money. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Assistant Chen just saw the message. His heart skipped a beat. Did he make a mistake? He quickly checked the transfer record. He did transfer 300,000 yuan according to Mr. Shen's instructions. There was no mistake. He replied to Su Yaya's message. There's no mistake. I transferred it according to Mr. Shen's instructions. Miss Su, is there anything wrong? Su Yaya read his reply over and over again. After confirming that he said 300,000, she raised the number 3 on her finger. It turned out that in Xianxia's eyes, it didn't mean 30,000, but 300,000. If so, she wouldn't dare to point fingers at Xianxia in the future. On Xianxia's side, he didn't know what Su Yaya was thinking. During the meeting, he was still wondering if transferring 300,000 yuan to Su Yaya was too little. Would it not be enough? He was really worried about her. In a few days, he should find some time to visit the crew. In the following days, Xianxia was busy with meetings and work in the capital. Yaya, who he was worried about, was also busy filming. Su Yaya, who was conferred the title of noble lady as soon as she entered the palace, was wearing a long red dress with complicated patterns. She walked from the end of the long corridor and bumped into Su Qianquan, who was playing the role of the emperor. She quickly bowed and saluted. Greetings to the emperor. Emperor Su Qianquan stopped in his tracks and looked at Su Yaya with his deep eyes. When his gaze fell on her pretty face, it became even more profound. It's Lady Su. Why are you here? Replying to the emperor, this concubine heard that the begonia flowers in the imperial garden have bloomed. This concubine likes begonia flowers, so this concubine wanted to go take a look. Noble Lady Su Yaya replied in a delicate voice. Emperor Su Qianquan stared at her and gave a soft "oh" sound. Then a smile appeared on his face. It just so happens that this one is free right now. How about this one accompany noble lady to the imperial garden to admire the begonia flowers? Really? The noble Su Yaya raised her head in surprise. Her beautiful big eyes were shining like bright gems as she looked at Emperor Su Qianquan with a burning gaze. Emperor Su Qianquan was attracted by her gaze. He reached out a hand towards her and said, of course. The noble lady, Su Yaya, was very happy and quickly reached out to hold his hand. Borrowing his strength, she stood up and tenderly said, thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Su Qianquan reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, closing the distance between them. He leaned forward and said, noble lady, you've won this one's heart. Noble Lady Su Yaya's eyes moved. She charmingly glanced at Emperor Su Qianquan. Her beautiful face revealed a sweet smile. The 2 little dimples on her cheeks were faintly discernible. It made Emperor Su Qianquan's heart ripple. He held her all the way to the imperial garden. Good, this one passed. Director Zhou announced loudly, smiling as he looked at Su Yaya, who played the role of a noble lady, and Su Qianquan, who played the role of the emperor. He praised, Little Su and Little Su's performances are very good. Take a break and get ready for the next scene. Thank you, Director. Su Yaya quickly said. Su Qianquan also said, thank you, Director Zhou. Director Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction, especially towards Su Yaya. He had a whole new level of respect for her. How much he hated her in the beginning was how much he liked her now. Su Yaya's acting skills were simply too good. She was very talented and intelligent. She was clearly a newcomer, but she could understand with just a little bit and draw inferences about other things. Every scene was well prepared and there were very few situations where there were problems. Even if there were 1 or 2 situations where she didn't act well, it wasn't her fault. The problem didn't lie with her, but with the actor who acted with her who didn't act well, causing her to have to redo the scene. Little Su's performance is getting better and better these days. The scene just now was very good. Her emotions and expressions were on point. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Director Zhou smiled at Su Yaya and said, go and prepare for the next scene. Su Yaya felt that she was very successful to make someone who hated her praise her. She said a few words to Director Zhou and went to touch up her makeup. Hurry up and say them. Just as Su Yaya and Su Qianquan were comforting each other, someone shouted from the side. The staff present finally reacted and ran towards the 2 of them. Some lifted the frame, some moved things, and soon Su Qianquan and Su Yaya were rescued. Ah, there's blood! Someone shouted, startling the people around him. Director Zhou heard it and shouted without thinking, hurry up and send them to the hospital, hurry up and send them to the hospital. Then the staff rushed the two of them to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, they found a doctor to check and take a series of scans. Fortunately, the results were good. Xianxia only had a little scratch on her elbow and accidentally sprained her foot. She would be fine after a few days of rest in bed. Xianxia was a bit miserable. He was protecting Xianxia at that time. When the frame collapsed, the wooden sticks used to build the frame basically fell on his body. In addition to many abrasions, one of the sticks happened to hit his shoulder. His left shoulder was fractured, and it would take 100 days to recover. The doctor put a cast on his left shoulder and asked him to rest for a long time. He also tried not to use his left hand as much as possible. The doctor was worried about the two of them, and Director Zhou was also worried about them, so they asked both of them to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Therefore, both of them were admitted to the hospital. Such a big thing happened to the crew and the frame collapsed. This was such a big news event. The news flew out like a bird with wings and soon spread all over the internet. Some reporters learned that Xianxia and Xianxia were admitted to the hospital together, so they went to the hospital to inquire about the news. The crew did not allow the reporters to take photos, so they stayed outside the hospital and waited. Considering the safety of the two of them, the crew had to arrange Xianxia and Xianxia to the best ward in the hospital so that they would not be disturbed by the reporters. However, there were still reporters who wanted to disguise themselves and get away. Fortunately, the staff found out in time and asked them to leave, temporarily maintaining a quiet environment for the two of them. Zhou Peiyun received a call from Duan Xiaoyu and quickly called Xianxia to ask about the situation. "Are you okay? Are you okay? I'll be right there. Stay in the hospital and don't run around." Xianxia said to Zhou Peiyun on the phone, I know. I sprained my ankle, and I can't go anywhere. I can only stay in the hospital. Don't worry, I'll wait for you." Zhou Peiyun said angrily, "You're still in the mood to talk nonsense at a time like this? Do you know how serious the collapse of that frame is? Fortunately, someone saved you. What if all those shelves fell on your head and smashed your head? What if you became an idiot? Just the thought of the consequences was frightening. What if she wasn't stupid and was disfigured? What if his head exploded? Based on how much CEO Shen valued her, she would definitely deal with all of them. Just thinking about it made them tremble in fear. You're the one who's stupid," Xianxia retorted indignantly. His voice was full of energy, which meant that there was no problem. Zhou Peiyun sighed in her heart. She was a worrisome person. Fortunately, Xianxia was fine. She said, "Rest well in the hospital. I'll be there soon. I'll take the earliest flight." I know. I'll be obedient, okay?" Xianxia finally replied honestly. Zhou Peiyun then said a few more words and hung up the phone. Xianxia just hung up the phone. She closed her eyes and lay on the bed. In less than 2 minutes, her phone rang again. She picked it up to take a look. Huh. Good lord, it was actually Yan Jinyi calling her. The two of them hadn't seen each other since the last time they shot the advertisement. Last time, she had rejected Yan Jinyi like that. At that time, Yan Jinyi had looked very sad. She had thought that he had accepted her relationship with Xianxia and had disappeared from her sight, never to appear again. She didn't expect that he would still call her. Did he specifically call to care about her after hearing the news that she was injured on set? Just as Xianxia was thinking about this, the phone stopped ringing. Xianxia inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually a little afraid to answer Yan Jinyi's call just now. Now that the phone stopped ringing, she actually felt a little relaxed. She didn't know what kind of psychology this was. However, just as she thought about it, her phone rang again. It was still a call from Yan Jinyi. The phone kept ringing as if it would keep ringing if she didn't pick it up. Xianxia pulled her hair helplessly and had no choice but to pick up the phone. Hello? Yaya, I heard that you were injured. Is it serious? Yan Jinyi's voice was full of deep concern, but she didn't know if it was Xianxia's illusion. She actually heard a trace of caution in his voice, as if he was afraid that she would hang up the phone, so he asked so cautiously. Xianxia replied, It's okay. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. It'll be fine in a few days. She answered casually, and there was a smile in her voice. She felt that it was really okay, but in fact, she was really okay. Xianxia listened to her voice on the other side and said after a moment of silence, "It's good that you're okay." NN. Xianxia replied, "Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your concern." Her voice was very clear and pleasant, which made people feel relaxed. Xianxia pursed his lips. When he saw the news of Xianxia's injury on the internet, he felt that he had countless words in his heart to say to Xianxia. But when he called this phone and heard her brisk voice, the words hidden in his heart couldn't be said. It seemed that as long as she was okay, he had nothing to ask for. "Then you have a good rest. I'll see you another day," Xianxia said. Xianxia paused for a moment. He came to see her? Now there are so many reporters outside the hospital. Did he come to see her to deliver big news? Xianxia thought of this and couldn't help shaking. She quickly said, No, I appreciate your kindness. It's not convenient for you to see me. Now many people are staring at me. If someone takes a picture of you coming to visit me, it's not good, is it? Ha 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 ha. Hearing her say this, Xianxia was silent for a while on the other side of the phone. After a while, he said, "Well, let's talk another day." Xianxia took out his mobile phone to call Xianxia, but the line was busy. How could the line be busy at this time? Xianxia frowned. He had to hang up the phone and wait for a while. After a few minutes, he called again. This time, the phone rang twice before Xianxia finally picked it up. "Honey, what are you doing? Why didn't you call me as soon as something happened?" As soon as Xianxia heard Xianxia's voice, there was a sudden evil fire burning in his heart. He quickly scolded her, "What did I teach you? Before you went to the crew, didn't I tell you that you should tell me as soon as possible if something happened? Why didn't you tell me? Assistant Chen didn't tell me about it. How could I not know? How long are you going to hide it from me?" When he heard that she was almost hit by the frame set up by the crew for shooting in the office, his heart beat fast. He was so worried about her. He was afraid that something would happen to her. Was she hurt? Was she seriously injured? But she was fine. She didn't even call him. When he called, the line was busy. Did she want to anger him to death? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Xianxia was so anxious that he couldn't help scolding Xianxia as soon as the phone was connected. He was so angry. Xianxia on the other side of the phone was scolded by him. She was thinking about what to say to appease him and not make him angrier. But before she could think of a way to deal with it, she heard Xianxia say calmly, "Speak." He was really angry. He was so worried about her and said so much to her, but she didn't take it to heart at all. She didn't even say a word. What did she mean? Xianxia could hear the commanding tone in his voice, which was mixed with anger and anger. She was so scared that her heart trembled. It wasn't that she didn't say anything on purpose. It was just that she hadn't thought of how to tell him. Her heart beat fast. She was so scared that she would make Xianxia angrier. She said in a trembling voice, "Honey." As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was full of grievances. She sounded very pitiful. "I didn't mean to not speak." Xianxia cried and said, "I didn't know how to tell you. I just received your call and you scolded me. I was stunned by your scolding. How can I speak?" Sob sob. Hearing her fate crying on the other end of the phone, Xianxia reached out and rubbed his forehead. His voice was still unhappy as he said, "Don't cry. Crying doesn't work? Hubby, don't be angry. I really didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't want it to happen either. Who asked that frame to collapse just like that? I was standing below it at that time, and I was scared out of my wits. Luckily, Suchinkuan saved me, and then the staff sent us to the hospital in a flurry. The doctor arranged for us to do a checkup here and there, and it was delayed for a while. That's why I didn't have the time to tell you about it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, okay? I'm even more scared when you're angry. My heart is beating fast now. If you get angry again, I don't know what to do." This woman, Xianxia's mouth twitched. He only felt that his head hurt more. He rubbed his temples and asked in a low voice, "Why was your phone busy when I called you earlier? You have time to call others, but you don't have time to call me? Can you tell me about it?" Xianxia rolled her eyes. Was it because of this reason that he was so angry? All of a sudden, Xianxia seemed to have figured out the crux of the problem. She hurriedly said, "It's not that I didn't want to call you to tell you about this. I was going to call you anyway. After I finished the examination and returned to the ward, I was ready to call you. But I didn't expect that the crew would collapse." The news that Su Qingkuan and I were injured was spread and even became a hot topic. Sister Zhou called me to ask about the situation. After she said that, other friends called me. That's why my phone was busy. Other friends called you? Xianxia caught a problem in her words. Which friends called you? Well. Xianxia paused, wondering if she should tell him the truth. Last time, when she and Yan Junyi filmed the couple's watch advertisement, Xianxia was jealous because of it. If she told him that it was Yan Junyi who called her, would he be unhappy? Xianxia on the other side of the phone was waiting for her answer, but she was hesitating. Xianxia waited for a few seconds but didn't get an answer. He asked with a sullen face, "Who called you? Is it difficult to tell you?" No, just a friend of the crew." Xianxia tried to bluff her way out. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not so easy to fool. He snorted and said, "Wait and see." Then he hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, Xianxia stared at the black screen of the phone. Her heart was beating wildly. She had a bad feeling. According to Xianxia's last words, he was going to teach her a lesson, wasn't he? This time I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. In order to make sure that Xianxia wouldn't find any clues about her phone call with Yan Junyi after he arrived, Xianxia quickly deleted the call record of Yan Junyi and checked the phone inside and out. She even deleted the text she secretly read. After making sure that there was no trace left, she was a little relieved. She hoped that Xianxia wouldn't be too angry after he came. Xianxia prayed in her heart. Xianxia had already arrived at the airport. Assistant Chen went to handle the boarding procedures. The two of them passed the security check and soon it was time to board the plane. Xianxia boarded the plane and flew all the way to Xianxia's side. Although Xianxia sounded very serious when he hung up the phone, he still felt sorry for her. After he got on the plane, he recalled her crying and begging words. He felt much better and couldn't help laughing. He just wanted to rush to her side, accompany her, and protect her. Xianxia had been on the plane for more than 2 hours. After he got off the plane, he rushed to the hospital without stopping for a moment. Originally, Xianxia's heart was still worried about Xianxia. When he rushed to the hospital and entered the door of the ward, well, Xianxia was fine. She was sitting on the bed, talking and laughing with Duan Xiaoyu while eating durian. The smell of durian mixed with the smell of disinfectant in the room forced him to retreat. With a bang, Xianxia closed the door of the ward and took 3 steps back. He didn't take a deep breath until he couldn't smell the durian anymore. No, nothing. Xianxia nervously swallowed and stuttered. Xianxia glanced at her expressionlessly and gave a cold snort. After making sure that the smell of durian had dissipated, he walked in with his long legs. "Hubby, you're here. I missed you so much." Xianxia sat on the bed and looked at Xianxia as he walked closer. Her face revealed a sweet smile and the 2 dimples on her cheeks looked very cute. She looked very well behaved. Xianxia stood in front of the bed and looked down at her. Looking at her coquettish face, he curled his lips and said in a strict voice, "You're not allowed to eat durian in the future." Not allowed to eat durian? Then she would lose a great joy in life. "Hubby." Xianxia wanted to ask him to make an exception. For example, when he wasn't around, she could eat it alone and guarantee that there wouldn't be any smell left. "An?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, "This is not up for discussion." Xianxia pouted. This was too much, too domineering. He even wanted to control what she ate. Why couldn't she eat durian? Oh, he didn't like it so she couldn't eat it? How could there be such a logic? If he didn't allow her to eat it, then she would eat it. At most, she would eat it when he was away on a business trip. Not only would she eat it, she would eat until she was full. When he came back from his business trip, the smell would have dissipated. It would be strange if he knew that she ate durian, who didn't know how to pretend to comply. She would agree to eat it when he wasn't around. Yes, that was it. Very good, very good. She would do that. Okay, I won't eat it in the future. Xianxia looked at his gloomy handsome face, and made a promise with her mouth, but her heart was not. That's more like it. Xianxia was finally satisfied and his gloomy expression became much better. He reached out and rubbed her head and coaxed her, Yaya, be good. I'll give you anything you want except durian. Hee, Xianxia sneered in her heart. Yes. Anyway, I'll deal with him first. Xianxia's acting was so good that Xianxia didn't notice it. He sat next to her on the bed and saw her sprained right foot. He reached out to touch her ankle and asked her, does it hurt? Xianxia glanced at him and immediately began to act pitiful. It hurts so much. When the shelf collapsed, I thought I was going to be crushed to death. I thought I would never be able to see you again. They rescued me from under the shelf and sent me to the hospital. My heart was pounding and I was still in a daze. When the doctor came to check on me and said I was fine, I felt a little better. Although Xianxia's acting pitiful was exaggerated, Xianxia also knew that if she had stood a little closer to the shelf and Su Qingquan hadn't reacted and pushed her down, the shelf would have fallen directly on her head. If it had been serious, her head might have been broken. The consequences would have been very serious. Xianxia saw her acting pitiful, but when he thought about it, it was really tragic. He couldn't help but feel distressed and scared. If she had been seriously injured, what would he have done? Such a big thing happened. Are you scared? Do you dare to be careless? Xianxia thought about it with lingering fear. Xianxia replied, at that time, I was standing there. How could I know it would collapse? This has nothing to do with being careless. You still know how to talk back? What if it hit your head? What if it was broken? Xianxia frowned and looked at her, thinking how careless this woman was. Xianxia thought for a moment and felt that it was a little scary. She said, Oh? If Su Qingquan hadn't saved you, you would have been lying here. Xianxia felt that she still hadn't realized her mistake, so he criticized her with a sullen face. Xianxia also felt very wronged. She looked at him and said, What should I do? I didn't want it to happen. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be stunned. He looked at Xianxia and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Xianxia. No one knew that the shelf would fall from above. Xianxia just stood there unintentionally, so this matter really couldn't be blamed on her. But he was still worried. Forget it. It's fine as long as you're fine. Xianxia reached out and patted her head, comforting her and himself. Xianxia said, she felt a little better. Then she remembered that he had made it sound so serious. Su Qingquan saved her, so he was her great benefactor. She asked Xianxia, Su Qingquan saved me. How should I thank him? Xianxia looked at her and said, I'll take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it. How can I do that? He saved me. No matter what, I should sincerely thank him. This way, it will show my sincerity. Xianxia said seriously. Xianxia thought for a moment and agreed. He asked her, then how are you going to thank him? Xianxia tilted her head and thought for a moment. Why don't you take me to thank him in person? That's it? Xianxia nodded. That's it. Xianxia's mouth curved into a smile. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Don't you think that you're being too perfunctory in thanking your benefactor like this? Xianxia, His intention was obvious. He gave Su Qingquan his business card because he had saved Xianxia's life. He also promised Su Qingquan that Su Qingquan could ask him for help. To put it more bluntly, he only cared about Xianxia and only considered her feelings. He didn't want Xianxia to feel guilty, so he made such a promise to Su Qingquan. After Xianxia learned that Su Qingquan had posted on Weibo to tell his fans that he was safe, she also forwarded Su Qingquan's post and thanked him on Weibo. Then Xianxia and Xianxia stayed for a while and went back. Back in the ward, Xianxia carried Suyaya back to the bed. Suyaya was bored lying on the bed. She said to Xianxia, "Let's play games." Xianxia looked at her and nodded, "Okay." The two of them logged into the game together and invited a few teammates to play games together. They defeated all the big and small bosses together. Haha, we won again. After playing several games in a row, Suyaya and Xianxia's team won all the games. This made Suyaya very happy. When they came back to their senses, the sky was already dark. Xianxia looked up at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. It's getting late. What do you want to eat for dinner? Xianxia asked. Suyaya said, "Let's have beef with pickled pepper." Xianxia stared at her, "You're injured and you still want beef with pickled pepper. Then what do you want to eat?" Suyaya asked back. Xianxia smiled. He glanced at her injured ankle and said, "Let's have pork hoof soup." "What's the best for you?" Suyaya didn't react at first. She paused for a moment before she understood what he meant. She immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Xianxia, you've gone too far. You are the pig trotter, your whole family are pig trotters." In the end, under Suyaya's fierce resistance, Xianxia still cared about Suyaya's reputation and didn't ask Assistant Chen to buy the hoof soup. Instead, he bought the mushroom chicken soup. Xianxia had dinner with Suyaya and stayed with her in the hospital until late at night. Zhou Peiyun, the agent, arrived at 9 o'clock p.m. She rushed in and saw that Xianxia was also there. She hurriedly greeted him and said, "Sorry, I'm late. I was in X City. The weather was bad and it was raining heavily. The plane was delayed and I just rushed over now." Xianxia glanced at her and said lightly, "It's okay. It's fine as long as you're here." Although Xianxia's tone was indifferent, Zhou Peiyun could hear a trace of blame in his voice. As a manager, she wasn't competent enough to rush to the scene when her artist was in trouble. If Xianxia had a problem with it, she could only accept it. Zhou Peiyun had to carefully look at Yaya and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Suyaya said with a smile. She did not look like she was injured at all. Zhou Peiyun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Suyaya was fine, Xianxia wouldn't blame her too much. "Be careful in the future. Don't go to dangerous places," Zhou Peiyun said with lingering fear. Suyaya had already been scolded by Xianxia today. Now that Zhou Peiyun was here, she immediately said consciously, I know. I won't let you worry about me anymore." Zhou Peiyun got the assurance and talked with Suyaya for a while. Suyaya began to doze off. Xianxia looked at her sleepy appearance and said, "Let Yaya rest first. We'll talk about other things later." Since Xianxia had spoken, Zhou Peiyun didn't dare to object. She quickly agreed and found an excuse to leave. Suyaya lay on the bed and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and touched her head. He said gently, "Sleep. I'll watch over you. I'll go to the hotel when you fall asleep." "Okay." Suyaya was satisfied. She held his hand with a smile and slowly closed her eyes. When Suyaya woke up, it was just dawn. The lights in the room weren't turned on, and only the weak morning light shone in through the window. She vaguely saw someone sitting by her bed. The figure was tall and straight. His back was facing the light, and she could only vaguely see a silhouette. She still remembered that before she fell asleep last night, Xianxia was sitting there watching over her. She thought that Xianxia was still sitting there and hadn't left. "Xiaoqi." Suyaya called out. She had just woken up, and her voice was a little hoarse, which was very attractive. Suyaya's mind was in a mess again. She imagined Xianxia, Su Chaoran, and An Yutong in her mind. She sighed deeply for An Yutong's heroin halo. Fortunately, Suyaya didn't lament for too long. Her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Mama Su calling. Suyaya quickly picked up the phone and called out, "Mom." Mama Su's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yaya, I heard that the frame of the film crew you were in collapsed and you were injured. Is this true? Your dad and I are in the countryside, so we don't have good news. We only heard about it from your aunt this morning. Are you hurt?" Is it serious? If your dad and I didn't come to the capital to see you right away, would you? Mom, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Xianxia said hurriedly. Mama Su, who was anxious, stopped when she heard her words. She asked with concern, Yaya, are you okay? Xianxia replied, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Don't worry. She didn't want to tell Mama Su and Papa Su about her injury. They were so far away from her, so she didn't want them to worry too much. She had been away from her parents for many years, so she was used to telling them only the good news and not the bad. She deliberately lied to them so that they wouldn't worry. But that's what the news said, Mama Su said. Xianxia smiled and said, the entertainment news deliberately said that to attract attention. Mama Su was still worried and asked again, are you really not injured? Yes. Xianxia hurriedly said, don't worry. Mama Su continued, the news also said that someone saved you. His name is Su Chingkuan, Xianxia added. Yes, that's the name. Mama Su said, he saved you, so you didn't get hurt. You should thank him properly. Xianxia obediently replied, I know. I've already thanked him. Don't worry. Mama Su replied with an and said, Yaya, your father and I miss you. Why don't we go to the capital to see you? Xianxia was shocked. How could she do that? She would be exposed the moment she arrived. She hurriedly said, Mom, I'm filming on set now. I'm not in the capital. It's not convenient for you to come over. The conditions here aren't good either. Why don't you wait for me to finish filming and find some time to come back to visit you? Then when will you be back? Mama Su was a little disappointed that Yaya wouldn't let them go to Jingdu, so she had to change her words. Xianxia calculated the time. If her filming went smoothly, she would have to film for another 2 or 3 months. She said, soon. I'll go back after filming. You can call me if you need anything. Mama Su thought that this was the only way. She said, then your father and I will wait for you at home. Okay. Xianxia quickly agreed. That morning, Xianxia spent a lot of effort to deal with Mama Su and make Mama Su promise that she wouldn't come over for the time being. After the phone call, Yaya collapsed on the bed. It was harder than acting to talk to Mama Su without her noticing her abnormality. Xianxia walked into the ward and saw her sitting listlessly on the bed. She wasn't as energetic as usual. He reached out to touch her head and asked softly, what's wrong? Xianxia looked up at him and said softly, I miss my mom. Xianxia said, then I'll ask someone to bring them over. Xianxia shook her head. No need. I didn't tell them that I sprained my ankle. I'm afraid they'll be worried. It won't be good if they come over and see me. I'll go back to see them after I finish filming. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He coaxed her and said, okay, I'll listen to you. You can do whatever you want. Xianxia tenderly said, She hugged his waist with both hands and rubbed her face against him like a kitten. Xianxia only felt that she was cute and well-behaved. His heart was about to melt. He looked down at her and his eyes were so gentle that water could drip from them. The early morning sun shone into the ward through the open window and shone on the two of them. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It was a warm and beautiful scene. No one would have thought that such a scene would be secretly filmed despite the security measures in place. It didn't take long for someone to post it on the internet. The video was only a few seconds long, but it made all the netizens go crazy. Thousands of people left comments under the video. This is too loving, too happy, I love the two of them so much. Please continue to love each other, please be together forever, please be happy forever. After Xianxia returned to the set, everything went smoothly. She got along well with the crew every day. The only thing that didn't go well was that every time she acted with Chen Yan would steal the spotlight. There were a few times when she was the one saying her lines, but Chen Yan took the best angle of the shot and the camera couldn't capture her face. After all, Xianxia was a newbie. Even if she was good at acting, talented, and smart, she lacked experience. She didn't realize that Chen Yan was stealing her scene before, but as it happened more and more, she gradually realized that Chen Yan was deliberately stealing her scene. When she realized this, she felt a little depressed. She had always treated Chen Yan as her senior and was very respectful to her. She even humbly learned from her and tried her best to play the role better. She didn't expect Chen Yan to treat her like this. She suddenly felt that she was a little silly before and felt uncomfortable. After a day of filming, Xianxia returned to her room and sat on the bed sullenly, looking very unhappy. Duan Xiaoyu also noticed that she was unhappy. She brought her a bottle of water and asked with concern, "Sister Yaya, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? I see that you're unhappy." Xianxia felt uncomfortable and wanted to find someone to talk to. She reached out and patted the seat beside her for Duan Xiaoyu to sit down. She said to her, "If there is a person you have always respected, and her acting skills are very good, and you want to seriously learn from her, but she seems to be afraid that you will surpass her, so she deliberately snatches your screen time and blocks your opportunity to appear on screen, what would you do?" Duan Xiaoyu looked at her face and asked, "Are you talking about Chen Yan?" Suyaya's mouth twitched. She didn't say yes or no. If she didn't say anything, then she guessed right. Duan Xiaoyu continued, "Sister Yaya, Chen Yan has her reasons for doing this." Suyaya finally moved. She looked at Duan Xiaoyu and asked, "What do you mean?" Duan Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Because you are prettier than her, and your acting is not much worse than hers." Suyaya blinked and immediately understood what Duan Xiaoyu meant. "What you're saying is that Chen Yan thinks that I'm prettier than her and that my acting is passable. She's afraid that I'll steal her limelight and outperform her, so she purposely led me astray during filming and stole my scenes so that I wouldn't show my face in front of the camera?" Duan Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes." Suyaya frowned. "That can't be. She is obviously very pretty, and she is the female lead. Her character profile is much better than mine. Moreover, the duration of the entire drama is more than 200 minutes longer than mine, and she has more than 10 sets of costumes. In the future, when the drama airs, she will appear in front of the audience more than me. How can it be that I am better than her? It is clearly her who is better." Duan Xiaoyu laughed when she heard this and said, "Sister Yaya, you can't see it that way. Although Chen Yan is the female lead and the best actress, and she has appeared in the drama for the longest time, so she should be the most popular among the audience, that is only when she appears alone. There is no harm in comparison. When you stand next to her, the contrast is very obvious. Sister Yaya. You may not have noticed it, but the rest of us can see it very clearly. You are younger than her, prettier than her, and your acting is not much worse than hers. When the two of you stand next to each other, it is obvious that you are more beautiful than her. That is why she is anxious and wants to use this method to suppress you." Suyaya was stunned. "So that's the case?" Duan Xiaoyu nodded and continued, "As far as I know, Chen Yan's temper is not as good as she appears to be. There is gossip about her everywhere on the forum. Many anonymous people have exposed her fake sisterhood. If they were really close, how could there be a break in their relationship after stealing the role? So I think that she probably doesn't want you to steal her limelight, but she also has to consider your relationship with Mr. Shen. It is not good for her to suppress you openly, so she used this method to deal with you. You can't say anything when she stole your limelight, because you are not as good as her and don't know how to act." After listening to Duan Xiaoyu's analysis, Suyaya felt that it made sense. She had been robbed of her limelight many times, and she was also angry in her heart. She curled the corner of her lips and said, "I wanted to be more tolerant and finish the drama, but she deliberately stole my limelight. Let's wait and see." Su Qingkuan returned to the crew the next day. Originally, the crew gave him half a month's leave to have a good rest, but he felt that the progress of the crew should not be delayed because of his injury, so he returned to the crew early. Seeing that he came back early, director Zhou Tongguang was very satisfied with him. In front of everyone, he kept praising him for his professionalism. He insisted on shooting with an injury, unlike some newbies who couldn't bear the slightest hardship. When they were injured, they wanted the whole world to know about it. When they were injured, they would buy a hot search to make the headlines. Being praised by director Zhou Tongguang, Su Qingkuan was almost embarrassed. He said with a smile, "This is my job. It is my duty to do a good job. I just have some fractures in my left arm. I am not paralyzed and can't move. It is not that serious. I can still act. Director Zhou Tongguang said, It's good that you think so. Young man, you are good. You come back just in time. Now there is a scene to be shot. It is a scene of you, Qinyan and Su. Originally, when you were not here, we planned to shoot Qinyan and Su's scenes first. When you came back, we would shoot your scenes. Since you came back early, you are just in time. Go and get ready. We will shoot the scene together later. Well, I will go and get dressed, Su Qingkuan said. Go ahead. Director Zhou Tongguang said with a smile. Su Qingkuan came back early, which saved him a lot of trouble. What a dedicated young man. Su Qingkuan went to the dressing room to do his makeup. Su Yaya and Chen Yan had already done their makeup and were sitting in their chairs to rest. If it had been in the past, Yaya would have gone to talk to Chen Yan. But today, Su Yaya sat quietly in her seat, reading the script in her hand. She did not even glance at Chen Yan. Chen Yan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to talk to her assistant or check her makeup in the mirror to sneak a few glances at Su Yaya. She felt that Su Yaya was too quiet today and was not like her usual self. It was a little strange and she muttered in her heart. If Su Yaya did not know Chen Yan's character, she might still be enthusiastic to her as usual. But after yesterday's scenes, Su Yaya deeply understood that Chen Yan deliberately suppressed her. According to Su Yaya's temper, she would never have anything to do with Chen Yan again. It was not that Su Yaya did not notice her little movements, but she was too lazy to pay attention to her. She did not even bother to lift her eyelids, let alone look at her. She only felt that looking at someone like Chen Yan would hurt her eyes. On the set today, the leading actress and the supporting actress did not speak. The other staff felt that something was wrong and felt that it was a little strange. But fortunately, this atmosphere was soon broken. Su Qingkuan changed his clothes and put on his makeup. The set had been set up and everyone was in position to shoot the first scene of the day. In this scene, Su Qingkuan, who was playing the role of the Emperor, and noble Lady Tong, Chen Yan, who had just entered the palace, were admiring the flowers in the imperial garden. Su Yaya, who had heard the news, also brought the palace servants to the imperial garden. When they walked to the pavilion in the imperial garden, they happened to see noble Lady Tong and Chen Yan sitting on Emperor Su Qingkuan's lap. She was holding a cup of wine and feeding Su Qingkuan wine. The two of them were very intimate. Su Yaya was envious and dissatisfied with noble Lady Tong Chen Yan. She stepped forward and interrupted the intimacy between the two, causing noble Lady Tong Chen Yan to be angry at Su Yaya's appearance. The two of them were at each other's throats in the pavilion. They were now filming this tit-for-tat scene. Su Yaya, Emperor Su Qingkuan, and noble Lady Tong had already stood in their positions and the two of them began to speak their lines. All the staff and 3 actors were in their positions. After Su Yaya finished her lines, it was Chen Yan's turn to act. However, she was still blocked by Su Yaya. She wondered if she should move to the side so that Su Yaya would not block all of her scenes. However, when she was about to move, she found that there was going to be another scene next to her. Su Yaya had blocked her position so precisely that she had no choice. She was so angry and resentful that she unconsciously showed an expression on her face. Naturally, it was not the grievance that was required in the script, nor was it in line with director Zhou Tongguang's requirements. Kakaka. Director Zhou Tongguang shouted angrily, Chen Yan, what's wrong with you today? Don't you know how to make an expression? Don't you know how to read your lines? This part requires you to show an aggrieved and resentful look. Look at your eyes just now. Are you going to pounce on Su Yaya and kill her? Do you think you can kill her with your current status? Hearing director Zhou Tongguang scolding Chen Yan so harshly, as if he was scolding a newbie who didn't know anything, Su Yaya was secretly pleased. Who asked Chen Yan to steal her scene yesterday? This was her revenge on Chen Yan. Fortunately, she tolerated Chen Yan's anger yesterday and didn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, Chen Yan wouldn't know how happy she would be. Now that Chen Yan wanted to be in the limelight, she was scolded by the director. She really deserved it, being scolded by director Zhou Tongguang again in front of everyone. Chen Yan's face flushed red and then turned pale. She had been acting for so many years and had never been scolded like this since she was a newbie. Besides, she had been doing better and better. Everyone treated her well, but now she was being scolded like this. She was so angry that she was going to die. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yan could only apologize to Director Zhou Tongguang again. "Director, I'm sorry. I'll adjust it right away. I promise I won't make any mistakes again." Seeing Chen Yan's sincere attitude, Director Zhou Tongguang did not argue with her anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Well, let's do it again." Thus, everyone got back to their positions and prepared to start filming again. This time, Xianxia once again completed her lines and expressions in one go. Chen Yan was not sure if she was affected by the previous 2 times, but she could not perform as well as she should. Moreover, she did not dare to move carelessly, in case she walked out of the camera's range and the camera missed her. Director Zhou Tongguang's face suddenly darkened. He threw the script in his hand on the chair, pointed at Chen's nose and scolded her. "Chen Yan, what are you doing? How can you act? Do you want me to teach you from the beginning?" Chen Yan was angry. Seeing Chen Yan being scolded, Xianxia was secretly pleased. She looked at Chen Yan with her big innocent eyes and pretended to be concerned about her. "Elder sister Yan, are you not feeling well? If you don't feel well, you can ask for leave and have a rest. We're fine. We can wait for you." Chen Yan glanced at Xianxia. Her eyes seemed to hide a knife, and she wanted to cut Xianxia into pieces. Chen Yan had been in the entertainment circle for so many years and had accumulated a lot of connections. In the past, she was the one who stole other people's scenes. People only dared to hate her in their hearts, but they could not do anything to her. Who knew that she would meet Xianxia today? She had Xianxia backing her up. Even if she wanted to suppress her, she didn't dare to do it too obviously. She only dared to do something during filming, but this woman somehow found out. Now, she was purposely targeting her during filming, causing her to make a few mistakes. How hateful! Receiving Chen Yan's piercing glare, Xianxia knew that Chen Yan was unhappy. She was overjoyed. After several takes in a row, Director Zhou Tongguang was speechless. However, even if they continued to shoot, there was no guarantee that Chen Yan would be able to perform until the end. Zhou Tongguang had no choice but to announce a 5-minute break. "Thank you, Director," Chen Yan said. Xianxia suppressed the joy in her heart and said to Chen Yan with concern, "Elder sister Yan, you should go and rest." Chen Yan glared at her, and the warning in her eyes could not be more obvious. She would remember her. Seeing Chen Yan leave with her oversized costume, Xianxia smirked proudly. She was not afraid of her at all. Su Qianquan, who was playing the role of the emperor, had been standing beside them. He saw with his own eyes the tension between Xianxia and Chen Yan. He was an actor, so he was very clear about the small movements between the two. When Xianxia deliberately walked half a step to block Chen Yan's shot, he had already noticed the conflict between the two. Later, Xianxia did well several times, but Chen Yan's mood was affected and she made more mistakes. He knew that his guess was right. Now that Chen Yan had left, Su Qianquan looked at Xianxia. Because they had experienced life and death together, their relationship seemed to be closer. He asked, "What's wrong with you and Chen Yan?" Xianxia pursed her lips in the direction of Chen Yan's departure. She turned to look at Su Qianquan and smiled. "You saw through it? It's so obvious. How could I not see through it?" Su Qianquan said. Xianxia shrugged her shoulders. She was also helpless. A touch of grievance flashed across her face, but it was only for a moment. She quickly returned to normal and said calmly, "She was the one who targeted me first." "What's going on?" Su Qianquan was also a newcomer. He had experienced a lot and knew that some seniors would bully the newcomers. He had also encountered seniors stealing scenes from him. Xianxia was probably in the same situation. Xianxia pursed her lips. "When you weren't around 2 days ago, I was filming with her. How do you know when I offended her? She deliberately stole scenes from me. There were several scenes where I didn't even show my face on camera. She blocked all of them. But she's a senior, so I can't say anything. At most, I'll admit that I'm not as good as her. But since I found out about it, I can't let her continue to bully me. I have to do something. Otherwise, it'll be too unfair." Su Qianquan understood Xianxia's heart very well. Anyone would be very sad if such a thing happened to them. He had encountered such things before. At that time, he didn't have so much confidence and courage to confront a senior directly. This kind of thing was actually not uncommon in the entertainment industry. It was just that it was considered good to steal the limelight during filming. There were also those kinds of scenes that were already shot, but it was still useless even if one acted well. When the film was produced, the scenes would be directly cut to the point that there was nothing left. Most of the newcomers did not dare to do anything to their seniors. They could only swallow such things in their hearts. Even if they had filmed for a month and edited for less than a day, they could only swallow their grievances and slowly grow up. They hoped that there would be a day when they would no longer be suppressed by others. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to think of snatching back the camera during filming, and it was also because of her good acting skills and talent. Of course, she also had the confidence. After all, she had Xianxia to back her up. However, if it were someone else who wasn't as good as her acting skills, they might not be able to do it. Although Xianxia's response was very straightforward, it wasn't without effect. At least, Xianyan had suffered. Su Qingkuan said to Xianxia, "Don't take this matter to heart. I believe that after today's incident, she will restrain herself a little. Just focus on acting and play your role well. Strive to be more outstanding than her." "I hope so." Xianxia smiled. When Xianxia saw Qianyan going to the dressing room, she turned around and went to another dressing room to remove her makeup and change her clothes. That was Su Qingkuan's dressing room. When Su Qingkuan heard that she wanted to borrow it, he generously lent it to her. He even thoughtfully walked to the dressing room with his assistant and stood guard outside for her. Xianxia took Duan Xiaoyu to the dressing room to remove her makeup and change into her own clothes. When she walked out of the dressing room, she saw Su Qingkuan and his assistant standing guard outside. She immediately smiled and thanked them. "You're welcome." "It's nothing," Su Qingkuan said generously. Hearing his words, Xianxia said, "Brother Su, you're such a good person." Su Qingkuan was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "Haha, I've been given the human card." The two of them stood at the door of the dressing room and talked for a while. The two of them had similar personalities, so their relationship was naturally very good. After the crew was done, director Zhou Tongguang invited everyone to have supper. Xiao Su returned to the crew early today. It must have been hard on him to film with his injury. "Let's all go together as a welcome dinner for Xiao Su and wish him a speedy recovery." This suggestion received the support of everyone and they all said that they wanted to go. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Qianyan walked out of the dressing room with no expression on her face. A staff member asked her to have supper with them. She faintly said, "I'm very tired. I'm going back to rest. You guys go ahead." Qianyan didn't perform well today. Now that everyone wanted to have supper together, she said that she didn't want to go. Everyone knew why, so they didn't persuade her and watched her leave with her assistant with her bag. This episode didn't affect everyone's mood. Even if Qianyan didn't want to go, the others still went happily. They had hot pot for supper and drank beer. The entire crew stayed for more than 2 hours before they left. They took the car back to the hotel. Xianxia felt that she had eaten too much and wanted to walk to digest the food, so she didn't take the car. Xianxia said, "Anyway, it's not far from the hotel. It's less than a kilometer away. We'll be there in no time." Su Qingkuan said, "I also want to walk. Let's walk together." The two of them had a good relationship, so Xianxia didn't refuse. She smiled and said, "Okay, let's walk together." "Okay." Su Qingkuan agreed and followed her. The night breeze blew gently. Xianxia and Su Qingkuan walked together on the road. The neon lights flickered and shone on the two of them. Xianxia was wearing a light blue long dress while Su Qingkuan was wearing a casual outfit. Other than the masks on their faces to cover each other's faces, the two of them walking side by side looked very much like a couple on a date walking on the road. She had to admit that Su Qingkuan was a very good conversation partner. He had a gentle personality and knew a lot. No matter what Xianxia said, he could respond with a few words and wouldn't make the conversation awkward. In the middle of the night, neon lights were shining on the streets. The two of them chatted casually, laughing and joking. Time passed quickly, and they walked back to the hotel in a short while. When they walked into the hotel lobby, the elevator came down. Xianxia, Su Qingkuan and their assistants went into the elevator together. Xianxia and Su Qingkuan lived opposite each other. Xianxia pressed the 9th floor directly. The elevator went all the way up and stopped on the 9th floor. Xianxia and Su Qingkuan walked out one after another. Their assistants followed them. They didn't say goodbye to each other until they reached the door of their rooms. Xianxia took Duan Xiaoyu into her room. Xianxia walked to the chair and sat down. She took out her phone and was about to call Xianxia when Xianxia sent her a video call. Xianxia. Xianxia picked up the video call. Seeing Xianxia's handsome face in the video, she called him first. Xianxia seemed to be busy. The background in the video call was his office. He looked up at Yaya and smiled. Did the filming go well today? Yaya nodded and said, it went well. Today, she had made a fool out of Chen Yan and made Chen Yan suffer. She had vented all the anger she had suffered yesterday. She felt very refreshed and felt that today was the most carefree day she had had since filming. Xianxia smiled and said, it's good that it went well. Yaya saw in the video that he looked at the computer from time to time. It seemed that he was working. She asked him, do you have work to do? Xianxia nodded and said, I'm waiting for the overseas branch to send the financial analysis report. Yaya said, it's so late. Haven't they sent it over yet? Xianxia glanced at the computer screen and replied, they're probably still working on it. I'll have to wait a little longer. Is there a problem? Yaya was a little worried. Would Xianxia's company have any financial problems? Xianxia was calm. He smiled faintly and replied, no problem. It's just the usual quarterly financial analysis report. I'll take a look at it later. Yaya stood there for a while. After making sure that there was no movement outside, she went back to bed and went to sleep. That night, Yaya didn't sleep very well. In her dreams, Chen Yan stared at her fiercely like a sharp knife. She was so scared that she hid behind Xianxia and pitifully asked Xianxia to save her. Xianxia stood in front of her to protect her like a god. He was not afraid of Chen Yan's knife at all. He said majestically, if you dare to touch a hair of hers, I'll make you pay for it. Xianxia's warning was very effective. Chen Yan was so scared that her face turned pale. She put away the frightening look in her eyes and ran away. Yaya was very happy. She hugged Xianxia and said, honey, you're so awesome. Xianxia smiled and touched her head. Good girl. She was just about to say that she was very obedient when she saw Xianxia's face change color. He glared at her and said, are you going to make trouble for me again? Be careful or I'll spank your ass. Then she was awakened by the ringtone of her cell phone. She rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed to find her cell phone. As soon as she picked up the phone, she heard Duan Xiaoyu's voice from the phone. Sister Yaya, bad news. Yesterday, you borrowed Su Qingkuan's dressing room to remove your makeup and change your clothes. Someone took a picture of you and Su Qingkuan and posted it on the internet. Now the internet is in an uproar. Yaya hadn't woken up yet, but when she heard Duan Xiaoyu's words, she suddenly woke up. She rubbed her forehead and asked Duan Xiaoyu, what are they talking about on the internet? Duan Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, the person who took the picture said that you two were dating and that you cheated on him behind Mr. Shen's back. Now the internet is in an uproar. Many netizens are scolding you and saying that you betrayed Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen is so good to you, but you cheated on him behind his back. Hearing this, Yaya said subconsciously, it's all nonsense. Su Qingkuan and I are just friends. They're framing me. It was precisely because it was nonsense and deliberately distorted the facts that it couldn't be explained clearly. In the entertainment industry, gossip was constantly produced every day. Everyone was eager to see these gossip. They didn't want to know the truth. They just wanted to frame Yaya and Su Qingkuan. Yaya was a person who was doted on by Xianxia. Without Xianxia, she was just an ordinary 18th-tier actress. But with Xianxia's protection, she was different. Because of this difference, countless people were envious and jealous. Therefore, they had been waiting for an opportunity to make Yaya unlucky. It seemed that as long as Xianxia made a mistake and was abandoned by Xianxia, it would be very satisfying. Xianxia and Duan Xiaoyu had just finished the phone call. When they were about to go online to see what the netizens were saying, Zhou Peiyun called. "What's going on between you and Su Qingkuan? Why did you go to his dressing room to change your clothes and remove your makeup? And why did you two walk on the road together? What do you think we should do now that such a thing has happened?" Xianxia didn't expect that things would turn out like this. She also felt wronged, okay? She had to tell Zhou Peiyun the truth. "When we were shooting, Chen Yan stole my scenes. I was unhappy, so I stole her scenes yesterday. Chen Yan was affected by me and didn't do well in the shooting. She was scolded badly by director Zhou Tongguang. When we finished work at night, Chen Yan went to the dressing room first. I didn't want to follow her to the dressing room to change my clothes and remove my makeup, so I went to borrow Su Qingkuan's dressing room. At that time, Su Qingkuan and his assistant were standing outside the dressing room and didn't go in. Duan Xiaoyu and I changed our clothes and removed our makeup in the dressing room. Later, Director Zhou said that Su Qingkuan had returned to the set yesterday, so we went to celebrate his return. Then we went to have supper together. When we came out, I felt that I had eaten too much, so I wanted to take a walk to help with digestion. Su Qingkuan happened to say that he also wanted to take a walk, so we left together. At that time, our assistant was also with us. He was right behind us. I don't know why those people only took photos of the two of us and posted them on the internet. Aren't they just framing us by saying such things on the internet?" Zhou Peiyun was so angry that she scolded Xianxia. "You also know that they are framing you. You also know that they are talking nonsense. You also know that they don't care about the truth at all. They just want to create a hot topic and drag you down. Since you know that, why did you do those things? You and Su Qingkuan have a sensitive identity. Don't you know how to avoid suspicion?" Suya also felt wronged. "How would I know that they would say that about us? There is nothing between us. You can do whatever you want now. I'll listen to you." Zhou Peiyun sighed. "Now that it has happened, what else can we do? We can only find a way to remedy it. I'll call Su Qingkuan's agent first and ask them how to deal with it. We'll talk about it later. Don't go on the internet for the time being. Don't post any comments on the internet. When we come up with a solution, we will explain to the public what is going on." "I know," Xianxia said in a low voice. Zhou Peiyun hung up the phone and went to talk to Su Qingkuan's agent. Fortunately, Brotherly had a good relationship with Su Qingkuan's agent and he had a wide network of contacts. First, they removed the hot topic on the internet. Then they discussed it and posted a post together on Weibo, saying that they were friends and that they had gone for a walk together. As for the use of the dressing room, it was even more trivial. There was no rule about which dressing room belonged to which crew, so it didn't matter if they used the dressing room together. Besides, Su Qingkuan and his assistant were outside and didn't go in. Those who talked about this matter were really sick and twisted. Su Qingkuan was the first to post on Weibo. His company first released a statement, stating that Su Qingkuan and Xianxia were just good friends. Su Qingkuan had saved Xianxia before, and Xianxia was very grateful to him. The two of them had been through life and death together, and their relationship was extraordinary. This friendship was not something that anyone could compare to. In addition, Su Qingkuan's agency also explained in the statement that Su Qingkuan and Xianxia had followed a large group of people to have supper. After supper, the two of them walked on the road together. It was entirely because they wanted to take a walk after supper. Moreover, there were other people walking with the two of them, and they were not the only ones. Then they posted a few photos of Xianxia and Su Qingkuan's assistant following them. Finally, Su Qingkuan's management company wrote at the end of the statement that they would take legal action against those who deliberately distorted the facts and caused harm to Mr. Su Qingkuan and Xianxia. As soon as Su Qingkuan's management company posted the post, Zhou Peiyun also reposted it. In addition, the hot topic had been removed, so the comments on the internet gradually improved. Then Su Qingkuan posted on Weibo in a joking tone, "Have a meal and take a walk together, so that you won't grow fat." He stuck out his tongue. JPG, a photo of neon lights flashing. JPG, a photo of him and his assistant walking together. JPG, a photo of him, Xianxia and their assistants walking together. JPG. As soon as Su Chingkuan's Weibo was posted, many netizens commented and reposted it. Some online marketing influencers also said some nice things, such as, "My Chingkuan is so cute. Let's have a meal together so that he won't grow fat. Let's meet up and don't leave me behind. Good friends should hang out together so that they can communicate with each other." Then someone said, "I wonder what two good friends will talk about when they go for a walk together." Then someone replied, "I guess they will talk about the bright stars in the sky." Then someone jumped out to refute, "I guess they are rehearsing their lines and talking about how to shoot tomorrow." After all, Su Chingkuan is so dedicated. Even though his left shoulder was injured, he went back to the crew in advance. Dedicated people are the most adorable. Dedicated people are the most adorable. As soon as this sentence was posted, thousands of people followed it. They all said that Su Chingkuan was so dedicated that he went back to the crew in advance and shot with an injury. He deserved everyone's love. Then, the topic of hashtag Su Chingkuan's professionalism, returning to the set in advance, filming with injuries hashtag became a trending topic. The comments that had previously framed Su Chingkuan and Xianxia's relationship were nowhere to be found. As the storm gradually subsided, Xianxia also reposted Su Chingkuan's post according to Zhou Peiyun's request and wrote, "Come on, let's go for a walk together." She also added a tongue sticking out emoji. After Su Chingkuan and Xianxia learned about this, they each posted on Weibo to appease their fans, asking them not to quarrel over this matter and to be harmonious and friendly. However, the result was little, and many people were still cursing them on the internet. The next day, Xianxia came back from a business trip abroad. As soon as he got off the plane, he was stopped by the reporters at the airport. A reporter asked, "Mr. Shen, what do you think of the Kuanya couple that is very popular on the internet? And what do you think of the scuffle between fans? Mr. Shen, do you know the relationship between Miss Xianxia and Mr. Su Chingkuan is so good? Some Kuanya couple fans said that Su Chingkuan and Xianxia are a better match than you and Xianxia. What do you think of this? Mr. Shen, tell me your opinion." Xianxia had been busy with work in the foreign branch for several days. He didn't sleep for more than 40 hours. After dealing with the problems in the branch, he flew back to China without stopping. There was a project with hundreds of millions of investment for him to deal with in the headquarters. He only slept for a few hours on the plane, so he was not very clear about the things on the internet. When he heard the reporters suddenly ask him such questions, and every question was so sharp that it made him unhappy, Xianxia frowned and said to the reporters with a sullen face, "Please make way, I'm in a hurry." After that, he ignored the reporters and winked at the bodyguards next to him, asking them to ask the reporters to move aside. Then he strode out with his long legs. A new reporter was not willing to give up and shouted at Xianxia's back, "Mr. Shen, you said you were in a hurry. I'm afraid you are afraid to answer these questions, right? Is there something wrong with your relationship with Miss Xianxia? Is it because Miss Xianxia is two-timing you? Is that why you can't answer?" Xianxia, who had already taken a few steps forward, stopped abruptly and turned back to look at him. His gaze was sharp, and his domineering aura was released. His entire body was frightening, and his voice was cold. "Repeat what you just said." Facing Xianxia's strong pressure, the reporter moved his mouth but didn't dare to continue. Xianxia expressionlessly swept his gaze across the reporters and heavily snorted. "I believe in Yaya's character. She has the freedom to make friends with whomever she wants, and I'm willing to give her the freedom to do so. I, Xianxia, believe that there are not many people in this world who are better than me. It is my honor that Yaya chose to be with me. I, Xianxia, have the ability and strength to protect her. As for those irrelevant people, they are never within my consideration. Just like you." Xianxia's words in front of the reporters at the airport were quickly posted on the internet. When Xianxia was on set, she was scrolling through Weibo and happened to see Xianxia's words. Her Weibo was full of praises for Xianxia's domineering attitude. "Wow, wow, wow, CEO Shen is so awesome, CEO Shen is so domineering. Being CEO Shen's girlfriend is such a blessing. I really want to have a domineering boyfriend like CEO Shen." When CEO Shen was scolding the reporters, his aura was as tall as 2.8 meters, intimidating everyone. In an instant, he was incomparably tall and made those reporters look like trash. I love this kind of CEO Shin the most. Xianxia finished scrolling through Weibo and thought for a while. Then she found Shin Xiuqi's phone number and called him. Shin Xiuqi didn't answer her phone. She had to wait for a while and called Shin Xiuqi again. However, this time it was the same as last time. Shin Xiuqi still didn't answer her phone until the phone stopped ringing. Is he angry? Xianxia looked at the phone screen. Shin Xiuqi's name didn't respond at all. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had always said that she wanted to make Shin Xiuqi happy and not make him angry. However, after all, this was a very embarrassing thing. Although his answer at the airport was very domineering and his aura was too 8 meters, which was very admirable, such a thing happened because of her. No matter how good Shin Xiuqi's temper was, no matter how much he spoiled her, he would definitely be unhappy in his heart. However, she also didn't expect that such a thing would happen. At that time, she also tried to call Shin Xiuqi. However, Shin Xiuqi was abroad at that time and went to the branch office to deal with urgent matters. When she called, Shin Xiuqi didn't answer her phone. She thought that when he came back, she would explain this matter to him face to face so that she could explain it clearly over the phone. She clearly remembered that when Shin Xiuqi went abroad a few days ago, he told her in the video that if his work went well, he would come back tomorrow. Thinking that he might come back tomorrow, she had already planned before that. She would go to Fruit TV to record Gourmet Beauty the day after tomorrow. She had asked for leave from director Zhou Guangtong and went back to Jingdu tomorrow. She could also pick up Shin Xiuqi at the airport and then tell him what happened on the internet face to face. If he was unhappy after hearing what happened on the internet, she could also act cute and coquettishly to make him happy. However, in fact, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Shin Xiuqi, who had said that he would come back tomorrow, suddenly came back early, which really made her a little unprepared. After calling Shin Xiuqi again, Shin Xiuqi still didn't answer her phone. Xianxia couldn't sit still. No, she had to think of a way quickly. She couldn't just sit here and wait. She had to do something. She stood up from the stool and clenched the phone in her hand. After thinking for a while, she thought that although Shin Xiuqi didn't answer her phone, she could go to him. As soon as this idea popped up, she couldn't control herself. Her feet seemed to be driven by something and she walked straight to Director Zhou Tongguang. Director Zhou. Xianxia called Director Zhou Tongguang. Zhou Tongguang was thinking about how to shoot the next scene and what kind of effect to produce when he heard Xianxia come over and call him. What's wrong? Zhou Tongguang turned to look at her. Xianxia pursed her lips and said with determination, Director Zhou, I want to ask for leave. Zhou Tongguang heard this and smiled. You said before that you would go back to Jingdu to record Gourmet Beauty tomorrow. It's not about that. Xianxia interrupted him and frowned. She said very anxiously, I want to ask for leave in advance. I'll leave right away. Zhou Tongguang was surprised to see her like this and asked with concern, what happened? Xianxia was held by Shin Xiuqi and placed on his lap. As the car started, Xianxia was pressed against by Shin Xiuqi. She was as pitiful as a kitten. Although there was a partition in the middle of the car, Xianxia still didn't dare to cry too loudly, for fear that Uncle Zhong in the front would hear her. However, Shin Xiuqi was so naughty that he could always find her most sensitive point and force her to cry out loud. She was tortured by him until her whole body was weak. At the moment when a white light flashed in her head, she lowered her head subconsciously and bit his shoulder. Her body was trembling like a sieve. A stream of spring water poured down from the top of the mountain and poured on a standing stone at the bottom of the pool. After being provoked by her, Shin Xiuqi also gave her everything he had without holding anything back. After a while, Xianxia was weak all over. She was held by Shin Xiuqi. Xianxia nestled in his arms and said tenderly, Darling, there is really nothing between me and Su Qingkuan. Those are all rumors on the internet. We are just good friends. Shin Xiuqi specially came to pick her up after seeing her WeChat. When she got in the car just now, Shin Xiuqi's face was also smiling. Xianxia wanted to take the opportunity to explain to him at that time, but he didn't want her to explain and said that they could talk about it when they went back. In fact, he must be unhappy in his heart. Xianxia still had a good eyesight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tortured her like this. However, Xianxia also felt wronged about this matter, but she had to cheer up to explain it to him and make him happy. Otherwise, she would be the unlucky one if he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Sure enough, Xianxia said lightly, I know there is nothing between you and him. With a good husband like me, you will never fall in love with anyone else. I am confident about this. Xianxia was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly stretched out his slender fingers, lifted Xianxia's chin, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. His ambiguous breath blew on her face, but his words were cold without a trace of warmth. If you dare to cheat on me behind my back, I will teach you a lesson. Xianxia's heart, which was just about to be relieved, immediately jumped to her throat. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her small hands quickly grabbed his lapel with a pitiful expression. Her desire to live was very strong. I didn't. I am very obedient. Don't overthink. Looking at her pitiful and cowardly appearance, he knew that she would never dare to do such a thing. Xianxia reached out to touch her face, and his eyes stared at her. He was very satisfied with her honesty and coquettishness. The corner of his mouth curved as he said, I know you are very obedient. I was just casually saying it. He was not casually saying it. Xianxia was very clear in her heart. She knew him too well. If she really dared to cheat on him, he would dare to make her life worse than death. There was no doubt about this, and she was very self-aware. Xianxia hurriedly nodded and said to Xianxia, yes, yes. I am very obedient. Hubby. Xianxia reached out to stroke her long hair. Looking at her delicate appearance, he softly nodded and accepted her words. I like your obedient appearance. This sentence gave Xianxia a lot of courage. She leaned over and kissed Xianxia's lips. She was acting coquettishly and trying to please him. But how could a kiss like this be enough? She was just about to retreat when Xianxia held the back of her head. He raised his eyebrows and looked at her. That's it? Without waiting for Xianxia to reply, Xianxia had already lowered his head again. He captured her lips and sucked them. This kiss was very long. They had a lot of time, and the two of them could slowly caress each other. When they arrived at the villa, Xianxia carried Xianxia out of the car. He carried her all the way upstairs and pressed her onto the bed. He wanted to do it again. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She weakly pushed him away and said in a coquettish and hoarse voice, I want to take a shower. Xianxia chuckled and pinched her cheek. Okay. After saying that, Xianxia got up and went to the bathroom to fill the tub. Xianxia was so tired that she collapsed on the bed. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, she was in a daze and was about to fall asleep. She did not know when Xianxia turned on the water. When she woke up, Xianxia had already carried her into the bathtub. The bathtub was not big enough to fit the two of them. Xianxia did not have much space to move. She was completely in Xianxia's arms and was washed clean inside and out. When they finally came out of the shower, Xianxia didn't even want to comb her hair. She directly fell asleep on the bed. Xianxia saw that she was exhausted and reached out to push her. Yaya, dry your hair before you sleep. You don't want to get sick. Xianxia mumbled. She was really too tired. She still didn't move with her eyes closed. After a while, her breathing calmed down and her chest rose and fell slightly. She had obviously fallen asleep. Seeing this, Xianxia gently shook his head. This was his masterpiece. He had no choice but to open the cabinet and find a dry towel to dry her hair. Xianxia slept soundly. Xianxia dried her hair bit by bit. She didn't react during this time. At most, when Xianxia accidentally pulled on her hair, she muttered in a low voice as if she was complaining about something. When Xianxia asked her something, she didn't answer and then fell asleep again. Xianxia was helpless. He chuckled and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. He took a handkerchief and carefully dried her hair. Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, he didn't want to torment her anymore. He took off his clothes and went to bed. He held her in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, when Xianxia woke up, she was the only one in the room. Xianxia had already gone to work. She lay on the bed and didn't want to move at all. Moving would cause her back to hurt, so she stayed on the bed. Later, she was so hungry that she couldn't take it anymore. She got up and went to the kitchen to find a carton of milk and a pack of unopened biscuits that she had bought before. She ate these two things to fill her stomach. After eating, she recovered a little. She still felt tired. Her back hurt and her legs were weak. She simply climbed back into bed and continued to sleep. She slept until Xianxia got off work. Xianxia came home from work. He opened the door and entered the house. There was no warm welcome from Xianxia. There was no smell of food in the house. It was cold and cheerless, as if no one was home. He suddenly panicked. He quickly took off his shoes and changed into slippers. He put his briefcase on the table and walked quickly into the house. Yaya. He walked around downstairs and didn't see Xianxia. Xianxia turned and went upstairs. When he reached the door of the bedroom, he reached out and opened the door. Seeing the bulge on the bed, Xianxia felt relieved. He walked over with his long legs. He really wanted to touch Xianxia's forehead. He leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile, "Little lazy pig, it's time to get up." Tired. Xianxia mumbled. She turned over and wanted to sleep again. The next morning, when Xianxia woke up, Xianxia had already gone to work. He had been very busy in the company recently, so he went to work early every day. These days when Xianxia was at home, Xianxia tried his best to finish his work in the company during the day. Then he tried to get off work early and personally pick up Xianxia to go home. The two of them stayed at home for the whole night. Today was Xianxia's birthday. Xianxia promised to prepare a gift for him yesterday. According to the original plan, Xianxia got up and went online after packing up. She bought some things she needed online and ordered a citywide express delivery service. It didn't take long for her to receive the package. Xianxia decided to cook a sumptuous dinner for Xianxia. Steak, red wine, and dessert were indispensable. In the afternoon, Xianxia finished his work and returned home. He stood outside the door and entered the password, only to find that the door was locked from the inside. Unable to open the door, Xianxia frowned. He raised his hand and knocked on the door while wondering what Xianxia was doing inside. After a few seconds, Xianxia's beautiful voice came from the door. Then the door was opened from the inside. Xianxia appeared in front of Xianxia in a maid's dress. With a sweet smile on her face, she bowed and said, "Honey, you've worked hard. Happy birthday." Xianxia was stunned by her dress. Then he understood that this was a birthday gift from her. No wonder she locked the door. She specially came to open the door for him. He glanced at Xianxia from the bottom to the top. Finally, his eyes fell on the bow on her head. He couldn't help but smile. "Interesting. Honey, welcome home." Xianxia reached out and pulled him into the door. She took the briefcase from his hand and put it aside. Then she bent down to take out the slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on for him. Xianxia let her serve him the whole time. He tried hard to pretend to be calm. There was no big expression on his handsome face, but he was secretly happy. "Dinner is ready. Hubby, please come with me." Xianxia pulled his sleeve and led him to the dining room. Xianxia quietly followed her in, and then saw the long table covered with a beautiful tablecloth. In the middle of the long table, there were candles, red wine, goblets, and a large bouquet of fresh lilies. The layout is not bad. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the layout in front of him. He smiled and said, "Thank you, honey. Please take a seat." Xianxia pulled out a chair and invited Xianxia to sit down. Xianxia sat down and looked at her calmly. He wanted to see what other tricks she would play. "Wait a moment. I'll get you some water." Xianxia turned around to get hot water and a towel for him to wash his hands and wipe his hands. Xianxia let her do whatever she wanted. Anyway, he would do whatever she asked him to do. When everything was ready, Xianxia went to the kitchen to fry 2 steaks and brought them out. They sat at the 2 ends of the long table. Xianxia picked up the red wine and filled 2 goblets. One for Xianxia, and the other for herself. She picked up the goblet and looked at Xianxia through the candlelight. Her charming face had a charming smile, and her voice was soft and sweet. Happy birthday, honey. Everything you want will come true. Everything you want will come true. Xianxia was very satisfied with this blessing. He also wanted what he wanted to come true, as she said. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. He reached out to pick up the goblet and clinked it with hers. The wine went down his stomach. The 1982 Lafite tasted as good as his mood at the moment. He was so elated that he was about to fly. However, what Xianxia didn't know was that his wish was completely different from Su Yaya's wish for his wish to come true. Su Yaya's cooking was very good. The steak she fried was no worse than the chef outside. Xianxia was very satisfied with the dinner. He had a smile on his face all the time. After dinner, Su Yaya went to take out the dessert she had prepared in advance. It was a small fruit cake. In the middle of the cake, she wrote "Happy Birthday" to Xiaoqi with chocolate. Seeing such a cake, Xiaoqi's heart throbbed. His deep eyes were shining. Su Yaya took out the candles and put them in the cake. She said to Xiaoqi with a smile, "Honey, make a wish." Then Xiaoqi clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a great wish in his heart. After he made his wish, Su Yaya didn't ask him what his wish was. Later, when he thought of this matter, he couldn't help but think that if he could turn back time to the time when he made his wish, if Su Yaya was willing to ask him what his wish was, he would definitely tell her without hesitation. But even if he could do it all over again, he might still choose not to tell her when he didn't know what was going to happen next. Instead, he would wait until he had prepared everything before presenting everything to her. Unfortunately, it was too late at that time. The past really couldn't be traced back. He thought when he regretted. At this moment, Su Yaya took out a knife and fork with a smile. She cut a small piece of cake and fed it to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her well-behaved appearance. He smiled and lowered his head to eat the cake. The cake was fragrant and soft. The cream had a faint sweetness. It was so beautiful, so sweet, and so delicious, just like Su Yaya. "Two people, you feed me a mouthful of cake, I want to feed you a mouthful of cake." In a short while, a small piece of birthday cake was eaten by two people. Xianxia still wanted more. His deep eyes looked at Su Yaya. He lowered his head and wanted to kiss Su Yaya's lips. Su Yaya quickly and nimbly blocked his lips with her hand. The two of them were very close. Their breaths intertwined, and the ambiguous air flowed in the air. Su Yaya's big and beautiful eyes were shining with a seductive light. She was like a seductive cat. Her red lips moved slightly, charming and moving. "Come with me." The script was changed, and Qianyan's role was changed from the first female lead to the second female lead. Her scenes were also greatly reduced, and her treatment plummeted. Those who had been in the entertainment industry for a long time were very perceptive. They knew who Qianyan had offended, and that was why she was having such a hard time. Therefore, they didn't flatter Qianyan as much as before. They were a little afraid of getting into trouble. Then, some people who were very good at flattering and currying favor with Su Yaya turned their heads and became even more enthusiastic. Su Yaya could accept any kind of treatment, be it good or bad, so it did not matter to her. But for Qianyan, she felt very uncomfortable. First, she was changed from the first female lead to the second female lead. Then, her scenes were greatly reduced. Finally, she died earlier than Su Yaya. She was supposed to be the emperor's true love at the beginning, but in the end, it became Su Yaya, which made her feel very aggrieved. But no matter how aggrieved she felt, it was useless. Su Yaya had someone behind her, so she couldn't get back at her. Except for making sarcastic remarks on the set every day, making mistakes and making frequent NGs, and asking Su Yaya and Su Qingquan to accompany her to shoot again and again, she couldn't do anything else. Some of Qianyan's fans knew that her scenes were deleted and that she was changed from the first female lead to the second female lead, so they complained about it on the internet. They wrote a long article, pointing out that the crew was unfair, and that Su Yaya was oppressing others with her power. She was a drama queen. As a result, someone immediately posted a video taken by the crew during filming. In the video, Qianyan made many NGs in a row. Her acting was not good enough, her expressions were not on point, and her lines were not familiar. Director Zhou Tongguang was so angry that he scolded her, saying that if Qianyan didn't want to act well, she should go back to her hometown to get married and have children. Everyone knew that Xianyan's hometown was in a mountain cave in the northwest. She was so poor that even men couldn't get married. Obviously, director Zhou Tongguang didn't give her any face by scolding her like this. On the other hand, Su Yaya's scenes were always done in one take. Even if she had to take a second take, it wasn't because of her fault. Usually, it was because other people didn't act well and caused her to have to reshoot. Moreover, her acting skills were very good. Her expressions, actions, and lines were all on point. She rarely failed because of her own fault. The director and the surrounding staff were full of praise for her, saying that she acted well and had talent and spirituality. Comparing the two videos, the difference was obvious. Immediately, some netizens commented that Yayasu's acting skills were way better than Xianyan's. The difference was too obvious. Xianyan's acting skills were so bad that she couldn't play the role of the first female lead. Letting Su Yaya become one of the two female leads was the right decision. If I were the director, I would have made the same decision too. Then, Xianyan was immediately ridiculed by the crowd. She was called the best actress, but her acting skills were so bad that she couldn't even compare to a newcomer. They seriously doubted how she won the 100 Flowers award. How much of it was fake? Who did she sleep with to win the award? Of course, there were also people who jumped out to refute that the 100 Flowers award couldn't be fake. Xianyan's acting in that award-winning film was quite good. Didn't you see that the director also won the award? Xianyan's acting skills in this video weren't good. It was probably because she wasn't suitable for a harem drama. Her condition wasn't very good. Maybe she was too tired. After shooting so many scenes in a row, she was tired from working so hard. It was inevitable that she would make some mistakes. These words were obviously to save Xianyan's reputation, but the netizens didn't buy it. Most of them directly sent a string of ha ha ha. No one cared how those people defended Xianyan. Anyway, they worked harder to ridicule Xianyan. When Xianyan saw the mocking words online, she was furious. She originally wanted to expose her experience on the set and let her fans speak up for her. She wanted to use this opportunity to put pressure on Su Yaya and create an image of Su Yaya as a drama queen who couldn't tolerate others. As long as this image was deeply rooted in people's hearts, naturally, not many people would be willing to act with her in the future. And Xianxia wouldn't invest in her film for the rest of her life, but who knew that things on the internet didn't develop in the direction she planned. Instead, she was labeled as someone with bad acting skills. How was she going to act in the future? Initially, she thought that it was Su Yaya who was trying to suppress her. Unable to take it lying down, she got someone to investigate. In the end, she found out that it wasn't Su Yaya's fans who were mocking her. Instead, it was because she had offended too many people in the past. Many of their fans had been mocking her on the internet, bringing up her bad acting when she had just debuted. All sorts of negative images and brainwashing bags were flying around, and they had dug up all sorts of scandals about her. Because of the things on the internet, Xianyan was greatly affected. The image that she had worked hard to create in the past few years was mostly ruined because of this incident. The advertising contracts that she had negotiated previously were gone, and several endorsements were also dropped. She was so angry, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't find anyone to vent her anger on, so she could only endure it. Every day on the set, she was so angry that she often scolded her assistant. Her assistant was so pitiful that the other staff members tried their best to stay away from her so that they wouldn't be burned by her anger. Xianyan was in a bad mood every day, so naturally, she wasn't in the right state of mind during filming. After being suppressed by Su Yaya many times, she became more and more traumatized. When she was acting with other people, her performance was a little better, at least at a normal level. But whenever she was acting with Su Yaya, there would be all kinds of bad takes. It was simply too horrible to look at. Director Zhou Tongguang was so angry that he scolded her fiercely and ruthlessly, not leaving her any face. But there was nothing that could be done. Xianyan was also very frustrated. The more she wanted to adjust, the more she couldn't. In the end, director Zhou Tongguang had to give up and stop asking her so much. As long as she could make expressions, actions, and read the lines clearly, he would let her pass. But in this way, the contrast between Xianyan and Su Yaya was even more obvious. Until she finished filming the last scene, she was still suppressed by Su Yaya's acting skills. However, the crew was very kind to Xianxia. When she finished filming the last scene, the crew specially sent her a cake to celebrate the end of filming. The crew also went to have a gathering that night, but Xianxia didn't stay until the end. She left the set early with the excuse that she had to rush to another job. Then, until the end of filming, Xianxia didn't contact anyone in the crew again. She also didn't mention anything about the crew on Weibo. Only when the official Weibo of The Palace Has Fallen posted to celebrate the successful completion of filming did she repost the official Weibo. But she just reposted it without saying a word. Of course, no one cared too much about it. Anyway, after filming, everyone rushed to their new lives. The filming of The Palace Has Fallen went smoothly and finished 3 days in advance. Su Yaya returned to the capital the day after the completion of filming. She didn't call Xianxia in advance, because she wanted to give Xianxia a surprise. Su Yaya got off the plane and went straight home. Duan Xiaoyu helped her pack her luggage and left in advance. She went to the bathroom to take a shower, wash her hair, change her clothes, and put on makeup. After carefully dressing up, she saw that it was time to pick up Xianxia from work. She went to the garage and drove out her usual Cayenne to pick up Xianxia from work. Today's traffic was surprisingly smooth. There was no traffic jam on the road, which made Su Yaya feel even better. She thought that today would be a perfect day. She drove all the way to the parking lot of the Shin's building. She parked the car and was about to open the door and get out when she saw 2 people get out of a black Maserati. She had some impression of the man in the dark blue suit. He seemed to be Xianxia's old friend, Su Kai. As for the woman who came down from the other side, she couldn't be more familiar with her because she had a face that was almost exactly the same as hers. When she looked at her face, it was as if she was looking at herself in the mirror. It was really too similar, as if they were carved out of the same mold. And Yutong, she came back early. Realizing this, Su Yaya's heart suddenly jumped, and her heart inexplicably twitched with pain. She was very clear that this wasn't her own emotion. This feeling was a little strange, like the feeling that the original owner of this body left in her body. Opposite her, and Yutong had the same beautiful long black hair as Su Yaya. She was wearing the most popular white knee-length dress in the Xiang family this year. Her legs were long and straight, and she wore a pair of nude high heels. Visually, she was instantly lengthened by a few centimeters. She was very beautiful. She was really a goddess. Beauty, come this way. Su Kai smiled and led Yutong out. As he walked, he said, "You came back to China so suddenly and came to find Xiaoqi without saying anything. Xiaoqi might be shocked." Xiaoqi was busy dealing with work in the office when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Mia. Mia. Xiaoqi picked up the phone. Staring at the computer screen, he smiled and said, "Is my ring ready?" Mia said on the phone, "I worked overtime last night to finish the last step of the ring. It's so beautiful. There's no ring as beautiful as this. Come and have a look. Take it back and propose immediately. I'm worried about leaving it with me. I'll fly to the United States in 3 hours. It'll take me 3 or 4 months to come back. Why do you suddenly want to go to the United States?" Xiaoqi stopped his work and asked in surprise. Mia paused for a moment and said, "I received an email from old Shui yesterday. He asked me to help him. I've known him for so many years. At this critical moment, I think it's better for me to go." Xiaoqi chuckled. "After so many years of struggle, you finally figured it out. Okay, can we stop talking about me?" Mia interrupted him embarrassedly and said quickly, "I'm waiting for you in the studio now. Come and take the ring back. It's such a beautiful cashmere sapphire ring. Your proposal will definitely succeed. Thank you for your auspicious words." Xiaoqi smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'll come and get it right away." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Mia hung up the phone. Xiaoqi's mouth held a smile from the bottom of his heart. He was in a very good mood. His eyes were full of joy. He was so excited that he almost hummed a song. He quickly turned off the computer, took his cell phone and car keys, and walked out of the office quickly. He wanted to get the sapphire ring right away. Assistant Chen came over and asked him what's the matter. He smiled and waved his hand. Nothing. I'm going out now. You can finish your work and get off work. Assistant Chen saw him so proud and thought, big boss must have something good to do. Xianxia had already strode to the front. Xianxia walked quickly to the elevator door. Just as he was about to press the button, the elevator door opened with a bang. Then, he saw An Yutong and Su Kai walking out. Xianxia was obviously stunned by the sudden appearance of these two people. He even forgot to retract his hand that had reached out to press the elevator button. He heard Su Kai laugh proudly and say, "Old Shen, look who's back." Xianxia's eyes moved to An Yutong's face, without any expression. Seeing this, An Yutong burst into laughter. Xianxia looked like he was shocked by her sudden appearance. He also looked like he was scared stiff and didn't know what to do. It was exactly the same as what she imagined before she came. What? You don't recognize me? I'm An Yutong. An Yutong smiled and blinked her beautiful eyes. She took 2 steps forward and wanted to pull Xianxia's sleeve like before. Xianxia was originally frozen in place. Although his thoughts were different from An Yutong's, he was indeed shocked by An Yutong's sudden appearance. It was only because her sudden appearance disrupted his planned rhythm that he was temporarily stunned. However, the moment An Yutong was about to touch him, he immediately reacted. As if he was afraid of being infected by a virus, he subconsciously pulled back his hand and avoided An Yutong's hand that was about to pull his sleeve. An Yutong's heart thumped. He didn't want her to touch him? After a short loss of self-control, Xianxia quickly recovered. He glanced at Su Kai and An Yutong and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" There was a trace of impatience and irritation in his voice. Su Kai was too familiar with Xianxia. He was very surprised that Xianxia would have such emotions. However, he immediately thought that when An Yutong went abroad, she had a very unpleasant relationship with Xianxia. Now that An Yutong suddenly came back, it was inevitable that Xianxia would be unhappy. Besides, he already had a substitute by his side. It was said that they had a good relationship. He probably didn't expect the original owner to come back so suddenly, so he didn't know how to deal with this relationship in shock. Su Kai seemed to have figured it out. He quickly smiled and said, "Yutong just came back this afternoon. When she got off the plane, she bumped into me at the airport. She took my car back to the city. Yutong said in the car that she hadn't seen you for a long time and wanted to have a meal with you. She asked Guang, Ming and the others to come along. A few friends gathered together, so we came together." Xianxia faintly said, He seemed to know what was going on. However, his face was still expressionless, and his voice was very light. "But you came at the wrong time. I have something urgent to deal with. I'm in a hurry." He was still in a hurry to go to Mia to get the sapphire ring. Hearing this, Su Kai glanced at An Yutong. An Yutong also noticed that Xianxia was acting strangely, but she couldn't figure out why Xianxia was acting like this. In fact, she had already learned from her sister, An Yutong, that Xianxia had found a body double that looked exactly like her. She heard that the body double looked exactly like her, and he also doted on her very much. Since he doted on a body double so much, then wouldn't he dote on the original owner even more? It was also because of this that An Yutong thought of Xianxia's sincerity towards her in the past. That was why she had the confidence to take the plane back without saying goodbye. After she met Su Kai, she pestered him to bring her to see Xianxia. Moreover, she even thought of an excuse. It was that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they should all get together, but now, looking at Xianxia's reaction, this excuse was useless. Xianxia's performance was too cold. Instead of saying that he was busy and didn't have time, it was better to say that he didn't want to go with them at all. He was clearly looking for an excuse to refuse. This was very strange. Xianxia wasn't willing to give her any face. This was completely different from what An Yutong had imagined. She had finally managed to grab hold of this opportunity with great difficulty to have Su Kai bring her to the Shen family to find Xianxia. If she didn't succeed this time, she didn't know when there would be another opportunity like this. An Yutong wasn't willing to let this opportunity slip away. She rolled her eyes and said, "Xiaoqi, I've been abroad for so long, and I really miss all of you. This time, I came back, and it's rare to see everyone together, so I wanted to ask everyone out for a gathering. Since everyone is here, how can you not come? At least give me some face. These words were said by An Yutong with a smile. She felt that she really wanted everyone to get together, and there was no other intention. Su Kai, Ah Guang, and Ah Ming are all coming. I've already made an appointment. How about you come and join us? An Yutong added. She even elbowed Su Kai, hinting for him to speak. Su Kai immediately understood and nodded. Yes, we've already made an appointment. It's in the new imperial city. You have to come no matter what. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Even if An Yutong wasn't mentioned, Su Kai, Ah Guang, and Ah Ming were his childhood friends. Everyone was busy with their careers every day, and they didn't have much time to get together. Often, they couldn't make it if they wanted to. It had been a long time since everyone gathered together. Xianxia was about to drive back. When the car drove out of the parking lot, she saw Xianxia and Su Kai's car in front of her. Xianxia knew her license plate number. In this case, it was not easy for her to overtake them. In order to avoid being discovered, Xianxia had to slow down and follow them slowly with a few cars between them. Xianxia thought to herself that after passing the intersection ahead, her car and theirs would probably take different roads. Then, she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, after the car passed the intersection in front, Xianxia and Su Kai's car still went straight. Xianxia also went straight. This meant that they had to continue to go the same way. She had to continue to slow down and follow them with a few cars between them. She complained in her heart, Xianxia, oh Xianxia, can't you drive on another road? Can't you just turn around and choose another road and let me drive home? However, Xianxia's wish was not heard by God. Xianxia did not hear it either. They just drove on with a few cars between them. After driving for a long time, Xianxia finally found a rare opportunity. When she passed the intersection, she suddenly found that Xianxia's car was driving to the door of a jewelry studio on the right side of the street. Su Kai's car also followed closely behind. There were still a few cars in front of Xianxia. At this time, the red light in front of them turned on. The cars had to stop and wait. She happened to see Xianxia, and Yutong, and Su Kai get out of the car together through the car window. They talked and laughed all the way into Mia Jewelry Design Studio. Seeing the words Mia Jewelry Design Studio, Xianxia's mind suddenly flashed a plot in the original novel. It seemed that the sapphire engagement ring that Xianxia gave An Yutong was made by a jewelry design studio called Mia. Thinking of this, Xianxia shuddered. An Yutong had returned to the country early. When Xianxia saw her, the two of them had reconciled. He had brought An Yutong directly to Mia's studio to get the sapphire ring. He had probably already made up his mind to propose to An Yutong. Thinking about it, it was also written like this in the original novel. Xianxia liked An Yutong very much. When An Yutong insisted on going abroad, he was sad and dispirited for a long time. Now that An Yutong came back, of course, he had to seize the time to tie her up, lest she run away again. Since An Yutong came back early, Xianxia directly arranged everything in advance since he had the important proposal props in his hands. This was completely what Xianxia would do with his character. If it weren't for the contract between them, Xianxia couldn't marry again. He had to divorce her before he could give An Yutong a grand wedding ceremony. Maybe with Xianxia's swift and decisive attitude, he would drag An Yutong to get the marriage certificate tomorrow and announce it to the world the day after tomorrow. Xianxia was already so eager to prepare for his and An Yutong's wedding. She was just a cannon fodder that was blocking the way. She should also take the initiative to clean up and make room for her. Otherwise, she would be too tactless and it would be bad if she made the female lead unhappy. Therefore, Xianxia decided to go back immediately to pack up, sign the divorce agreement generously, and then take the money and leave. She would go back to the countryside to open a farmhouse and be free. Thinking of this, she felt that her goal was about to be achieved. She was so excited just thinking about it. Xianxia was very happy. She laughed out loud in the car and hummed a happy song. La 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 la, Xianxia and Yutong and Su Kai went to Mia's jewelry design studio together. Mia had already prepared the sapphire ring and was waiting for Xianxia to pick it up. She thought that only Xianxia would come to pick it up, but when she saw Yutong come with him, she was stunned. Seeing the situation in front of her, she didn't understand what was going on. She had heard about the disputes between Yutong and Xianxia. But after Yutong left, Xianxia cheered up again after a period of depression. Now there was another person by his side, and the relationship between them was very good. From time to time, she could see the news of them showing their love on the internet. Every time, it was the appearance of Xianxia protecting his wife domineeringly. They looked very loving. When Xianxia brought the sapphire ring to her, she still remembered the way Xianxia spoke at that time. She deeply felt that he was going to give the ring to that girl as a proposal gift. But now, he came with Yutong. Was she wrong? When Mia was a little confused about what was going on, Xianxia said, "Mia, I'm here to pick up my ring." Mia came back to her senses and said, "It's in the office inside." "I'll go get it for you." Xianxia said, "I'll go with you." Mia looked at him and nodded. "Okay." Then Yutong and Sukai also wanted to go in. Unexpectedly, Xianxia turned back and said to them, "You wait outside. I'll come out in a while." And Yutong was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Xiaoqi is actually hiding it from us. How precious is your ring? You don't even let us follow you to see it?" Xiaoqi heard this and smiled. It was a very satisfied smile. He said, "It's really precious, because it's for the most important person to me." Somehow, when Yutong heard that Xiaoqi wanted to give the ring to the most important person to him, Yutong inexplicably had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if the most important person to whom Xiaoqi wanted to give the ring was her, so she said, "Since you want to give the ring to the most important person to you, then we should help you appreciate it." Unexpectedly, she was rejected by Xiaoqi without any hesitation. Xiaoqi said with a serious face, "Before she sees the ring, I don't want anyone else to see it before her." And Yutong was stunned by his words. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but her voice was stuck in her throat and she couldn't spit it out. At this time, Xiaoqi and Mia had already turned around and walked into the office inside. In the office, Mia opened the safe and took out the ring. She put it in front of Xiaoqi and said, "Take a look. Are you satisfied with it?" Xiaoqi opened the red box and saw the exquisite sapphire ring inside. He nodded with satisfaction and smiled. He said, "Your craftsmanship has improved a lot. This ring is very beautiful. I like it very much." Mia smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. This is the result of many days and nights I spent." So emotional? It seemed that she really spent a lot of effort. Xianxia soon fell asleep. At first, her dream was very beautiful. She dreamed of her birthday when she was a child. Her mother took her to buy clothes, and then the two of them walked around the mall and found a beautiful white princess dress. The dress was made of layers of gauze, like a blooming flower. It was very beautiful. Her mother also liked this dress very much, so she generously bought it for her. She let her wear it and called her her princess, her most beautiful princess. Her father was also very happy. At home, he made a table full of dishes for her. He also bought a big fruit cake. The three of them surrounded the cake and lit candles. She closed her eyes and made a wish in her heart that she would be happy for the rest of her life. Then, day by day, Xianxia grew up and grew into a great beauty. She was much more beautiful than when she was a child. Walking on the road, countless people looked back at her. Many, many people liked her. Of course, among these people, there were some who liked her purely and sincerely. There were some who just liked her beautiful appearance and were confused by her beautiful appearance. Then, one day, she met a very handsome man. That man was called Xianxia. He was very rich and powerful. In the capital, countless women wanted to have him. However, Xianxia was too lazy to even give half a look to those women who flocked to him like a flock of ducks. Only she was considerate and took care of. Every day, he would try different ways to make her happy and started to pursue her fiercely. Xianxia was rich, powerful, handsome, and gentle. No one could resist his beauty. Xianxia was quickly confused by his gentleness and fell into the love dream he created for her. Even when he found her later and asked her to marry him without a wedding and without announcing the news to the public, she did not refuse this ridiculous proposal. The two of them had a very beautiful and happy life together. Until one day, Xianxia's white moonlight and Yutong came back. Xianxia still loved Yutong deeply. After a lot of things, they reconciled with each other. Xianxia did not want Yutong to be wronged, so he asked Xianxia for a divorce. Xianxia was unwilling, so she found someone to kidnap Yutong. When Xianxia found out, he was furious. He found someone to rescue Yutong and personally forced Xianxia to sign the divorce agreement. He coldly drove her out of their home and cut off all her sources of income. He ordered her to get out of the capital as far as possible and not let him see her again. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. Xianxia, who was at her wit's end, had no job to do and no income. She couldn't survive in Jindo City. In the end, after suffering all sorts of hardships, it was her parents, who had doted on her since she was young, who took her home. She thought that the family would live happily together. Unfortunately, not long after, Xianxia's mother fell sick. It was a very serious illness and she needed a lot of money to treat it. Unfortunately, the Su family did not have much money. Xianxia wanted to beg Xianxia, hoping that Xianxia would be magnanimous and help her. Her mother was sick, so the only person she could beg was Xianxia. He had a lot of money. He even said that he would give her 10 million yuan after the divorce. She wanted that 10 million yuan. Then she went back to the capital in a daze and went to Xianxia's company to find him. Unfortunately, before she could walk through the door of the Shen family, she was stopped by Yutong. At this time, Yutong had big wavy hair and red lips. She was wearing a tight long dress and high heels. She was charming and enchanting. She was going to marry Xianxia soon. Tomorrow, she would become the Mrs. Shen that she had always dreamed of. She would not allow any changes, especially this woman in front of her. She could not allow her to exist. I will not let you appear in front of Xianxia. And Yutong said to Xianxia coldly. Then, just like how Xianxia had kidnapped her, she kidnapped Xianxia too. If it was just kidnapping Xianxia and not letting her see Xianxia, it would be fine. However, that was not the case. And Yutong even found several disgusting and filthy men to rape Xianxia. At that time, when Yutong found those people, Xianxia cried and begged her for a long time. She begged her to let her go. She would not go find Xianxia anymore. She would not beg Xianxia anymore. She would immediately leave the capital and never come back. Unfortunately, Yutong was unmoved by her crying and begging. She looked at her coldly with a high and mighty appearance. It was as if she was looking at a pitiful worm. She did not have the slightest bit of pity. In the end, she still gave the order coldly. "Serve her well," she said. Then, those disgusting and filthy men reached out to Xianxia. When the first rough and dirty hand touched Xianxia's body, Xianxia let out a shrill scream. In fact, at that time, Xianxia called in Yutong and asked her what she was doing. Xianxia heard in Yutong calling Xianxia sweetly on the phone. She said that she had something to deal with and would be back in a while. At that time, Xianxia did not know where the courage came from. Perhaps it was the last bit of survival instinct. She desperately threw herself in the direction of Yutong and screamed at the top of her lungs. She called Xianxia's name over and over again, asking him to save her, begging him to save her. She did not know whether Yutong hung up the phone too quickly or Xianxia did not hear it at all. In the end, Xianxia did not appear. After Yutong hung up the phone, she said to those disgusting and filthy men, "Enjoy." Then, she turned around and left. Xianxia kept crying. She stared at the phone in Yutong's hand. She watched Yutong proudly walk out of the warehouse in her high heels and disappear in the end. No one came to save her. In the end, no one came. She was bullied by those disgusting and filthy men for a long, long time. She did not know how long it had been. At daybreak, the men finally let her go. They left the abandoned and remote warehouse one by one, leaving Xianxia alone in the warehouse with no clothes to cover her body. Xianxia struggled to get up with her last breath. She still wanted to go home. She still wanted to see her mother. With great difficulty, she slowly walked out of the abandoned warehouse and walked to the road outside the warehouse. She wanted to walk down the road, hoping that she could reach the bus station and go home. However, at this moment, a black car drove towards her. It was very fast, exceeding 160 kilometers per hour. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, it was too late. The car hit her directly. When she was hit and flew into the air, she opened her eyes wide. Through the car window, she saw in Yutong's face full of resentment and hatred in the driver's seat. "It hurts." The car hit her at high speed. The pain of being smashed into pieces was as if she had experienced it herself. Xianxia suddenly woke up from the bed. Her face was pale, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Her body was trembling slightly, and her face was full of confusion and helplessness. Everything in the dream was so clear that it was as if she had experienced it herself. There were still tears of sadness in the corners of her eyes. Those were the things that the original owner of the novel had experienced. When she first read the novel, she really did treat it as a novel. She didn't have any deep personal experience. It wasn't until this moment, in the dream, that she deeply felt the helplessness, fear, sadness, despair, and sadness of that moment. The terrifying dream was deeply imprinted in Xianxia's heart. It was as if she had experienced it herself. She was in a daze for a long time before she gradually regained her senses. Her heart seemed to have started beating again, and she could breathe and move again. When she slowly regained consciousness, she felt waves of pain coming from her stomach. It was also at that moment that she realized that the reason she felt so much pain was not only because she and the Xianxia in the dream felt pain, but also because her stomach was hurting. It wasn't just a little pain that could be tolerated. It was very, very painful. It was so painful that she almost couldn't bear it. In fact, since the first time Xianxia took her to see Zhang Guifeng, she had been taking the medicine that Zhang Guifeng specially prescribed for her. She hadn't been in such pain for a long time. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand and walked out of the door. He took Xianxia to sit in the car, asked the driver to start the car, and drove all the way out of the villa. Xianxia thought in her heart, "It's just talking about something. Isn't it just talking about divorce? And it's so complicated. I don't know where they are driving to in the middle of the night. Are they going to dump my body? But thinking about it, it's impossible. This is a lawful society. She hasn't offended Xianxia yet. He has no reason to do such a disgusting thing." While Xianxia was imagining the bad things Xianxia might do, she laughed and laughed at herself in her heart. She felt that instead of divorcing sadly, it's better to break up happily. Leave some leeway when doing things, so that they can meet again in the future. Anyway, after this, she can run to her rural tourism, and they will have nothing to do with each other. Xianxia sat beside Xianxia. While holding her hand, he glanced at Xianxia from time to time. His heart was as sweet as honey, with countless pink bubbles, and countless fireworks exploding in the sky. It was so beautiful. After he went to Mia's studio this afternoon to get the sapphire ring, he was dragged by An Yutong and Su Kai to the new imperial city for dinner. A few friends came together. It was rare for everyone to gather together, so they were in a good mood. During the dinner, they drank a few glasses of wine. After dinner, it was not even 9 o'clock. Su Kai and the others said that they were going to continue the stall. No matter what, they wanted to drag Xianxia along. But this time, Xianxia became very serious and insisted that he didn't go. He said that he had more important things to do, so he refused without any leeway. Normally, Su Kai and the others could laugh with Xianxia. But when Xianxia was serious, they were still afraid of him. Probably because they were his followers since childhood, Xianxia had always been their boss. So when Xianxia said that he didn't want to go, they didn't dare to force him to go. Xianxia let the driver drive away, ignoring An Yutong's sad eyes. After Xianxia left in the car, he didn't know why he was so excited on a whim. He asked the driver to drive him all the way to the top of Wanfu Mountain. On the top of Wanfu Mountain, he found the lawn, which was called the holy place for marriage proposal. Then he called Assistant Chen and asked him to immediately arrange workers to build a suitable place for marriage proposal. Grass, wreaths, red wine, candles, music, and fireworks. Nothing could be missing. He arranged it like this. He wanted to propose to Xianxia first. After the proposal was successful, he asked people to set off fireworks. They would watch the fireworks together, and then they would hug each other, happy and beautiful. When dawn came, they would watch the sunrise. The sunrise on Wanfu Mountain was also very beautiful, just like happiness would flourish with each passing day. On the way here, he had already planned and arranged everything in his mind. All that was left was to put it into action. After receiving his call, Assistant Chen immediately arranged for the workers to start decorating. Anyway, as long as they had money, everything would be easy to do. There was no shortage of manpower. Xianxia spent about 2 hours from the beginning to the completion of the decoration. He didn't tell Xianxia about this before, but he knew that Xianxia would definitely come back today. Yesterday, he saw the news on Weibo that their crew had finished filming. Later, when they had a video chat at night, he casually asked when she would come home. At that time, Xianxia laughed mischievously and naughtily asked him to guess. At that time, he knew what this woman was up to, so he didn't expose her. He just waited for her to come home in person. The venue for the proposal was soon set up. Xianxia wanted to give Xianxia a surprise, so he didn't call Xianxia. He decided to pick her up in person, so he asked the driver to drive him down the mountain. When he arrived home, it was just past 11 o'clock. He opened the door and entered the house. Just as he expected, he saw Xianxia watching entertainment programs at home. She was happily watching and laughing. She didn't even say a warm welcome when he came back. Of course, he was in a good mood, so he didn't care so much about it. He told her that he had something to talk to her. Xianxia was very cooperative, so he took her out of the door. The car drove all the way to the foot of Wanfu Mountain. Xianxia looked out of the car window and saw the trees outside flash by. The car went all the way up along the winding mountain road, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Xianxia was amused in her heart. Going up the mountain in the middle of the night, there was really a possibility of dumping a corpse. She could imagine it. Finally, the car stopped at the top of Wanfu Mountain. The driver found a place to park the car. Xianxia opened the door and got out of the car. He went around to the other side and opened the door on the other side. He reached out his hand to Xianxia and held her hand to get out of the car. Xianxia led Xianxia to the well-decorated venue. There was a long table on the grass, covered with a rose-colored tablecloth. In the middle of the long table, there were lit candles, red wine, and a large bouquet of blooming roses. There was a little bit of elegant fragrance in the air. It was very pleasant to smell. The surrounding lights flashed with colorful brilliance, illuminating everything around. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, intoxicating and fascinating. It was as if a pumpkin car at midnight pulled Cinderella into a dream castle. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand and walked to the table. He asked her with a smile, "Do you like it?" Xianxia frowned and felt a little strange. Xianxia was amused by her silly look. He took out the sapphire ring that he had prepared in advance and presented it to Xianxia with a sincere expression. He said in his deep and mellow voice, which was as pleasant as the sound of a cello, "Didn't you say that I have never proposed to you? I'm proposing to you now. Yaya, will you marry me?" With a bang, Xianxia was so frightened that she took a step back in panic. Her hand accidentally knocked down the flower basket on the long table. The flower branch hooked the goblet on the table and fell down together with it. The scene suddenly became a little messy. Xianxia saw that her face was pale with fright. He felt funny and helpless. He reached out to touch her face. His eyes were full of love. "Why do you have such a big reaction? Are you scared?" Without waiting for him to finish his words, Xianxia took a step back like a frightened rabbit, avoiding his hand that was about to touch her. She looked at him with a wary gaze. Xianxia's raised hand paused. He finally realized that Xianxia's reaction was not right. This was not the reaction of a person who was being proposed to. There was no excitement or surprise in Xianxia's eyes. There was only shock and fear. It was as if he was a big demon at the moment and was showing his malice to her. She wanted to stay far away from him. "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia frowned deeply and looked at Xianxia in confusion. Her reaction was completely out of his expectation. This was not what he imagined. He imagined that Xianxia would be surprised and excited. She would jump into his arms like a happy bird, put her hands around his neck, and say with a smile that she was willing. She was very willing. However, she would kiss the corner of his mouth, not avoid him like he was a snake or a scorpion. Xianxia's face was pale. She glanced at Xianxia, who was proposing to her. Many scenes in her dream flashed through her mind. Xianxia was so happy when she was with Xianxia. Later, she was so miserable when she was bullied by An Yutong. The two different experiences and scenes intertwined and finally formed a blood curtain that shocked her brain. It was the moment when Xianxia was knocked away by An Yutong. Bright red blood sprayed down from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. She had nowhere to hide. "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia asked again. He did not understand Xianxia's reaction. Xianxia's mind was still filled with various scenes of crying for help. There were desperate cries echoing in her ears. She looked at Xianxia with a pale face and pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. "You are going to propose to An Yutong, so you want to practice with me first? I saw her come back to find you today." Xianxia frowned. He did not understand what she meant. What did his proposal have to do with An Yutong? She saw An Yutong go to find him? But there was nothing between him and An Yutong. Sukai and the others were together. How could she bring An Yutong into this? "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked unhappily. "Isn't it?" Xianxia tilted her head and the corners of her mouth twitched. The scene of An Yutong taking revenge on Xianxia and the scene of Xianxia crying for help appeared in her mind again. She had a headache and frowned. "Haven't you always loved An Yutong in your heart?" Xianxia could not understand why things had turned out this way. He was depressed, grieved, and unable to accept the fact that they were in love with each other and had such a beautiful past. He stood on the top of the mountain for a long time, and the scene of Xianxia running away kept flashing in his mind. He called Sukai, Songming, and Jiang Qingguang with anger. He only said one thing: "Come out and drink." Sukai, Songming, and Jiang Qingguang had just returned home, washed up, and were about to go to bed when they received a call from Xianxia. Sukai found it funny. "Brother, don't you have something important to do? I thought you weren't coming? I just got home, and you called me again. Come out." Xianxia roared. Sukai's heart skipped a beat. His tone didn't sound good. Did something happen? This kind of situation only happened when An Yutong wanted to go abroad. Sukai was really a brother who grew up with Xianxia. He knew him too well. He quickly said with a strong desire to survive, okay, I'll come right away." After harassing Sukai, Xianxia continued to harass Songming and Jiang Qingguang. They had just gotten into bed and were confused when they received the call. However, Xianxia was the boss, and whatever he said was right. They didn't dare to have any objections. They got up again and drove to the meeting place. When the three of them arrived at the meeting place, they saw that Xianxia had already drunk several bottles of wine. Sukai walked over and sat down. When he saw Xianxia had a bottle of wine in his hand, he wanted to persuade him to drink less. Xianxia put the bottle in front of him. "Drink." Sukai glanced at the full bottle. "Damn, this is..." Jiang Qingguang stepped forward and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "Xiaoqi, don't drink too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia threw a full bottle of wine to him as if he was giving him a task. "Drink with me." He was really depressed. Damned women, each and every one of them wanted to run far away from him. Who did he offend? Couldn't they just let him be a little happier? Why was it so difficult to love someone? Jiang Qingguang held the wine given by Xianxia in his hand and glanced at Songming, who was hiding at the side and laughing secretly. If they were to die, they would die together. He simply took a bottle of wine and stuffed it into Songming's arms, ordering, "Drink together." The smile on Songming's face froze, and he winked at Jiang Qingguang. "Aren't you a little too much of a brother?" I sneaked away. "I don't want to drink with Xiaoqi." "I'm not a good brother," Jiang Qingguang replied. Songming heard this and clicked his tongue. This crime was a little big, and he couldn't bear it. He quickly said, "Okay, let's drink. I'll risk my life to accompany you." After Xianxia ran away, she didn't dare to take Xianxioqi's car. Instead, she ran to Wanfu Leisure Villa on Wanfu Mountain. After all, it was the closest place. After she arrived at Wanfu Leisure Villa, she didn't plan to stay in the villa. Instead, she booked a car online. When the car came to pick her up, she went down the mountain and returned to the villa that night. After returning to the villa, Xianxia was tired, hungry, and a little scared. She was afraid that the angry Xianxioqi would come back and punish her. Then she would be in trouble. That night, Xianxia hurriedly packed her things. She packed a few clothes, bank cards, and expensive jewelry into a big box. As for some things that couldn't fit and couldn't be taken away, she didn't take them. By the time she finished cleaning up in 2 to 3 hours and regained her senses, the sky was already bright. She glanced at everything in the room. She had lived here for so long and was very familiar with it. Now that she was leaving, she felt a little reluctant. However, even though she couldn't bear to part with them, things didn't always go according to her wishes. She sighed silently and walked to the cabinet. She opened one of the drawers and took out the prenuptial agreement, marriage agreement, divorce agreement, and other documents she had signed with Xianxioqi. She looked at each document. These documents were actually drafted by Xianxioqi's lawyer. With her level, she couldn't see any flaws. There were no loopholes that she could exploit. Of course, she didn't want to exploit any loopholes. She just wanted to have a look. After she finished reading, she took out a pen and signed the divorce agreement. In addition, there was a blank space next to the divorce agreement. That was the space for Xianxioqi to sign. She left the space for her. After signing the divorce agreement, Xianxia moved the box from upstairs to the living room. She looked at the house that she had lived in for a long time, turned around silently, and dragged the box to the door. The door opened from the outside. Xianxioqi pushed the door open and saw Xianxia standing by the door with a big box. It seemed that she was ready to leave. As Xianxioqi walked in, Xianxia subconsciously took a step back. After taking a step back, she realized that it wasn't good for her to do so, so she stiffly stood in place. However, she still didn't dare to look at Xianxioqi. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "What are you doing?" Xianxioqi approached her and stared at the box in her hand. Xianxia pursed her lips and didn't answer his question. Instead, she said, "I've already signed the divorce agreement. It's on the bedside table upstairs. If you've confirmed that there's no problem, you can sign it." How Xianxia fainted in the end and how she woke up, she couldn't even remember. In her hazy state, she vaguely heard someone say in her ear, "Yaya, don't go." When Xianxia woke up, she saw Xianxioqi sleeping beside her with one hand on her waist. She lay on her back for a while to sort out some of the thoughts in her mind. Then, she sighed and carefully moved Xianxioqi's arm away from her waist. She quietly got off the bed. She couldn't wear the previous dress anymore. She couldn't go to the bathroom to take a shower in case she woke Xianxioqi up and couldn't leave again. She found a new black dress in the closet and forced herself to wear it. Then she walked out of the room barefoot as quietly as possible. She walked downstairs quickly and chose a pair of shoes from the shoe cabinet at the door. Then she picked up her suitcase and left the villa. Xianxioqi woke up an hour after Xianxia left. He groggily reached out to touch the bed beside him and vaguely felt that something was wrong. He woke up with a start and realized that Xianxia was no longer there. "Yaya." He quickly got out of bed and searched the entire room. Then he ran downstairs and searched the entire house. There was no sign of Xianxia. In the end, he was sure that Xianxia was really gone. He was the only one left in the huge villa. After Xianxia left the villa, she first found a hotel and booked a room. Then she called Zhou Peiyun. The first thing she said to Zhou Peiyun was, "Sister Zhou, I want to terminate my contract with the company. I want to quit the entertainment industry." Zhou Peiyun was shocked by her words. Now that Xianxia was on the rise, she had a bright future and a bright future. She actually wanted to terminate her contract and quit the entertainment industry. Was she crazy? "Where are you?" Zhou Peiyun said. "Let's talk face to face." Xianxia told her hotel room and then added, I broke up with CEO Shen. What? This was even more shocking than the news of her terminating her contract and quitting the entertainment industry. The two of them were still showing off their love a few days ago. In the blink of an eye, they broke up. What kind of joke was this? Zhou Peiyun couldn't believe her ears. She quickly said, "I'll be right there. Wait for me in the hotel. Don't go anywhere. Do you hear me?" Xianxia answered obediently, "Okay, Sister Zhou. I won't go anywhere. I'll wait for you in the hotel. I'll sleep in the hotel." Sleep? 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 How could she be in the mood to sleep at this time? Zhou Peiyun really couldn't understand what this little ancestor was thinking all day long. She quickly hung up the phone and rushed to Xianxia's hotel room. When Zhou Peiyun arrived at Xianxia's hotel room and knocked on the door, she saw Xianxia sleeping in her pajamas. She couldn't help but think to herself, this little ancestor is really carefree. She can still sleep at this time. If she had such good fortune, she could at least live for 10 more years. What's going on? Zhou Peiyun followed Xianxia into the room. She crossed her arms and leaned against the bar counter. She asked Xianxia about her relationship with CEO Shen and why she wanted to terminate her contract and quit the entertainment industry. Xianxia wanted to terminate her contract with the company and quit the entertainment industry. She couldn't hide the truth and told Zhou Peiyun everything. President Shen's white moonlight is back. I saw her yesterday. The two of them will reconcile soon. It's not right for me to stay by President Shen's side. I've already talked to President Shen. Now that we've separated, I have nothing to do with him in the future. His white moonlight studies music and will definitely enter the entertainment industry in the future. If I stay in the industry, we'll see each other frequently. If we keep bumping into each other, it won't be good. I don't know when I'll offend her. When that time comes, do you think CEO Shen will help her or me? So for safety's sake, I've decided to quit the entertainment industry immediately. I don't want to cause trouble for the company in the future. After all, I have to answer to CEO Shen, right? He's not someone that anyone can afford to offend. When Zhou Peiyun heard Xianxia's words, she understood what she meant. When Xianxia was pursuing Xianxia, she also heard a lot of gossip about Xianxia. She knew that Xianxia had a girlfriend that he liked very much. She looked very similar to Xianxia. The reason why Xianxia liked Xianxia so much and always doted on her and gave her whatever she wanted was probably because he liked the woman in front of him. So he transferred his affection to Xianxia. Now that the woman in front of him was back, it was entirely possible that Xianxia would return to her side. After all, in the world of rich people, there was nothing that they couldn't do. Xianxia wanted to break up with Xianxia. He definitely couldn't protect her in the future. It was completely reasonable that Xianxia wanted to quit the entertainment industry now and avoid conflicts with that woman. She could understand Xianxia. When encountering such a thing, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xianxia. Zhou Peiyun sighed. It wasn't easy for her to cultivate a celebrity who was on the verge of becoming famous. Who knew that she would encounter such a situation? There was no other way. If Xianxia stayed, it might cause trouble for the company in the future. It was not a bad choice for her to quit. She said to Xianxia, I can understand that you want to terminate the contract with the company and quit the entertainment industry. But you signed an agreement with the company. If you break the contract, the compensation is 5 million yuan. Do you have such a large sum of money? Xianxia blinked her eyes and quickly thought about the balance of her card. She had made a lot of money by shooting commercials and TV dramas, doing various endorsements. Xianxia also gave her a lot of money. In addition, she had a lot of jewelry, which was also a large sum of money. Anyway, 5 million yuan was far more than 5 million yuan. But no matter how much money she had, 5 million yuan was not a small sum. If she could reduce the compensation to the company, of course, it would be a good thing. With that thought in mind, Xianxia said to Zhou Peiyun, Sister Zhou, you know that I don't have a lot of money on me. 5 million is not a small amount. Can you see if you can talk to the boss and ask him to charge me less? If I can't pay that much, I have to stay in the company to continue filming and shooting advertisements. I can only leave after I pay off all the compensation. However, it's inevitable that I'll run into CEO Shen's white moonlight. If that white moonlight isn't satisfied with me, she might not only target me, but also our small company. This won't do the company any good, don't you think? It is better to ask the company to charge me less compensation and let me go early to avoid causing trouble for the company. Zhou Peiyun thought for a moment. She had to admit that Su Yaya's words were very reasonable. Forcing her to stay was purely a poison. It was better to let her go and ask for peace. Well, I can understand what you said. But the key is that the boss also understands. I will go back and discuss with the boss. The boss is also a reasonable person. I will try my best to help you. Zhou Peiyun said with a serious face. Okay, Sister Zhou. I will have to trouble you with this. Su Yaya smiled gratefully. Zhou Peiyun patted her shoulder and comforted her, don't be too sad. Have a good rest first. I will go to the boss now. Wait for my news. Okay, I know. Su Yaya nodded obediently and personally sent Zhou Peiyun out. Su Yaya went back to the hotel and booked a flight back to her hometown the next morning. She had promised her father and Mama Su that she would go back to visit them. But she had never had the time, and the trip had been delayed. Now that she had terminated her contract with the company, she had nothing to do. She was relaxed and could go back to her hometown to visit them. Then, he would take a look around to see if there were any suitable places to open a farmhouse. Although she had left Xianxia and was no longer in the entertainment industry, she still had to achieve the goal she had set. After all, this was something she had thought about a long time ago. At that time, she didn't have the ability or the money to do it. Now that she had the money, opening a farmhouse wasn't a problem. Su Yaya went back to the hotel and slept for another day. The next morning, she packed her luggage and went to the airport. When she was about to board the plane, she posted on Weibo and uploaded a photo of her departure from the airport. She announced on Weibo, I'm leaving the entertainment industry. I'm going out for a walk. Don't miss me. Then she turned off her phone. Su Yaya took a deep breath and boarded the plane with her luggage. After she found her seat, she went to sleep after the plane took off. She slept from the beginning to the end of the few hours of flight. When she woke up after the plane landed, she was still a little dazed. She felt like she hadn't flown far. After getting off the plane, Su Yaya took out her phone and turned it on. She wanted to call Mama Su and ask where they were so that she could go and find them. But the moment she turned on her phone, countless message notifications sounded in her ears. It was very lively. Before she could finish receiving the messages, a call came in. Su Yaya saw that it was Su Qinkun calling. She picked it up immediately. Hello, Brother Su. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly post on Weibo that you're leaving the entertainment industry? Su Qinkun asked anxiously over the phone. Su Yaya smiled and said, I don't want to be in the entertainment industry anymore, so I terminated my contract with the company. Su Qingkun's intuition told him that it wasn't that simple. What happened? Maybe I can help you? Sure enough, he was a good person. Even at this time, he still wanted to help her. Su Yaya smiled and said, nothing happened. I just felt really tired and wanted to quit, so I announced that I was going to rest and do something else. On the other end of the conversation, Su Qinkun could tell that she didn't really want to talk about it, so he had no choice but to let it go. He turned to her and asked, what other things are you going to do? I'm planning it right now. I'll let you know when it's done. You have so many fans, so you have to help me advertise it online. Su Yaya said bluntly. Su Qinkun said straightforwardly, okay, let me know when you're doing it. I promise to publicize it for you. Then I'll thank you in advance. Su Yaya giggled. Okay, I'll accept your thanks. Su Qinkun also smiled. The two of them chatted and laughed on the phone for a while before hanging up. Then, other people called in. Su Yaya frowned when she saw Su Chaoran's name appear on the screen. Should I take it or not? That was the question. Su Chaoran was very persistent in his calls. Ever since he saw Su Yaya's Weibo post, he kept calling Su Yaya. At first, her phone was turned off and he couldn't get through. The photo uploaded on Weibo was taken at the airport. Obviously, Xianxia had already boarded the plane at that time. He just didn't know which plane she was on and where she was going. Then he called once every half an hour. The first few times he tried, he couldn't get through. This time, the cold mechanical female voice didn't tell him that the phone was turned off, but that the line was busy. As long as he could get through, Su Chaoran thought. After a few minutes, he called again. Finally, the line was no longer busy. Su Chaoran inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. However, the phone rang once, and no one picked up. What was going on? What was that woman, Xianxia, doing? Su Chaoran was a little anxious and impatient. Xianxia stared at Su Chaoran's name on the screen. After hesitating for a while, she picked up his call. Hello, Xianxia, what are you doing? As soon as Xianxia picked up the phone and said hello, Su Chaoran's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Obviously, there was a trace of anger and worry in his voice. Xianxia was confused. What did he mean by that tone? What's wrong? Xianxia resisted the urge to hang up the phone and asked. Su Chaoran said angrily on the other end of the phone, why did you leave the industry? Did Xianxia ask you to do this? Xianxia found it funny and said, it's none of your business. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia was about to call Mama Su, but before she could do so, another call came in. This time, it was from Director Zhou Tongguang. Hello, Director Zhou. Xianxia answered the phone. Zhou Tongguang was stunned for a moment and then said, you sound like you're in a good mood. Are you really quitting the entertainment industry? Yes. I posted it on Weibo. It's not a casual remark, Xianxia said with a smile. Zhou Tongguang laughed casually and said, then I won't be able to find a female lead in the future, right? How can that be? How can that be? There are many actresses who want to be in Director Zhou's drama. As long as you post a message, there will be a long line of actresses who want to act in your drama. You can choose any one of them. I'm sure you'll find one you like. Xianxia still remembered that when she had wanted to act in Director Zhou Tongguang's film, she had been rejected by him. Fortunately, she had conquered him with her own efforts and acting skills. Now, the two of them had become friends who could talk to each other. Ah, what a pity. You really don't want to act anymore. I had a drama I wanted to shoot and I wanted you to be the female lead, but you actually quit the entertainment industry. This is really not good news for me. Director Zhou Tongguang said half-jokingly. Really? Really? Is there really a female lead role for me? Director Zhou, if you really say so, I won't be polite. Xianxia said with a laugh. I really have a role. Do you want to act in it? Director Zhou Tongguang stopped laughing and asked seriously. Xianxia thought for a moment and finally refused. She laughed and said, I've already quit the entertainment industry. Why do I still want to act in it? Director Zhou, you can choose someone else. There must be a better female lead than me. Director Zhou Tongguang sighed on the other side. In that case, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Okay. Xianxia responded. Director Zhou Tongguang continued to ask, what are you going to do now that you've quit the entertainment industry? Don't tell me you're going home to get married? Of course not. Xianxia replied, I'm preparing to do something that I like. When the time comes, Director Zhou will help me publicize it. That depends on what you are doing. I won't help you promote bad things. Director Zhou Tongguang laughed on the opposite side. I promise. Xianxia said, just wait for my news. Director Zhou Tongguang said, sigh, hearing you say that, I'm quite interested. I'll wait for your news. Okay, Xianxia replied happily. The two of them chatted for a while more before hanging up. In the end, someone immediately called again. This time, it was the producer of Gourmet, Sun Lei. Sun Lei said on the phone, Miss Su, how can you leave the industry? Why didn't I hear you mention that the next episode hasn't been recorded yet? What should I do? You're our champion for several consecutive episodes. How can you just leave like this? Xianxia hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I really have my own special reasons to quit the entertainment industry. Sister Zhou said that she will contact you about the recording of the show. She will arrange someone else to take my place. If you're not satisfied, you can change to another guest. We don't have any objections. I'm really sorry. Sigh. Sunlei sighed on the phone. At this point, he could not force Xianxia to continue recording the show. He just felt that it was a pity. Xianxia's participation in their show had raised the ratings by a lot. Without Xianxia, the popularity of the show would definitely decrease. To maintain the ratings and popularity, it was not easy to find a female celebrity who could match Xianxia. The main reason was that Xianxia was too popular. Without such a popular female guest, it was really a big loss for the show. Xianxia apologized to Sunlei on the phone. In the end, Sunlei expressed his understanding and accepted her apology. He also wished her success in the future. Xianxia accepted with a smile. After the phone call, it finally stopped. No one called again. Yaya quickly called Mama Su. She was finally going home. The phone was picked up. Her mother's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Yaya. Mom, I'm back. Where are you in the countryside now? I'll come and find you, Xianxia said on the phone. Mama Su gave her an address. We're at Dongfanghong Reservoir's 100 Plants Garden. It's an old house in the countryside. Xianxia recalled the location in her mind and said, I'll take a car and come over. Wait for me. Xianxia smiled and said on the phone, okay, we'll wait for you. We'll cook your favorite dishes at home and wait for you to come back to eat. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mom, Xianxia said with a smile and a sweet voice. Mama Su was very happy. She reminded Xianxia again on the phone before happily hanging up. She ran to ask Father Su to prepare Xianxia's favorite dishes. Their daughter was finally coming back. Xianxia sat at the table and stared at Xianxia's Weibo post on his phone for a long time. His deep eyes stared at that Weibo post, as if he wanted to stare a hole in Xianxia's profile picture. He had been in this position for half an hour. The cigarette on his fingers had burned to the end. He only reacted when the spark burned his fingers. After Xianxia called Su Kai, he called Song Ming and Jiang Qingguang and asked them to meet at the same place. The three of them were afraid of him and didn't dare to provoke him, so they all agreed to go. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia took his mobile phone and car keys and was about to go out. When the door opened, he looked up and saw An Yutong standing outside. Xiaoqi. An Yutong was about to knock on the door, but the door was opened from the inside. When she saw Xiaoqi, she immediately showed a happy expression and said with concern, I heard from Assistant Chen that you haven't been to the company for several days. What happened to you? Are you not feeling well? No. Xiaoqi said coldly, how did you find this place? And Yutong shouldn't know about this villa. Who told her that she could find this place? And Yutong felt his coldness, pursed her lips and said, I asked Assistant Chen. He was annoyed by me, so he had to tell me. Xiaoqi said, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He must tell Assistant Chen to go to Africa and never come back. I'm going out. Why are you looking for me? Xiaoqi said without any trace of politeness. And Yutong frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Xiaoqi would dislike her so much, but she was unwilling to accept it. She hurriedly said, I'm just worried about you, so I came to see you. No, I'm fine. Xiaoqi closed the door, bypassed An Yutong and walked out. Xiaoqi. An Yutong saw that he was about to leave, so she anxiously reached out and grabbed his clothes. Just like many times before, she bit her lips and lowered her head, looking aggrieved, and whispered. Are you still blaming me for that thing? Xiaoqi looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at an ordinary person, and said indifferently, I don't blame you. And Yutong was overjoyed. She knew that he couldn't bear to part with her. She quickly raised her head, but she met Xiaoqi's unusually cold eyes. She heard him say in a voice without any warmth, because it's not necessary. Because there was no need to, he didn't blame her. Because there was someone else in his heart. In the past 2 days, she had heard from Su Kai and the others that it was impossible for her to ask Xiaoqi out in the name of Su Kai and the others. Every time she suggested a gathering, Su Kai and the others would refuse and find excuses to say that they were busy. She should have guessed it. Xiaoqi, why? And Yutong still couldn't accept it. Didn't he like her a lot? Because he couldn't forget her, he found a substitute to be by his side. Since he could treat the substitute so well, why couldn't he treat her well again? Xianxia pulled back the hem of his clothes that was pulled by Yutong. He looked at her expressionlessly and said, Yutong, we are already in the past. Just like what you said at the beginning, it's over. I was still young and didn't know anything. You can't use the excuse of being young and didn't know anything every time. And Yutong wanted to say that she was just too willful at that time. She was still young and didn't know anything, so she made mistakes. She wanted him to give her another chance. However, when she saw Xianxia's handsome face, she couldn't continue. Xianxia was really disappointed in her. It was impossible for him to turn back. Don't come here again in the future. Yaya will be unhappy if she sees you. Xianxia ignored Yutong and walked away. And Yutong stood in the same place. She wanted to cry but had no tears to shed as she watched him get into the car and drive away. In the car, Xianxia stared blankly ahead, but his eyes were very sore. He just told Yutong not to come here again in the future because he was worried that Yaya would be unhappy if she saw them. However, he didn't know whether Yaya would come back or not. He lost the Xianfu that was in his hands. His vision suddenly became a little blurry. The car screeched to a stop, and something sparkling and translucent slid down his face. That night, Xianxia got drunk at the same place again. In the end, Su Kai, Song Ming, and Jiang Qingguang carried him back. After Yaya returned to her hometown, Mama Su's father was very happy. For several days, he made delicious food for Su Yaya. As long as Su Yaya liked it, they would try their best to satisfy her. For a moment, Su Yaya felt as if she had returned to her childhood. She was very happy every day. She was so happy that she was bubbling with happiness. Since Mama Su's father moved to the countryside, he had never returned to the city. After all, the air in the countryside was good. The vegetables they ate were grown by themselves. The chickens and ducks they ate were also fed by themselves. Everything was all natural. They didn't use any feed or medicine, so it was safe and reliable. In fact, the countryside that Mama Su's father lived in wasn't too remote. It was only in the suburbs of the city. It took less than half an hour to get to the city by car. There were 2 lines of cars that went back and forth more than 10 times a day. It was very convenient to go in and out. The house they lived in was also their own old house. When Papa Su and Mama Su got married, Grandpa Su made the decision to build it for them. After leaving the house and walking less than 100 meters to the right, there was a big reservoir called Dongfang Hong. People could be seen fishing there every day. Less than 200 meters to the right, there was a 100 plants garden. The 100 plants garden covered a large area. It occupied several large and small hills. There were all kinds of plants and trees planted there. Some people even opened a farmhouse there. Every time there was a holiday, many people would come for a vacation. The farmhouse business was very popular. On this day, Yaya went to the 100 plants garden to play with the idea of learning and studying. Coincidentally, she was strolling in the 100 plants garden. As she strolled, she actually saw a farmhouse for sale. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She walked up to the boss and asked if the farmhouse for sale was real. How much was the farmhouse, how big was the farmhouse, and whether it had all the facilities, etc. She didn't expect this to be such a coincidence. The boss told her that his son had worked abroad for many years. He got married, had children, and settled down. The whole family would also emigrate abroad. They wouldn't stay at home and wouldn't come back in the future. This farmhouse couldn't continue operating and was ready to sell it. The facilities were all complete. There was a place for karaoke, a place for billiards, a banquet hall for gatherings, a chess room, and 3 floors of guest rooms. A banquet could be held up to 48 tables at a time. The 100 plants garden, which occupied several hills outside, was also for tourists to play. They also carried out expansion training programs, real-life jungle CS, etc. When Su Yaya heard this, she was stunned. This was the farmhouse of her dreams. It was even more perfect than she had imagined. She was very moved. Yaya didn't know if it was because she was back home and under the care of her father and Mama Sue, she was completely relaxed. She ate well and slept comfortably at home. Every day, she would wake up naturally. Her life was so relaxed and comfortable, as happy as a blooming flower. The farmhouse was about to open for business, and Xianxia garden had already been prepared. Mr. and Mrs. Su had also ordered a pair of flower baskets and a few rounds of firecrackers for the farmhouse, saying that they would set them off for fun. Yaya sent a message to Zhou Peiyun, Duan Xiaoyu, Su Qingkuan, and Director Zhou, telling them that her farmhouse would open tomorrow and inviting them to come if they were free. If they couldn't make it, the flower baskets would be indispensable. Su Qingkuan received the message and immediately called. You said you were going to do something else. Is it just a farmhouse? Is your rural tourism business doing well? How's the traffic? Is the environment good? Su Yaya and Su Qingkuan were close friends. She smiled and said, Why? Are you worried that my investment will fail? That's what I mean. Su Qingkuan chuckled. Su Yaya immediately snorted. Do you think I don't know how to evaluate these things? I'm not investing blindly. My farmhouse is in a leisure scenic area. There's no need to worry about the traffic. There's a little less traffic on weekdays, but there will be a lot of people on weekends and holidays. I also have other projects, such as real-life jungle CS, quality development, and so on. These can also attract a lot of customers and make a lot of money in a month. Anyway, it won't be a loss. From what you've said, it sounds quite professional. You can even play real-life jungle CS and carry out quality development training. The facilities are quite comprehensive. I'm quite tempted. I must come and play when I'm free, Su Qingkuan said. Su Yaya said, Can you come tomorrow? Su Qingkuan said, I might not be able to come tomorrow. I'm filming in another city. Su Yaya immediately said, Although you can't come tomorrow, you must send the flower baskets. Also, help me promote on Weibo. You promised me that. Su Qingkuan laughed. Got it. I'll send you a big flower basket. That's more like it. Su Yaya was satisfied. Then the two laughed and joked for a while before hanging up the phone. Then, Zhou Peiyun, Duan Xiaoyu, and Director Zhou also replied to Su Yaya, saying that they would definitely send her flower baskets when the time came. Su Yaya was very happy, and everyone replied with a thank you, boss gif. To herself. Yaya. Su Yaya found it funny. Duan Xiaoyu was now assigned to other artists. He was a little handsome guy who had just become popular. His temper wasn't bad, but he had a lot of demands. All day long, he either asked Duan Xiaoyu to buy this or that or asked her to carry this or that. When filming, he didn't allow Duan Xiaoyu to go too far so that he couldn't find her after filming. In short, he ordered Duan Xiaoyu around. Duan Xiaoyu was so angry that she complained to Su Yaya on the internet many times. Su Yaya couldn't help her much. She could only persuade her to persevere. After all, this was a very realistic society. She could only endure or be ruthless. Since Duan Xiaoyu couldn't bear to leave her assistant job, she could only endure for now. When she became stronger and became a manager in the future, she wouldn't have to endure anymore. Duan Xiaoyu sent a message saying that she wouldn't be able to attend the opening of her farmhouse tomorrow. However, she would definitely send the flower baskets. After she finished her work, she would go and visit her during her vacation. Su Yaya replied with an okay hand gesture, telling her to work hard and talk when she was free. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today was the grand opening day of Xianxia Yuan Rural Tourism. Su Yaya woke up in the morning and put on exquisite makeup and a beautiful dress. She was the owner of the rural tourism and could be considered as someone with a career. She had to dress up like a boss. She wanted to get what she wanted and everything went smoothly. That was probably what it meant. In addition to her friends in the entertainment industry who sent flower baskets, her relatives and friends also sent flower baskets. Her friends sent flower baskets because they had a good relationship with her. As for the flower baskets sent by her relatives and friends, Su Yaya generously accepted them. Today, Su Yaya was in a very good mood. She walked around the 100 plants garden and took some photos. When she returned to Xianxia garden, she took a few more photos at the entrance of the farmhouse filled with flower baskets. When she entered the farmhouse, she took a few more photos. She even went to the equipment room where the Counter-Strike equipment was stored. She took a few photos with a helmet on her head and a laser gun in her hand. After the photos were taken, Xianxia picked out 9 photos that best expressed her thoughts and posted them on Weibo. Xianxia, I opened a farmhouse. The scenery is beautiful and the facilities are complete. The real-life Counter-Strike is waiting for you to come play. 9-grid photo. JPG. Every photo in the 9-grid was carefully selected by Xianxia. There was a photo of the morning sun shining through the trees in the 100 Plants garden, a photo of her strolling in the forest and breathing in the clear air of nature, a photo of Xianxia smiling like a flower at the entrance of the farmhouse filled with flower baskets, a photo of the exquisite decorations in the farmhouse, and so on. Finally, there was a photo of her wearing a helmet and holding a real-life Counter-Strike laser gun in her hand. Although Xianxia had quit the entertainment industry, she had just left not long ago. The commercials she shot were still on TV, and the large-scale commercials in the city had not been removed yet. Her popularity had not completely subsided. In addition, she was very good-looking. Millions of fans flocked to her Weibo when they saw her post. When they saw the post, all the fans were stunned. Wow, Xianxia's beauty had reached a new height. She had become the boss of a farmhouse. The scenery in the photo was as beautiful as a painting, and the person in the photo was as beautiful as a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world. Her face was so pink that it was as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her smile was so sweet that it made people happy when they saw her. They wanted to laugh with her. Life was so leisurely, fans reposted and left comments under Xianxia's Weibo. They wished their goddess good luck in opening a business. Their goddess became more and more beautiful and made a lot of money. Soon, there were thousands of reposts, comments, and likes. Su Chengkuan was the first star to repost Xianxia's Weibo. He also posted on Weibo, such a beautiful farmhouse. I must be the first to go. Everyone, go and support her. Then director Zhou also reposted Xianxia's Weibo. He commented, Xu Fei, you stopped acting and ran to open a farmhouse. You're living a carefree life. Ha 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 ha. After Yan Jingyi finished filming, he scrolled through Weibo and saw the news of Xianxia opening a farmhouse. After hesitating for a while, he also liked Xianxia's Weibo post and reposted it. He wished for the business to prosper and become more and more beautiful, seeing that all her friends in the entertainment industry had reposted her Weibo. Xianxia was very happy. She kept smiling. With their support, she felt that it was not bad to be in the entertainment industry. Xianxia's finger then reposted her Weibo. Su Chaoran had also reposted her Weibo and commented, where? I want to come. Xianxia's farmhouse opened for business, and all her relatives came. Su Xiaoxuan's father and Mama Su were busy greeting the guests, and several tables were set up in the yard. Su Xiaoxian came with Uncle Su. She went to find Xianxia as soon as she arrived. Seeing Xianxia standing in front of the garden in the backyard, she ran over and grabbed Xianxia's arm, shouting, Sister, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Xianxia tilted her head and glanced at Su Xiaoxian, then glanced at Su Xiaoxuan's hand that was grabbing her arm. She calmly retracted her arm and said with a calm expression, Why are you looking for me? Su Xiaoxian and Xianxia were only half a year apart, but their relationship was not good. Su Xiaoxian had been jealous of Xianxia's beauty since she was a child. She often spoke ill of Xianxia behind her back and slandered Xianxia everywhere. She said that Xianxia had a boyfriend everywhere and changed boyfriends as frequently as she changed clothes. When Su Xiaoxian entered the entertainment industry and was criticized by others, Su Xiaoxian specially went to the Su family to tell Mama Su about these things. Mama Su and Father Su were so angry that they angrily drove her away. Xianxia knew all these things. Her mother had told her. She also had some memories of the original Su Xiaoxian, so she didn't have a good impression of Su Xiaoxian. She was similar to her father and Uncle Su. They were the type who wouldn't get up early if there was no benefit. At this moment, Su Xiaoxian was just as Xianxia thought. She approached Xianxia with a purpose and intended to get close to Xianxia. Su Xiaoxian smiled and asked Xianxia, When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me earlier? And why isn't your boyfriend here? Why do I only see you? Where is he? See, she came. Did she think that Su Xiaoxian didn't know what she was thinking? Su Yaya raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, what does it have to do with you? If it was in the past, Su Xiaoxian would definitely be unhappy with Yaya's words. She would have jumped up and shouted at Su Yaya. But now it was different. Su Xiaoxian still remembered what Uncle Su had told her before she came. He told her to please Su Yaya and not offend her. Now Su Yaya's identity was different. She had Xianxia's support. Things were different now. They couldn't afford to offend her. Of course, Su Xiaoxian also understood that it was not that they could not afford to offend Su Yaya, but that they could not afford to offend Xianxia, who was behind Su Yaya. That was why they had to please her. But thinking of this, Su Xiaoxian was still a little unhappy. Su Yaya took all the good things. She had always been suppressed by Su Yaya's beauty and ability. She was really unhappy. Now Su Yaya's tone was not good. Su Xiaoxian was just about to talk back when she remembered what Uncle Su had told her at home. Don't argue with Su Yaya and do whatever she said. Su Xiaoxian wanted to get benefits from Uncle Su, so she could only do what he said. He had no choice but to suppress the displeasure in his heart. He forced a smile and said, "You're the only one I saw, so I'm just asking." Haha, Su Yaya didn't want to talk to her and turned to leave. Su Xiaoxian quickly grabbed her and looked her up and down. Suddenly she thought of something and screamed at Yaya, "Didn't your boyfriend come back with you?" "Yes." Su Yaya answered indifferently, thinking that Su Xiaoxian was making a fuss. It was none of her business whether Xianxia came back with her or not. She didn't look back and was about to leave again. But Su Xiaoxian didn't let go of her and continued to ask, "Why didn't he come back with you? Didn't I tell you early in the morning? If you came back, you should bring your boyfriend back with you. How could you come back alone?" He made it sound as if she couldn't go home alone. Su Yaya laughed and said, "Su Xiaoxian, this is my home. If I want to come back alone, I will come back alone. I can come back whenever I want. It's none of your business whether I bring someone back or who I want to bring back." Su Xiaoxian was stunned by her imposing manner. Looking at her unbelievably beautiful face, she forgot how to reply for a moment. Su Yaya snorted, shook off Su Xiaoxian's hand that grabbed her arm and walked out. She didn't want to talk to Su Xiaoxian anymore. Su Xiaoxian stood rooted to the ground, stunned. Watching Su Yaya's figure disappear around the corner, her heart suddenly surged with a burst of unwillingness. What right did Su Yaya have to order her around? Did she think that she was so great just because she earned money to open a farmhouse? Wasn't it all because she slept with Xianxia? A woman who sold her body to earn money by sleeping with others thought she was very proud of herself. Wait. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxian remembered something. Not long ago, Su Yaya announced on Weibo that she would quit the entertainment circle. She said that she would go out for a walk and asked everyone not to miss her. At that time, the internet was talking about whether she was going to quit the entertainment circle and get married. After all, she and Xianxia had a good relationship. They had been showing their love on the internet, which made people envious. But in fact, it was not like that. It was true that Su Yaya quit the entertainment circle, but she didn't want to get married. Instead, she went back to her hometown, which was not even a third-class star in the capital, and opened a passable farmhouse. Was there any problem? Su Xiaoxian often hung around the major gossip forums on the internet, so she was very familiar with the black and white ways of the entertainment circle. She tried to think about this problem from the perspective of the entertainment circle. A female star with a bright future suddenly quit the entertainment circle and took the money back to her hometown to open a farmhouse. What was the biggest possibility when the big backer who always protected her was not by her side? It was very likely that she was dumped by the big backer behind her. Now that there was no one to protect her, she couldn't stay in the entertainment circle anymore. She had to quit the entertainment circle and find another way with the money she earned. She could start a small business and be a boss, or buy a house and be a landlady. This was the best choice. There was also the most important one. Su Yaya posted the news on Weibo about the opening of her farmhouse. So many people followed and reposted it, except for Xianxia. If the relationship between them was still as good as before, why didn't Xianxia repost and comment and wish her a prosperous business? So, to sum up, Xianxia was exactly what she thought. Xianxia completely met these conditions. Xianxia was dumped by Xianxia. Su Xiaoxian was so excited when she thought that Xianxia was dumped by Xianxia, so she had to quit the entertainment circle and run back to her hometown to open a farmhouse. Xianxia, you are so arrogant. You can be arrogant with me. Continue being arrogant. Others don't know about your scandals, but I know. Others don't know that you were dumped by Xianxia. You didn't come back to build your business glamorously. You came back to take refuge with your face covered in dirt. I know that too, ahahaha, Xianxia, your good days are coming to an end. Su Xiaoxian thought proudly in her heart. After sorting out the ins and outs of the whole thing, Su Xiaoxian trembled with excitement. She wanted Xianxia to be disgraced in front of everyone today. Oh, ha ha ha. She couldn't help laughing at the thought of Xianxia being despised by everyone. Su Xiaoxian immediately chased after Xianxia. She chased after Xianxia all the way to the hall outside. At the door of the hall, Su Xiaoxian pulled Xianxia. Xianxia, don't go. I have something to ask you. Su Xiaoxian caught up with Xianxia. Her movement was very big and her voice was not low. Immediately, it attracted the attention of the surrounding relatives and friends. Hearing that he was the person in charge of the Xin Group's branch in Rong City, everyone fixed their eyes on Lin Hai. Surprisingly, everyone had the same thought in their minds. He was indeed not an ordinary person. Judging by his imposing manner and the way he spoke, they could tell that he had a powerful background at first glance. Lin Hai was used to grand occasions, so he didn't care about the gazes of the people around him at all. After saying that, he waved his hand and asked people to bring in a pair of large flower baskets. Layers of fresh flowers were tender and beautiful. It was the largest flower baskets that Xianxia had received so far. On the long and wide red streamers were written the words Xianxia congratulates Xianxia on the opening of the Agricola Resort, and on it were the words Congratulations to Xianxia on the opening of the Agricola Resort. In addition, there were two other people carrying a golden board with the words Prosperous Business written in flamboyant calligraphy. The golden board shone with a dazzling light. Under the sunlight, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers, Xianxia glanced at the large flower baskets that were carried in by several people, as well as the golden plaque with golden words. How extravagant! It was full of the smell of a nouveau riche. Xianxia really wanted to put her hand on her forehead. Based on her understanding of Xianxia, it was impossible for Xianxia to choose a gift for her. No matter how hard he chose, he wouldn't choose something that was full of the smell of a nouveau riche. She was very confident in Xianxia's aesthetic standards. It was most likely the gift that was chosen by Mr. Lin Hai, who claimed to be the person in charge of the Rong City branch. As Xianxia expected, as soon as Xianxia finished thinking, she heard Lin Hai say with a smile, Miss Su, Mr. Shen was going to come in person to congratulate you on the opening of the Agricola Resort, but he was too busy with business and couldn't make it in time. Coincidentally, there was a situation in the overseas branch, so he had to rush to the overseas branch to deal with the problem. He had to call me and ask me to come over to congratulate you on the opening. These are all gifts that I carefully selected. I hope you will be satisfied. Xianxia thought that such a gift was full of the smell of a nouveau riche. She had to be satisfied even if she wasn't satisfied. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people around her, as well as the dumbfounded faces of Su Xiaoxian and Uncle Su, she felt good in her heart. She nodded with a smile and said, I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Thank you for your generosity. Xianxia didn't know what level the person in charge of a branch like Lin Hai was. Anyway, it was generally not a problem to call someone Mr. outside. Anyway, it wouldn't be wrong to call Lin Hai Mr. Lin. Lin Hai immediately smiled and said, it's not a big deal. It's what I should do. As long as Miss Su likes it, I can explain it to Mr. Shen. Xianxia nodded. Of course, she liked it. Su Xiaoxian made trouble on the opening day of her farmhouse. She was worried that she couldn't find a better way to deal with her. She wanted to fight with her face to face, but the relatives and friends around her would definitely say something bad about her. They would think that she was angry out of shame, and it would also affect the opening of her farmhouse. And Xianxia's gift came at the right time. Although in her heart, they had really broken up, and she didn't invite him to the opening of her farmhouse, he still gave her a pair of flower baskets and a plaque, which supported her face. She was very grateful to him in her heart. If he didn't do this, she was likely to be embarrassed by Su Xiaoxian today. She would even be laughed at by the people around her, which would make Su Xiaoxuan's father and Mama Su lose face. Fortunately, Xianxia helped her. Anyway, her ex-husband was very kind in this point. She was very happy about it. "Mr. Lin, please come in." Su Yaya smiled and led Lin Hai to the inner hall. Su Xiaoxian and Uncle Su stood aside and watched. Yaya glanced at the two of them. Uncle Su received her glance and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. He came here today to curry favor with Yaya, but who knew that he accidentally offended her? It was all Su Xiaoxuan's fault for what she said. He turned his head and stared at Su Xiaoxian. He scolded angrily, "You wicked girl, who told you to talk nonsense?" Su Xiaoxian was unwilling to admit that she was talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth." "How do I know that she didn't really break up?" Uncle Su was angered to death by Su Xiaoxian. She was still so stubborn. He was almost misled by her before. He really thought that Su Yaya was dumped by Xianxia. In the end, he didn't see Xianxia give such a big gift in front of everyone. It was clear that the relationship between the two was very good. A few days ago, the two were still showing affection on the internet. Everyone knew how much Xianxia liked Su Yaya. This Su Xiaoxian was a brainless idiot who only knew how to make trouble. Just like her stupid mother, she only knew how to implicate him all day long. He was almost killed by her. Mr. Lin was so dignified and rich. Although he hadn't dealt with him personally, he had met him at banquets outside. Not everyone had the face to invite him to the opening ceremony. If he could make friends with him, there would be a lot of benefits in the future. But all these were ruined by Su Xiaoxian, the idiot. Thinking of this, Uncle Su was even angrier. He couldn't wait to slap Su Xiaoxian in the face. Su Xiaoxian was still muttering discontentedly, "How would I know that they didn't break up?" Su Yaya looked so dejected. "It would be strange if she wasn't dumped. You still dare to say that?" Uncle Su pulled her aside and slapped her in the face. Su Xiaoxian was stunned, and there were 5 palm prints on her face. Su Xiaoxian covered her face with her hands, and tears welled up in her eyes. She said angrily, "You actually hit me. Didn't you ask me to get close to Su Yaya? Didn't you ask me to inquire about the news? I asked you to get close to her, and this is how you get close to her? Do you know? I asked you to inquire about the news, and I was almost killed by you. Get out." Uncle Su scolded fiercely. Su Xiaoxian burst into tears and said to Uncle Su hatefully, "I knew it. I knew it. You don't like me at all. You like your son. You might as well kill me with one slap. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Uncle Su was furious at Su Xiaoxuan's words. He raised his hand and was about to hit her again. Su Xiaoxian was so scared that she dodged to the side. Many people around them were watching the scene, and they suddenly pointed at them and talked about it. This father and daughter quarrel all day long. They have never had peace. Yaya opened the farmhouse today, and they have the nerve to quarrel here. They really don't feel ashamed. That's right. Su Xiaoxian also said that Su Yaya was dumped by Xianxia. Didn't you see that Xianxia immediately sent a flower basket and a golden plaque? How is this a breakup? I'm afraid that the relationship between Su Yaya and Xianxia is very good. TSK, TSK, TSK. Since their family became rich a few years ago, they didn't put us poor relatives in their eyes. Who hasn't been bullied and laughed at by them? Today, I see them being slapped in the face. It's really satisfying, ha ha ha. Uncle Su heard the voices of the people around him, and he was even more angry with Su Xiaoxian. He wanted to kill her. If Su Xiaoxian didn't think so highly of herself today, how could such a thing happen? I'll kill you. Uncle Su was ridiculed by the people around him. He was so angry that he really wanted to beat Su Xiaoxian. At this time, a hand reached over and pulled Su Xiaoxian aside to avoid Uncle Su's slap. Father Su stepped forward and said with a sullen face, "Brother, today is the opening day of Yaya's farmhouse. If you want to quarrel, go out and quarrel. Don't quarrel here." Uncle Su confronted Father Su. If it was in the past, he would use his identity as the eldest brother to preach to Father Su. But now it was different. Father Su also had someone behind him. Uncle Su didn't dare to talk to him like before. Now, looking at Father Su's unhappy face, Uncle Su had to swallow the anger in his heart and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll take Xiaoxian to the side." Then he pulled Su Xiaoxian out. Father Su looked at the two people who went out, shook his head, and sighed. The father and daughter were like enemies. They quarreled at every turn and never stopped. Because Lin Hai took the place of Xianxia to send the flower basket and the golden plaque, the episode caused by Su Xiaoxian naturally stopped. Everyone agreed that the relationship between Su Yaya and Xianxia was as good as ever. Their previous worries were completely unnecessary. This small incident soon passed. When the food and drinks were served, the banquet began. Everyone happily chatted and laughed as they ate. No one mentioned Su Yaya and Xianxia's breakup. Everyone unanimously said that Su Yaya was beautiful and capable. She even earned enough money to open her own farmhouse. Such a large sum of money was not a small sum, and only Su Yaya could do it. Blah blah blah, it was full of praises. End of chapter 95. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.